Jiro Miyamoto's unexpected intervention blindsided Mary and her team. Rhodes had taken precautions. He had planted a few of his own men among the St. Louis Pokémon competition participants, hoping one would reach the finals. Unfortunately, none of them made the cut, but someone else had. A wild card entrant, Jiro Miyamoto. An off-duty Team Rocket Squad leader, Jiro had boarded the St. Louis purely by chance, intending to vacation in the Hoenn region. Joining the competition was nothing more than a diversion, a way to unwind and train his Pokémon. But as fate would have it, Jiro fought his way to the finals. And when Rhodes, the chief sailor, saw the opportunity, he seized it. Jiro had already revealed his rocket status upon boarding, and Rhodes, ever cautious, struck a deal. Help if things go south, and you'll be rewarded handsomely. Now, with the ambush in full swing, Jiro's hidden role proved crucial. With Alakazam already taken out and Sneasel overwhelmed by Mook, the ambush orchestrated by Shuji Ikeda and Shu Yamato crumbled. Pale-faced, the two retreated, abandoning their Pokémon in a desperate bid for escape. They reached for new Pokeballs, but Jiro wasn't about to let them slip away. With just a glance, Jengar and Mook moved in sync. A Shadow Ball launched from Jengar. Mook followed up with a Sludge Bomb. Reacting fast, the two trainers released backup Pokémon. They were clearly not in peak form. These weren't their heavy hitters, merely the best they had left. Shuji's Ursaring burst forth, stepping in to block the Shadow Ball with its bulky frame. Meanwhile, Shu's Mr. Mime swiftly conjured a shimmering barrier, neutralizing the Sludge Bomb in a flash of psychic energy. Watching their plan fall apart, Mary and Hector's expressions tightened. Before they could act again, ship guards poured in from hidden passageways, surrounding the attackers. This was the captain's domain, and they'd lost the element of surprise. "You filthy rats! You won't escape this time," the old captain barked, fury etched into every word. He unleashed an aged but still formidable Poliwrath, rallying his crew. "Take them down. Shoot on sight." But Mary and Hector were already enacting Plan B. Exchanging a wordless glance, they recalled their Sceptile and Poliwrath. Hector then tapped a communicator. A chorus of replies confirmed his command. Kadabra flashed into existence. Its eyes glowed blue, and with a shimmer of psychic power, both trainers and their Pokémon vanished. Shuji and Shu, still trying to slip away, took the chaos as cover, blending into the panicked crowd while retrieving their fallen Pokémon. The ship guards hesitated. Civilians still filled the corridors. Any aggressive action risked civilian casualties. Then, as if the ship wasn't already in chaos, more explosions echoed from below decks. The tremors returned, shaking the vessel violently. At that very moment, elsewhere on the ship, Hector and Mary's subordinates were turning the captain's quarters inside out. But despite their efforts, the true objective remained elusive. "Nothing but valuables," one of them growled, activating his communicator. "Sir, the item isn't here. Likely on the captain himself." "Copy that. All units, regroup on deck," came Hector's calm reply. "If you're exposed, hide. If you're still undercover, blend in and get close to the old man. The target must be retrieved, no matter what." Back in the corridors, some of the hidden doors the guards had used opened into alternate exits. The bottleneck at the main hallways eased as passengers began to pour through these new routes. Sato was among them. Instead of taking one of the cramped secret routes, he chose a main passage. With fewer people clogging the path and his Golbat helping him hover just above the ground, his escape was smooth until he hit a wall of flame. Damn it, the way ahead is on fire. Cough, cough. The corridor leading to the upper deck was ablaze. Smoke billowed, thick and choking. Trainers ahead shouted, panicked, as the flames closed in. Several water types were called out, blasting the fire with jets of water. But the inferno surged too strongly to be contained. Sato's instincts kicked in. If I don't act now, we're trapped. He tightened his grip on the Pokeballs, holding his Mudkip and shiny Wingull, ready to fight his way through if necessary. But just as he prepared for the worst, the corridor behind him shook again, and then the old captain and his crew burst onto the scene. And with them, a sliver of hope. The arrival of the old captain and his seasoned crew brought a surge of hope to the panicked crowd. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, summoning their trusted water-type Pokémon. Streams of water arced through the air, dousing the flames that had ravaged the corridor. With the fire subdued, the passengers, once paralyzed by fear, followed the crew in an orderly evacuation. Under the captain's command, the trapped civilians reached the open deck. But what awaited them, there was no sanctuary. The deck, constructed with tung oil-treated wood to resist pests and moisture, now fueled a blazing inferno. The fire here burned hotter and faster than below, turning the upper level into a death trap. Smoke coiled through the air as passengers who had escaped earlier collapsed, some unconscious, others gasping for breath. The captain's voice rose above the chaos. "Form teams of 2. Start pulling people out. Rhodes, get to the emergency lifeboats. Prepare them immediately. Prioritize the evacuation of women, children, and the wounded. All trainers and able-bodied men assist with rescue operations. No one gets left behind." His command cut through panic like a blade. The crew leapt into action, galvanized by the authority in his voice. Even in this crisis, the captain of the St. Louis radiated resolve and pride. The ship might be lost, but the lives aboard were not. Not if he could help it. Rhodes saluted. "Aye, Captain. Be careful." He turned to 2 of his most trusted sailors. "Parker, Locke, you stay with the captain." With that, Rhodes led a squad into the flames, their silhouettes swallowed by smoke. Though the world around them burned, the captain had become a beacon of stability. His fearless leadership had earned the crew's unwavering trust. Even civilians began aiding the wounded, guided by his strength. Sato watched the scene unfold with growing admiration. "I didn't expect this much backbone from him," he muttered, then nodded firmly. "All right, I'll help too." There was no time to hesitate. Mudkup, Wingull, use water gun to hold back the flames. Growlithe, into the fire. Find anyone who needs help. He released his team, each Pokémon leaping into action. Growlithe charged ahead fearlessly, its flash fire ability rendering the searing heat harmless. With a nose sharp enough to sniff out even faint traces of life, it began scouring the deck for survivors. Together, Sato's Pokémon became a mobile rescue team. Mudkup and Wingull doused flare-ups. Growlithe returned again and again, dragging or barking at unconscious passengers and Pokémon. Bellisum, summoned next, tended to the wounded with soothing aromatherapy and healing moves. Within minutes, Sato had saved 6 civilians and 3 Pokémon, bringing them back from the brink of death. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Their gratitude was genuine, but fleeting. Sato urged them to evacuate, and they obeyed without question. His effectiveness quickly drew attention. Other trainers took notice. One by one, they joined Sato's efforts, following his lead. With reinforcements, the pace of rescue accelerated, though Bellisum struggled to keep up with the rising number of injured. Then a familiar voice rang out. "Mr. Sato, let me assist you." Eileen emerged from the smoke, her hair matted with soot, her face determined. Behind her came Chansey and an Azumarill. Without another word, they began healing alongside Bellisum, easing the pain of dozens more. As the rescue effort swelled with unity and resolve, danger still loomed in the shadows. Hector and Mary moved silently through the burning ship. The crew's attention was focused on saving lives, and that made the captain vulnerable. Only a handful of guards remained by his side. The rest were scattered across the deck and corridors. "Sir," Shuji Ikeda whispered, his face streaked with ash, "should we strike now? If we delay, the ship might go down before we act." Hector stared at the old captain, who barked orders with a megaphone. His eyes narrowed, conflicted. This entire operation, the sabotage, the chaos, had been his plan. Yet, seeing the captain risk his life to save others, it stirred something uncomfortably human in him. Not guilt, just a grim awareness of the cost. He exhaled slowly. "No, not yet. But if we move now," Hector said, his tone low but sharp, "we'll turn every trainer on the ship against us. They'll see us not as saviors, but as monsters. His words struck hard. The younger operatives exchanged uneasy glances. They all knew the truth. The Alliance would never back them if things went wrong. As Night Division agents, they didn't exist on paper. If they failed, they'd be branded criminals, abandoned as scapegoats, and killed. Hector's voice lowered. I won't throw our lives away over a reckless gamble. But he turned to them, firelight reflecting in his eyes. The mission still matters. That stone tied to Kyogre, if it falls into the hands of Team Rocket, the results will be catastrophic. Entire regions could drown. We can't let that happen. The air around them shifted as Hector's words landed. We act not for glory, not for recognition, but for the greater good. The Alliance may disown us, but what we do here will still matter. We're not villains. We're the ones standing between this world and a disaster no one else sees coming. Silence followed. Then, slowly, his subordinates nodded, each one rekindled by the conviction in his voice. Yes, they told themselves, we are the righteous ones. And so, in the heart of a burning ship, the line between hero and villain blurred.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
As time passed, most of the St. Louis had already sunk into the sea. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for the entire ship to vanish beneath the waves. However, despite the ship's gradual sinking, the fire raging on the deck showed no signs of subsiding. On the contrary, the flames grew fiercer with the aid of the wind. Mr. Sato, let's go. It's been nearly 20 minutes since the fire broke out, and it's only getting worse. Even if there are people still inside, I'm afraid there's no saving them now. The sailors are already urging us to leave. If we don't go soon, they'll depart without us. A young trainer with a soot-covered face said to Sato, who was still searching the blazing inferno for survivors. The trainer glanced nervously at the intensifying flames around them, his expression filled with urgency. Aside from this young trainer, Eileen and 3 other trainers were also assisting Sato. Thanks to the efforts of their water and rock-type Pokémon, the group had managed to stay safe so far. However, after over 10 minutes of rescue operations, both the trainers and their Pokémon were reaching the limits of their stamina. If they continued any longer, their lives would be at serious risk. Hearing the young trainer's words, Eileen and the others turned their attention to Sato. In this rescue mission, Sato had undoubtedly contributed the most. His precise commands had led to the rescue of over 50 passengers, earning him great respect among the team. We'll give it a few more moments. If Growlithe doesn't find any more survivors, we'll leave, Sato said, nodding in acknowledgement while glancing at the escalating flames around them. His Golbat perched on his shoulder, was flapping its wings lightly. Using Golbat's echolocation and Growlithe's strong resistance to fire, Sato had managed to locate numerous survivors. With the help of Blossom, Eileen, and Urchancy, these survivors had been successfully escorted to safety. By now, most of the nearby survivors trapped in the flames had been rescued. Only those in more remote areas remained unaccounted for, and it was uncertain whether they were still alive. Sato had sent Growlithe to check one last time. Eileen and the others nodded silently, refraining from further discussion. They continued instructing their Pokémon to maintain the small safe zone amidst the sea of flames. Before long, Growlithe returned from the fire. His dejected expression and the shake of his head told Sato that he hadn't found any more survivors. Let's go. We've done all we can, Sato said with a heavy sigh, turning to the others, whose expressions mirrored his own somber mood. Eileen and the others were also deeply saddened by Growlithe's report. However, hearing Sato's words brought them some solace. They had done everything in their power, and their conscience was clear. Guided by Golbat and with their Pokémon clearing a path through the fire, Sato and his team finally made their way off the burning deck and boarded a small boat that had been waiting for them. Once everyone was aboard, the sailor manning the boat started the engine, quickly setting them toward the rest of the fleet, which had already moved some distance away. As the massive St. Louis continued its descent, its enormous frame gradually disappeared beneath the waves. Watching the magnificent cruise ship sink completely left Sato and the others with a deep sense of sorrow. It's all because of those weirdos who blew up the ship? If it weren't for them, the St. Louis would still be fine, and everyone would be safe and sound. Eileen fumed angrily, her emotions spilling over as she watched the ship disappear beneath the waves. As a naturally sensitive woman, Eileen couldn't hold back her frustration at the tragedy. Her words resonated with the others, who joined in to express their anger at Mary and the other culprits. Some even vowed that if they ever encountered them, they wouldn't let them off lightly. These people are lunatics, a highly organized and resourceful group of lunatics at that, Sato thought silently as he listened to his companions vent their fury. Just one of them, like that Shuji Ikeda, could easily take me down. If I want revenge, I'll need to bide my time and grow stronger first. Sato knew all too well that Mary and her group were far beyond what his companions could handle. Going up against them would be a death sentence. In fact, during the rescue operation, Growlithe had caught a trace of Mary and her associates. Among them was the very person who had attacked him before, the only one wrapped in bandages. Growlithe's incessant barking at her confirmed Sato's suspicions. She was indeed his target. When Sato received this information from Growlithe, his first instinct was to memorize his enemy's appearance. As for exacting revenge on the spot, he didn't even consider it. This bombing incident alone demonstrated just how ruthless and cunning Mary and her group were. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If Sato had exposed them then and there, it would have likely cost him his life. Of course, if that particular enemy had been acting alone, Sato might have attempted retaliation. But with Mary and Hector by her side at the time, he had no choice but to endure. Thanks to their speedboat, Sato and his group soon caught up with the main fleet ahead. The dozen or so small boats were packed with people, each wearing a somber expression. Many bowed their heads in silent mourning for the passengers who hadn't made it. Thanks to the efforts of the veteran captain, the rescue operation, and the St. Louis's thorough preparations for emergencies, the casualties in this maritime disaster were kept to a minimum. Over 90% of the passengers had survived. By now, it was past 4 p.m. When the St. Louis exploded, it was already nearing its final destination. The ship had sunk relatively close to the journey's endpoint, Lily Cove City, which wasn't far from Slateport City. After learning that the St. Louis was going to sink, the captain had immediately sent a distress signal to the nearby Lily Cove City. As a result, by the time Sato and the others caught up with the main fleet, rescue boats from the city were already arriving one after another. Finally, at around 6 p.m., Sato and the other survivors reached the shores of Lily Cove City in the Hone region. At the Pokémon Center's entrance, having finished restocking supplies, Sato stood with Eileen and the rest of the rescue team, bidding them farewell. "This is where we part ways. Meeting all of you has been an honor. If there's ever anything you need my help with, just contact me. Farewell, everyone," Sato said, exchanging contact information with the group. After shaking hands and exchanging hugs, Sato, accompanied by his Growlithe, set off on a new journey. Lily Cove City is currently the largest port city in the Hone region, rivaling Vermilion City in Kanto in terms of prosperity. Locals affectionately refer to it as the place where the land ends and the sea begins. After a turbulent journey aboard the St. Louis, Sato finally set foot on Hone soil, fulfilling his long-held wish. The 3-day voyage had been both thrilling and harrowing, and stepping onto solid ground once more gradually eased his apprehension and awe of the sea. After all, Sato had spent most of his life on land, and the ocean was still a foreign and intimidating frontier to him. Setting foot on Hone's vast continent for the first time, Sato naturally felt a spark of curiosity to explore this new land. However, he was painfully aware that he was still a pawn in someone else's game. With only 15 days remaining to complete his assigned task, time was not on his side. Upon arriving in Lily Cove City last night, Sato had no leisure to appreciate the local culture or scenery. Aside from immediately bringing his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center for comprehensive treatment, he focused on restocking supplies and getting some much-needed rest. At dawn, after bidding farewell to his companions, Sato set off down the concrete streets. Following directions from passersby, he quickly found his way to the ticket office at the Lily Cove City port. Despite the early hour, a long line had already formed at the ticket counter. As Hone's largest port city, Lily Cove also serves as the region's busiest maritime transit hub, drawing people from all over the world. The daily flow of passengers here is staggering. Recently, Hone had just weathered a typhoon season, and maritime transport had only just resumed. This prompted a surge of travelers scrambling to purchase tickets and reach their destinations as quickly as possible. However, with a limited number of transport ships available, the number of tickets sold each day was strictly controlled to prevent overcrowding and potential maritime disasters. Buying a ticket thus became a competition, where quick reflexes and persistence were key. In recent days, the ticket office line would start forming before dawn, with some dedicated scalpers even camping overnight to secure their spots. Thanks to his top 7 finish in the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament, Sato had earned a monetary reward despite not making it to the semifinals. Those who placed in the top 10 but outside the top 3 received their prizes early. As a result, Sato gained a windfall of 200,000 Poké from the contest. Combined with the 300,000 Poké he already had, he entered Lily Cove City with over 500,000 Poké in hand. However, that reward didn't stay in his pocket for long. After purchasing supplies at the local Pokémon store, his newfound wealth quickly dwindled. With his Pokémon thriving and undergoing rigorous training, their appetites had grown significantly. Adding Mudkup and Wingull, 2 notoriously big eaters, to his team had further increased his daily food expenses. The 200,000 Poké reward was barely enough to cover food for his 7 Pokémon for a month. If Sato didn't find a way to generate more income in the future, he worried he might not be able to afford caring for his growing team of Pokémon. The stark reality for many ordinary trainers was that they struggled to compete with wealthy trainers due to a lack of resources. The number of Pokémon a trainer could raise was often a telling indicator of their resources and potential. Every powerful trainer stood backed by a formidable roster of Pokémon. If a trainer relied solely on a few frequently used Pokémon, opponents could easily study and devise counters against their strategies. In such cases, defeat would be almost inevitable. Every powerful trainer typically has multiple Pokémon teams at their disposal. Don't assume that a trainer specializing in rock-type Pokémon only uses rock types. They might have a powerful grass-type team hidden up their sleeve. Currently, Sato only has 7 Pokémon. Excluding Ditto, which isn't well suited for battles, he effectively has 6 battlers. While this might seem like a lot to some, compared to veteran trainers who've been at it for years, Sato's Pokémon roster is barely a fraction of theirs. The lack of depth in his team is a significant challenge for Sato. However, for a trainer who's only recently started his journey, this issue is quite common. Solving this problem isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Sato will need at least 2 to 3 years of consistent effort to begin bridging the gap in team depth with seasoned trainers. Fortunately, Sato had woken up early to join the queue for tickets. After nearly an hour of waiting, he successfully purchased a ticket for the last ferry from Lily Cove City to Larao City. By the time it was his turn, the ticket he managed to buy was for the final trip of the day, scheduled to depart at 6 p.m. Sato also spent a small amount of money to learn from the ticket seller that, although Larao City is relatively close to Lily Cove City, the journey still takes over half a day. This is because the waters surrounding Larao City are filled with hidden reefs and whirlpools. Navigating safely through these hazards requires a winding route, significantly extending the travel time. Initially, Sato had planned to set sail in the morning and arrive in Larao City by evening. However, this plan was no longer feasible. At least I got a ticket. Arriving late isn't a big deal. I definitely need to train a large flying-type Pokémon someday. It would make travel so much easier, Sato thought, looking at the hard-earned ticket in his hand. Although Golbat can carry him for short flights, it's currently incapable of long-distance travel over the sea. Perhaps when it evolves into Crobat, long-haul flights might become possible. Left with no other choice, Sato decided to leave the port and head into the city. Since he couldn't leave Lily Cove City right away, he figured he might as well take the time to experience the local culture. Of course, battling trainers from Hoenn was also on Sato's to-do list. After all, a trainer who doesn't enjoy Pokémon battles isn't a true trainer. As it turned out, Sato didn't have to look far. The moment he and Growlithe entered the city, a few local trainers approached him for a battle. Growlithe was primarily native to the Kanto and Johto regions, making it a rare sight in other areas. Coupled with Sato's distinctly Kanto-style appearance, the more experienced local trainers immediately recognized him as someone from another region. Excited by the prospect of a challenge, they couldn't resist testing their skills against him. I'm a Kanto trainer, here to take on challengers from Hoenn. I suppose this isn't exactly invading someone's turf, Sato thought with a slight smile as he looked at the trainers in front of him. He then reached for a Pokeball on his belt, ready to accept the challenge. The first trainer to block Sato's path on the street was a boy about 7 or 8 years old. His skin was tanned, and he was wearing only a pair of camouflage swim trunks, with swim goggles and a bathing cap on his head. He carried a Wingull-themed inflatable swim ring, making him the quintessential swimmer boy. Trailing behind him were 3 other kids around the same age, dressed similarly. They seemed like a group of friends heading to the beach for a swim. Big brother, you must be from another region, right? Your Growlithe looks so strong. Can you battle us with your Pokémon? If one of us wins, will you let your Growlithe play with us? The swimmer boy, AJ, looked at Growlithe with envy. He wanted to pet it but didn't dare to, so he eagerly asked Sato instead. Indeed, it wasn't Sato himself that attracted attention, but his Growlithe. Having been raised exceptionally well, this Growlithe was not only larger than average but also had a sleek and shiny coat. Its strikingly handsome and fluffy appearance naturally turned heads wherever it went. Just when I was looking for an opportunity to battle, it drops right into my lap. Seeing their outfits, Sato couldn't help but smile. These swimmer boys had come at the perfect time. His Pokémon could use some practice against these experience bags. Alright, let's have a Pokémon battle, Sato agreed, nodding with a kind smile. The swimmer boys were thrilled at his agreement. They eagerly led Sato to a nearby clearing marked with a basic Pokémon battle arena. Noticing the commotion, passers-by started gathering. Some, intrigued by the prospect of an early morning Pokémon battle, stopped to watch. Before long, a decent crowd had assembled around the battlefield. I'll go first? Big brother, you'd better be careful. I'm famous in Lily Cove City for my skills. Come on out, Corphish. Excited by the crowd of spectators, AJ's eyes sparkled as he decided to take the lead. Determined to put on a good show, he enthusiastically challenged Sato. In the next moment, a white light shot out from AJ's Pokeball, revealing a fierce-looking Corphish. Interesting. A Corphish with the adaptability ability, at level 23, and it even knows Swords Dance. Looks like AJ isn't just your average hobbyist trainer, Sato thought, narrowing his eyes as he activated his system's detection ability to gather details about the opponent's Pokémon. He glanced at AJ with a bit of surprise. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Corphish. Level, 23. Type, Water. Ability, Adaptability, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bubble, Vice Grip, Harden, Leer, Bubble Beam, Protect, Double Hit, Knockoff, Aqua Jet, Egg Move, Water Pulse, Tutor, Razor Shell, Tutor, Swords Dance, TM, Brick Break, TM, Scald, TM. Sato's mind began calculating as he analyzed the opponent's capabilities. It was clear this wouldn't be an ordinary battle. Let's do this, Nidoran. Get ready for battle. Though slightly impressed by AJ's capabilities, Sato had no intention of overwhelming him by using Golbat or Bellossom. Instead, he sent out his Nidoran, whose level was similar to that of Corphish, to ensure a fair fight. At the command of a swimmer boy acting as the referee, the battle between Sato and AJ officially began. At that moment, a blonde woman with a striking figure, wearing a white shirt over a swimsuit, arrived at the edge of the battlefield. She was accompanied by several children about the same age as AJ and his friends. The woman's fiery appearance caught the attention of some male spectators, but upon recognizing her identity and the icy glint in her eyes, they quickly averted their gazes and kept a safe distance. Well, you little brats? Skipping your scheduled time and battling Pokémon here instead? Just wait till I deal with you later. With her arms crossed, the blonde woman glared at the 4 swimmer boys on one side of the battlefield, her pretty face clouded with annoyance. However, she refrained from interrupting the match and quietly observed with the children accompanying her. Corphish, start with Aqua Jet. Take the lead, shouted AJ as soon as the battle commenced. In a flash, Corphish's eyes glinted fiercely, and its body was enveloped in water. Propelled by a powerful surge, it shot toward Nidoran like a torpedo. From the moment it entered the field, Nidoran had kept its eyes locked on Corphish. As Corphish moved, Nidoran's ears perked up, and sparks flickered from the horn on its forehead. When Corphish closed within 5 meters, a bolt of electricity surged from Nidoran's horn in an attempt to intercept. To Sato and Nidoran's surprise, Corphish reacted with incredible agility. By shifting the direction of its water propulsion midair, it executed a sharp turn, skillfully evading the thunderbolt. Use confusion to redirect the lightning. Sato's sharp reflexes allowed him to immediately issue a new command upon witnessing Corphish's impressive maneuver. The surprise in Nidoran's eyes quickly gave way to focus. A blue glow emanated from its eyes, and the stray thunderbolt became enveloped in psychic energy. Due to Corphish's abrupt change in trajectory, its attack had veered slightly off course, now far from Nidoran. However, its water propulsion continued to leave a long trail behind it. With Nidoran's psychic control, the redirected thunderbolt made an abrupt turn and struck the water trail behind Corphish. Water conducts electricity. In the next instant, Corphish found itself caught in the electric current, its body convulsing as it was sapped. Yet, Corphish's fierce gaze only grew sharper under the electric assault. With a determined cry, it opened its pincers and unleashed a barrage of bubble beam, the bubbles crackling with residual electricity as they flew toward Nidoran. Still recovering from the mental effort of redirecting Thunderbolt, Nidoran couldn't evade in time and was struck head-on by the electrified bubble beam. As the blue bubbles made contact, they detonated in a series of small explosions, sending Nidoran flying backward. A Nidoran that can use confusion, how rare. And AJ's Corphish is as ruthless as ever, not just to others but to itself too, the blonde woman mused, her expression intrigued. Resting her chin on her hand, she watched the battlefield, now obscured by thick black smoke from the explosions. When the smoke cleared, both Nidoran and Corphish reappeared, neither having fallen. The 2 Pokémon were locked in close combat. Nidoran's horn glowed with a brilliant purple light and extended several times its usual length. Meanwhile, Corphish held one claw in front of itself, shining with a metallic gleam, while its other claw, encased in swirling water, clashed fiercely against Nidoran's glowing horn. The battlefield turned into a melee as Nidoran fought like a warrior wielding a spear, launching relentless thrusts, while Corphish countered like a knight with a shield and sword. The 2 Pokémon exchanged furious blows in a dazzling display of skill and determination. Bang! The clash between Nidoran's poison jab and Corphish's crab hammer created a resounding explosion. The resulting shockwave sent both Pokémon flying a short distance backward. From the extent of their injuries, it was clear that Corphish had fared slightly better by using its other hardened pincer to absorb part of the impact from Nidoran's poison jab. Thunderbolt. Bubble Beam. As the 2 Pokémon were thrown back, Sato and AJ simultaneously issued new commands. In an instant, a golden bolt of lightning shot from the glowing horn on Nidoran's forehead, while Corphish opened its pincers to unleash 2 streams of bubble beam that merged into one and collided head-on with the thunderbolt. Despite the type disadvantage, Corphish's bubble beam held its ground against Thunderbolt thanks to its adaptability ability. To the surprise of onlookers, it didn't falter immediately but instead entered into a deadlock with the electric attack. However, type advantages are absolute. In the end, Thunderbolt overwhelmed the bubble beam, and the weakened electricity struck Corphish, leaving its charred body even more battered. Don't give up. While it can't use Thunderbolt for now, use Aqua Jet as propulsion and strike with Crab Hammer. Seeing his Corphish injured and staggering, AJ clenched his teeth and shouted encouragement. Hearing its trainer's words, Corphish's previously dazed expression sharpened. Its eyes gleamed fiercely, and a powerful jet of water erupted from behind it, propelling its battered body toward the equally exhausted and panting Nidoran. As it charged, Corphish's right pincer became enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, forming a water-imbued crab hammer aimed directly at Nidoran. AJ's insight surprised Sato. After unleashing a full-power thunderbolt, Nidoran indeed needed about a minute to regenerate its electric-type energy, a limitation of non-electric Pokémon using electric-type moves. Interesting. Use Double Kick combined with Poison Jab to counter head-on. Sato initially considered having Nidoran avoid the attack, but seeing the eager gleam in Nidoran's eyes, he quickly changed his mind. As Nidoran grew stronger, Sato had come to understand its preference for direct confrontations. From the moment it had stubbornly insisted on using its horn as the focus for poison jab back in Viridian Forest, Sato had recognized this trait. When it came to nurturing Pokémon, the best approach was to align with their instincts. Suppressing their nature would stifle their spirit, effectively ruining them. For Nidoran, Sato knew he had to guide it gradually, not forcefully. Nido. Hearing Sato's command, Nidoran's excitement surged. With a loud cry, its hind legs glowed white as Double Kick charged up. At the same time, its horn shone with a brilliant purple light, doubling in length as Poison Jab activated. With a powerful leap, Nidoran left deep imprints in the ground, transforming into a purple blur as it dashed toward the oncoming Corphish. The crowd watched in anticipation as the two Pokémon collided once more, their respective attacks meeting in a thunderous clash. Corphish's Crab Hammer against Nidoran's Poison Jab. Come on, Corphish. Beat them, Corphish. Don't give up, Nidoran. The spectators' cheers filled the air as the intense battle reached its peak. At this point, some of the spectators at the edge of the battlefield began cheering for their favorite Pokémon. Naturally, AJ had the home field advantage. Many people in the audience knew him and his Corphish, so they naturally sided with him. However, as the two Pokémon's attacks once again locked in a stalemate, some knowledgeable spectators believed Corphish's attack was about to be overpowered. How can this be? My Corphish is actually being beaten in a head-on clash? How is this Nidoran's move so powerful? Seeing Corphish's attack start to lose ground after a few seconds of deadlock with Nidoran's Poison Jab, AJ's face showed disbelief. Since obtaining Corphish, he had never seen another Pokémon outmatch it in direct combat. I see now. This Nidoran's ability is likely Hustle. No wonder AJ's Corphish with its adaptability lost the earlier clash. This Nidoran's potential is incredible. The blonde woman watched as Corphish fell back under the overwhelming power of Nidoran's move and was eventually sent flying. A look of realization crossed her eyes, and she gazed at Nidoran with renewed interest. Note, with the Hustle ability and Stab, same type attack bonus, Nidoran's Poison Jab reaches a power of 80 times 1.5 times 1.5 equals 180, while Corphish's Crab Hammer, boosted by adaptability, achieves a power of 75 times 2 equals 150. Note, adaptability increases Stab from 1.5 times to 2 times. Thud. Corphish's body hit the ground heavily, and this time, it was completely knocked out. No matter how much AJ called out to it, Corphish was unable to rise again in this battle. Nido. On the other side, the victorious Nidoran proudly lifted its head and let out an excited cry. Sparks of electricity flickered once more on its horn as it kept a sharp eye on the fallen opponent, ready to unleash Thunderbolt at the slightest movement. Corphish is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Nidoran. Although reluctant, AJ's friend adhered to standard Pokémon battle rules. After silently counting 10 seconds and confirming that Corphish couldn't get back up, he declared the result of the battle. Come back, Corphish. You fought bravely, well done. Hearing the outcome, AJ's face fell, visibly dejected. Still, he put on a brave front, jogging over to Corphish, comforting it with a few kind words before recalling it into its Pokeball. What an excellent battle. AJ, you're already so strong at such a young age. If you keep working hard, you'll undoubtedly become an outstanding trainer. As the victor, Sato approached AJ with Nidoran and Growlithe by his side. Showing sportsmanship, he extended his hand with a kind smile. Growlithe joined in, playfully pinning AJ down and licking his face. Yes, I'll keep working hard. My dream is to become a water-type Pokémon master, just like Master Juan. Haha hey, that tickles. AJ's earlier gloom vanished as he stroked Growlithe's fluffy fur, grinning while responding to Sato. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd erupted into applause at the friendly post-match exchange. The battle had been incredibly exciting and thoroughly entertaining for the spectators. Stop bragging? A lazy brat like you, who's always late, thinks he can become a water-type master like Juan? What a joke. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly interrupted. Upon hearing it, AJ, who had been playing with Growlithe, froze and visibly shuddered. As soon as the discordant voice sounded, everyone at the scene turned toward its source. The speaker was a blonde woman who stepped out from the crowd with her arms crossed. The blonde woman had skin as fair as milk, striking sea blue eyes, and golden straight hair with bangs, adorned with a beautiful starfish-shaped gemstone hair clip. She stood about 170 centimeters tall and had an incredibly curvaceous figure, with prominent curves accentuated perfectly. She wore a white shirt that covered her sensitive areas, but the fabric was somewhat translucent, creating a hazy allure. This caused many of the young men in the crowd to blush furiously. Unfortunately for them, the roughly 20-year-old blonde woman exuded a cold and commanding aura. Her demeanor was utterly frosty, and her queenly presence radiated confidence. She paid no attention to the admiring gazes from the surrounding men, maintaining an icy expression and offering not the slightest hint of acknowledgement. Good day, Miss Elsa. As soon as the blonde woman emerged from the crowd, AJ and the three other boys in swim trunks hurriedly scrambled to stand in a line before her. In unison, they greeted her, their faces filled with dread, looking as if they were mice in the presence of a cat. The commanding aura of the blonde woman immediately caught Sato's attention. Unlike most of the male crowd, he maintained his composure, observing her with a neutral expression instead of gawking. Teacher, this woman, Elsa, looks quite a bit like Wallace. Could she be related to him somehow? Sato's eyes briefly flickered with curiosity as he studied her features. Her resemblance to Wallace, whom he had met in Viridian City, was uncanny. Elsa appeared to be well known in the area. Her presence, along with the reaction of the boys in swim trunks, brought amused expressions to the faces of many locals, who quietly settled in to watch the drama unfold. So, do any of you have something to say to me? What did I tell you yesterday? You've really kept me waiting, Elsa said sternly, her pretty face cold as she addressed the 4 boys. Miss Elsa, we got lost, and then, on a whim, we ended up battling this big brother with our Pokémon, AJ replied. His small eyes darted around as he immediately put on a pitiful face, trying to explain. Yeah, the roads were so confusing. We got completely turned around, chimed in another boy. That's right, we got lost, echoed a third. Exactly, Miss Elsa, we lost our way. That's why we were late, added the 4th. The other 3 swim trunk boys quickly joined in, putting on similarly pitiful faces to corroborate AJ's excuse. They sounded as though their story might actually be true. However, their excuse was laughable. All of them were locals who had lived in the area their whole lives. Claiming they got lost was an absurd lie. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy sounds echoed through the air. Seeing that AJ and his friends were lying instead of admitting their mistakes, Elsa's expression turned icy. Without hesitation, she delivered a set of resounding blows to all 4 of them. Your training sessions will be doubled later as punishment for being late and lying, Elsa declared coolly after reprimanding the swim trunk boys, who were now crouching on the ground, clutching their heads adorned with smoldering bumps. Without sparing Sato a glance, she turned around and left with the children in tow, treating him like he was invisible. AJ and the others, resigned to their fate, had no choice but to follow Elsa. Their faces bore the despondent expression of those who had lost all hope. Elsa's abrupt arrival brought an end to the Pokémon battle between Sato and AJ. Soon, the previously lively battlefield became quiet and deserted. Hello, my name is Sato Kaede. Could you tell me who that woman, Elsa, is? Having his match interrupted and being completely ignored didn't sit entirely well with Sato, though he concealed his annoyance. Since he was new to Lilycove City and unfamiliar with the area, he decided not to make a fuss. Instead, he approached an elderly gentleman nearby to inquire politely. As the victor of the battle, Sato had earned the respect of those present. The elderly man turned out to be quite talkative and wasted no time sharing all he knew about Elsa. It turned out that Elsa was the current gym leader of the Lilycove gym and a water-type Pokémon specialist. Despite her aloof demeanor, she was known to be warm-hearted and often helped the city's residents free of charge, earning her great respect in Lilycove. The Lilycove gym had been delisted from the Pokémon League a year ago due to failing its gym evaluation. That same year, Elsa's father passed away in a tragic accident. Upon hearing the news, Elsa had rushed back from her travels around the world and was now dedicating herself to restoring the gym status. The elderly man also mentioned that Elsa had once been a cheerful and lively girl. However, after her father's death, she became the cold and stoic figure she was today. AJ and the other boys were Elsa's disciples, taken under her wing a few months ago. Since it was Friday, it was customary for Elsa to take them to the nearby sea cave for intensive practical training. The sea cave? Sir, could you tell me more about that place? Are there wild Pokémon living there? Hearing the words practical training, Sato's interest was piqued. His expression shifted as he eagerly questioned the elderly man. Yes, indeed. Many wild water-type Pokémon from the Hone region inhabit the sea cave. It's located at the easternmost end of Lilycove Beach and only becomes accessible during low tide. If you plan to go there, now is a good time. But remember, you must leave before 5 p.m., or the rising tide will completely flood the cave. Speaking of the sea cave, back in my day, The mention of the sea cave seemed to hit a nostalgic nerve for the elderly man, who perked up and began enthusiastically recounting his own adventures in the cave. He regaled Sato with story after story, proudly sharing his many exploits. Here, take this, young man. With this, you won't get lost in the sea cave. You should know, this is a map I created after countless trips into the cave. It's far more accurate than any other map you'll find. Half an hour later, an exasperated Sato finally finished listening to the elderly man's tales. Satisfied with his storytelling, the man pulled out a slightly yellowed map from his pocket and handed it to Sato. Thank you very much, sir. Sato accepted the map with a respectful expression. After expressing his gratitude, he quickly found an excuse to leave before the elderly man could dive into another round of stories. After bidding farewell to the elder, Sato immediately headed toward the sea cave. The location was one of the more renowned spots in Lilycove City and was thus relatively easy to find. By asking for directions, Sato quickly made his way to the beach where the sea cave was located. It was a little past 8 a.m., and the beach was sparsely populated. However, as Sato approached the sea cave, the number of trainers he encountered steadily increased. According to the elder's account of the place's many glories, the sea cave was a veritable treasure trove. It was home to numerous water-type Pokémon and offered an abundance of resources. For instance, valuable evolutionary stones like water stones were said to be found within. However, due to the heavy harvesting by trainers, water stones were no longer found in the outer areas of the cave. Only the perilous inner regions of the cave held the potential for discovering them. As long as the geographical features of the sea cave remained stable, the location would continue to produce water stones indefinitely, making it a coveted spot. The elder had provided Sato with a map of the sea cave, which revealed its vast expanse and complex, labyrinthine interior. Even with a map, it was easy to get lost. Those who failed to exit by 5 p.m. would face the danger of being submerged as the tide rose. Adding to the difficulty, the wild Pokémon in the cave were particularly aggressive. The deeper one ventured, the more powerful and hostile the Pokémon became. This made the inner areas of the sea cave extremely dangerous. Despite the risks, many trainers perished in the sea cave every year, a number that only continued to grow. The Pokémon League had no way to prohibit trainers from venturing into the cave. After all, the allure of wealth was irresistible. A single water stone could fetch an average of 2 million Poké on the black market. Acquiring 7 or 8 water stones in one trip could turn an ordinary trainer into a millionaire overnight. Thus, countless trainers continued to flock to the sea cave daily. After walking along the beach for about 7 or 8 minutes, Sato spotted a large cavern entrance nestled where the cliff face met the sand. Trainers, their belts adorned with pokeballs, were coming and going from the cavern. This was undoubtedly the entrance to the sea cave. Near the cave's entrance, there was a cluster of small stalls. Most of these were run by Lily Cove City's local residents, selling items like Pokémon medicines and the city's specialty Pokeball, the Lure Ball. In addition to the locals, some stalls were run by trainers, offering various strange items. Most were attractive blue minerals displayed soaking in water. Known locally as blue water stones, these minerals were byproducts of water stones. Unlike real water stones, blue water stones lacked the energy needed to trigger Pokémon evolution but contained water-type energy. The purer the stone's color, the more energy it contained. According to the Elder, high-quality blue water stones were key materials for crafting the rare item Mystic Water. Because of the energy they contained, blue water stones were excellent for aiding Pokémon in practicing water-type moves. They could also be used as makeshift dry ice, releasing energy when shattered to produce artificial rain. However, lower-quality stones lost their energy quickly when removed from water, while high-quality stones retained their energy indefinitely. Most of the blue water stones displayed at the stalls were of mid-quality, with few high-quality ones and none of the coveted top-grade stones. The latter were easy to recognize, boasting a purity rivaling the finest sapphires and emanating a faint blue energy. These were as valuable as water stones, often treated as rare gemstones. Besides selling blue water stones, some stalls offered rental services for Pokémon. However, these rentals were limited to 2 species, Chinjo and Volbeat/Illumis. The sea cave was dark and damp, necessitating a Pokémon capable of using Flash. Generation 7. Since Flash was a TM move and not readily available to most trainers, many relied on other means, such as Pokémon with natural luminescence. Chinjo and Volbeat/Illumis, which could emit light, were highly sought after by trainers exploring the sea cave. These Pokémon were essentially unlimited light sources as long as they had energy, providing illumination far superior to standard tools. Although the Elder had exaggerated some of his stories, his information about the sea cave proved invaluable. Sato quickly absorbed this wealth of knowledge, which allowed him to approach the cave with greater preparation. Although Sato had his own lighting equipment, he decided to opt for the better choice. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he immediately headed toward the stalls renting Chinjo and Volbeat/Illumis. In truth, these rental services were more akin to sales. With the sheer number of trainers entering the sea cave daily, many in search of water stones renting Pokémon posed a significant risk. If a trainer met with an accident inside, the rented Pokémon would likely never return. Aware of this, the Pokémon League turned a blind eye to the practice. As long as the transactions were limited to Chinjo and Volbeat/Illumis, they refrained from interference. However, selling other types of Pokémon without proper license or authorization resulted in severe punishment, with undercover League agents monitoring the area daily. This business of renting Chinjo and Volbeat/Illumis had a long history in Lily Cove City, fueled by the city's proximity to one of the region's largest wild Pokémon reserves. Over time, it had developed into a subtle yet thriving industry. The Pokémon offered for rental were primarily hatchlings raised through artificial means, ensuring they were docile and easy to command immediately upon purchase. Hey there, young man. You look like a newcomer? Come, I've got the most obedient Illumis and Chinjo here. Plus, the rental rates are super affordable, 200,000 Poké per Illumis and 240,000 Poké per Chinjo, said a bearded middle-aged man enthusiastically, pulling Sato over to inspect his selection of Pokémon. Don't listen to him, young man. He's a scammer who loves to rip off rookies like you. Come to me instead. My Volbeat rentals are just 180,000 Poké, and Chinjo rentals are 220,000 Poké, another vendor interjected. You call that cheap? I'll rent my Illumis and Volbeat for 160,000 Poké and my Chinjo for 200,000 Poké. Trust me, it's the best deal you'll find, a third vendor chimed in. Get lost? Your Illumis, Volbeat, and Chinjo look half-dead total rip-offs. Come check out mine, young man. These are freshly caught by me and are plump and healthy, argued yet another vendor. For these stall owners, trainers like Sato new to exploring the sea cavern were seen as gold mines. In truth, the Illumis, Volbeat, and Chinjo they rented out were mass-bred and barely leveled, averaging around level 5 or 6. This made their production costs incredibly low. Typically, the cost to raise an Illumis or Volbeat was about 10,000 Poké, while a Chinjo cost 12,000 Poké. selling or renting them out for 180,000 and 200,000 poke dollars, respectively, yielded exorbitant profits more than tenfold their investment. So, if they managed to rent even one Pokémon, they'd hit the jackpot. Naturally, this type of lucrative business attracted fierce competition, which is why, as soon as the bearded man made his offer, other vendors rushed in to steal the deal. Sato, however, was unfazed. With ample funds and his system's detection function, he was immune to others' attempts to sway him. Without much hesitation, he declined all recommendations and began leisurely inspecting the Illumis, Volbeat, and Chinjo at each stall. In both the games and anime, Illumis, Volbeat, and Chinjo were niche Pokémon, and Sato had little prior knowledge of them. However, he remembered some basic details about the two species. He was slightly interested in Illumis and Volbeat, primarily because of their hidden ability, Prankster. Prankster, this ability gives priority +1 to all status moves. The effects of Prankster were undeniably potent. In team battles, a Pokémon with this ability was a massive threat. Its debuffing status moves could feel like deadly arrows from the shadows, often leaving opponents with no path but defeat. A single Thunder Wave mid-battle could be devastating. However, this ability was Illumis and Volbeat's hidden ability, making it extraordinarily rare, perhaps 1 in 10,000. Sato quickly counted and found only around 200 Illumis/Volbeat across all the stalls. Unless he was exceedingly lucky, finding one with Prankster was nearly impossible. That said, this was just a hope. Even without it, Sato wasn't too concerned. Illumis/Volbeat were simply too niche, with limited potential. In terms of roles, if compared to a champion in League of Legends, it was akin to an early-game hero. As Sato's strength grew, his battles would inevitably become tougher. By then, opponents would likely have Pokémon equipped with moves like Taunt or Safeguard. A Taunt alone would render a Prankster-boosted Illumis or Volbeat almost useless. Note, unfortunately, Illumis/Volbeat cannot learn Taunt, so it lacks effective counterplay options. After inspecting the vendors' stalls, Sato confirmed that none of the Illumis or Volbeat had the Prankster ability. Most of them were low-quality Pokémon, and their levels barely reached single digits. On the other hand, he found two Chinjo that seemed promising. One even had the hidden ability Water Absorb. Their details were as follows. Pokémon, Chinjo, number 1. Level, 8. Type, Water/Electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Gender, female. Known moves, Bubble, Supersonic, Thunder Wave, Shock Wave, Egg Move, Whirlpool, Tutor. Pokémon, Chinjo, number 2. Level, 7. Type, Water/Electric. Ability, Water Absorb. Hidden ability. Gender, female. Moves, Bubble, Supersonic, Thunder Wave, Agility, Egg Move. Based on an elder's description of the sea cavern, Chinjo with its water/electric typing was the ideal choice for exploration. In water, Chinjo was practically a dominant force, especially one with the Water Absorb ability, which turned it into a nightmare for water-type Pokémon. Water Absorb, the Pokémon restores 25% of its maximum HP when hit by a water-type move. Weighing the pros and cons, Sato ultimately chose the Chinjo with Water Absorb. His purpose in the sea cavern was to train his Pokémon. Though the Chinjo with Volt Absorb had the excellent move Shock Wave, Sato didn't need Chinjo to battle. This trip was meant for training Nidoran and Mudkup, two Pokémon he planned to make core members of his team. In a place like the sea cavern, teaming with water-type Pokémon, a Water Absorb Chinjo was undoubtedly the better choice. It could serve as a guiding light in the dark caverns, with the added bonus of excellent survivability. Sato could already envision the challenges ahead. In the pitch-black sea cavern, Chinjo, as the main source of light, would inevitably become the prime target for hidden water types. At that moment, its water absorbability would shine, allowing it to thrive no matter how many water moves were hurled its way. This is practically an endlessly reusable guiding lantern, at least within this cavern, Sato thought with a smile, staring at the small Chinjo in the pool before him. After a heated round of bargaining with the vendor, Sato finally rented the water-absorbed Chinjo for 160,000 poke dollars. With that, the Chinjo was now entirely his. The Chinjo was very obedient and docile. After Sato offered it a can of premium water-type Pokémon food, it immediately perked up and lit the two lanterns on its body, dispelling part of the darkness in the sea cavern for Sato and his companions. Under Chinku's glow, Sato proceeded through the sea cavern with Nidoran, Mudkup, and Golbat. They hadn't gone far when a dozen Zubat hanging from the cavern ceiling angrily attacked them. The sea cavern was damp and dark, attracting Pokémon that thrived in such environments, such as the widely distributed Zubat family. Additionally, because many had perished in the sea cavern over the years, numerous ghost-type Pokémon were born or drawn to the area. Due to the cavern's geographical conditions, the Zubat family residing here would retreat before 5 a.m. each day. Adventurers could even estimate the time by observing the Zubat's behavior. As expected, the Lightaverse Zubat immediately targeted the Chinjo at the forefront of Sato's party. Frightened, the Chinjo quickly hid behind Sato and the others. The Zubat were low level, with the highest being level 13. Nidoran, now level 21, unleashed Thunderbolt, instantly taking down most of them. Mudkup followed up with Water Gun, finishing off the remaining few higher-leveled Zubat. The sudden battle ended swiftly. The remaining Zubat, who had initially been eager to attack, froze in place after seeing their companions defeated with ease. Golbat's presence, combined with the intimidating aura briefly exuded by it, left the remaining Zubat trembling, unwilling to provoke such a powerful kin. According to the map given by the old man, the sea cavern had 3 routes. Only the middle route led to the cavern's depths, while the other 2 were dead ends with shorter paths. Sato had come to the sea cavern to train his Pokémon, not to hunt for treasure. Moreover, he needed to reach the harbor by 6 a.m. to catch his ship. After some deliberation, he decided to take the far left route on the map. The map provided by the old man was detailed, marking the distribution of various Pokémon. The far left route featured 3 major Pokémon groups. The first was a school of Carve. These aggressive Pokémon inhabited the route's first half. They were so territorial that they would leap out of the water to attack any creature nearby, even if it wasn't in the water. Note, Carve can be likened to piranhas in the Pokémon world. They are fearsome creatures that evolve into Sharpedo. One reason Sato chose this route was because of the Carve school. According to the old man, these Carve were an invasive species in the sea cavern. With no natural predators here, the fiercely territorial Carve began reproducing uncontrollably, disrupting the cavern's ecosystem. Fortunately, the Pokémon groups in the cavern's deeper sections were strong, and the original residents resisted the Carve presence. As a result, the Carve were limited to specific areas in the cavern's first half. From the old man's description, the Carve were a scourge of the sea cavern. He hoped Sato could help thin their numbers and curb their proliferation. To protect the ecosystem, the League also periodically dispatched teams to cull these Pokémon, whose reproduction rates rivaled even those of Magikarp. The second major group was a colony of Corphish. These Pokémon were far less aggressive than Carve and were the primary force opposing the Carve on this route. Covered in sturdy armor, Corphish were unafraid of Carve sharp teeth. Although their numbers were fewer, their individual strength surpassed that of the Carve. At the same level, one Corphish could take on 3 Carve simultaneously. Additionally, smaller groups of Kingler and Shelder shared territory with the Corphish in the middle section of the route, acting as vassals to the Corphish colony. The third major group was a population of Sturyu. Due to the sea cavern's abundance of water stones, many water-type Pokémon requiring these stones for evolution were drawn here, including the Sturyu species, typically found in deep-sea habitats. The Sturyu inhabited the latter half of the left route, where the terrain dipped and the water deepened. Unlike their deep-sea counterparts, these Sturyu preferred clinging to the cavern's damp walls, camouflaging themselves with their natural coloration. Fortunately, the Sturyu were not particularly aggressive. However, if reckless adventurers harmed them while searching for water stones, the Sturyu would retaliate fiercely. Aside from these 3 major groups, other water-type Pokémon such as Marill, Quillfish, and Remoraid were scattered along the left route. Since Sato chose the left route, he encountered far fewer trainers. Most had opted for the middle route, which led to the cavern's depths. As the map indicated, Carve dominated the first half of the left route. Sato and his team had only just entered the area when 6 ferocious-looking Carve leaped from the water, their razor-sharp jaws snapping toward them. Carve attack stats were formidable, but their defensive and health stats were abysmal, making them fragile. As such, they often relied on ambush tactics to attack creatures near the water's edge. Unfortunately for them, Golbat's radar-like senses rendered their ambush futile. Before Golbat could even warn the group of the impending attack, Nidoran and Mudkup had already struck the 6 Carve mid-leap. Nidoran's Thunderbolt instantly defeated 4 level 12 Carve, while Mudkup used its immense strength and tackle to send the remaining 2 flying like cannonballs. Not bad, Mudkup. That fin on your head is an excellent sensor. You noticed the movement in the water even before Golbat did, Sato said with a slight smile, watching Mudkup playfully interacting with Nidoran. Sato had clearly observed the sequence of events. Even before the Carve had launched their ambush, Mudcup's fin had twitched and pointed toward their location, allowing it to alert Nidoran in time to counter with Thunderbolt. Through the battles with the Zubat at the entrance and the current battles with the Carve, Nidoran, whose level was slightly higher than these Pokémon, experienced no noticeable change in level. However, Mudkup, at level 12, showed significant progress. Although most of the enemies were defeated by Nidoran, Mudkup clearly gained some battle experience as well. Mudcup's level had now reached 13, and by Sato's estimation, it wasn't far from level 14. The Carve living in the first section of Route 1 were exceedingly aggressive. Even after 6 of their companions were defeated, they showed no signs of fear towards Sato and his team. Instead, their ferocity was provoked further. As the 6 Carve fell, another 6 leaped out of the water. This time, all 6 Carve were at level 13 and knew the move Aqua Jet. Their surprise attack using this move was far fiercer than the assault from the previous group. Moreover, these 6 Carve seemed to have singled out Sato, the weaker human, as their target, launching their attacks directly at him. Unfortunately for the Carve, they picked the wrong fight. Golbat, perched on Sato's shoulder, narrowed its eyes coldly. Its right wing glowed with flying-type energy before it unleashed a powerful gust forward. In an instant, a gale comparable to level 9 winds formed, scattering the attacking Carve. At that moment, Nidoran's Thunderbolt and Mudcup's water gun struck them squarely. Nidoran's Thunderbolt left the 6 Carve barely conscious, and Mudcup's water gun finished them off, defeating all 6. This time, the Carve in the water seemed to have learned their lesson. They no longer leaped out of the water to attack but instead encircled the natural stone bridge spanning the water. Their crimson eyes locked onto Sato from the other side, waiting for him to cross. They're planning to ambush me once I step onto the bridge. These Carvenha are not only fierce but also quite clever. If they knock me into the water, I'll be stripped to the bone in no time, Sato thought grimly, observing their movements. What a vicious bunch of Pokémon. Since you've decided to mess with me, I won't hold back either. Sato glanced at the 12 defeated Carvenha lying on the shore, their bodies oozing blood. A thought struck him, and his eyes turned cold. Pulling out the sharp hunting knife he had used in Viridian Forest, Sato mercilessly slashed each of the 12 Carvenha. Against Pokémon that sought his life, he showed no mercy either. The blood of the 12 Carvenha pooled on the ground, its scent thick in the air. The blood trickled into the water, dyeing the surface near the shore red. At that moment, the Carvenha in the water, which had been lying in wait, reacted as if they had consumed a potent stimulant. Their eyes turned blood red, and they began leaping out of the water. However, their target this time wasn't Sato or his team but the 12 bleeding Carvenha on the shore. Nidoran, Thunderbolt, Mudkup, use Mud Slap. Seeing dozens of blood-eyed Carvenha leap from the water, Sato retreated with his Pokémon and commanded their counterattack. This time, the number of Carvenha was overwhelming, and their levels averaged around 12. Nidoran's Thunderbolt weakened them significantly, but none were knocked out due to the attack's distribution among so many targets. Mudkup opened its mouth, spitting out numerous fist-sized mud balls. These mud slap attacks landed precisely on the blood-eyed Carvenha, covering their heads in a sticky layer of mud. With their vision severely impaired, the Carvenha flailed blindly on the ground, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Mud Slap, a ground-type special move with 20 power, has a 100% chance to lower the target's accuracy by 1 stage. Nidoran needed about a minute to recharge Thunderbolt, so Mudkup became the main attacker during that time, continuing to use Mud Slap against the frenzied Carvenha. As the mud accumulated, the Carvenha were soon covered completely, becoming clumsy mudfish struggling helplessly on dry land. A few Carvenha, however, managed to use Aqua Jet cleverly, washing away most of the mud on their bodies with the water they propelled. Still, their numbers were too few. By the time Nidoran's horn began sparking again, it unleashed another Thunderbolt, electrocuting all the Carvenha on the shore. Some even emitted a faintly charred smell. The battlefield stench of blood was soon masked by the earthy scent of Mudcup's attacks. The Carvenha in the water, sensing the danger, hesitated and calmed down. But Sato, now fully aware of the Carvenha's bloodthirsty nature, wasn't about to let them off easily. After allowing Nidoran and Mudkup to rest briefly, he repeated his tactic, slashing the defeated Carvenha to draw out more. This time, Sato was more deliberate, drawing blood from only 6 Carvenha. The scent attracted 8 blood-eyed Carvenha from the water. Through 3 waves of battles, Nidoran and Mudcup's teamwork had noticeably improved. Nidoran, with Thunderbolt, acted as the main attacker, while Mudkup, with Mud Slap, disrupted and hindered the enemy. Together, they swiftly defeated the 8 blood-eyed Carvenha. Sato continued using the same strategy, baiting and defeating the Carvenha repeatedly over the next 2 hours. The number of fallen Carvenha on the shore grew, while fewer and fewer remained near the stone bridge. Through this bloody battle, both Nidoran and Mudkup underwent a transformation. Like seasoned soldiers who had seen war, they shed their naivete, becoming more mature. A palpable aura of subtle killing intent began to radiate from them. Finally, when the last few Carvenha retreated, recognizing the danger posed by the creatures on the shore, a white light enveloped Mudkup. The battles with the Carvenha had significantly boosted their levels. Nidoran gained 3 levels, reaching level 24. Mudkup, however, experienced explosive growth, jumping to level 18. Now, with the battle against the Carvenha over, the long-restrained light of evolution finally began to shine on its body. Sato did not attempt to stop Mudcup's evolution. Compared to Nidoran and Growlithe, Mudkup was much older and had already built a solid foundation. Evolving now, after its recent level up, was undoubtedly a good thing. As Mudcup's body became enveloped in the white glow of evolution, the light outshone Shinku's luminescence. For a moment, the surrounding area was as bright as day. Gradually, Mudcup's form began to transform within the evolution light. Finally, the previously puppy-sized Mudkup evolved into a Marshtomp, now comparable in size to half a grown man. Marshtomp's evolution brought a dramatic change to its appearance. Its once deep blue skin became light blue, while its head and tail fins turned black. Its posterior limbs grew noticeably thick and powerful, allowing it to stand upright on land. Meanwhile, its now liberated forelimbs transformed into 2 strong hands. After briefly adjusting to its new body, Marshtomp clenched its fists tightly and struck a pose reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, raising its leg and stomping the ground. In the next instant, boom, boom. With these 2 sounds, the ground beneath Sato and his group shook violently, as if the entire cave had trembled slightly. Marshtomp's newfound strength after its evolution was evident, particularly in its muscular legs. The once sturdy ground now bore 2 deep footprints where it had stomped, surrounded by a web of cracks. Marshtomp let out a delighted cry, clearly pleased with its new body and power. Then, its eyes flickered with curiosity and Sato's astonished gaze. It raised its right hand, and a cold energy began to rapidly coalesce around it. Bang! When the icy blue energy reached a certain intensity, Marshtomp slammed its fist forcefully into the ground. The cave floor trembled once more, accompanied by a resounding crash. Around the point of impact, the wet ground became coated in a thin layer of frost. That's Ice Punch. What's going on? Marshtomp's previous data didn't include this move, Sato muttered, his mind brimming with confusion. Using his system's scanning ability, he analyzed the newly evolved Marshtomp. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Marshtomp. Level, 19. Type, Water/Ground. Ability, Damp, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Slap, Foresight, Endure, Mud Shot, Refresh, Egg Move, Mirror Coat, Egg Move, Ice Punch, Tutor, Hidden Power, Flying Type, TM, Protect, TM. Originally, there were no tutor moves, but now, Ice Punch has appeared there. Tutor moves can only be learned through another Pokémon's teaching or through self-realization. This must mean Marshtomp learned it on its own, Sato thought, his eyes lighting up. He looked at Marshtomp anew, as though it were a rare treasure. Feeling Sato's intense gaze, Marshtomp grew uneasy and quickly covered its face with its hands. A Pokémon capable of learning moves on its own was undoubtedly gifted. Marshtomp's situation reminded Sato of Bellossom, who had similarly learned grassy terrain upon evolving. Forget it. Let the Pokémon professors figure out these profound mysteries, Sato eventually muttered. Though he felt he was close to uncovering something, his thoughts remained clouded, as though veiled by a thin shroud. After pondering for some time, he sensibly chose to let the matter go. Rewind to 4 a.m. While Sato was still sound asleep in the Pokémon Center, a small fishing boat docked at Slateport City's pier. Inside the boat's cabin were two individuals dressed as fishermen, an older man and a younger one who appeared to be father and son. However, if Sato had been there, he would have immediately recognized them. These two seemingly ordinary fishermen were none other than the old captain and Rhodes, whom Sato had not seen since leaving the St. Louis. The St. Louis did not belong to the old captain personally, it was property of Team Rocket. Its sinking, along with its valuable cargo, caused massive financial losses for Team Rocket. As a result, the old captain and Rhodes, both key figures aboard the ship, were held accountable. After delivering the mission's goods to Team Rocket's Slateport City base, their Pokémon were confiscated, and they were demoted to the lowest ranks, forced to work as fishermen at the pier. Back in the cabin, the two men busied themselves, hauling crates of frozen fish from the boat's cold storage. Outside, several burly, shirtless sailors helped carry the fish ashore. On the dock, a truck waited with a few young laborers who loaded the fish into its cargo hold. Fishing and selling to fishmongers was a routine sight in Slateport City, a bustling port town. At this hour, no fewer than a dozen similar transactions were underway. Soon, the old captain and Rhodes finished unloading their catch. At that moment, a blond man, who had been sitting in the truck's driver's seat, entered the cabin. "Greetings, Master Surge," the old captain and Rhodes said simultaneously, their faces paling as they dropped to their knees in deference to the blond man. The St. Louis destruction had caused immense losses for Team Rocket. Despite their demotion, the two had feared repercussions from their former superior, Lieutenant Surge, who now stood before them. Lieutenant Surge, officially the Vermilion City gym leader, was in truth a regional Team Rocket executive. Known for his ruthless nature, he was infamous for showing no mercy to those who failed him. Lieutenant Surge said nothing. Sitting down on a chair, he crossed his legs and stared coldly at the two kneeling men. His icy blue eyes radiated an aura of murder and domination, filling the cabin with an oppressive atmosphere. "I was scolded by the boss today, and I'm humiliated. I was tempted to kill you both, but since the boss spared your lives, I'll give you a chance. Use this to track down the rats who sank the St. Louis. Bring me their heads within 2 days, or I'll personally send you on your way," Lieutenant Surge said, his voice cold and unforgiving. He tossed a small box at their feet before turning and leaving. Moments after his departure, two sailors entered the cabin, leaving behind 2 belts loaded with pokeballs. They departed without uttering a word, leaving the old captain and Rhodes stunned. The two men exchanged glances, picking up the box and belts. In each other's eyes, they saw a mix of despair and faint hope. Unknowingly, time had already reached noon. In the sea cave, where Sato and his team had been happily battling and training Pokémon, they decided to pause and enjoy their lunch on a relatively dry patch of ground. Sato had entered the sea cave around 8 a.m., and over the course of more than 3 hours, his efforts had yielded substantial results. Thanks to the ample supply of Pokeblocks he carried and the presence of his healer Pokémon, Bellossom, the battle endurance of Nidoran and Marshtomp was significantly prolonged. After facing off against a large number of wild Pokémon, both Pokémon made remarkable progress. Currently, Nidoran had reached level 25, while Marshtomp advanced to level 23. It was worth noting that Chinjo, who had mostly been in the background during battles, managed to reach level 10 by frequently using Thunder Wave to assist. With her recent learning of the electric-type move Electro Ball, her contribution became somewhat more noticeable. However, as Nidoran and Marshtomp's levels increased, the experience they gained from battling wild Pokémon in the area diminished significantly. The rate of their level progression slowed to a crawl. Furthermore, with their growing reputation, even the more aggressive wild Pokémon in the area now chose to flee at the sight of Sato and his team. After all, a name precedes its owner. Nidoran and Marshtomp had repeatedly triumphed over the wild Pokémon in the area, instilling fear in the local Pokémon population. "Looks like we can't stay on the first route any longer," The wild Pokémon here are all avoiding us now, Sato thought with a hint of frustration as he observed the eerily quiet surroundings. Currently, Sato was on the latter half of the first route. He had initially anticipated a warm welcome from the Staryu in this area. However, it seemed their exploits in the earlier segments of the route had earned them a formidable reputation. Upon reaching the latter half, he could no longer find any Staryu in sight. Using his system's detection ability, Sato knew that even if the Staryu were camouflaged with their natural colors, he would have spotted them. Yet, not a single Staryu was present on the nearby walls or ground. What he did notice, however, was a single Duskull attempting to remain hidden while peeking at them. Its glowing eyes were fixed hungrily on the Pokémon food in Nidoran and Marshtomp's dishes. Among the food, Duskull seemed particularly fixated on Marshtomp's portion. The reason was obvious: Marshtomp, having recently evolved, had grown significantly larger and stronger. Naturally, his appetite had increased as well. The mountain of Pokémon food in his bowl was clearly tempting the Duskull. Sato had replaced Marshtomp's previous dish with a larger food bowl due to his increased appetite. Marshtomp now required at least 7 cans of Pokémon food per meal to feel satisfied, making him an undisputed big eater. Despite Marshtomp's immense appetite, Sato felt nothing but satisfaction. Marshtomp's strength after evolving had astounded him. Unlike his Mudkup stage, when he relied on all fours to move, Marshtomp's freed-up hands now allowed him to fully wield his tremendous strength. Armed with his raw power and the recently learned Ice Punch, Marshtomp could confidently take on groups of Corphish of similar level. Most of the Corphish were sent flying with a single punch, their tough shells even showing cracks after the blows. During the middle section of the first route, Nidoran rarely had to take the lead. Marshtomp dominated, and even the aggressive Corphish and Kingler in the area were subdued by his iron fists. As Marshtomp finished the last bit of food in his oversized bowl, the drooling Duskull didn't dare approach to steal any. After receiving a sharp glare from Golbat, it scurried away in defeat. After a brief post-lunch rest, Sato set out again with his Pokémon. Instead of leaving the latter half of the route immediately, he decided to continue onward. Listening patiently to the elders' stories had proven fruitful. Based on one of the tales, the end of the first route led to a series of water pools. One of these pools was said to connect to a mysterious cave within the sea cave. Unfortunately, when the elder mentioned this mysterious cave, he abruptly changed the subject. Despite Sato's efforts to pry for more details later, the elder avoided the topic and refused to elaborate. Noticing this anomaly, Sato quickly deduced that the elder had accidentally revealed more than he intended. To avoid pushing further, Sato dropped the subject. Now, driven by his curiosity, Sato smoothly made his way to the end of the first route. A series of water pools, varying in size, appeared before him. After a quick count, Sato noted that there were 15 pools in total. However, since the elder hadn't specified which pool connected to the mysterious cave, Sato felt a headache coming on. Using trial and error to explore each pool would likely take several hours. It was already 12:35 p.m., leaving him with just over 4 hours to remain in the area. He didn't have the luxury of spending so much time here. As Sato contemplated turning back, movement in one of the pools caught his attention. Bubbles rose to the surface, as though something was about to emerge. Moments later, a blue head surfaced from the water, followed by a Lapras carrying 6 children on its back. However, Sato's expression quickly turned grim. The Lapras was severely injured, with deep wounds across its body. As soon as it surfaced, it seemed to run out of strength and fainted. Among the 6 children on Lapras's back, 5 were unconscious and visibly injured. The remaining conscious child was AJ, whom Sato had battled earlier. AJ's face was pale, with small purple spots on his skin and bluish lips, a clear sign of poisoning. AJ, what on earth happened? And where is your teacher, Elsa? Sato hurried over upon recognizing AJ and released Bellossom to treat their injuries. Under Bellossom's grassy terrain, the poison in AJ's system was quickly neutralized, and his complexion regained some color. You're Mr. Sato? Please, hurry and save Miss Elsa. She's fighting 3 bad people right now. They're really strong and despicable, and she's no match for them. Lapras isn't by her side anymore because she used it to get us out of there, AJ cried out desperately, his consciousness now fully restored. I understand. I'll agree to your request. But I can't leave just yet. First, let my Pokémon heal you. If anything were to happen to you, it would be an insult to your teacher Elsa's life-saving efforts. Seeing AJ sobbing uncontrollably, Sato reluctantly agreed, saying something reassuring to calm his overly emotional state. Really? Thank you, big brother Sato. You're such a good person, a truly great person. Hearing this, AJ's small eyes lit up with joy, and his tears gave way to a smile as his emotions began to stabilize. Sato's face twitched slightly at AJ's words, and he chuckled silently to himself. Truthfully, Sato didn't want to get involved in this mess. Elsa, as a gym leader, even if unofficially now, was the daughter of the former gym leader of Lily Cove City. She must have inherited her father's Pokémon and his experience as a trainer. Note, a trainer's inheritance typically includes Pokémon and insights on training them. This meant Elsa's Pokémon were undoubtedly strong. The fact that she was now caught in a life-threatening situation suggested her enemies were equally formidable. Sato had never battled a gym leader before, but he assumed their true strength, while not on par with an Elite Four trainer, would still be far beyond the reach of an ordinary trainer. Sato currently had 2 level 34 Pokémon. Defeating a gym leader going all out was almost impossible for him. Supporting Elsa in her predicament was an exceptionally dangerous endeavor. Sato had no personal connection to Elsa, and risking his life for her wasn't something he was eager to do. However, having already agreed to AJ's plea, backing out now was not something that he'd do voluntarily. Of course, Sato's willingness to help wasn't just due to AJ's request. He also felt a sense of respect for Elsa. Anyone willing to risk their life to save these children must be a genuinely kind-hearted person. It would be a tremendous pity for someone like her to die here. If he could help, Sato was willing to lend a hand. Elsa was someone worth befriending and saving. Moreover, Sato was deeply curious about why Elsa and AJ had been attacked in the first place. If his guess was correct, the pool from which Lapras had brought AJ and the others likely led to the mysterious cave. Sato's curiosity about this cave was growing stronger, and he had a feeling there might be significant rewards waiting for him inside. After all, great rewards often came with great risks. Before long, under Sato's gentle questioning, AJ, now relying on him for support, spilled everything he knew. It turned out that Elsa had brought AJ and the other students to Route 1, a place with relatively low-level wild Pokémon, for training. She also intended to help evolve the Pokémon of 2 students who needed water stones for their evolutions. The secret of the mysterious cave wasn't exclusive to the old man. Elsa's father had once explored the cave and discovered water stones there. Thus, Elsa was well aware of the cave's potential to yield water stones. However, for some reason, news of her plans to find water stones for her students had leaked. When Elsa and her group located the water stones in the cave, their enemies, who had been trailing them, showed up. Interestingly, this time, Elsa and her students had discovered a cache of 18 water stones of various sizes. Regardless of their quality, such a large number of water stones represented a massive fortune. In essence, what Elsa and her students encountered was a classic case of robbery and murder over treasures in the wild. 18 water stones? No wonder, wealth stirs the hearts of men. If it were just 1 or 2, those people might have hesitated and resorted to threats. But with the temptation of 18 water stones, even if the person blocking them were an elite 4-level trainer, they'd dare to attack. Hearing AJ's account, Sato's expression changed repeatedly before he finally took a deep breath and regained his composure. In the wild, the most dangerous creatures weren't wild Pokémon but greedy humans. The appearance of 18 water stones guaranteed an irreconcilable conflict between Elsa's group and their enemies. This was the Sea Cavern, a place where countless people had perished in pursuit of wealth. A few deaths here daily were nothing unusual. If Elsa and her students died here, it would simply be another statistic. Once the tide swept over the Sea Cavern, all traces of crime would be erased. This place was a criminal's paradise. The 3 attackers targeting Elsa's group intended to take advantage of this. To claim the fortune of 18 water stones without anyone finding out, they had to kill every witness. If word spread, the water stones they had barely warmed in their hands would quickly become someone else's. AJ and the others were fortunate to have encountered Sato. Otherwise, with their severe injuries and poisoning, escaping the Sea Cavern safely would have been impossible. Once Elsa was defeated by the attackers, they too would lose their lives. Thanks to Bellossom's healer ability and the effects of grassy terrain, the poison and injuries of AJ, his friends, and Lapras quickly healed. They all woke up one by one. Elsa's chosen disciples were all kind-hearted children. As soon as they regained consciousness, they cried and begged Sato to rescue Elsa, just like AJ had. Don't worry, I'll go support your teacher Elsa. But I have one condition, you must all stay here and not wander off. Can you promise me that? Seeing the 6 children tearfully pleading with him, Sato couldn't help but admire Elsa for having such loyal disciples. He straightened his expression and spoke seriously to the children. Yes, we understand. We all have Pokémon and can protect ourselves. Don't worry, big brother Sato, AJ replied. Although AJ seemed a little upset at not being allowed to go along, his expression soon darkened, as if recalling something. But he quickly regained his resolve and reassured Sato. As AJ was clearly the leader among the children, his statement prompted the others to thump their chests and make the same promise to Sato. Very well, Lapras, I'll leave it to you. Please take me to your trainer. Sato smiled and nodded, then turned to Lapras, who was gazing at him intently. Lapras, being a highly intelligent Pokémon, understood that Sato was an ally. Hearing his request to find her trainer, she lowered her head, signaling for him to climb onto her back. Sato didn't hesitate. Accompanied by Nidoran and his other Pokémon, he mounted Lapras. Using his system's detection ability, he had already noted Lapras' data when she first appeared, confirming she would be a strong asset in the coming rescue mission. Lapras' details. Pokémon, Lapras. Level, 38. Type, Water/Ice. Ability, Water Absorb. Gender, Female. Known moves, Sing, Growl, Water Gun, Mist, Confuse Ray, Ice Shard, Water Pulse, Body Slam, Rain Dance, Perish Song, Ice Beam, Brine, Whirlpool, Egg Move, Thunderbolt, TM, Psychic, TM, Surf, TM, Dive, TM, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM. Underscore 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 underscore. After Sato and a group of small Pokémon climbed onto Lapras's back, she immediately began to dive underwater. As she used dive, a massive bubble enveloped Sato and the others on her back, keeping them safe. Once Lapras entered the dark waters, Shinjo quickly turned on the lights on its head, guiding Lapras and pointing the way underwater. As Lapras carried Sato through the underwater passage beneath the pool toward the mysterious cave, a fierce battle was taking place in a cavern within the sea cave. The cavern, filled with numerous blue water stones, was brightly illuminated by glowing blue plants, making the scenery clear without any need for additional lighting. In this blue-lit cavern, Elsa was commanding a level 42 Melodic and a level 38 Swampert against 3 men in diving suits. The men were in the middle of a heated battle with their Pokémon, a level 36 Crawdaunt, a level 35 Tentacruel, and a level 37 Feraligatr. Additionally, one of the men had a Duskull lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Despite the claims of AJ and the others, Elsa was far from being in a desperate situation. In fact, she was holding her own, forcing the enemy Pokémon into a defensive retreat. However, a careful observer would notice that Melodic, the main attacker, was not in great condition. Its once smooth skin was now dotted with purple spots, a clear sign of poisoning. Fortunately, Melodic's Marvel Scale ability activated, significantly boosting her defense in her poisoned state. Coupled with her ability to unleash Dragon Pulse, powerful enough to shatter solid rocks, the enemy's Pokémon continued to struggle under her relentless attacks. Meanwhile, under Elsa's command, Swampert played the role of a strong supporter. With muddy water, he turned the ground into a muddy swamp, making it nearly impossible for the enemy Pokémon to advance or launch direct attacks. Despite this, the enemy trainers were clearly employing a strategy of attrition. They focused on stalling, waiting for Melodic to succumb to the effects of poison. Underscore 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 underscore. Crawdaunt, keep using taunt on Melodic. Tentacruel, set up another layer of toxic spikes. Make sure Swampert gets poisoned too. Feraligatr, use Ice Punch to reinforce the ice walls. As the black glow from Crawdaunt's earlier taunt began to fade around Melodic, one of the men immediately commanded another taunt. The other two quickly followed suit with orders for their Pokémon. In the next moment, Crawdaunt's eyes glowed darkly, renewing the ominous black aura encircling Melodic. Tentacruel spat out numerous purple energy spikes, scattering them in all directions like a fan. Meanwhile, Feraligatr swung its ice-powered fists, creating reinforced ice walls from the muddy swamp to shield the enemy Pokémon. Swampert, use Rock Slide to create earthen walls and block the toxic spikes. Melodic, continue with Dragon Pulse. Seeing the enemy's underhanded tactics, Elsa's face turned red with anger, but she had no choice but to repeat her commands to maintain her defense. With Swampert's earthen walls, they successfully blocked Tentacruel's toxic spikes. However, this time, Melodic's Dragon Pulse was unable to break through the reinforced ice walls. As the poison's effects deepened, Melodic's strength continued to wane. Underscore 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 underscore. Ha, this woman's Melodic is on its last legs. Once it's down, we'll have free reign over her. Yay, and it's all thanks to those kids. Without their interference, her Melodic wouldn't have been poisoned. Exactly, just make sure my Crawdaunt stays protected. As long as Crawdaunt is around, she won't be able to use recovery moves like Refresh to cure the poison. The three men exchanged knowing glances, smirking maliciously. Despite their mocking tone, they subtly spread out, maintaining a cautious distance from one another. Their eyes gleamed with calculation, hinting at hidden intentions. Although the three men were weaker than Elsa individually, their scheming had poisoned her strongest Pokémon, Melodic. Now they were wearing her down, pushing her closer to defeat. The battle had already lasted nearly 30 minutes. To ensure AJ and the others' safety, Elsa had sacrificed her Walrein, Ludicolo, Poliwrath, and Lapras. Now, only Swampert and her strongest ally, Melodic, remained, who were capable of taking on the enemy's numbers. Her Quagsire was fresher, compared to the other two, but wasn't as strong. Of course, the three men hadn't emerged unscathed either. They had lost twice as many Pokémon as Elsa, with a ratio of roughly 2 of their Pokémon being defeated for each one of hers. At the 35-minute mark, Melodic finally collapsed, utterly drained and unable to fight any longer. I never thought I'd die here. Sorry, father. It seems I won't be able to restore the glory of the Pseudopoly's gym. But at least AJ and the others managed to escape. I hope they survive. As Melodic fell, Elsa felt a heavy weight in her heart. She knew that with Melodic gone, her last line of resistance was gone too. A tired Swampert and her Quagsire alone could not stand against the enemy's numbers. Yet, she remained calm, unfazed by the prospect of death. Elsa recalled both Melodic and Swampert into their Pokeballs. With a calm expression, she watched as the three men approached her with sinister smiles. Quietly, she picked up a sharp rock from the ground and hid it behind her back. Just as the three men came within 5 meters of Elsa, a thick white mist suddenly filled the entire cavern. The fog was so dense that Elsa's figure began to blur and disappear from their sight. Fog? What's going on? Be careful, that's mist. A Pokémon must have used it. Enemies are nearby, quick, have your Pokémon protect you. Damn it, there's another predator lurking. The sudden appearance of dense white fog put the three men in diving suits on high alert. As experienced trainers, they instinctively moved to stand back to back, positioning their Crawdaunt, Tentacruel, and Feraligatr in front of them. They watched their surroundings closely for any movement. Mist, who's making their move? Amidst the thick white fog, Elsa's eyes flashed with vigilance. Unsure if the unseen party was friend or foe, she immediately sent out her Quagsire, the only Pokémon she had left with any fighting ability, to guard her. Playing tricks in the fog. Dusknoir, take her out first. 2 minutes had passed since the mist engulfed the area. Fearing that the weakened Elsa might escape, one of the men in a black diving suit and crew cut commanded his hidden Dusknoir to attack her. In truth, the 3 men could have defeated Elsa earlier, but infighting over the immense wealth of 18 water stones had caused hesitation. The crew-cut man's Dusknoir was secretly deployed, not just to defeat Elsa but also to guard against betrayal by his 2 companions or to backstab them himself. The fortune represented by those 18 water stones was staggering for trainers of humble origins like them. Though there was camaraderie among the trio, the lure of such immense wealth made any bond between them feel cheap. The black crew-cut man had noticed the subtle changes in his companions' behavior since discovering the water stones. Their growing distrust pushed him to act preemptively, using Dusknoir as his trump card. Dusknoir, concealed with its ghost-type abilities, was unaffected by the fog, which obstructed most other Pokémon. Following its trainer's command, it silently moved into position, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Moments later, a crimson, singular eye glinted in the fog. Dusknoir appeared directly behind Elsa, raising a fist infused with ghost energy, ready to unleash a devastating shadow punch aimed at the back of her head. The surprise attack caught Elsa completely off guard. By the time she turned around, her vision was filled with the sight of a dark, menacing fist. Quagsire, sensing the killing intent, turned to intercept, but it was too late. So this is how I meet my end. What a pity. There was a glimmer of hope just now, Elsa thought to herself as the shadow punch closed in on her. At that critical moment, a metallic gleam sliced through the air. A wing shimmering with a metallic sheen appeared between Dusknoir's fist and Elsa's head in the nick of time. Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated. Dusknoir's powerful shadow punch collided with the steel-like wing. While the punch was forceful enough to send both the wing and Elsa flying, it failed to land a fatal blow. Elsa found herself airborne but quickly realized she was being carried silently and effortlessly by a Golbat. Its powerful wings glided low to the ground, using the mist for cover to evade detection. Meanwhile, Dusknoir, frustrated by its failed attack, prepared to pursue Elsa. But by this time, Quagsire had regained its bearings. Enraged by the near-death of its trainer, Quagsire unleashed a massive mud shot from its mouth with fury. The attack struck Dusknoir with explosive force, sending it crashing through several solid boulders before collapsing to the ground, battered and unconscious. The power of the attack shocked everyone, as Quagsire managed to take down Dusknoir in a single strike. However, the effort seemed to exhaust Quagsire, which returned to its usual dazed expression before fainting on the spot. Crawdaunt, use Bubble Beam. Tentacruel, use Bubble Beam. Feraligatr, use Water Gun. The 3 diving suit men, unable to see clearly through the fog, instinctively ordered their Pokémon to attack in the direction of the commotion. Unfortunately for them, their water-type attacks accidentally struck the downed Quagsire. But instead of taking damage, Quagsire's water absorbability activated. Like a Pokémon fresh out of a healing center, it sprang back to life, fully revitalized. Now fully alert, Quagsire demonstrated its mastery of ground-type abilities. It quickly used Dig to disappear from sight. Meanwhile, Elsa finally got a clear look at her savior. When she saw the Pokémon standing beside him, her eyes welled up with tears. Ignoring her rescuer momentarily, she ran to embrace Lapras, her trusted companion. Thank you, Elsa said softly, turning back to face her savior, her cheeks slightly flushed. Standing beside her was Sato, with his Golbat perched calmly on his arm. It was clear he was the one who had saved her. Judging by Lapras's unharmed state, he had also rescued her Pokémon and students. To Elsa, the debt she owed him was immeasurable. Don't thank me just yet, Sato said, his expression serious as he shifted his gaze. Have your Lapras keep up the mist to confuse them. While they're distracted, let your Bellossom tend to your injured Pokémon. My Bellossom knows healing moves, but I can't handle all those guys alone. Hearing his words, Elsa's face reddened slightly again. She nodded, realizing she had left her rescuer hanging. Really? That's wonderful. Please, have your Bellossom heal Melodic first, it's severely poisoned. Elsa didn't notice Sato's subtle reaction. When she heard that Sato's Bellossom had healing abilities, her face lit up with joy. Her Melodic, a Pokémon her father had entrusted to her, had been on the brink of death due to poisoning, but now there was hope. Overcome with excitement, she unexpectedly hugged Sato. So soft. A wave of fragrance enveloped him. Sato was completely caught off guard by Elsa's sudden enthusiasm. Before he could react, she had already embraced him, shattering the cold and untouchable image of her he'd held in his mind. Don't worry. Bellossom will heal her. But first, please let go of me, I can barely breathe. And keep your voice down, or we'll get discovered, Sato muttered, his face flushed red from the incredible softness pressing against him and the unexpected physical contact. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Realizing her actions, Elsa quickly released him. She stepped back, her face turning just as red as Sato's. Embarrassed, she stammered an apology. Here, wear this. It's the only jacket I have, Sato said after a brief awkward silence. Recovering quickly, he pulled out a black trainer's jacket from his space bag and handed it to her. Elsa hesitated for a moment but eventually accepted the oversized jacket, wearing it to cover herself entirely. The jacket fit loosely on her, but it effectively concealed everything that needed to be hidden. Just then, her quagsire, who she had been worried about, suddenly emerged from the nearby ground, bringing her even more relief. Sato and Elsa were currently some distance away from the three divers. Using his Golbat's echolocation, Sato confirmed that the divers hadn't found them yet and were still wandering aimlessly in the thick white mist with their Pokémon. However, the mysterious cavern wasn't large. If the divers calmed down and searched methodically, they would eventually find them. Sato had only 2 Pokémon at level 34. The divers had 3 water-type Pokémon among them, and based on Elsa's information, each diver had at least 1 other Pokémon they hadn't used yet. Due to their mutual distrust, they hadn't revealed their full strength, but Sato decided against attacking recklessly. Instead, he focused on letting Blossom heal Elsa's Pokémon. Sato had seen Elsa's battle with the divers earlier and knew that if her Pokémon could recover, dealing with the 3 divers would be a simple task. Time was of the essence and Sato and Elsa were racing against the clock. Blossom's grassy terrain was critical in this situation, as it allowed for group healing. It could simultaneously treat Elsa's Walrein, Poliwrath, and Melodic, all of which were severely injured. Unfortunately, before 2 minutes had passed, the divers scout discovered Sato and Elsa. Realizing that Sato was an outsider and that Elsa might escape, the 3 divers temporarily set aside their distrust and decided to cooperate. The blonde diver had secretly caught a level 34 Bayonet in the sea cave, while the buzzcut diver pressured the bald diver into revealing his trump card, a level 37 Absol, known as a disaster Pokémon. With Absol's keen sense of smell and Bayonet's sensitivity to life energy, the divers quickly located Sato and Elsa. Under their direction, their Pokémon encircled Sato and Elsa, feigning camaraderie with their Crawdaunt. Brat, let's see how you and Elsa get out of this alive. Stop wasting time. Let's take them down and deal with those kids later. Exactly. That Blossom's healing abilities mean those kids haven't been poisoned to death by Tentacruel. Elsa's Lapra's returning healed proves it. The 3 divers, all middle-aged men in diving suits, glared murderously at Sato and Elsa. Seeing Blossom healing Elsa's Pokémon terrified them. Without delay, they ordered their Pokémon to attack. From 5 directions, Crawdaunt's Hyper Beam, Tentacruel's Toxic Spikes, Feraligattor's Ice Beam, Bayonet's Dark Pulse, and Absol's Psycho Cut converged on Sato and Elsa. Blossom remained focused on healing, leaving Sato and Elsa reliant on Golbat, Lapras, and Quagsire to defend against the coordinated assault. With great effort, the trio managed to block the first wave of attacks using their protect moves. However, the enemies wasted no time preparing a second wave. The situation turned dire when Crawdaunt charged forward with a taunt move, forcibly interrupting Blossom's grassy terrain. Exhausted from overexertion, Blossom fainted, leaving the team without a healer. But her efforts weren't in vain. Just as Blossom collapsed, Elsa's Melodic opened its eyes. A serene blue light radiated from her eyes and tail, and fragments of blue crystals in the cave shattered, releasing bursts of energy. Suddenly, a blue energy shield expanded from Melodic, enveloping Sato and Elsa in its protective embrace. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 divers, Melodic's shield effortlessly blocked the combined attacks of their 5 Pokémon. At the same time, Melodic's injuries healed at an astonishing rate, thanks to her Aqua Ring and Recover. Now free from interruptions, Melodic displayed her formidable recovery abilities, and the tides of battle began to turn. How incredible! Is this Melodic really only level 42? Watching Melodic effortlessly fend off the combined attacks of 5 Pokémon, Sato's eyes showed clear astonishment. He had just checked Melodic's status earlier during its recovery and confirmed it was indeed only level 42. Now, not only had Melodic easily blocked the coordinated assault of 5 Pokémon, each averaging over level 35, but it was also healing its own injuries as though it still had strength to spare. This left Sato thoroughly impressed. Such power was far beyond what a level 42 Pokémon should be capable of. This was the strength of a Pokémon at least in the 60s, effortlessly crushing those in their 30s. Wait, could it be the blue water stones nearby? They shattered when Melodic unleashed its power. Could there be a connection? Did they enhance Melodic's abilities? Sato quickly noticed the environmental changes. All the blue water stones around had shattered, and the surrounding water-type energy had become exceptionally dense. In fact, if Sato himself were a water-type Pokémon, he would have felt it the way Melodic now absorbed water-type energy was like a black hole, rapidly drawing it into its body. As the energy absorption intensified, a radiant blue glow enveloped Melodic. Waves of powerful water-type energy emanated from it, and behind Melodic, a faint blue silhouette began to form. The blue silhouette was hazy but resembled the outline of a fish. Once it appeared, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from it. On the battlefield, every Pokémon that sensed this pressure instinctively displayed awe, particularly the opposing water-type Pokémon. They all lowered their heads in fear, their fighting spirits plummeting to near zero. Stop this theatrics? Crawdaunt, use taunt on Melodic. The man in the black wetsuit with a buzzcut felt his heart sink but refused to back down. He shouted the command, his eyes red with desperation. The next moment, a series of deafening crashes resounded. Before Crawdaunt could even move, a massive torrent of water shot from Melodic's mouth. The high-pressure jet struck Crawdaunt with devastating force, slamming it into and breaking through more than 10 rocky pillars. This wasn't ordinary water, it was pure, concentrated water-type energy. Melodic's hydro pump wasn't just a move but a destructive energy cannon. When the water jet finally dissipated, Crawdaunt lay motionless on the ground. A single hydro pump had utterly incapacitated it, despite it being a fellow water-type Pokémon. And Crawdaunt wasn't the last. Melodic, now in a special empowered state, was unstoppable. Without even pausing, it unleashed 4 more high-pressure water jets in quick succession, targeting the remaining 4 opposing Pokémon. The 2 other men in wetsuits tried to resist, but their Pokémon were paralyzed under the oppressive aura of the blue silhouette behind Melodic. They stood frozen, becoming easy targets for Melodic's devastating attacks. Just like Crawdaunt, the 4 Pokémon fell with a single hit each. Within mere seconds, Melodic had completely reversed the tide of battle, single-handedly saving the situation from the brink of defeat. That fish-shaped silhouette. Could it be Kyogre? If so, how did Melodic summon Kyogre's image? This world isn't as simple as the background knowledge I gathered from games and anime. It's a mystical world with many unknowns. Sato stared intently at Melodic. Even though the system data he relied on hadn't changed, he knew the system's detection capabilities weren't advanced enough to analyze Melodic's current state. His instincts told him that Melodic's current condition represented the highest echelon of power in this world. When Sato turned to look at Elsa beside him, he saw her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. She, too, was clearly stunned by the power Melodic had just displayed. After defeating the 3 men's 5 Pokémon, the blue glow around Melodic began to fade, and the blue silhouette behind it vanished in an instant. Melodic then began writhing on the ground in apparent agony. Its face twisted in pain as it endured intense suffering. It was clear that the immense power it had just exhibited was some form of forbidden strength, which had taken a heavy toll on its body. Within seconds, Melodic succumbed to the aftereffects, collapsing limply on the ground. Its once lustrous cream-colored scales had lost their shine. Melodic. Seeing Melodic in such anguish, Elsa ran over and held its now weakened body, her face filled with worry. Melodic, however, was too weak to even make a sound, merely gazing at her silently. Sato, witnessing this, released his Marshtomp and Growlithe to keep watch over the subdued man. He then rushed to Melodic's side, pulling out every healing item he had. Despite using all his healing sprays and even a full restore, a precious item he valued immensely, Melodic's life force continued to fade rapidly. Damn it, how can this be? Even a full restore isn't working. What kind of injury is this? Sato placed a hand on Melodic's body, feeling it grow colder by the second. His frustration mounted as he realized he was powerless to stop the inevitable. Melodic's breathing slowed, and its trembling subsided. Just before the light in its eyes faded completely, it opened its mouth, and something delicate fell silently to the ground. It was the gem-studded starfish-shaped hair clip that Elsa had lost during the battle. However, unlike an ordinary clip, the gemstone at its center was blue and now bore visible cracks. As the hair clip hit the ground, the light in Melodic's eyes vanished entirely, and its heart ceased to beat. No. Elsa stared blankly at Melodic for a few seconds before tears began streaming down her face like a fountain. Holding Melodic's lifeless body, she wept uncontrollably. Watching this tragic scene unfold, Sato felt a lump in his throat and an overwhelming sadness creeping into his chest. Unsure how to console the grief-stricken Elsa, Sato remained silent, staying by her side. His gaze fell on the starfish-shaped hair clip that had fallen from Melodic's mouth. Believing it to be something Elsa had lost, he bent down to pick it up. The moment he touched the clip, Sato's eyes widened in shock, and his face showed utter disbelief. The moment Sato touched the gemstone starfish hair clip, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Energy detected. Absorb energy? Energy is rapidly dissipating. Host is advised to absorb immediately. Sato suppressed his shock, quickly composed his expression, and glanced around. Aside from Elsa and the 3 men in diving suits, there was indeed no one else nearby. He then looked at the gemstone starfish hair clip in his hand, or more precisely, at the cracked sapphire embedded in its center. His body felt an overwhelming desire for it. The cold mechanical voice continued to repeat in his mind. Energy is rapidly dissipating. Host is advised to absorb immediately. Sato suspected that the voice was coming from the unknown system within his body. When he mentally uttered the word absorb, his suspicion was confirmed, and the subsequent information left him momentarily stunned. Ding! Absorbing energy. Absorption complete. System energy restored by 3%. Current system energy, 7%. Energy level is above 5%. System detection capabilities are further unlocked. Taskbar functionality restored. _________________. Ding! Energy identified, Kyogre's power. __________________. Ding! Main quest, become the strongest Pokémon trainer in the Pokémon world. Requirements, defeat the Elite Four and champions of all regions. Current progress, 0%. Deadline, 10 years. Remaining time, 9 years, 11 months, and 7 days. Reward, qualification for reincarnation. Penalty for failure, forget about any further reincarnation. Note, here, the penalty was soul obliteration, but we all hate that type of stuff, so I took the liberty to phrase it in a much subtle manner, which doesn't make it sound as horrible, even though it might mean the same thing. Underscore 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 underscore. Ding. Active side quest, Sophia's mission. Task, achieve a 10-win streak in the Larau City Battle Tower. Deadline, 1 month. Remaining time, 15 days. Probable penalty for failure, Pokémon confiscation plus demotion. Note, again, I changed some stuff. Here, probable penalty means something that could happen, not something that will happen for sure. Underscore 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 underscore. Ding. System energy insufficient. System store cannot be accessed. Host is advised to locate additional absorbable energy as soon as possible. Underscore 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 underscore. The system seemed ravenous for energy. The moment Sato mentally agreed to absorb it, the system extracted all the dissipating energy from the cracked sapphire in less than a second. The cascade of information that followed appeared before his eyes. So, the system in my body was this useless because it was low on energy? It couldn't even unlock basic functions. But this new taskbar, I could do without that. And this main quest, defeat every region's Elite Four and champion in 10 years? Isn't that a bit much? Sato stared at the information in a daze, bitterness creeping into his thoughts. Honestly speaking, he had no immediate desire for reincarnation eligibility, as he was living just fine in this world. But, thinking that no further reincarnation could very well be translated as a possibility of having his soul obliterated, sent a chill down his spine. Those words, so simple, yet so brutal, felt like a Damocles sword hanging over him, increasing his urgency to grow stronger. As for the side quest, it was even more frustrating. Sato had no idea who Sophia was, and the lack of any specified reward for success seemed utterly unfair. Still, he guessed that if one got to enjoy certain privileges and benefits, it was only fair that they had to pay the corresponding price as well. Just the system's presence in itself was the biggest benefit of them all. However, this wasn't the time to delve deeply into the new changes in the system or the information it provided. A grieving woman stood beside him, a beautiful woman at that, crying her heart out. She needed someone to comfort her. Thinking about how Melodic had sacrificed itself to protect them, any joy Sato felt from the system's changes vanished instantly, replaced by a profound sadness. Don't cry anymore, Elsa. Melodic is gone now. It sacrificed itself to protect us. I'm heartbroken too, but what's lost is lost. Think about what you still have. AJ and the others are still waiting for you to return safely. Here, this fell from Melodic's mouth. It must be something important to you. Elsa had been drowning in her grief, her red, swollen eyes filled with sorrow. Fearing she might do something rash, Sato stepped forward to comfort her and returned the gemstone starfish hair clip to her. Based on the system's information, Sato was now certain why Melodic had unleashed such an overwhelming power earlier. It had drawn on Kyugra's power within the sapphire of the hair clip. However, using the power of the sea's sovereign, without the ability to bear it, came at a heavy cost, and Melodic had paid the ultimate price. Thank you. I'd like to be alone for a while, Elsa said softly, her voice tinged with lingering sobs as she took the hair clip from Sato. When he mentioned AJ and the others, her body trembled slightly, and her crying gradually subsided. She then used a friend ball to retrieve Melodic. All right, I'll give you some space. I'll stay nearby. Call me if you need anything. Sato nodded understandingly and stepped back. He let Marshtomp drag the 3 diving suit men away with him to give Elsa her solitude. Although he was her savior, they had only just met. For now, he wasn't in a position to console her deeply. Mercy, brother. Please spare me. I swear I won't dare do it again. Yeah, we were wrong. Have mercy. You can have all the water stones here. We don't want them. We didn't realize we were offending someone so strong. Please, young hero, let us live. I'll give you all my valuables. As Sato walked away with Marshtomp and Growlithe, the 3 diving suit men cried and begged him for mercy, their voices filled with desperation. However, Sato's expression remained cold and unyielding. He made no effort to hide the intense killing intent in his eyes. For these scum who had tried to kill him and caused Melodic's death, there was no room for forgiveness. He stripped the 3 men of all their valuables, then ordered Marshtomp to dig a large pit. Without hesitation, he threw the 3 men into it and then personally buried them alive, their desperate screams silenced by the layers of dirt. To ensure they wouldn't escape, Sato had Marshtomp, with its incredible strength, repeatedly use Ice Punch on the filled pit, reinforcing the soil and turning it into frozen ground. After dealing with the 3 men, Sato began exploring the mysterious cave with Marshtomp and Growlithe by his side. The area of the mysterious cave was quite small. After a thorough search, Sato quickly found the treasure Elsa and AJ had discovered. In a small alcove surrounded by high-quality blue water stones, 18 water stones of varying sizes were quietly growing. A dreamy blue light radiated from the alcove, bathing the water stones in a deep aquatic hue. The alcove also seemed to be a natural spring, with a clear stream emitting a faint blue glow trickling out of it. This spring was clearly not ordinary. The water contained pure water-type energy, pooling into a small pond at the bottom of the alcove. The pond emitted the same faint blue glow, forming a mesmerizing sight. An entire nest of water stones, huh? Nature really is a master craftsman. The structure of this alcove makes it a perfect energy convergence point. Even as an ordinary human, I can feel the overwhelming water-type energy emanating from it, Sato thought, marveling at the sight before him. The credit for locating the water stones so quickly belonged largely to his Marshtomp, a water-type Pokémon, who was now happily soaking in the pond. The energy-infused water seemed to soothe him immensely. Before long, Marshtomp's skin began to emit a faint blue glow, and it was as if all fatigue and injuries vanished. He looked completely rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. It seems this pond's water has healing properties. Let's test it out, Sato thought as he observed Marshtomp's transformation. He promptly placed his injured Pokémon, Golbat and Bellossom, into the pond. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. As soon as Golbat and Bellossom entered the water, their bodies glowed with a blue light, and their injuries began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon enough, both Pokémon regained consciousness, fully healed. However, during the healing process, the blue glow of the pond water quickly dimmed, eventually becoming indistinguishable from ordinary spring water. Fortunately, as the spring continued to flow into the pond, the faint blue glow gradually returned. What an incredible spring! It reminds me of the healing springs featured in the anime. Ash's hometown also had a similar spring with healing properties. Sigh. If only we'd known about this earlier, perhaps Elsa's melodic could have been saved. What a cruel twist of fate, Sato thought, his delight at the spring's miraculous properties tinged with regret as he remembered Elsa's melodic. Determined to make use of the spring, Sato tried bottling the water. However, something baffling happened. Once removed from the pond, the water lost its faint blue glow and reverted to ordinary spring water, with none of its healing properties remaining. That's strange. Why does the water lose its effects the moment it leaves the pond? To confirm his suspicions, Sato lightly scratched his arm to create a minor wound. Testing both the bottled water and the pond water, he found that only the pond water retained its healing properties. The strange phenomenon left him utterly perplexed. Realizing he couldn't solve the mystery on his own, Sato decided to leave it to experts like Professor Oak. Despite being unable to take the spring water with him, Sato was still satisfied with Golbat and Bellossom's recovery. He turned his attention back to the water stones in the alcove. The alcove was undoubtedly a treasure trove. As long as it remained undisturbed, the concentrated water-type energy would continue producing water stones and the healing spring. Without hesitation, Sato collected all 18 water stones. However, when he examined the stones, he was shocked by their quality. These water stones had been nourished by pure water-type energy for years, resulting in exceptional grades. Of the 18 stones, 3 were medium quality due to their relatively short formation time, but 13 were high quality, and 2 were top tier. This collection was undoubtedly a massive fortune. If news of this gets out, Lily Cove City would likely descend into chaos. As the beneficiary of this treasure, I might not even make it out alive, Sato thought grimly. Keeping it all to myself is impossible. Besides, if not for Elsa's melodic risking its life to save me, I wouldn't have found this treasure. Half of this wealth should rightfully go to Elsa. She could use it to rebuild the Lily Cove gym, Sato decided after a brief internal struggle, suppressing any selfish desires. Just as he prepared to leave with the water stones, Marshtomp tugged at his hand and pointed back toward the alcove. What's wrong, Marshtomp? Sato asked, crouching down to look where Marshtomp indicated. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something he had missed earlier. Hidden at the top of the alcove, camouflaged by the glowing blue light, was another treasure, a blue water stone the size of a baby's fist. Unlike the other blue water stones surrounding the alcove, this one continuously emitted strong water-type energy waves. It was no ordinary stone, it was a top-grade blue water stone. From what Sato had learned, such stones were the primary material for crafting mystic water. Unlike regular blue water stones, this one didn't lose its energy and even had the unique ability to absorb water-type energy from its surroundings. Being a water-type Pokémon, Marshtomp was naturally drawn to the supreme blue water stone, which brimmed with pure and immense water-type energy. Its longing for the stone was written all over its face as it gazed expectantly at Sato. Don't worry. Since you found it, it's naturally yours. However, it's still a raw material. I'll have someone craft it into a mystic water before giving it to you. You probably don't know what a mystic water is. It's an even more precious item that can enhance the power of water-type moves. Seeing Marshtomp's eager expression, Sato patiently explained. But Marshtomp clearly wasn't listening to Sato's words. It continued to stare at him with puppy dog eyes and even reached out a hand, gesturing for him to hand over the supreme blue water stone. In the end, Sato couldn't resist Marshtomp's stubborn persistence and reluctantly gave it the stone. Marshtomp wasted no time, it immediately swallowed the supreme blue water stone whole. As soon as Marshtomp swallowed the stone, its skin emitted a faint blue glow, as if a light blue membrane had formed on its surface. Its entire body was bathed in the soft glow, making it look incredibly cool for a moment. However, the glowing effect quickly faded. After a moment of deep concentration, Marshtomp seemed to figure out how to deactivate the flashy state. When it opened its eyes, the glowing membrane dimmed. Despite the glow fading, the membrane on Marshtomp's skin remained. Its skin now appeared smoother, shinier, and healthier than ever before. Clearly, the supreme blue water stone had effects beyond Sato's knowledge, granting Marshtomp significant benefits. Curious about Marshtomp's current condition, Sato decided to use the newly enhanced detection function of his system. The results left him stunned. Marshtomp's data. Pokémon, Marshtomp. Level, 23. Type, Water/Ground. Ability, Damp, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Mud Slap, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Foresight, Bite, Mud Bomb, Refresh, Egg Move, Mirror Coat, Egg Move, Ice Punch, Tutor, Protect, TM, Hidden Power, Flying Type, TM. Held item, Mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. Effect, slowly restores HP for Water-type Pokémon, enhances Water-type move power. Restriction, non-Water-type Pokémon suffer HP loss if used. Note, this Blue Water Stone, formed at a Water-type energy convergence point and soaked for countless years, has undergone extraordinary changes. It not only boosts Water-type move power but also grants an effect similar to the move Aqua Ring. However, its immense Water-type energy is too overwhelming for non-Water types. Aqua Ring, Water-type status move. Effect, restores 1/16 of the user's HP each turn. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 28, 31. Special attack, 27, 31. Special defense, 30, 31. Speed, 29, 31. Overall 4 rating, purple. 4 ratings, white, blue, purple, gold. White is 70 total, blue is 70 to 139, purple is 140 to 174, and gold is 175 plus. 4 caps, white max level, 40, blue, 60, purple, 90, gold, 100. This is the system's upgraded detection ability? Amazing? It even breaks down Pokémon stats and item effects so thoroughly. And to think this is actually a mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone, I've struck gold. Staring at the flood of data on Marshtomp, Sato took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement and shock. He marveled at the system's full detection upgrade, which would let him identify overlooked gems among his Pokémon. Previously, Sato had been worried about completing the system's mainline quest. But now, with the detection upgrade's benefits, he was confident he could cultivate a team of powerful Pokémon within the next 10 years. The sight of Marshtomp's updated data left him with an urge to scan all his Pokémon one by one. However, he decided to hold off until he completed the rest of Elsa's mission. After about 30 minutes, Sato returned to Elsa. The once resilient and strong-willed woman had regained her composure, once again wearing her signature cold demeanor. Although I saved her, I'm still just a stranger she's known for a few hours. I wanted to ask about her gemstone starfish hair clip, but now isn't the time. I'll approach her again in the future, Sato mused, noticing a lingering sadness in her eyes despite her cold front. Without hesitation, Sato handed her a spatial bag he had taken from one of the wetsuit-clad men earlier. These things aren't mine to take. They belong to you. Inside the spatial bag were 9 water stones. Elsa's expression turned to one of disdain as she immediately pushed it back to Sato. I don't want these. You keep them, she said, her tone softening slightly. Miss Elsa, this is your share, 8 high-quality water stones and 1 supreme water stone. Please don't refuse. I heard you want to restore the Pseudopoly's gym, and you'll need these. Sato firmly pushed the bag back to her, his expression serious. Thank you. Hearing this, a faint light returned to Elsa's previously dim eyes. She took a deep breath, bowed deeply, and thanked Sato. The cold mask on her face softened, showing traces of genuine emotion. Well then, let's go, Miss Elsa. AJ and the others must be worried sick after not seeing you for so long. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Sato, the future strongest trainer. Seeing it having the intended effect, with Elsa perking up slightly, Sato grinned and extended a hand toward her, his confident, cheeky declaration earning a surprised look from her. Time passed quietly, and before long, evening had descended on Lily Cove City's harbor. The clock now read 6:12 p.m. Sato had managed to catch the last ferry to Larus City today, departing safely from the seafloor cavern with Elsa and her group of students around 5 p.m. Although Sato and Elsa had only known each other briefly, they had gone through life and death experiences together, forging a bond of friendship. Furthermore, as Sato had saved her life, Elsa and her students all came to see him off at the harbor when he departed. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have rediscovered your smile. Life goes on, and you can't remain stuck in the past forever, Sato thought to himself as he stood on the ship's deck, looking back at the beautiful woman and the children waving him goodbye from the dock. While the children wore bright smiles, Elsa's smile remained stiff and unnatural, betraying her emotions. As the ship pulled farther and farther away, the figures on the dock shrank to tiny dots before disappearing from view altogether. Compared to the luxurious St. Louis that Sato had previously traveled on, the Sea Lion was a much smaller vessel. It was a compact ferry, capable of carrying just over 50 passengers. The Sea Lion was clearly an old, weathered ship, with patches of wood evident in various places. Sato would not have boarded it had Elsa not reassured him that its captain, Henry, was an exceptionally skilled navigator. However, the onboard service was atrocious. The crew members wore perpetually sour expressions, and their responses to passenger requests were curt and dismissive. All of this seemed to stem from their captain. Since Sato had boarded, the highly acclaimed Captain Henry had done nothing but recline on a deck chair at the bow of the ship. He was a towering man, though age had caused his once impressive muscles to wither slightly. Dressed like a turtle hermit, he lounged in swim trunks, sipping iced rum while leisurely flipping through a risque fashion magazine. Surrounding him within a 10-meter radius stood 4 burly, intimidating sailors armed with gleaming axes. They kept their eyes fixed on anyone approaching the bow, effectively acting as the captain's bodyguards. Faced with these unapproachable guards, the passengers wisely treated the bow as a no-go zone, obediently following other armed sailors to their assigned cabins. Meanwhile, Captain Henry appeared to be a man who truly knew how to enjoy himself, lounging in the sea breeze with his drink and magazine. "Oh no, did I board the wrong ship? This feels like I've ended up on a pirate vessel." This was the honest thought of every first-time passenger aboard the Sea Lion. Despite the ship's shabby appearance, Sato was relieved to discover that it was surprisingly fast and steady for its size. At this pace, he estimated they could reach Larus City by early tomorrow morning. Having recently survived a shipwreck, Sato's first priority upon boarding was to assess the Sea Lion's crew and their capabilities. The sailors aboard the Sea Lion were rough and uncouth, many proudly flaunting scars that they treated as badges of honor. Some even strutted about shirtless in only shorts, showing off their muscles and trophies. One standout among them was a bald sailor named Cabez, who took every opportunity to show off his scars after Sato tipped one of his friends for some stories about battles at sea. Cabez would frequently stroll over to Sato, proudly displaying his honors. Sato respected the sentiment that scars were a warrior's badge of honor. The ship's crew was undeniably strong, with each sailor owning at least one Pokémon at level 25 or higher. Among them, a select few stood out as proper trainers. The 4 burly sailors guarding the captain, for example, each carried 3 Pokémon above level 35. The Sea Lion's first mate, Harold, was officially regarded as the ship's strongest fighter. When Sato first saw Harold, he thought he must be mistaken. The first mate stood barely 1.3 meters tall, sported a long beard that dragged on the ground, and wielded an axe taller than himself. He resembled a dwarf straight out of a fantasy novel. Harold's body was packed with knotty muscle, leading Sato to maliciously speculate whether the man's diminutive stature was due to overtraining in his youth. As the first mate of a ship that resembled a pirate vessel, Harold, whom Sato privately nicknamed Muscleman, earned Sato's grudging respect. A single glance at the level 47 Celio on Harold was enough to make Sato feel wary. Thanks to his upgraded system detection ability, Sato could now better assess Pokémon strength. When he scanned Harold's Celio, he discovered it had an astonishing individual value of 170, marking it as a Pokémon with a rare purple tier rating. While observing the crew, Sato also spotted 2 familiar faces from the St. Louis, the old captain and Rhodes. The two were disguised as a father and son duo, with the father sitting in a wheelchair pushed by the son. Although their appearances and demeanors had changed significantly, Sato's keen eyesight recognized them immediately. At that moment, the pair were at the stern, enjoying the ocean view and occasionally chatting with other passengers, presenting a heartwarming image. "Why are they here? This is bad news. I just hope this voyage doesn't take a turn for the worse." Seeing the old captain and Rhodes aboard the Sea Lion made Sato uneasy. Reflecting on the events aboard the St. Louis, Sato realized the shipwreck had been orchestrated to target these two. In his mind, they were nothing short of harbingers of disasters. The walking plagues, feign ignorance, feign face blindness, feign being oblivious. These were the 3 feigning principles Sato had decided to adopt to deal with the old captain and Rhodes. The minds of madmen were incomprehensible to Sato, especially those who treated others as less than human. Unable to predict or contend with such individuals, Sato resolved to distance himself from the 2 men targeted by these lunatics. The reason was simple: his current strength was not enough to handle them. Before long, the sun quietly sank below the horizon, and the crescent moon and a sky full of stars blanketed the ocean. The tranquil night was a sharp contrast to the lively commotion aboard the humble yet bustling vessel, the Sea Lion. Despite its age and size, the Sea Lion was a fully equipped ship, complete with facilities found on larger cruise liners. The ship's dining room and bar were combined, creating a raucous environment filled with the clinking of bottles and boisterous conversations. Notably, the staff at the bar restaurant were Pokémon. An auxiliary handled dishwashing, while a Kingler and a Poliwhirl served dishes across the floor. Overhead, a Polyper ferried rum orders with efficiency. More amusingly, the chef responsible for grilling shellfish and fish was a Poliwrath, while the bartender mixing cocktails at the counter was none other than a Kadabra, who had a fondness for alcohol himself. These Pokémon staff were highly skilled at their jobs, running the establishment with remarkable professionalism. Through his detection ability, Sato discovered that these Pokémon were all above level 20, with the Poliwrath and Kadabra even reaching level 40. Perhaps due to their strength, the bar maintained a harmonious order despite the chaotic energy. The sailors aboard the Sea Lion, while intimidating in appearance, were hardy and straightforward individuals. Spending time with them often left one unexpectedly fond of their company, provided one earned their respect first. Sailors, particularly after a few drinks, were notorious for their tall tales. A sailor who took a liking to you might share every piece of knowledge they had, no matter how grandiose or dubious. By downing 3 large mugs of rum and coke in one go and covering a tab of over 2,000 poke dollars, a tipsy Sato quickly won the respect of the ship's guard sailors gathered at the bar that evening. "Ha ha ha, let me tell you, Cass, when I was your age, I'd already circumnavigated the world several times with the captain. Believe me, I'm the man who witnessed a battle between Kyugra and Lugia and lived to tell the tale. A middle-aged sailor with a flushed face, an arm slung around Sato's shoulders, guzzled another bottle of rum delivered by a polyper before belching loudly. He reeked of alcohol as he shared his tale with Sato, who was currently using a transformed Ditto to disguise himself. The sailor's name was Adolf Hadler, an old hand from the Unova region and a squad leader among the Sea Lion's guard crew. Tonight, he was enthusiastically regaling Sato with sea tales, serving as an impromptu storyteller. Through Hadler's colorful accounts of his nautical adventures, Sato gleaned valuable information about the Sea Lion, including confirmation of the captain's extraordinary reputation as a seasoned mariner. Don't listen to him, Cass. The squad leader's exaggerating again. Last time, he said he saw Kyugra and Rayquaza fighting in Kalos. Now it's Kyugra and Lugia. Exactly? The captain hasn't even seen Kyugra. It hasn't surfaced in Hone for decades, let alone anywhere else. True. Kyugra is a Hone legend. It's said to only appear there. How could it possibly be in Kalos? Unless there are multiple Kyugra. Before Sato could respond, other young sailors at the bar, faces also flushed with drink, began poking holes in Hadler's story. Even other inebriated sailors nearby joined in the mockery. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted as Hadler's exaggerated tale was thoroughly debunked. Shut up. I did see it. Back in Unova, I was known as the Brave of the Seas. You lot, who've only been on the Sea Lion for a few months, know nothing? Who says there's only one Kyugra? I've seen two. Infuriated, Hadler bellowed at the mockers before grabbing the loudest of his detractors by the collar. His booming voice suggested he was moments away from a brawl. Fight, fight. Rather than intervening, the onlookers egged them on, and even the Pokémon staff paused to watch the unfolding drama with interest. After a heated exchange of words, the two finally began grappling. Just as they prepared to escalate the fight with Pokémon, the Kadabra behind the bar calmly polished a glass, his eyes glowing blue. In the blink of an eye, Hadler and his opponent vanished, reappearing outside the bar's entrance. The younger sailor was no match for his squad leader and was soon beaten black and blue. However, when they prepared to involve their Pokémon in the fight, the Polyrath chef appeared, clad in a chef's hat and uniform. With a single swift karate chop each, the Polyrath knocked both combatants unconscious and dragged them into a dimly lit storage room. Kyugra in Kalos, huh? Maybe there really isn't just one Kyugra in the Pokémon world. Watching Hadler being dragged away, Sato pondered. He recalled a certain Pokémon movie featuring a shiny Rayquaza, black. If there could be two Rayquaza, then the existence of more Kyugra didn't seem so far-fetched. With Hadler's removal, Sato lost interest in lingering at the bar. Without his drinking companion, he risked genuinely getting drunk if he stayed. Feigning intoxication, Sato bid farewell to the sailors and staggered out of the bar restaurant. However, as he pushed the door open and saw a familiar face, his pupils shrank, and his half-drunken state instantly sobered. Two familiar faces appeared before Sato, Heiji Kuroya, whom he had battled on the St. Louis, and a girl who was both his enemy and someone who had once ambushed him, a pretty young woman with a rather cute appearance. The two of them walked hand in hand, with the girl leaning on Kuroya in a delicate and affectionate manner. On the surface, they appeared to be a couple deeply in love. However, Sato's sharp observation skills quickly caught the subtle disdain in their eyes whenever they glanced at each other. Clearly, the two were merely pretending to be a couple. Sato discreetly observed them while maintaining the appearance of a drunkard. Thanks to the Ditto-transformed human skin mask he wore, coupled with his reeking scent of alcohol and unsteady gait, the pair simply regarded him as a tipsy drunk and shifted their attention elsewhere after a brief glance. Why is Heiji Kuroya with her? Could it be that he's part of that lunatic group as well? Seeing Kuroya and his enemy acting all lovey-dovey together, Sato's mind was filled with questions. Within just a second or two, he had already considered countless possibilities. As they were about to pass each other, Sato's downcast eyes flickered with a sharp glint. He suddenly staggered and accidentally bumped into his enemy. Caught off guard by Sato's sudden move, the girl Dora had no time to dodge. She could only watch as the alcohol-reeking Sato crashed into her arms. Thud. With that, Dora was knocked to the ground, with Sato landing squarely on top of her. Sato found it odd that he managed to knock her over so easily. Considering Kuroya was holding her hand, the impact shouldn't have been enough to send her tumbling. Clearly, Kuroya had let go of her hand the moment Sato collided with her. Get off me, you filthy drunk. Pressed beneath the drunken stranger, Dora's mind went blank for a moment. But it was soon replaced by a surge of anger. She pushed Sato off with all her strength, her face twisted with rage as she screamed at him. Burn him to ashes, Magmurtar. Enraged, Dora wasted no time pulling a pokeball from her dress with a magician-like flourish. She released a Magmurtar and immediately ordered it to attack Sato. Resorting to a Pokémon attack over such a trivial matter was utterly deranged, and this impulsive act revealed Dora's vile nature. Despite lying on the ground pretending to be a drunkard, Sato remained unfazed. He had already noticed someone important standing behind the pair, a short, muscular sailor who served as the bosun of the Sea Lion. As the bosun of the Sea Lion, Kokoro was not about to let anyone die on his watch. Seeing Dora prepare to attack someone over a minor bump, his expression turned icy. As soon as it was released, Celio, his trusty partner, immediately sensed his mood shift. Without needing an order, Celio launched a piercingly cold ice beam just as Magmurtar was about to unleash its flames. The icy beam struck with lightning speed. The terrifying chill extinguished the flames on Magmartar's back, freezing its entire body solid in less than a second, albeit momentarily. Moreover, the icy aura emanating from Celio's frozen creation spread to Dora herself. Dressed in a light summer dress, she was instantly chilled to the bone, her complexion turning blue as she began shivering uncontrollably. Seeing her Magmartar frozen and herself caught in the backlash, Dora turned her head stiffly to glare at the short, muscular sailor. Her eyes were filled with both fear and intense hatred. What do you mean you? Who gave you permission to attack someone, you vile woman? Don't you understand the rules on the Sea Lion? Next time you dare to command a Pokémon to attack someone on this ship, I'll freeze both you and your Pokémon solid, smash you into pieces with an axe, and feed you to the fish. Kokoro was a dominating figure. Seeing Dora glaring at him, he swung the blunt side of his axe and knocked her to the ground before pointing the blade at her head and shouting furiously. Heiji Kuroya, witnessing Dora's treatment, felt a twinge of discomfort. But when he glanced down at Kokoro, their eyes met. To Kuroya, it was as if he were staring into the maw of a ferocious great white shark. Kuroya froze in place, cold sweat pouring down his body as fear filled his eyes. If Kuroya was intimidated, Dora, who had been directly targeted, was utterly terrified. She no longer cared about the burning pain in her chest. Bowing her head submissively, she didn't dare meet Kokoro's murderous gaze. She realized she had encountered someone far more terrifying than herself. Kokoro was even more frightening than Captain Mary, whom she once feared. She had no doubt that if she showed even a hint of defiance, he would finish her on the spot. Get lost. Don't block my way to the dining hall. Seeing the two comply, Kokoro eased his demeanor a bit. Since turning to honest work with his boss, he hadn't killed anyone in a long time, but the suppressed violence in his heart was now surging. It seemed like he needed something to vent his frustrations. Kuroya quickly picked up Dora's pokeball, recalling Magmartar, and helped Dora to her feet. They made way for Kokoro, and as soon as he entered the dining hall, the pair fled in disgrace. Meanwhile, the drunken Sato was dragged aside by a few sailors coming out of the dining hall. After a long while, Sato, now lying in a corridor, finally groggily woke up. Looking around in apparent confusion, his face suddenly changed, and he promptly spewed a torrent of liquid from his mouth. Afterward, feeling much better, he began to stagger off again, disappearing down the corridor. Everything about him was so convincingly drunk that it perfectly fit the persona of a dedicated drunkard. The golden sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon, painting the distant eastern sky into a sea of golden clouds. As the sea lion approached La Rao City, Sato, who stood on the deck, began to make out a portion of the city's silhouette, partially shrouded by ocean mist. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sato would never have believed how elevated La Raus could be. The island on which La Raus was built seemed like a massive pillar towering over the ocean, standing alone in solitary majesty. Indeed, La Rao City was established atop a high-altitude column-shaped island. From his vantage point on the Sea Lion, Sato could only see the island's steep, jagged cliffs. However, the rumors travelers shared about La Rao City being a hub of advanced technology seemed well-founded. Numerous modern-looking glass elevators were installed along the island's steep cliffs, hinting at the city's sophistication. Beneath these glass elevators lay an enormous port constructed over the sea. From the Sea Lion's perspective, Sato could only glimpse a portion of it. The port wrapped around the entire island, its immense scale leaving Sato in awe. Having witnessed the bustling ports of Vermilion City and Lily Cove City, Sato once again found his horizons broadened. The prosperity of La Raus port dwarfed the other two by comparison. It was no exaggeration to say that La Raus' daily cargo throughput likely surpassed the combined capacity of Vermilion and Lily Cove. This massive port, encircling the island, was undoubtedly a colossal economic powerhouse. Gradually, the Sea Lion, along with hundreds of other ships of varying sizes, navigated into empty berths under the orderly direction of traffic officers mounted on large flying-type Pokémon. No wonder La Rao City is so advanced, it's incredibly wealthy and powerful, Sato thought, inhaling deeply and reflecting with amazement. When the Sea Lion finally docked, Sato disembarked along the gangway with the other passengers. The moment his feet touched the dock, he noticed something unusual. The concrete beneath his feet felt oddly soft, almost spongy. Some people, unaccustomed to the sensation, even stumbled and fell. Don't worry, you'll get used to it soon. This isn't ordinary concrete. It's called floatstone, a new building material developed by La Rao City's Tech Research Institute. It's not only strong and flexible but also buoyant and resistant to seawater corrosion, making it ideal for marine construction, explained a smiling sailor stationed at the gangway to assist passengers. Floatstone? Huh? What incredible material. With this, building cities on the ocean might become a reality in the future. But the cost must be astronomical, and it's likely monopolized by La Rao City. Otherwise, the city would have expanded far beyond its current size, Sato thought, crouching down to poke at the floatstone beneath him. To his amazement, it deformed under pressure but quickly regained its original shape, leaving him astonished. As Sato suspected, the cost of floatstone was exorbitant. A single square meter cost millions of poke dollars. Even with La Rao City's immense wealth, they had only replaced a small portion of the port with floatstone. Unlike other regions where Officer Jenny led the law enforcement, La Rao City's security forces were not humans but box-shaped robots patrolling the area. Each robot was accompanied by a few magnemite or magneton. These cube-shaped robots were highly vigilant, distributed across the port in a systematic pattern, conducting thorough patrols. If they detected anyone breaking the port's rules, they would immediately intervene to stop and warn them. For first-time offenders, the robots were lenient, issuing warnings and recording the violations. However, repeat offenders faced not only warnings but also fines, which increased exponentially with each infraction. If a violator couldn't pay the fine, the robot's friendly display screen would switch to an enraged expression. They would give the offender a time limit to leave Larao City. If the individual resisted or failed to leave within the allotted time, the robots would resort to forceful expulsion. Underestimating these cube robots would be a grave mistake. Quite the opposite, they were equipped with data from powerful trainers who had battled at the battle tower. While their strategies might be rigid, each robot had the tactical skills of at least an average to elite-level trainer. Each robot carried external power sources like magnemite, but internally, they housed up to 18 Pokémon of varying types and levels above 20. The robots could devise optimal battle strategies based on their opponent's Pokémon. What was most terrifying was their ability to work in unison. If all the Pokémon in a single robot were defeated, multiple robots could combine to form a powerful battle unit, reminiscent of a transformer. In their combined form, these robots effectively became pseudo-electric-type Pokémon capable of using common electric-type moves like Thunder Shock, Thunderbolt, and Zap Cannon. In summary, Larao City's defensive capabilities were incredibly formidable. The sheer number of these robots spread across the city was equivalent to a powerful League trainer army. Sato vividly remembered from the movies that these cube robots had even managed to subdue Rayquaza. Although it was only temporary, it showcased their immense strength when working together. As a result, after many bloody lessons, few dared to violate Larao City's rules. To live peacefully in Laraos, one had to strictly abide by its regulations. Larao City, of course, has two sets of rules, one for outsiders and another for its residents. Naturally, the rules for locals offer them significant advantages over those for outsiders. For example, many areas of Larao City are off-limits to outsiders, while locals have unrestricted access to any part of the city and can even use public transportation free of charge. Additionally, local trainers receive free medical services and a stipend of 1 million Poké. Each local novice trainer is also entitled to 3 free starter Pokémon. Furthermore, fines for Larao City locals are reduced by 80%, and they are granted 1 waiver per month for any fines incurred. What frustrates outsiders the most is the locals' right to vote to expel outsiders. If 20 or more Larao City residents vote to expel a specific outsider, that outsider must leave within a designated time frame and will be permanently blacklisted from entering Larao City again. However, such rights must not be abused. Larao City residents are required to act impartially. If someone is reported for unwarranted abuse of their authority, they will be subjected to a public trial in the court of justice. If found guilty, the penalty can even be death. Moreover, with rights come responsibilities. In case of emergencies, every Larao City resident is obligated to follow orders unconditionally. Failure to do so is treated as treason. Because of the superior benefits provided by Larao City, many aspire to obtain local residency. However, becoming a resident is exceedingly difficult. Besides being born and raised in Laraos, outsiders have 3 ways to gain citizenship. The first method is living in Larao City for over 10 years, spending at least 2 million Poké annually during that time, and having no record of rule violations. The second method is through a talent admission system. Larao City always welcomes Pokémon researchers and elite-level trainers, provided they have no serious criminal records. The third method is the battle tower. If someone achieves a streak of 30 consecutive victories or becomes the guardian of a floor in the tower, they automatically qualify for Larao City residency. So that's how it is. Larao City really is a remarkable place. I truly envy the trainers born here, Sato mused as he sat in a glass elevator with several others, flipping through a guidebook detailing the city's rules and benefits. After finishing the sections on regulations and rights and responsibilities, he shifted his attention to the chapter on the battle tower, which was the focus of his current mission, achieving a streak of 10 consecutive victories. He needed to familiarize himself with this place. As Sato began carefully reading about the battle tower, his face gradually revealed a look of astonishment. He couldn't help but marvel at the resources Larao City had invested in it. The battle tower in Larao City currently has 108 floors. The first 30 floors are the beginner tier, floors 31 to 60 are the intermediate tier, and floors 61 to 90 are the advanced tier. The remaining 18 floors are private domains for the tower guardians. Every challenger starts from the first floor. Only victors may advance 1 floor, while losers must retreat 1 floor. For every 3 consecutive wins, a challenger can advance 2 floors instead of 1. However, certain milestones such as floors 30, 60, and 90 represent specific thresholds. Upon reaching these floors, challengers must win at least 3 out of 5 battles to advance. Failure results in a retreat of 15 floors. The final 18 floors are the domain of the tower guardians. Only those who pass the trials of the 90th floor may step foot here, with each floor being ruled by a single guardian. To become a guardian of one of these floors, a challenger must defeat 10 other opponents on that floor, excluding the current guardian. Each challenger has only 3 lifetime attempts to challenge a tower guardian. Once these attempts are used, they are permanently barred from the battle tower. Tower guardians are considered an elite class in Larao City. They receive free access to all city services, unrestricted mobility within the city, an annual stipend of 2 billion Poke dollars, and various rare Pokémon items. Notably, the Battle Tower features a points system similar to Team Rocket's internal exchange system. Every victory earns points, the amount of which depends on the floor level. For instance, winning on the first floor awards 1 point, the second floor awards 2 points, and so on. After the 90th floor, victories earn a fixed reward of 100 points each. These points are invaluable to challengers as they can be exchanged for a wide variety of Pokémon items. The selection available in the Battle Tower's exchange system rivals, if not exceeds, that of Team Rocket's internal system. From rare Pokémon to highly sought-after Pokémon items, anything can be redeemed if one has enough points. However, these points are non-transferable and are bound to the individual challenger. Apart from points, challengers also receive monetary rewards, earning 10% of the ticket revenue generated by their battle. With enough skill and popularity, any trainer can reap enormous rewards at the Battle Tower. This lucrative opportunity draws countless trainers from around the world to Larao City every year. Pokémon battles are the most popular competitive activity in the Pokémon world, with an unparalleled number of fans. Because the Battle Tower hosts the world's top-tier Pokémon battles, it attracts countless spectators passionate about the sport. However, among the numerous challengers vying for success in the Battle Tower, only a few manage to stand at its pinnacle. Yet the emergence of the Battle Tower has provided an unprecedented platform for promising civilian trainers. In fact, of the 18 current Tower Guardians, 10 started out as civilian trainers. The trainer currently reigning at the Battle Tower's summit was also a civilian trainer. A springboard for civilian trainers to rise, huh? That's absolutely true. I hope that one day, I too can stand at the pinnacle of this tower, Sato thought, gazing at the towering obelisk in the distance, his eyes shining with determination. Sato stepped out of the glass elevator and arrived at one of Larao City's entry points. Immediately, a cube-shaped service robot designed to assist new visitors approached him and requested his League ID. Alliance B-Class Citizen, Sato Kaede, verification complete. Data upload in progress, upload complete. Temporary identification number for Larao City, BGM 012389121. Ding! This is your ID card for Larao City. Please keep it safe. If lost, contact the nearest service robot to report it. The cube robot swallowed Sato's League ID, captured his photograph, and after a brief moment, a white card along with his League ID emerged from its slot. The robot instructed Sato to retrieve them. The white card bore Sato's freshly taken photo on the top right corner and contained his basic information. This card served as his temporary identification within Larao City. From the city guide Sato had perused earlier, he learned that this temporary ID was linked to his League bank account. With this card, he could make all purchases in Larao City seamlessly. Additionally, any profits he earned through transactions in the city would also be transferred to his League account via this card. However, Larao City imposed a 10% income tax on all earnings generated within its borders. With the registration complete, the large doors before him slowly opened. Sato stepped through, officially entering Larao City for the first time. He now had 3 transportation options. The first was to stand on one of the auto-moving walkways along the main roads, which would transport him to his desired location. These walkways spanned the city and provided quick access to various areas. However, this method required familiarity with Larao City's layout to avoid getting lost in its intricate network. The second option was to use the magnetic levitation cars, which operated similarly to traditional vehicles but were driverless and significantly faster. The third option was to rent a flying mount. Larao City boasted well-established aerial pathways and numerous stores offering flying Pokémon for hire, with several available right at the entrance. To save time, Sato opted for the third and most efficient option. Renting a flying Pokémon was not cheap. The minimum cost was 1,000 Poke dollars per ride. Due to its expense, this mode of transport was often reserved for those in a hurry or with ample funds to spare. With the fortune Sato had recently acquired from the sea cave near Lily Cove City, he didn't mind the cost. He paid 1,500 Poke dollars to rent a Pidgeot. These rental flying Pokémon were thoroughly trained and had calm temperaments, ensuring they didn't act out even with unfamiliar riders. Once payment was complete, the service staff removed Pidgeot's control device and guided it to Sato. With their help, he smoothly mounted the Pokémon. The refreshing sea breeze invigorated him as Pidgeot took off. His earlier fatigue gave way to alertness. Gazing below, he marveled at the city's advanced infrastructure. What an incredibly developed city. Even the air feels cleaner here. Maybe settling down in a place like this when I'm older wouldn't be such a bad idea, he mused, admiring the clear blue sky. Pidgeot's flight was swift, and its knowledge of Larao City's layout was impeccable, a result of specialized training. Following Sato's instructions, it quickly brought him to the largest Pokémon Center in the city, which was equipped with a landing platform for flying mounts. Although Larao City maintained a neutral stance and discouraged external influences, its administration made an exception for the Joy family, fostering close collaboration. As a result, Pokémon centers operated by the Joy family were scattered throughout the city and remained its primary healthcare facilities for Pokémon. The Pokémon Center Sato visited was the largest in Larao City and situated closest to the Battle Tower. Resembling a 5-star hotel, it was the ideal temporary residence for trainers aspiring to challenge the tower. After landing, Sato placed his temporary ID against the scanner on Pidgeot's harness. A familiar confirmation sound played, and Pidgeot nodded before flying away swiftly. Waving farewell to Pidgeot, Sato followed the signs to the elevator. Like the others who had arrived via flying mounts, he rode the elevator to the Pokémon Center's main floor. The bustling lobby of the Pokémon Center was crowded with trainers, nearly all accompanied by 1 or 2 Pokémon or carrying Pokeballs. Nurse Joy, please take care of these little ones and give them a full recovery, Sato said as he handed over 7 Pokeballs along with his temporary ID to the Nurse Joy at the service counter. Certainly, sir. Please wait in the lounge. Your Pokémon will be ready shortly, Nurse Joy replied with a professional smile. She placed the Pokeballs into designated slots, scanned his temporary ID, and returned it to him. Currently, Sato carried only 7 Pokémon. Before parting ways with Elsa and the others, he had released his Chinjo back into the wild. After consulting the system's analysis, Sato determined that Chinjo lacked the aptitude for combat and personally, Chinjo preferred a peaceful life. Releasing it into its natural habitat was the best decision. Simultaneously, Sato used the system's detection ability to rescan his Pokémon. To his surprise, the Pokémon with the highest 4 rating was Bellossom, who boasted a golden rating with an individual value total of 176. Sato was astonished by Bellossom's exceptional stats. In his view, apart from its unparalleled talent in mastering grass-type energy, Bellossom didn't stand out in other aspects. However, it now seemed Bellossom might possess undiscovered talents. A Pokémon with Golden 4 rating is incredibly rare, so Sato was determined to make Bellossom one of the core members of his future team. The next Pokémon with the highest rating was Marshtomp, with an individual value total of 172, just 3 points shy of the Golden rating threshold of 175. Without question, upon realizing Marshtomp's outstanding potential, Sato immediately decided to include it in his ace lineup. Currently, Sato had a shiny Wingull that could serve as the future core of a rain team, with a Mega Swampert as its ace. This gave him the inspiration to start building a rain team. Speaking of shiny Wingull, Sato couldn't help but feel thrilled. This Pokémon not only had the significant advantage of dual abilities but also possessed purple rating with an individual value total of 163. Thanks to its dual abilities, one of which was Drizzle, a core rain team ability, the value of shiny Wingull in a rain team was immeasurable. Combining it with Swampert, which could one day undergo Mega Evolution, Sato believed it wasn't impossible for him to achieve the title of a Water-type elite in the near future. With the Rain Team's core and ace Pokémon already secured, Sato only needed a few more Pokémon with abilities like Swift Swim, Rain Dish, or ones that could counter Electric and Grass types to round out the team. In fact, Sato already had a few candidates in mind. One of them was a Poliwrath he had once seen in Viridian Forest. If his guess was correct, that Poliwrath, which had held its own against a Gyarados in a torrential downpour, possessed the Swift Swim ability. Its fluid movements in the rain left a deep impression on Sato. With the Swift Swim ability, Poliwrath could traverse rain-soaked air with agility, a level of mobility Sato greatly admired. Mega Swampert also has the Swift Swim ability. Unfortunately, its bulky frame makes it less suited for such nimble maneuvers, which are better executed by lighter Pokémon like Poliwrath. Although Swift Swim is a hidden ability, Poliwhirl is a common Pokémon. With the system's detection ability, finding a Poliwhirl with this hidden ability wouldn't be too difficult for Sato. Another Rain Team member Sato envisioned was Ludicolo. He thought of this after witnessing Anna's Loaded. Her Swift Swim Loaded demonstrated excellent mobility along with powerful field control and recovery abilities. In a rain team, Ludicolo's role is indispensable. Its Swift Swim ability grants it incredible mobility, and with its arsenal of Grass-type moves, it becomes a formidable disruptor. These 4 Water-type Pokémon, Shiny Wingull, Marshtomp, Poliwrath, and Ludicolo, formed the foundation of Sato's rain team. For the remaining 2 members, Sato hadn't decided yet. However, he had some ideas, though finding the right Pokémon would be challenging. Kingdra with Swift Swim and Goodra with Hydration were ideal candidates. Both are exceptional special attackers in rain teams. However, these 2 are dragon types, and Goodra, in particular, is a pseudo-legendary. For now, they were only a distant dream for Sato. Apart from Bellossom and Marshtomp, Nidoran also ranked high in individual value ratings. The Nidoran Sato had pinned his hopes on as a potential future ace did not disappoint, with an individual value total of 168. Its attack and special attack IVs exceeded 30. In time, once Nidoran evolves into Nidoking, with its ability changing from Hustle to Sheer Force and paired with a Life Orb, it would become Sato's most powerful attacker. A Nidoking with Sheer Force and Life Orb excels in both physical and special attacks. Whether it's Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch in melee, or Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam for ranged attacks, Nidoking's broad offensive coverage is formidable. Were it not for Nidoran's young age and untapped potential, Sato would have already removed its Everstone necklace. With its level now at 25, it could evolve anytime. However, for the sake of its future growth, Sato decided to wait. Nidoran's current state needed to be maintained for at least a couple more months. Pokémon don't grow at the same pace as humans, and a few months or a year was enough for Nidoran to fully mature. By then, evolving it straight to a Nidoking would pose no issue. Naturally, Sato wasn't satisfied with the Moonstone he currently owned. After witnessing the effects of premium evolutionary stones like the Sunstone and Water Stone, his standards had become more refined. In his view, Nidoran must evolve with a premium Moonstone to maximize its potential. It was very likely that Bellossom's Golden 4 rating was closely related to the premium Sunstone gifted by Wallace. Similar to Wallace, Sato had a perfectionist streak. To further enhance the capabilities of his S Pokémon, he hoped to provide the best evolutionary conditions for Nidoran. As a result, MT Moon in the Kanto region had become a priority destination for him. Even if it meant scouring every fucking inch of it, Sato was determined to find a premium Moonstone for Nidoran there. Apart from Marshtomp, Nidoran, and the shiny Wingull being Pokémon with purple tier ratings, Golbat and Ditto also fell into this category, although their 4 rating was classified as lower grade purple tier compared to the other 3. Despite Golbat's slightly less impressive rating, as Sato's starter Pokémon, it remained a focal point for training. Currently, Golbat served as a primary attacker in his team while also taking on the role of a scout. Even if Golbat's role as a primary attacker may one day be replaced by Nidoran or Marshtomp, the scouting position will undoubtedly remain its specialty. Moreover, once it evolves into Crobat, Golbat will also become Sato's regular flying transport Pokémon. Additionally, when it learns moves like Haze and Taunt, Crobat, with its impressive speed, can also act as a disruptor in the team. Sato held great hope for Golbat's future, aspiring for it to learn Nasty Plot as a power-up move someday. A Crobat that knows Nasty Plot would become a terrifying assassin under the cover of night or darkness. As for Ditto, Sato was currently somewhat disappointed with it. Although it repeatedly promised to work hard and participate in direct combat, its enthusiasm only lasts a few days before reverting to its previous lazy self. However, Sato wasn't one to back down. If Ditto refused to train, Sato forced it into practice mode, compelling it to transform continuously to build its stamina. In truth, stamina has always been a major limiting factor for Ditto's strength. While Ditto can transform into large Pokémon, it lacks the power to properly control the massive forms it mimics. In essence, it's a paper tiger formidable in appearance but lacking substance. As a result, Ditto usually prefers transforming into smaller Pokémon. Lately, it has been particularly fond of transforming into the shiny Wingull. Among Sato's 6 Pokémon, the most surprising case was Growlithe. He hadn't expected its 4 ratings to be the lowest, with a base stat total of only 138. Although this is just 2 points shy of the 140 needed for purple tier rating, the gap significantly impacts Growlithe's future potential. Fortunately, Growlithe required a Fire Stone to evolve, and Sato knew that top-tier premium evolution stones can enhance the potential of Pokémon that depend on them for evolution. Being a sentimental person, Sato treasured Growlithe's voluntary decision to follow him out of Viridian Forest. He kept this in his heart, and if given the chance to obtain a top-tier premium Fire Stone, he'd do his best to secure it for Growlithe. Currently, Growlithe was at level 25, far from the level 60 threshold. Sato still had plenty of time to find the perfect Fire Stone for it. The efficiency of the Pokémon Center's treatment process was impressive. After waiting in the lobby for about 10 minutes, Sato heard the announcement that his Pokémon were ready. He quickly retrieved his 6 Pokémon from the counter and rented a single room at the center. After enjoying a hearty breakfast with his Pokémon in the center's dining hall, Sato returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. To guard against the potential antics of Dora and her gang, Sato had stayed up all night. Now, with dark circles under his eyes, he was utterly exhausted. When Sato woke up again, the sky was beginning to darken. It was around 6 p.m. After washing up and addressing his growling stomach, he headed to the Pokémon Center's dining hall for a feast with his team. While eating, the images on the large TV screens in the dining hall caught his attention. To his surprise, the Battle Tower was hosting a Tower Master Challenge tonight. What shocked Sato even more was the challenger, a female trainer about his age. Based on her features, the challenger appeared to be a blonde woman from the West. Her fair skin, tall stature for a woman, and long, waist-length golden hair shone brightly. Her bangs were long, obscuring her gray left eye. Apart from a peculiar headpiece, she wore no feminine accessories. The blonde woman donned a black women's suit. Her exposed gray eye radiated sharpness, and coupled with her striking appearance and noble aura, she resembled an aristocratic heiress. Judging by the roaring cheers from the screen, the blonde woman had a significant fan base. The audience filled the stadium to capacity, with some spectators even crowding the aisles due to a lack of seats. Her fan base included many female trainers dressed similarly to her, waving fans printed with her image. Some fervent male fans waved flags and shouted enthusiastically. In stark contrast, the Tower Master she was challenging, a burly man with a buzz cut dressed in martial arts attire, had noticeably fewer supporters in the crowd. In fact, his presence was almost entirely overshadowed by hers. It was ironic that the Tower Master had essentially lost his home field advantage to the challenger. From his grim expression and cold, piercing eyes, it was clear that he was genuinely pissed. Cynthia. 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 The blonde woman gracefully walked from the rest area to the battle platform. When she gave the audience an elegant bow, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. Her fans cheered in unison, calling out her name in support. Incredible. To think I'd encounter the future champion of Sinnoh here, Sato muttered, stunned. Seeing the young version of Cynthia appear on the screen, he was utterly amazed. He completely forgot about his food, focusing all his attention on the screen. This was a rare opportunity to gauge the gap between himself and Sanoa's future battle goddess. The result of the battle roulette was announced, and once the battlefield successfully switched, a referee riding on a Pidgeot for real-time surveillance immediately signaled for the two trainers to begin their match. The first to act was Cynthia. On the water battlefield, her initial Pokémon was Empoleon, one of the Sinnoh starters. This Empoleon was extraordinary in demeanor. Even through the screen, one could feel the immense battle spirit radiating from its eyes. Upon appearing midair, it immediately executed Drill Peck, its entire body transforming into a spinning top as it rapidly rotated, stirring up white air currents and diving toward the water's surface. What was surprising, however, was that despite the impressive display, Empoleon's entry into the water barely caused a ripple. Like a world-class diver, it entered the water with only the faintest splash. This level of physical control and energy manipulation is unbelievable. Watching Empoleon's flawless entry into the water, Sato, who had been eating, froze with his mouth agape, his expression one of astonishment. As expected of Cynthia, her skill in training Pokémon is truly unmatched. Once Empoleon was in the water, a whirlpool quickly formed and expanded to cover the entire water battlefield. On the opposing side stood Carpen, the level 17 Tower Master, a burly man in a martial artist's uniform specializing in fighting-type Pokémon. Faced with the commanding display of Cynthia's Empoleon, Carpen remained calm as he released his own Pokémon, Poliwrath. Poliwrath's entrance wasn't as grand as Empoleon's, but it showcased its strength and finesse. Before the crowd's eyes, Poliwrath moved effortlessly atop the whirlpool, like a martial arts master with extraordinary agility. Poliwrath was no ordinary Pokémon. Clearly adept with human weapons, it clasped its hands together and used Ice Punch to form a massive ice blade and scabbard. With its right hand, it drove the ice blade into the water below. The blade's passage froze the water, leaving a path of ice in its wake. In just a few seconds, Poliwrath had circled the whirlpool created by Empoleon, leaving a ring of ice on the water's surface. Wow! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe at Poliwrath's dazzling maneuvers. Though many remained loyal to Cynthia and silently cheered her on, they couldn't help but admire Carpen's Poliwrath. Incredible! A Pokémon that wields weapons. Carpen, the Tower Master, certainly lives up to his reputation, Sato murmured, stunned once more. Poliwrath now stood on the icy surface with its blade sheathed, its left hand gripping the scabbard and its right resting on the hilt. Its closed eyes and steady posture gave it the air of a stoic swordsman. Empoleon, Aqua Drill Peck. Cynthia remained composed, her brow furrowing slightly as she immediately commanded her Empoleon to launch an attack from within the whirlpool. Left. From the beginning of the match, Carpen had been standing with his arms crossed, his eyes closed in apparent relaxation. However, the moment Cynthia issued her command, he suddenly shouted. As if clairvoyant, Carpen's words rang out just as Cynthia's Empoleon emerged from the left side of the icy path, surging out of the whirlpool. Empoleon's entire body was cloaked in swirling water, the high-speed rotation of its body combining Aquajet and Drill Peck into an unstoppable, dragon-like torrent. It charged toward Poliwrath with terrifying momentum. Unfortunately for Empoleon, Carpen's uncanny foresight sealed its fate. Trusting its trainer implicitly, Poliwrath adjusted its stance the instant Carpen spoke. As Empoleon emerged, Poliwrath had already begun to draw its blade. Poliwrath's eyes snapped open, gleaming with sharp focus. With the blade infused entirely with the power of Ice Punch, it leapt into the air, delivering a lightning-fast slash with incredible force. This move transformed Ice Punch into a devastating icy sword slash. Poliwrath, solid as a mountain, channeled its immense strength into the ice blade. A single swing unleashed a brilliant blue arc of energy, resembling a frozen, icy wave tearing through the battlefield. The overwhelming cold and slicing blade energy surged outward, causing the ice beneath Poliwrath to spread further while simultaneously cracking under the immense power. Clang! The next moment, the clash of their moves resounded like a great bell being struck. A visible shockwave rippled outward, forcing most of the audience to cover their ears against the deafening sound. Yet, their eyes remained locked on the battlefield, unwilling to miss a single moment of the spectacle. After a second or two of tense stalemate, the crowd watched in shock as Empoleon's water dragon form began to freeze rapidly. Poliwrath's icy sword slash cleaved through Empoleon's attack, leaving a blood-tinted ice scar across its body. The Sinnoh starter was sent flying, landing with a resounding crash, unable to continue battling. The sheer force of that single move left the entire audience in stunned silence, as if the world had gone mute. For a few seconds, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shaken by the overwhelming power of Carpen's Poliwrath. Carpen, Carpen, Carpen. The spectators, ever fickle, erupted into cheers for Carpen, their fervor rivaling if not surpassing their earlier enthusiasm for Cynthia. Carpen is too ruthless, treating a young girl like this, one person muttered. Humph, these rookies think that just reaching the 18th floor means they can challenge us. How laughable, another scoffed. Everyone has their youthful arrogance. That girl, Cynthia, is strong. Give her another year or two, and aside from the top two Tower Masters, no one will be guaranteed victory against her, a third mused. TCH, everyone improves. Let's see how it plays out, someone retorted. In the VIP section overlooking the battlefield, several dignified trainers lounged on sofas, watching the match unfold with amusement. Their gazes settled on Cynthia, whose face was slightly pale from the defeat. So this is the power of a Tower Master? Even Cynthia, the future goddess of Sinnoh, falls to him. How terrifying, Sato thought, awestruck by Poliwrath's overwhelming icy sword slash. The sight of Empoleon being taken down in a single strike stirred his fighting spirit. Beside him, Sato's Marshtomp stared at the screen intently. So focused was the Marshtomp that it didn't even notice a shiny Wingull sneaking food from the nearby pile of snacks meant for water types. Grr. Marshtomp stood up, clenching its fists, its battle spirit igniting. The unique battle style of the Poliwrath threw Cynthia off guard. It was clear she hadn't obtained any intelligence on Carpen's Poliwrath, otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a precarious position. But Cynthia was Cynthia unflappable as ever. After recalling her defeated Empoleon, she quickly sent out her next Pokémon. This one resembled a slug, though its back was brown and its underbelly was pink. It was none other than a Gastrodon, the West Sea variant of the Pokémon that evolved from Shellos in the Sinnoh region. Gastrodon had both water and ground attributes. As it entered the water, the surrounding area began to turn murky. Within moments, the entire water arena had become muddy brown. Taking advantage of its camouflage, Gastrodon seamlessly blended into the polluted water. Meanwhile, the Poliwrath remained on the floating ice, its eyes closed, maintaining its drawn blade stance, unfazed by Gastrodon's tactics. Clearly, the Poliwrath was a classic counterpuncher, and Cynthia, noticing this, allowed Gastrodon to alter the battlefield freely. She also understood that the Poliwrath wasn't in top condition. That devastating slash earlier had to have consumed a significant amount of its energy. Gastrodon, use Mud Bomb. As soon as Gastrodon had reshaped the battlefield, Cynthia ordered it to attack. Emerging from the muddy water, Gastrodon launched a barrage of muddy orbs from its brown, slimy back. At the same time, 3 identical Gastrodon clones appeared from other directions, all attacking the Poliwrath with Mud Bomb. Is this substitute? Not just 1, but 4, and all under synchronized control? This Gastrodon has terrifying talent and potential. Watching through the screen, Sato was astounded by Cynthia's Gastrodon. Its ability to split into 4 and launch simultaneous attacks left him marveling at the power of her Pokémon. While Sato was in awe, the Tower Masters watching from the VIP box were even more shocked. Their expressions changed drastically as they stared at Cynthia in disbelief. Am I seeing things? A Gastrodon controlling 4 at once. No, you're not. Who is this girl? Carpen's in serious trouble this time. 4-way control? Even if it's exploiting Gastrodon's unique body properties to execute the substitute tactic, this level of control is astonishing. None of us have Pokémon capable of such feats. This girl named Cynthia has limitless potential. The Tower Masters were stunned, their admiration for Cynthia clear in their voices. The ability of a Pokémon to execute multiple moves simultaneously was a testament to its power. When these moves synergized into combo attacks, they became devastating. Both Empoleon's Aqua Drill Peck, a combination of Aqua Jet and Drill Peck, and the Poliwrath's Ice Blade Strike, a combination of Ice Punch and Focus Punch, were examples of such combos. Focus Punch, a fighting-type physical move with a power of 150. It requires the user to charge for 1 turn before attacking. If the user is hit during the charge, the move fails. Creating these combo moves required a trainer's ingenuity, a deep understanding of their Pokémon's capabilities, and an intimate knowledge of various moves. Cynthia's Gastrodon exemplified this mastery. Its unique body allowed it to remain alive even if split into pieces, with all fragments under its control. Under Cynthia's training, it had reached the pinnacle of 4-way synchronized control, perfecting substitute to an unparalleled level. The Gastrodon's clones were as strong as its original body, capable of executing the same moves. The only flaw was that they lacked independent thought, functioning as lifeless shells guided by the original. Faced with such a formidable Gastrodon, Carpen's calm demeanor cracked for a moment before he quickly composed himself. He immediately commanded the Poliwrath to evade. Unlike clean water, muddy water provided more traction, enabling the Poliwrath to dash across the surface swiftly. It skillfully dodged the mud bombs from all 4 Gastrodon, closing the distance to one of them. Drawing its blade, it unleashed an Ice Blade Strike without any charge up. This swift and powerful strike cleaved the Gastrodon in 2, or so it seemed. Instead of being cut, the Gastrodon split itself in half preemptively, avoiding the attack. The Poliwrath's blade struck only muddy water. However, the icy chill from the Ice Blade Strike froze the Gastrodon and its surroundings, creating a frozen prison. Yet, trouble soon followed. The Poliwrath found one of its legs frozen, entangled by the Gastrodon's supple body. Scald. Seeing this, Cynthia smiled faintly. Seizing the opportunity created by one clone's sacrifice, she commanded the other 3 Gastrodon to attack. Protect. Carpen, realizing the Poliwrath couldn't dodge, ordered it to use its precious defensive move. The 3 Gastrodon sprayed scalding hot water at the Poliwrath. Though its sturdy green energy shield blocked the attacks, the heat lingered. The shield's protection also extended to the frozen Gastrodon, allowing it to thaw. This thawed Gastrodon, still within the shield's range, launched a sneak attack with Scald, breaking through the shield. The Poliwrath endured the combined onslaught of 4 Scald attacks. Despite its fighting-type resilience, it cried out in pain, its body steaming as though it were a boiled lobster. Its weapon had melted away, leaving it helpless. The battle was over. The once majestic Poliwrath lay defeated in the muddy water, marking Cynthia's Gastrodon as the victor. The battle between Cynthia and Carpen, a 6-on-6 Pokémon showdown, was nothing short of spectacular. However, Cynthia was still too young. Even though she had far surpassed others of her age, she was still slightly outmatched by Carpen, a trainer with nearly 50 years of experience on this path. Cynthia's Gastrodon was incredibly strong. After defeating Carpen's Poliwrath, it also bested his Breloom. However, after 2 consecutive defeats, Carpen quickly devised a counter-strategy. He sent out his Toxic Rogue, a poison and fighting-type Pokémon, to face Gastrodon. With just one shot of Venoshock, Toxic Rogue turned the muddy terrain created by Gastrodon into a poison swamp. This completely negated Gastrodon's home field advantage. With both Gastrodon and its 3 substitutes heavily poisoned, they were quickly picked off one by Toxic Rogue. Apart from her Garchomp, Gastrodon was clearly one of Cynthia's strongest Pokémon. The Spiritomb and Melodic she sent out next hadn't fully matured yet and ended up being consecutively defeated by Toxic Rogue. At this point, Cynthia sent out her second strongest Pokémon, Lucario. Unsurprisingly, after enduring 3 grueling battles, Toxic Rogue was no match for Lucario and was defeated. Lucario lived up to its title as Cynthia's second ace. Its innate talent and potential rivaled that of Gastrodon. Its aura abilities were exceptional, covering the entire battlefield. Moreover, it was a Pokémon capable of multitasking to a remarkable degree. Lucario could fire Aura Sphere from both hands simultaneously while enhancing them with Psychic and Blaze Kick for additional power. Under its control, the Aura Spheres, each the size of a soccer ball, behaved like homing missiles capable of freely maneuvering midair. Using this multi-layered technique, Lucario defeated both Toxic Rogue and Blaziken before finally falling to Carpen's Medicham in a grueling match. Cynthia's ace, Garchomp, then took the stage. Its appearance left the audience stunned, as Cynthia had never publicly showcased this pseudo-legendary Pokémon before. Seeing her unleash a pseudo-legendary as her final Pokémon, the crowd unanimously concluded that Garchomp was her trump card. Garchomp lived up to expectations, effortlessly defeating Carpen's Medicham. Finally, Carpen sent out his own ace, Gallade. During the initial stages of their battle, Cynthia's overwhelmingly strong Garchomp forced Gallade into a corner, but in the latter half of the match, with no other options left, Carpen unveiled a new power he and Gallade had mastered. Mega Evolution. In Sato's eyes, Mega Gallade's strength was simply absurd. Its already masterful psychic abilities became even more formidable after Mega Evolution. Using Teleport with unparalleled precision, Mega Gallade combined it with a series of devastating fighting-type moves. Its offense and defense were unmatched, and its speed made it nearly untouchable. From the moment Gallade Mega evolved, Sato watched as Garchomp was relentlessly battered. If not for Garchomp's incredibly tough hide, any other Pokémon in its place would likely have fallen much sooner. Sato could clearly see the gap between them. Whether in level or battle experience, Cynthia's Garchomp lagged behind Carpen's Mega Gallade. This disparity stemmed from the years of accumulated experience Carpen had over Cynthia, a gap that couldn't be bridged overnight. Even without Mega Evolution, Sato had no doubt that Gallade would have ultimately won the battle. Although Cynthia lost this challenge, no one dared underestimate this blonde trainer from Sinnoh. At just 15/16 years old, she had already forced Carpen, a tower master, to fight with all his strength. Cynthia was like a rising star, destined to shine brightly in the turbulent era to come. After this match, ripples spread throughout Larao City. Many powerful organizations and wealthy conglomerates began sending representatives to approach the young blonde. However, an even more shocking revelation soon surfaced. This teenage blonde girl was actually a direct heir to the Temple of Sinnoh, a superpower in the Sinnoh region. Upon hearing this, all the organizations and conglomerates immediately withdrew their efforts, unwilling to cross such a powerful force. After all, while the Sinnoh region appeared to be under the Alliance's governance, insiders knew the temple was its true ruler. Just the fact that the temple served and was blessed by Arceus, the creator, was enough to strike despair into the hearts of many. Regardless, Cynthia's influence left an indelible mark. For many, this night in Larao City was destined to be sleepless. After witnessing the epic showdown between Cynthia and Carpen, Sato felt a stirring in his heart that refused to settle. From watching this Pokémon battle on the screen, he gained a clearer understanding of the gap between himself and these top-tier trainers. If he was just a rookie who had barely completed basic training, then Cynthia and Carpen were already generals just one step away from becoming marshals. As soon as the match ended, Sato left the Pokémon Center and, like many other trainers, made his way quickly toward the battle tower. However, as he neared the entrance, a convoy of vehicles suddenly arrived behind him, speeding toward the same destination. Seeing this, Sato and other pedestrians quickly moved aside. Thankfully, the vehicles came to a stop 10 meters from the entrance. As soon as they parked, people began pouring out eagerly. Judging by their attire and equipment, they were clearly reporters from various major news outlets. They seemed to have arrived just in time, for as they swarmed out of their vehicles, a blonde girl emerged gracefully from the battle tower entrance. This girl, now the center of attention, was none other than Cynthia. The reporters had obviously gathered to interview this legendary young trainer. "Don't be discouraged," Sato muttered to himself as he stood under a street lamp, watching the blonde girl being showered with admiration from afar. "I've only been a trainer for a short time. There's still a long road ahead. One day, I'll stand in that same spotlight and face off against the strongest. I'll battle you all one day, and I'll win." With his heart now calm, Sato lifted his head, looking toward the imposing battle tower ahead. Straightening his posture, he strode confidently toward the entrance. Sato stepped into the battle tower slowly. Being an unknown trainer, his entrance caused no ripple in the bustling and lively scene outside. His presence was like a drop of water falling into the sea, unnoticed. With most people rushing outside to catch a glimpse of Cynthia, the first floor of the battle tower was now empty. Aside from a receptionist occasionally peeking outside, Sato was the only person there. "Hello, sir. How can I assist you today?" Betty, the front desk receptionist, was desperately tempted to run outside and ask for Cynthia's autograph. But for the sake of her monthly attendance bonus and the newly launched makeup collection she had her eyes on, she suppressed the urge. Spotting someone approaching, she quickly straightened up, put on a professional smile, and greeted him. The visitor was a handsome young man with a chiseled face and sharp looks. Although his plain black hair hadn't been styled, his deep, obsidian-like eyes and the natural, confident aura of a strong trainer that he carried made Betty's heart race involuntarily. "Hello, beautiful. I'd like to register as a participant in the battle tower. Here's my temporary ID. Please help me with the process. If possible, I'd like to arrange a Pokémon battle for tonight," Sato politely said with a small smile. Noticing the young receptionist blush at the sight of him, Sato found it a bit amusing but didn't dwell much on it. He directly stated his intentions and placed his temporary ID and 4 Pokeballs on the counter, offering a soft smile in the process. Indeed, Sato had only brought 4 Pokémon for this registration: Nidoran, Growlithe, Marshtomp, and a shiny Wingull. This selection was intentional. Sato wanted to complete the daunting task of achieving 10 consecutive victories as quickly as possible. The Battle Tower offered a system called the Power Rating Evaluation, which assessed a trainer's team based on the Pokémon they registered. The evaluation provided a rough estimate of combat power, allowing skilled trainers to skip lower floors and save time climbing the tower. Currently, Sato had 2 Pokémon at level 30 and the rest above level 20. Based on the guidebook for Larao City, which listed combat power benchmarks, he estimated his team's combat power to be around 2,000. Note: Pokémon level 30 to 40 equals 500 power, level 20 to 30 equals 300 power, level 10 to 20 equals 100 power. With a combat power of roughly 2,000, Sato expected to start on the 4th floor, as each floor represented 500 power. However, these benchmarks were official guidelines and not entirely accurate. A trainer and their Pokémon's combined battle strength often exceeded these numbers due to their synergy and strategies. For this registration, Sato deliberately chose a more balanced team with 3 Pokémon above level 20 and 1 above level 10. This brought his estimated combat power to around 1,123, starting him on the 3rd floor. The Battle Tower's AI matchmaking system ensured battles were evenly matched, maintaining audience interest. Overwhelmingly one-sided battles were boring and diminished the experience for spectators. Sato knew that relying too heavily on his 2 level 30 Pokémon would lead to uneven matchups, making battles either too easy or unwinnable depending on the opponents. A balanced team was key to ensuring consistent performance and avoiding glaring weaknesses. Aside from completing the 10-win streak challenge, Sato also wanted to use the Battle Tower as a training ground for his lower-tier Pokémon. Unlike the games, where the Battle Tower didn't grant experience points, the battles in the tower naturally allowed both trainers and Pokémon to grow significantly through battles. After a brief exchange, Betty, happy with Sato's polite demeanor and compliment, processed his registration efficiently. In just 2 minutes, she handed him his Battle Tower participant card and scheduled his first match. "Mr. Sato, here is your Battle Tower ID card. With this, you can freely access the contestants' resting areas and entry zones. Based on your combat power of 1,123, you will start on the 3rd floor. Your first battle is scheduled for 8:30 p.m. tonight. Please remember the time, and best of luck," Betty said, battering her eyelashes slightly as she handed over a silver card. "Thank you. I really appreciate it," Sato replied with a smile, collecting his items before heading toward the contestant-only elevator. Upon reaching the 3rd floor's waiting room, Sato waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, he heard his name announced over the broadcast. Guided by a staff member, he walked through the contestant tunnel and arrived at the battle arena. The 3rd floor arena was modest, roughly half the size of a basketball court, with only a handful of spectators in the stands. "So, this is where my journey in the Battle Tower begins. One day, I'll make sure these stands are packed with people cheering for me. Now that's the kind of life worth living, ha ha ha," Sato muttered, a grin of excitement spreading across his face as he imagined the grand arenas he had seen on television. Soon, his opponent appeared, and the 2 trainers faced off on the battlefield. The referee, standing at the center, waved their flags impatiently, signaling the start of the battle. "Come out, Marshtomp. Crush them, Onyx." With that, Sato and his opponent released their Pokémon. Marshtomp's sturdy form materialized on the field, facing the towering Onyx. The 3-on-3 battle began. Heavy thuds soon echoed across the arena as the battle raged on. 2 minutes later, Onyx, now riddled with cracks, collapsed under Marshtomp's ice punch. The cold and unyielding Marshtomp stood atop Onyx's cracked head. 4 minutes later, despite suffering multiple injuries, Marshtomp defeated a Breloom, slamming it into the cracked arena walls with icy mud-covered fists. 5 minutes later, the battlefield turned into a swampy mire. Marshtomp darted around gleefully, while a terrified Beautifully lay trembling in the mud. In his debut Battle Tower match, Sato's Marshtomp delivered a devastating 3-0 sweep, ending the battle in dominant fashion. As the stunned referee and audience watched in silence, Sato calmly returned Marshtomp and walked back through the contestant tunnel, not bothering to stick around for the referee's official announcement. Moments later, applause and cheers erupted, echoing through the hallway. 10:30 a.m., 7th floor of the Battle Tower. In a small battle arena on the 7th floor of the Battle Tower, Sato was about to face off against a female trainer in an intense battle. After securing an impressive streak of 3 consecutive wins with his Marshtomp alone, Sato had begun to gain some recognition. The audience seats in the small arena were now more than half full, with spectators drawn by the rookie trainer's achievement of pulling off 3 back-to-back victories. Since Sato's battles had been swift, many of the spectators had only seen the replays. They quickly realized that Sato wasn't a veteran trainer, and his Marshtomp, as analyzed by Pokémon battle experts, was only a level 30 Pokémon at best. What truly captivated the audience, however, was Sato's exceptional battle strategy and Marshtomp's extraordinary raw power. Each time Marshtomp's mighty punches landed on an opponent's Pokémon and sent them crashing into the arena walls, the crowd's blood boiled with excitement. The visceral, hard-hitting combat style left them exhilarated and cheering for more. The 7th floor arena featured a standard deep sand battleground. Once both trainers took their positions, the referee immediately signaled the start of the match. Go, Grovel. Let's go, Marshtomp. Sato and his opponents swiftly released their Pokémon. Sato, true to his usual tactics, sent out Marshtomp first. The female trainer, recognizing this pattern, countered with a grass-type Pokémon that naturally held a type advantage against Marshtomp. Note, in the Battle Tower, trainers cannot freely switch out their Pokémon unless moves like Roar, Dragon Tail, or self-switching moves such as U-turn or Volt Switch are used. Grovel. It's practically a natural counter to Marshtomp, Sato muttered, frowning slightly as he assessed the tall, green lizard Pokémon standing before him. A hint of seriousness crossed his face as his eyes briefly flickered with a faint blue glow. The next moment, detailed data about the Grovel appeared in Sato's vision. Pokémon, Grovel. Level, 25. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Male. Known moves, Fury Cutter, Pound, Leer, Absorb, Quick Attack, Mega Drain, Pursuit, Leaf Blade, Bullet Seed, Egg Move, Double Team, TM, Protect, TM, Aerial Ace, TM. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 19, out of 31. Attack, 21, out of 31. Defense, 15, out of 31. SPATK, 18, out of 31. SPDef, 23, out of 31. Speed, 21, out of 31. Overall 4 rating, Blue, total 4, 117. From the trainer's attire, Sato could tell that she was a civilian trainer. It was likely that she had captured Grovel in the wild by sheer luck. Despite its subpar stats, Grovel was still a formidable threat due to its type advantage, making Sato approach the battle with heightened caution. Marshtomp, now at level 24 after 9 consecutive battles, remained full of vigor. Thanks to the restorative power of the rare, mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone it carried, it showed no signs of fatigue. Like many trainers Sato had faced before, the female trainer opted for an aggressive opening. The moment Grovel appeared, she commanded it to unleash Bullet Seed. Grass-type moves dealt quadruple damage to Marshtomp due to its dual water/ground typing. However, before Sato could issue a command, Marshtomp was already in action. A pool of muddy water had formed beneath Marshtomp's feet. As the green energy seeds from Bullet Seed hurtled toward it, Marshtomp's eyes gleamed, and its right fist clenched as a layer of icy blue energy coated its arm. Boom! Marshtomp struck the ground with an ice punch, sending shockwaves through the arena. In an instant, the muddy water froze into a sturdy ice wall, mixed with sand for added reinforcement. The Bullet Seed attack struck the ice wall with a flurry of sharp clang sounds but failed to penetrate it. Marshtomp remained unharmed behind its improvised defense. This ice wall technique was inspired by the feraligator Sato and Marshtomp had encountered in the sea cavern. After witnessing the move, Marshtomp had successfully adapted it through training, utilizing its ice punch and ability to manipulate mud and water. While the ice wall blocked Grovel's attack and obscured its and its trainer's vision, Marshtomp began tunneling underground with Dig. Marshtomp, naturally adept at burrowing as a mud-dwelling Pokémon, quickly moved beneath the battlefield. When Grovel paused after its Bullet Seed barrage, Marshtomp surfaced directly behind it, unleashing a devastating ice punch. Grovel, however, reacted faster than anticipated, countering with Leaf Blade. The two moves clashed in a dramatic display of power, but Grovel's strength paled compared to Marshtomp's sheer physical might. Its Leaf Blade shattered against the force of Marshtomp's punch, and the grass type was sent flying into the arena wall with a resounding crash. Marshtomp didn't let up. As Grovel attempted to recover, Marshtomp bombarded it with mud bombs, pinning it back into the wall. This time, Grovel remained motionless, fainted. The crowd erupted into cheers as Marshtomp claimed its 10th victory and another streak win. With her strongest counter to Marshtomp defeated, the female trainer sent out Ninjask and Seviper in succession. Ninjask's double team initially gave Marshtomp trouble, but once it used foresight, Ninjask's evasion tactics were rendered useless, and a single ice punch took it down. Sevaper attempted to immobilize Marshtomp with Wrap and poison it, but Marshtomp's immense strength allowed it to break free. Using Refresh to purge the poison, Marshtomp seized Sevaper by the tail and slammed it repeatedly into the ground until it was knocked out. With another 3-on-1 sweep, Sato and Marshtomp secured their 4th consecutive win in the battle tower. As the crowd's applause and cheers surged, Sato and Marshtomp exited the arena through the players' tunnel. Their resolute and commanding silhouettes left a lasting impression on the audience. This was only the beginning. Though the victories were glorious, Sato knew there was still a long way to go before true greatness could be claimed. After achieving his 4th consecutive win, Sato did not continue challenging the battle tower as many spectators expected. Instead, he quietly left the arena. The streak of victories hadn't gone to his head. Sato was well aware of his limitations. At this point, his Marshtomp's battle style was likely understood by many trainers, and continuing to fight would inevitably lead to defeat for the Marshtomp, who had already endured 12 consecutive battles. To maintain his winning streak, Sato needed to equip his Marshtomp and other Pokémon with more tools. Currently, he had 9 water stones in his possession, 3 mid-grade, 5 high-grade, and 1 exceptional grade. Apart from the premium water stone, the other 8 represented a substantial fortune in Poke dollars. However, money is only valuable when spent wisely. The water stones sitting idle in his bag wouldn't improve his capabilities. Only by exchanging them for useful resources could he enhance his Pokémon's abilities. Marshtomp's battle style had become somewhat predictable, direct and aggressive. While this approach worked against most opponents, any observant trainer with adequate preparation could counter it by deploying a nimble Pokémon adept at hit-and-run tactics and reconnaissance. Yes, Pokémon like Golbat, which excel in kiting strategies, were Marshtomp's nemesis. They could render its immense physical strength useless. Fortunately, Sato hadn't encountered such a Pokémon tonight. If he had, achieving 4 sets of 3 victory streaks would have been uncertain. Sato knew that Marshtomp, as a water and ground-type Pokémon, could learn Icy Wind and Rock Tomb. Both moves were critical for Marshtomp. These moves would allow Marshtomp to counter flying and grass-type Pokémon effectively from a distance. Moreover, Rock Tomb would synergize with Marshtomp's physical strength, enabling it to deal significant damage to swift flying types. If paired with the move Fling, Marshtomp's immense power could turn it into a formidable projectile launcher, effectively becoming a rock-throwing powerhouse. Both Icy Wind and Rock Tomb had the added effect of reducing the opponent's speed by 1 stage upon contact. For a relatively slow Pokémon like Marshtomp, these effects were invaluable, helping it overcome its speed disadvantage. Especially Icy Wind, a wide-area attack, would be ideal for countering flying types darting around in the air. Sato saw it as a future core move for Marshtomp. Similarly, Nidoran, Growlithe, and the Shiny Wingull all needed enhancements via TMS to improve their capabilities. Nidoran was already performing admirably in battles, with Poison Jab and Double Kick for close combat, Water Pulse and Thunderbolt for ranged attacks, and Confusion to boost accuracy. Overall, Nidoran had reached a balanced level of competence. However, to prepare for its future evolution into Nidoking, Sato wanted Nidoran to learn Ice Beam. This move would give it an edge against dragon types. Growlithe, on the other hand, was developing its own unique battle style, excelling in guerrilla tactics. However, its physical build was still too frail, and its young age made employing a reckless mad dog fighting style a detrimental choice. As a fire-type Pokémon, Flamethrower and Fire Spin were perfect for Growlithe's hit-and-run strategy. These moves, once learned via TMS, could significantly bolster its effectiveness. Flamethrower would replace the weaker Ember, greatly enhancing Growlithe's offensive capabilities, making battles less time-consuming. Meanwhile, Fire Spin would provide a trapping mechanism. Growlithe, with its natural resistance to fire, could freely maneuver within the fiery vortex it created, leaving its opponent helpless unless they had a countermeasure. For the Shiny Wingull, its biggest hurdle was its lack of evolution. Only upon evolving into Pelipper would its dual abilities, Drizzle and Rain Dish, fully unleash their potential. A Pelipper with both Drizzle and Rain Dish could become an unstoppable artillery platform, with exceptional sustain, as long as it wasn't up against electric types. Once evolved, the shiny Pelipper would automatically learn Hydro Pump and Hurricane, 2 immensely powerful stab moves. Combined with Drizzle, the former's power would be amplified, and the latter would gain perfect accuracy. Additionally, with the Rain Dish ability and the Aqua Ring it inherited, Pelipper's survivability would be unparalleled. Unless taken down in one hit, it could use its aerial advantage to recover continuously, potentially outlasting its opponent. However, evolution brought an awkward issue. With increased body weight and a decrease in speed stats, the evolved Pelipper would be slower than its pre-evolution, a significant drawback. In battle, speed isn't everything, but it is undoubtedly crucial. For a flying type like Pelipper, being slower than its opponent means being at a disadvantage, especially in aerial combat. To mitigate this issue, Sato planned to purchase a TM for agility. Once Wingull learned this move via the TM, it could swiftly master it, as it would have naturally learned it at level 36 if it hadn't evolved. Apart from agility, Sato also wanted to teach Shiny Wingull Protect, Hidden Power, and Double Team to enhance its survivability. TMS such as Icy Wind, Rock Tomb, Ice Beam, and others mentioned earlier were Sato's priorities. However, acquiring them required sufficient Poke dollars, which he currently lacked. Thankfully, the 8 water stones in his bag provided him with some peace of mind. A single ordinary water stone was worth over 2 million poke dollars in the market, while high-quality ones were worth at least 5 to 6 times more, possibly even higher. If he could sell them all, the proceeds would be enough to purchase all the TMS he needed. However, this required finding a channel to sell the water stones and a way to acquire the TMS. If possible, Sato also hoped to find a few rare items similar to the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone his Marshtomp carried. With his system's item appraisal function, he might get lucky. After all, Larao City was an internationally renowned metropolis, possibly even more prosperous than Celadon City in Kanto. Finding rare treasures here wouldn't be surprising, it just required a discerning eye. The city's antique market, as mentioned in the Larao City guidebook, intrigued Sato. It seemed like a place that would reward some. After achieving his 4th consecutive win, Sato did not continue challenging the battle tower as many spectators expected. Instead, he quietly left the arena. The streak of victories hadn't gone to his head. Sato was well aware of his limitations. At this point, his Marshtomp's battle style was likely understood by many trainers, and continuing to fight would inevitably lead to defeat for the Marshtomp, who had already endured 12 consecutive battles. To maintain his winning streak, Sato needed to equip his Marshtomp and other Pokémon with more tools. Currently, he had 9 water stones in his possession, 3 mid-grade, 5 high-grade, and 1 exceptional grade. Apart from the premium water stone, the other 8 represented a substantial fortune in poke dollars. However, money is only valuable when spent wisely. The water stones sitting idle in his bag wouldn't improve his capabilities. Only by exchanging them for useful resources could he enhance his Pokémon's abilities. Marshtomp's battle style had become somewhat predictable, direct and aggressive. While this approach worked against most opponents, any observant trainer with adequate preparation could counter it by deploying a nimble Pokémon adept at hit-and-run tactics and reconnaissance. Yes, Pokémon like Golbat, which excel in kiting strategies, were Marshtomp's nemesis. They could render its immense physical strength useless. Fortunately, Sato hadn't encountered such a Pokémon tonight. If he had, achieving 4 sets of 3 victory streaks would have been uncertain. Sato knew that Marshtomp, as a water and ground-type Pokémon, could learn Icy Wind and Rock Tomb. Both moves were critical for Marshtomp. These moves would allow Marshtomp to counter flying and grass-type Pokémon effectively from a distance. Moreover, Rock Tomb would synergize with Marshtomp's physical strength, enabling it to deal significant damage to swift flying types. If paired with the move Fling, Marshtomp's immense power could turn it into a formidable projectile launcher, effectively becoming a rock-throwing powerhouse. Both Icy Wind and Rock Tomb had the added effect of reducing the opponent's speed by 1 stage upon contact. For a relatively slow Pokémon like Marshtomp, these effects were invaluable, helping it overcome its speed disadvantage. Especially Icy Wind, a wide-area attack, would be ideal for countering flying types darting around in the air. Sato saw it as a future core move for Marshtomp. Similarly, Nidoran, Growlithe, and the Shiny Wingull all needed enhancements via TMS to improve their capabilities. Nidoran was already performing admirably in battles, with Poison Jab and Double Kick for close combat, Water Pulse and Thunderbolt for ranged attacks, and Confusion to boost accuracy. Overall, Nidoran had reached a balanced level of competence. However, to prepare for its future evolution into Nidoking, Sato wanted Nidoran to learn Ice Beam. This move would give it an edge against dragon types. Growlithe, on the other hand, was developing its own unique battle style, excelling in guerrilla tactics. However, its physical build was still too frail, and its young age made employing a reckless mad dog fighting style a detrimental choice. As a fire-type Pokémon, Flamethrower and Fire Spin were perfect for Growlithe's hit-and-run strategy. These moves, once learned via TMS, could significantly bolster its effectiveness. Flamethrower would replace the weaker Ember, greatly enhancing Growlithe's offensive capabilities, making battles less time-consuming. Meanwhile, Fire Spin would provide a trapping mechanism. Growlithe, with its natural resistance to fire, could freely maneuver within the fiery vortex it created, leaving its opponent helpless unless they had a countermeasure. For the Shiny Wingull, its biggest hurdle was its lack of evolution. Only upon evolving into Pelipper would its dual abilities, Drizzle and Rain Dish, fully unleash their potential. A Pelipper with both Drizzle and Rain Dish could become an unstoppable artillery platform, with exceptional sustain, as long as it wasn't up against electric types. Once evolved, the Shiny Pelipper would automatically learn Hydro Pump and Hurricane, 2 immensely powerful stab moves. Combined with Drizzle, the former's power would be amplified, and the latter would gain perfect accuracy. Additionally, with the Rain Dish ability and the Aqua Ring it inherited, Pelipper's survivability would be unparalleled. Unless taken down in one hit, it could use its aerial advantage to recover continuously, potentially outlasting its opponent. However, evolution brought an awkward issue. With increased body weight and a decrease in speed stats, the evolved Pelipper would be slower than its pre-evolution, a significant drawback. In battle, speed isn't everything, but it is undoubtedly crucial. For a flying type like Pelipper, being slower than its opponent means being at a disadvantage, especially in aerial combat. To mitigate this issue, Sato planned to purchase a TM for agility. Once Wingull learned this move via the TM, it could swiftly master it, as it would have naturally learned it at level 36 if it hadn't evolved. Apart from agility, Sato also wanted to teach Shiny Wingull Protect, hidden power, and double team to enhance its survivability. TMs such as Icy Wind, Rock Tomb, Ice Beam, and others mentioned earlier were Sato's priorities. However, acquiring them required sufficient poke dollars, which he currently lacked. Thankfully, the 8 water stones in his bag provided him with some peace of mind. A single ordinary water stone was worth over 2 million poke dollars in the market, while high-quality ones were worth at least 5 to 6 times more, possibly even higher. If he could sell them all, the proceeds would be enough to purchase all the TMs he needed. However, this required finding a channel to sell the water stones and a way to acquire the TMs. If possible, Sato also hoped to find a few rare items similar to the mutated Supreme Blue Waterstone his Marshtomp carried. With his system's item appraisal function, he might get lucky. After all, Larao City was an internationally renowned metropolis, possibly even more prosperous than Celadon City in Kanto. Finding rare treasures here wouldn't be surprising, it just required a discerning eye. The city's antique market, as mentioned in the Larao City guidebook, intrigued Sato. It seemed like a place that would reward some. After achieving his 4th consecutive win, Sato did not continue challenging the battle tower as many spectators expected. Instead, he quietly left the arena. The streak of victories hadn't gone to his head. Sato was well aware of his limitations. At this point, his Marshtomp's battle style was likely understood by many trainers, and continuing to fight would inevitably lead to defeat for the Marshtomp, who had already endured 12 consecutive battles. To maintain his winning streak, Sato needed to equip his Marshtomp and other Pokémon with more tools. Currently, he had 9 water stones in his possession, 3 mid-grade, 5 high-grade, and 1 exceptional grade. Apart from the premium water stone, the other 8 represented a substantial fortune in poke dollars. However, money is only valuable when spent wisely. The water stones sitting idle in his bag wouldn't improve his capabilities. Only by exchanging them for useful resources could he enhance his Pokémon's abilities. Marshtomp's battle style had become somewhat predictable, direct and aggressive. While this approach worked against most opponents, any observant trainer with adequate preparation could counter it by deploying a nimble Pokémon adept at hit-and-run tactics and reconnaissance. Yes, Pokémon like Golbat, which excel in kiting strategies, were Marshtomp's nemesis. They could render its immense physical strength useless. Fortunately, Sato hadn't encountered such a Pokémon tonight. If he had, achieving 4 sets of 3 victory streaks would have been uncertain. Sato knew that Marshtomp, as a water and ground-type Pokémon, could learn Icy Wind and Rock Tomb. Both moves were critical for Marshtomp. These moves would allow Marshtomp to counter flying and grass-type Pokémon effectively from a distance. Moreover, Rock Tomb would synergize with Marshtomp's physical strength, enabling it to deal significant damage to swift flying types. If paired with the move Fling, Marshtomp's immense power could turn it into a formidable projectile launcher, effectively becoming a rock-throwing powerhouse. Both Icy Wind and Rock Tomb had the added effect of reducing the opponent's speed by 1 stage upon contact. For a relatively slow Pokémon like Marshtomp, these effects were invaluable, helping it overcome its speed disadvantage. Especially Icy Wind, a wide-area attack, would be ideal for countering flying types darting around in the air. Sato saw it as a future core move for Marshtomp. Similarly, Nidoran, Growlithe, and the Shiny Wingull all needed enhancements via TMS to improve their capabilities. Nidoran was already performing admirably in battles, with Poison Jab and Double Kick for close combat, Water Pulse and Thunderbolt for ranged attacks, and Confusion to boost accuracy. Overall, Nidoran had reached a balanced level of competence. However, to prepare for its future evolution into Nidoking, Sato wanted Nidoran to learn Ice Beam. This move would give it an edge against dragon types. Growlithe, on the other hand, was developing its own unique battle style, excelling in guerrilla tactics. However, its physical build was still too frail, and its young age made employing a reckless mad dog fighting style a detrimental choice. As a fire-type Pokémon, Flamethrower and Fire Spin were perfect for Growlithe's hit-and-run strategy. These moves, once learned via TMS, could significantly bolster its effectiveness. Flamethrower would replace the weaker Ember, greatly enhancing Growlithe's offensive capabilities, making battles less time-consuming. Meanwhile, Fire Spin would provide a trapping mechanism. Growlithe, with its natural resistance to fire, could freely maneuver within the fiery vortex it created, leaving its opponent helpless unless they had a countermeasure. For the Shiny Wingull, its biggest hurdle was its lack of evolution. Only upon evolving into Pelipper would its dual abilities, Drizzle and Rain Dish, fully unleash their potential. A Pelipper with both Drizzle and Rain Dish could become an unstoppable artillery platform, with exceptional sustain, as long as it wasn't up against electric types. Once evolved, the Shiny Pelipper would automatically learn Hydro Pump and Hurricane, 2 immensely powerful stab moves. Combined with Drizzle, the former's power would be amplified, and the latter would gain perfect accuracy. Additionally, with the Rain Dish ability and the Aqua Ring it inherited, Pelipper's survivability would be unparalleled. Unless taken down in one hit, it could use its aerial advantage to recover continuously, potentially outlasting its opponent. However, evolution brought an awkward issue. With increased body weight and a decrease in speed stats, the evolved Pelipper would be slower than its pre-evolution, a significant drawback. In battle, speed isn't everything, but it is undoubtedly crucial. For a flying type like Pelipper, being slower than its opponent means being at a disadvantage, especially in aerial combat. To mitigate this issue, Sato planned to purchase a TM for agility. Once Wingull learned this move via the TM, it could swiftly master it, as it would have naturally learned it at level 36 if it hadn't evolved. Apart from agility, Sato also wanted to teach Shiny Wingull Protect, Hidden Power, and Double Team to enhance its survivability. TMs such as Icy Wind, Rock Tomb, Ice Beam, and others mentioned earlier were Sato's priorities. However, acquiring them required sufficient poke dollars, which he currently lacked. Thankfully, the 8 water stones in his bag provided him with some peace of mind. A single ordinary water stone was worth over 2 million poke dollars in the market, while high-quality ones were worth at least 5 to 6 times more, possibly even higher. If he could sell them all, the proceeds would be enough to purchase all the TMS he needed. However, this required finding a channel to sell the water stones and a way to acquire the TMS. If possible, Sato also hoped to find a few rare items similar to the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone his Marshtomp carried. With his system's item appraisal function, he might get lucky. After all, Larao City was an internationally renowned metropolis, possibly even more prosperous than Celadon City in Kanto. Finding rare treasures here wouldn't be surprising, it just required a discerning eye. The city's antique market, as mentioned in the Larao City guidebook, intrigued Sato. It seemed like a place that would reward some. After achieving his 4th consecutive win, Sato did not continue challenging the battle tower as many spectators expected. Instead, he quietly left the arena. The streak of victories hadn't gone to his head. Sato was well aware of his limitations. At this point, his Marshtomp's battle style was likely understood by many trainers, and continuing to fight would inevitably lead to defeat for the Marshtomp, who had already endured 12 consecutive battles. To maintain his winning streak, Sato needed to equip his Marshtomp and other Pokémon with more tools. Currently, he had 9 water stones in his possession, 3 mid-grade, 5 high-grade, and 1 exceptional grade. Apart from the premium water stone, the other 8 represented a substantial fortune in poke dollars. However, money is only valuable when spent wisely. The water stones sitting idle in his bag wouldn't improve his capabilities. Only by exchanging them for useful resources could he enhance his Pokémon's abilities. Marshtomp's battle style had become somewhat predictable, direct and aggressive. While this approach worked against most opponents, any observant trainer with adequate preparation could counter it by deploying a nimble Pokémon adept at hit-and-run tactics and reconnaissance. Yes, Pokémon like Golbat, which excel in kiting strategies, were Marshtomp's nemesis. They could render its immense physical strength useless. Fortunately, Sato hadn't encountered such a Pokémon tonight. If he had, achieving 4 sets of 3 victory streaks would have been uncertain. Sato knew that Marshtomp, as a water and ground type Pokémon, could learn Icy Wind and Rock Tomb. Both moves were critical for Marshtomp. These moves would allow Marshtomp to counter flying and grass type Pokémon effectively from a distance. Moreover, Rock Tomb would synergize with Marshtomp's physical strength, enabling it to deal significant damage to swift flying types. If paired with the move Fling, Marshtomp's immense power could turn it into a formidable projectile launcher, effectively becoming a rock-throwing powerhouse. Both Icy Wind and Rock Tomb had the added effect of reducing the opponent's speed by 1 stage upon contact. For a relatively slow Pokémon like Marshtomp, these effects were invaluable, helping it overcome its speed disadvantage. Especially Icy Wind, a wide area attack, would be ideal for countering flying types darting around in the air. Sato saw it as a future core move for Marshtomp. Similarly, Nidoran, Growlithe, and the Shiny Wingull all needed enhancements via TMS to improve their capabilities. Nidoran was already performing admirably in battles, with Poison Jab and Double Kick for close combat, Water Pulse and Thunderbolt for ranged attacks, and Confusion to boost accuracy. Overall, Nidoran had reached a balanced level of competence. However, to prepare for its future evolution into Nidoking, Sato wanted Nidoran to learn Ice Beam. This move would give it an edge against dragon types. Growlithe, on the other hand, was developing its own unique battle style, excelling in guerrilla tactics. However, its physical build was still too frail, and its young age made employing a reckless mad dog fighting style a detrimental choice. As a fire-type Pokémon, Flamethrower and Fire Spin were perfect for Growlithe's hit-and-run strategy. These moves, once learned via TMS, could significantly bolster its effectiveness. Flamethrower would replace the weaker Ember, greatly enhancing Growlithe's offensive capabilities, making battles less time-consuming. Meanwhile, Fire Spin would provide a trapping mechanism. Growlithe, with its natural resistance to fire, could freely maneuver within the fiery vortex it created, leaving its opponent helpless unless they had a countermeasure. For the Shiny Wingull, its biggest hurdle was its lack of evolution. Only upon evolving into Pelipper would its dual abilities, Drizzle and Rain Dish, fully unleash their potential. A Pelipper with both Drizzle and Rain Dish could become an unstoppable artillery platform, with exceptional sustain, as long as it wasn't up against electric types. Once evolved, the Shiny Pelipper would automatically learn Hydro Pump and Hurricane, 2 immensely powerful stab moves. Combined with Drizzle, the former's power would be amplified, and the latter would gain perfect accuracy. Additionally, with the Rain Dish ability and the Aqua Ring it inherited, Pelipper's survivability would be unparalleled. Unless taken down in one hit, it could use its aerial advantage to recover continuously, potentially outlasting its opponent. However, evolution brought an awkward issue. With increased body weight and a decrease in speed stats, the evolved Pelipper would be slower than its pre-evolution, a significant drawback. In battle, speed isn't everything, but it is undoubtedly crucial. For a flying type like Pelipper, being slower than its opponent means being at a disadvantage, especially in aerial combat. To mitigate this issue, Sato planned to purchase a TM for agility. Once Wingull learned this move via the TM, it could swiftly master it, as it would have naturally learned it at level 36 if it hadn't evolved. Apart from agility, Sato also wanted to teach Shiny Wingull Protect, Hidden Power, and Double Team to enhance its survivability. TMs such as Icy Wind, Rock Tomb, Ice Beam, and others mentioned earlier were Sato's priorities. However, acquiring them required sufficient poke dollars, which he currently lacked. Thankfully, the 8 water stones in his bag provided him with some peace of mind. A single ordinary water stone was worth over 2 million poke dollars in the market, while high-quality ones were worth at least 5 to 6 times more, possibly even higher. If he could sell them all, the proceeds would be enough to purchase all the TMS he needed. However, this required finding a channel to sell the water stones and a way to acquire the TMS. If possible, Sato also hoped to find a few rare items similar to the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone his Marshtomp carried. With his system's item appraisal function, he might get lucky. After all, Larao City was an internationally renowned metropolis, possibly even more prosperous than Celadon City in Kanto. Finding rare treasures here wouldn't be surprising, it just required a discerning eye. The city's antique market, as mentioned in the Larao City guidebook, intrigued Sato. It seemed like a place that would reward some. The next day, at 6:30 a.m., Sato woke up on time with the help of an alarm clock. He spent 30 minutes freshening up and preparing breakfast for himself and his Pokémon. Then, as usual, he began their morning training routine. The morning training focused on physical conditioning, primarily running and flying exercises. Of course, Golbat and Marshtomp had to undergo weighted training. Thanks to the high-quality poke blocks, all the Pokémon successfully completed the 2-hour session. After the Pokémon's morning training, Sato prepared to search for channels to purchase a water stone. However, his outdoor training routine seemed to have drawn the attention of several trainers. Just as he was about to leave, a few trainers approached him with questions. As a result, Sato gained 5 new clients. Each of these affluent trainers placed massive orders for poke blocks worth 1 million poke dollars each. They even paid up front, instantly adding 5 million poke dollars to Sato's Alliance Bank account. It seems like Larao City is a haven for wealthy trainers. Maybe I should rethink my approach to making money here, though I'd better tread carefully, Sato mused. After seeing his wealthy clients leave with their newly acquired poke blocks, Sato quickly hid his smile. He walked into the Pokémon Center, and when he came out, he had changed his outfit, disguised his face, and sprayed himself with a cologne-like perfume to mask his scent. Sato's next destination that morning was the Larao City Trainer Trading Market. As the name suggests, it's a marketplace specifically designed for trainers to conduct trades. Unlike the Alliance's regulations, Larao City has minimal oversight over Pokémon-related items. This laissez-faire approach makes it a favorite spot for many trainers. Here, trainers can freely trade, even sell Pokémon, without any fear of Alliance interference. However, Larao City strictly prohibits any form of abuse toward Pokémon. Violators face permanent expulsion. The trading market was located near the Battle Tower's eastern side, about a kilometer or two from the Pokémon Center where Sato was staying. Treating the walk as light exercise, Sato reached the market in just 20 minutes. The market resembled a typical street bazaar, with the key difference being the presence of various Pokémon everywhere. Blending into the crowd with his Ditto transformed into a Wingull, Sato roamed the market. It was just past 9 a.m., the peak of the market's morning activity. Out of curiosity and the hope of finding hidden treasures, Sato wandered through the stalls. However, he soon realized that most items for sale were common goods priced only slightly below store rates. Even when he occasionally stumbled upon unfamiliar items, his system identified them as junk, likely traps set for gullible buyers. After exploring the peripheral stalls of the market for a while without finding anything worthwhile, Sato headed toward the market's central area. Unlike the makeshift stalls on the outskirts, the central area featured a proper commercial street. Both sides of the road were lined with uniquely designed shops, typically backed by powerful organizations or wealthy corporations. Larao City was like an enormous, irresistible cake, and everyone wanted a slice. However, the city's iron jungle of regulations meant no one, not even the Alliance, could take a piece without paying a hefty price. This had led to widespread cooperation between Laraos and global organizations. The shops bearing logos of various entities were tangible evidence of these partnerships. Despite the harsh reality, it was clear that the best resources for trainers were often controlled by these major organizations and corporations. In the central area, Sato finally encountered a variety of rare Pokémon items. One such item was the Heal Orb, almost like the item leftovers in the games. This coveted item was prominently displayed in a large shop operated by Hones Devon Corporation. Note: Heal Orb, a rare orb crafted from revival herbs and other valuable healing ingredients using an unknown technology. It possesses incredible healing properties. Effect: restores 1/16 of a Pokémon's health per turn. For most trainers, this item was akin to a divine artifact. Sato, unable to resist, walked into the shop to inquire about its price, even though he knew he probably couldn't afford it yet. At the very least, he wanted to know the cost for future reference. To his dismay, a small sign beneath the Heal Orb read, "Not for sale." These words were far less conspicuous than the large sign promoting the item above it, visible only upon closer inspection inside the store. Frustrated, Sato glared at the shop's plump owner before leaving under the amused gazes of the shopkeeper and staff. Devon Corporation was Hoen's largest conglomerate, incomparable to the Silphco of Saffron City, secretly controlled by Team Rocket. The Devon president's son was a future Hoen champion, making their influence formidable. Sato dared not act recklessly here. As he left the infuriating shop, a flyer was thrust into his hands by a beautiful store attendant. The flyer advertised an upcoming Devon Corporation auction. Sato's heart skipped a beat as he read the details, which included past auctions featuring the Heal Orb. The latest record was from 2 months ago. Interesting. Although I got tricked into entering, it seems worth it. This auction might be the perfect place to sell my water stone and acquire a TM, Sato thought, folding the flyer. He then followed the address on it, heading deeper into the trading market's central district. Any location, auctions are typically a luxury reserved for major powers. In Larus City, very few entities are capable of hosting auctions. Apart from the city itself and the Alliance, only closely aligned partners like the Devon Corporation can organize such events. The Devon auction is a recent venture by the Devon Corporation to generate revenue in Larus City. Although the company has invested heavily in advertisements, an auction's reputation often hinges on the fame and exclusivity of its items. As the auction is still new and hasn't featured exceptionally high-end items yet, its renown remains relatively low. However, with the Devon Corporation backing it, the auction excels in terms of credibility, confidentiality, and security. Many trainers are willing to try their luck by bringing treasures discovered during their global travels, hoping for a chance at overnight wealth. Of course, for the majority, what they consider treasures often turn out to be nothing more than worthless trinkets. Still, the allure of a few lucky individuals striking it rich keeps enthusiasm high. Each day, trainers arrive with items to be appraised by the auction's experts. From the brochure Sato had picked up earlier, he learned that the most expensive item ever auctioned here was an unknown Mega Evolution Stone. It had been sold to a mysterious buyer for a staggering 9.8 billion Poke dollars. That single transaction brought the Devon Corporation an enormous 5% commission, making the auction business an incredibly lucrative endeavor. The pamphlet also revealed that while auctions are held daily, the most valuable items only appear during weekends, mid-month, and month-end events. With the Devon auction only 5 months old and its half-year anniversary just around the corner, the company was intensifying its promotional efforts in preparation for the celebration. This could be a great opportunity. If I have the money, I might be able to secure some valuable items, Sato thought as he walked. Navigating through the many shops showcasing a variety of Pokémon items, Sato finally arrived at the Devon Auction Hall, situated at the very heart of the trainer market. The hall's massive size was akin to a football field. Its architectural design was clearly inspired by Metagross, as the entire building resembled a colossal, steel colossus. The Metagross auction hall had 5 entrances, its 4 gigantic, 6-story tall legs and the gaping maw of its torso. Typically, the mouth entrance, which leads directly to the core auction rooms, is only open on weekends. For regular days, like today a Wednesday, only the entrances through its legs were accessible. Sato chose the left front limb's entrance and proceeded into the hall. Upon learning that Sato intended to auction an item, and noting his composed demeanor, a courteous female staff member guided him to an elegantly decorated room. The room was filled with a dazzling array of stones, making it feel like a miniature stone exhibition. Inside, an elderly man with a bald head and a white beard was engrossed in examining a peculiar stone under a large magnifying glass. He paid no attention to Sato or the staff member when they entered. The female staff member, familiar with the old man's eccentric behavior, whispered a sympathetic "Please wait a moment" to Sato before leaving the room. Fortunately, the wait wasn't long. Sato used his system's appraisal function to identify the stone in the man's hand and casually mentioned its name aloud, snapping the elder out of his intense focus. The stone was black and red, with a shape reminiscent of an orange. According to the system, it was called a Firegloom Stone, a fascinating mineral containing balanced amounts of fire and ghost energy. When exposed to sunlight, it would turn completely red, while in darkness, it would become entirely black. This transformation was due to its unique ability to absorb fire-type energy in sunlight and ghost-type energy in darkness. The stone originated from the remnants of a deceased Chandelure, with its strange properties attracting mischievous ghost Pokémon. The young man has quite the eye. You immediately recognized it as a Firegloom Stone, the elderly man murmured, clearly intrigued, as he finally shifted his attention to Sato. Not really. I hail from Pewter City in Kanto, known for its abundance of stones. I once worked in the stone markets there and was lucky enough to encounter this ominous stone before. Sir, these stones often attract troublesome Pokémon. It might be better to dispose of it, Sato replied smoothly, delivering a well-prepared explanation. Ah, Pewter City? I visited there in my youth. Indeed, it's a haven for stones. To not only have worked in its markets but also know the Firegloom Stone's ominous nature. Young man, you must have a deep appreciation for stones. Come, let me show you some of my prized collection. These are top-tier specimens, the old man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with admiration. Overjoyed at the thought that he had encountered a kindred spirit, the elder warmly grabbed Sato's hand, eager to share his treasures. Kaede was one of the few appraisal masters at the Devon auction house. To recruit him from another auction house, the Devon Corporation not only offered him an annual salary in the millions but also catered to his peculiar hobby. Cade's passion was collecting various kinds of stones. People with such a hobby were often called stone enthusiasts. Coincidentally, Stephen, the heir of the Devon Corporation, was also a fervent stone enthusiast. Thanks to Stephen's influence, the Devon Corporation easily lured Cade to their auction house. However, unlike Cade, Stephen was also a powerful Pokémon trainer, so he couldn't always indulge in stone discussions with Cade. It had been over half a month since Stephen and Cade last met. Spending his days appraising stones alone, Cade felt increasingly bored, mainly because the stones the Devon auction house recently collected failed to catch his interest, leaving him displeased. But Cade felt like today was a special day. He had encountered a like-minded stone enthusiast, an occurrence as rare as the stones themselves. Meeting someone knowledgeable about stones was no small feat. Initially, Cade doubted Sato's expertise. Yet, after testing him, Cade was astonished to find that Sato not only identified all his prized stones but also accurately described their origins and uses. This left Cade deeply impressed and overjoyed to find a kindred spirit. Ha ha ha, young man, you truly have a sharp eye. This dusk stone is of premium quality. I discovered it in an underground tomb complex in the Hone Desert during my youth. Nearly lost my life back then. Ah, these stones hold my memories and my youth, Cade said, stroking his white beard as he admired the black, glossy stone in his hand. His gaze towards Sato was filled with appreciation. Finally, I made it through. This old man is really hard to please. Thankfully, the system helped, otherwise, I wouldn't have even known the names of these stones, Sato thought, smiling outwardly while inwardly sighing with relief. The stone Cade held was the last of his prized collection brought out from his safe. Sato couldn't help but admire Cade's dedication. The man had spent most of his life hunting rare stones. Each of his treasures not only held immense value but also encapsulated thrilling adventures from his past, a vivid record of an extraordinary life. Sato also learned from Cade about another avid stone enthusiast, none other than Stephen, the future Hone champion. Sato was already well aware of Stephen's obsession with stones, to the point of it being almost irrational. How irrational, you ask? Stephen was willing to relinquish his champion title because he found the duties too cumbersome, interfering with his stone hunting passion, a decision that paved the way for Wallace's rise. Sato's patience in befriending Cade wasn't just out of courtesy, he saw an opportunity. If he could use Cade as a connection to meet Stephen, the rewards would be immense. Stephen, after all, was the heir of Devon Corporation, a man of extraordinary wealth. Gaining the favor of someone like Stephen, a wealthy heir of Devon Corporation and a future champion, could be a massive boon to Sato's future as a Pokémon trainer. Borrowing some pocket money from such a friend in times of need wouldn't be a problem. Sato had initially only planned to build rapport with Cade to eventually meet Stephen. Yet to his surprise, Cade was preparing to reward him handsomely for his efforts in identifying all his treasured stones. Young Sato, for someone as knowledgeable as you, the future holds great promise. These stones, while precious to me, will be of no use once I'm gone. As your elder, I'd like to give you a gift. Pick one stone from my collection, it's yours, Cade said warmly, placing the exquisite dusk stone back on the table. He looked at Sato with a grandfatherly smile. I can't possibly accept this. These stones are the fruits of your hard work, Master Cade. It wouldn't be right for me to take one, Sato said, his face showing shock and humility, though his heart was screaming with excitement. Cade was clearly pleased with Sato's modesty, thinking to himself, I've chosen the right person. This young man not only has a sharp eye but also a commendable temperament. Come now, boy, don't insult me by refusing. I said pick one, so pick one. Enough with the formalities, Cade said, pretending to scold Sato with the air of a kind elder. Seeing Cade's firm demeanor, Sato was momentarily taken aback. The stones were indeed invaluable, and he feared taking one might backfire if Cade suddenly accused him of theft. After all, each stone was worth a fortune, and Sato lacked the strength to defend himself if things went awry at the auction house. Yet, he knew refusing any further might offend Cade. Then I'll humbly accept, Sato finally said, his voice tinged with reluctance, though his mind raced with nervousness and excitement. Using the system's appraisal feature, Sato scanned the stones, each a rare masterpiece. If he could truly obtain one, it would be an extraordinary fortune. While he couldn't guess exactly what Cade wanted, Sato figured it wouldn't be anything too dangerous. After all, Stephen Stone himself could easily handle hazardous expeditions, especially if they involved rare stones. However, Sato soon realized Cade wasn't planning a dangerous expedition or sending him off to hunt for rare stones. Instead, Cade wished to take him as an apprentice, sharing and passing on his lifetime's worth of expertise on stones. This unexpected windfall left Sato feeling dazed, as though a giant pie had just fallen from the sky and landed squarely on his head. At 11:10 a.m., Sato finally emerged from Cade's room. The joyful grin he had been wearing inside quickly faded from his face, replaced by a calmer demeanor. Still, a trace of delight lingered in his eyes, clearly indicating that he was in an excellent mood. It wasn't surprising anyone would be thrilled after gaining a great mentor and receiving an extraordinarily generous gift as a disciple's tribute. Even someone with less composure might have been dancing with joy by now. Sato had received an exceptional variant of a sky-splitting stone from Cade. This gem, roughly the size of a baby's fist, was diamond-shaped and emitted a greenish-blue glow. Occasionally, white air currents swirled around it, giving it a mystical aura. The sky-splitting stone is intrinsically linked to Rayquaza, one of the legendary Pokémon of Hoenn. According to the system's appraisal, this stone is a crystalline formation produced within Rayquaza's body after it consumes meteorites. Such stones are typically found only atop sky pillars scattered across the globe and are exceedingly rare. While its origins might not sound appealing, the stone is essentially the condensed remains of meteorite debris expelled from Rayquaza's body. It gains its final form after absorbing an immense amount of flying-type energy at the summit of a sky pillar. Its rarity and value, however, are beyond dispute. It is a relic born from the body of a true, legendary Pokémon. The sky-splitting stone greatly enhances a Pokémon's affinity for flying-type energy, making it an extremely precious artifact. The one Sato received from Kaede was a top-tier specimen. Perhaps even Sato or Kaede himself did not fully understand just how rare and valuable that stone was. This particular stone had remained within Rayquaza's body for centuries and had absorbed untold amounts of flying-type energy atop a sky pillar, undergoing profound changes. Mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone Effects. Enhances the wearer's affinity with flying-type energy. Grants the effect of the move agility permanently, allowing the Pokémon to move at high speeds without expending any energy. The downside of this stone is similar to that of the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. It can only be used by flying-type Pokémon. While this limitation restricts its versatility, it pales in comparison to the stone's benefits. Undoubtedly, any flying-type Pokémon wearing this stone would dominate in terms of speed, gaining an unparalleled advantage in aerial combat. For now, Sato's Golbat and Shiny Wingull could both use it. Whichever Pokémon he chose to give it to would see their combat capabilities leap to a new level. From Sato's current perspective, the stone could compensate for any potential weaknesses the Shiny Wingull might have after evolving into a Shiny Pelipper. However, Sato felt that leaving such a valuable item with the Shiny Wingull would be wasteful. Only a Pokémon that could serve as a core ace of his team deserved such a treasure. Dragonite or Salamence. Only these two Pokémon are truly worthy of this mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone, Sato thought as he sat in a small auction hall, wearing a white mask crafted from a ditto. Gazing at the glowing stone in his hand, he clenched his fist. When he opened it again, the stone had disappeared without a trace. Next, Sato pulled out a thick book from his spatial equipment. The cover bore a title written in flamboyant characters, The Encyclopedia of Stones. Apart from the Sky-Splitting Stone, this book was the most valuable treasure Kaede had gifted him. Authored by Kaede himself, the book contained his lifetime's research on various stones, making it an invaluable compendium of knowledge. To put it bluntly, anyone who mastered even a fraction of its contents would already be a professional stone expert. For Sato, this book represented a form of inheritance, a priceless treasure. Sato had begun to understand Kaede's intentions. Kaede had laid out his entire collection of stones, and Sato had recognized every single one. Clearly, Kaede had been impressed by his passion for and knowledge of stones. The gifts of stones were merely a pretext. What Kaede truly wanted was a successor to pass on his life's work. He didn't want his entire life's efforts to go to waste and couldn't bear to give it to someone who didn't truly understand it or appreciate its value. Why didn't Kaede pass this inheritance to Stephen? The answer was simple. Stephen, as the most outstanding son of the Devon Corporation president, was destined to inherit the company. Even if Stephen were reluctant, taking over Devon was inevitable, a matter of course. Kaede's expertise in stones wouldn't hold much significance for Stephen, who had no shortage of wealth or resources. Realizing this, Kaede saw Sato, a humble young man with a deep passion for stones, as the perfect candidate to carry on his legacy. Kaede was confident that even if Sato could only learn a fraction of the knowledge within the book, it would be enough to ensure a comfortable life. The book not only contained detailed information about various stones but also subtle hints about where to find rare ones, knowledge and experience that were invaluable. In fact, Kaede had originally intended to pass this book to his son or grandson. Unfortunately, neither of them shared his enthusiasm for stones. Giving it to them would only allow it to gather dust. In Sato, a promising kindred spirit, Kaede had found the ideal recipient. The book was still incomplete. Kaede's only request to Sato was that he help fill in the blank pages and, if possible, write a sequel to the Encyclopedia of Stones. Such dedication. Rest assured, as long as I'm capable, I will fulfill this wish, Sato vowed solemnly, staring at the thick blank section in the middle of the book. Naturally, disciple tributes go both ways. The only item Sato possessed that might interest Kaede was a top-tier premium water stone. Although it pained him to part with it, he decided to offer it as his tribute. However, Kaede didn't accept the premium water stone. Instead, he only asked Sato to help complete the Encyclopedia of Stones in the future. Kaede's generosity and enthusiasm for stones deeply moved Sato, leaving him profoundly grateful. This was not just a mentor's kindness but a significant one at that. Sato earnestly agreed to Kaede's request. Surprisingly, agreeing to this request triggered a new system side quest for Sato. Ding! Side quest, Kaede's legacy. Objective, help Kaede complete the Encyclopedia of Stones. Current completion, 51%. Reward, all of Kaede's treasured stones. Penalty for failure, none. The sudden appearance of this side quest both shocked and delighted Sato, solidifying his resolve to honor Kaede's wishes. Compared to another troublesome side quest, Sophia's mission, this one seemed like a blessing. At 11:30, the small auction began promptly. By then, most of the seats in the auction hall were already occupied. While the items featured in small auctions weren't extremely rare, they catered perfectly to trainers with moderate financial resources. Among the items listed, Sato's 5 high-quality water stones had successfully been registered for today's event. According to auction rules, Sato's water stones would typically be scheduled for auction 2 days later. However, with the help of his new mentor, Kaede, the process was expedited, and one of his water stones made it into today's lineup. Kaede, an expert appraiser, had estimated that Sato's 5 high-quality water stones could sell for at least 40 million Poke dollars, and with the aid of some strategic bidding, they might even fetch up to 50 million. Evolution stones, especially high-quality ones, were highly sought after by trainers. With the limited availability of high-quality evolution stones on the market, their value often exceeded 8 million Poke dollars each. Knowing this, Sato was satisfied with the potential earnings. Before leaving Kaede's room, Sato had also received a detailed price chart from his mentor. It confirmed that this sum would be more than sufficient to acquire the items he currently sought. A glance at the auction catalog placed at each seat confirmed that today's event featured some of those items. The auctioneer, Monica, was a tall, stunning black-haired woman of mixed heritage. Dressed in a black, form-fitting evening gown, she exuded an alluring presence that captivated much of the male audience. Her every movement was elegant, and her charm created an electric atmosphere, prompting many attendees to bid enthusiastically, often paying above the average price for relatively ordinary items. During the event, Sato successfully acquired an Icy Wind TM for 4 million Poke dollars. Although the move wasn't as powerful as Ice Beam or Blizzard, it had a unique spread attack effect. Due to its limited combat efficacy compared to concentrated attacks, the TM typically sold for around 3.5 million Poke dollars. However, under the influence of Monica's charisma and strategic bidding by others, Sato paid an extra 500,000 Poke dollars for it. As the auction progressed, one of the event's headlining items, a high-quality water stone belonging to Sato, was brought out. As soon as it appeared, the pure, flawless evolution stone immediately drew the attention of trainers and representatives from various factions who'd been appearing quite disinterested since the start of the auction. Evolution stones were considered strategic resources, especially high-quality ones that could slightly improve a Pokémon's potential post-evolution. For the major forces, the more there is of it, the better. High-quality evolution stones, nearing the quality of top-tier stones, were typically snapped up by major organizations to enhance their Pokémon breeding programs. With their scarcity and strategic value, such stones rarely appeared on the open market. Sato's water stone, gleaming under the auction lights, quickly sparked a fierce bidding war. Naturally, all the major forces have long since conducted their respective studies about the secrets of evolution stones. The quality of the evolution stone having a noticeable effect on the Pokémon's development and potential post-evolution has long since been confirmed by some famous Pokémon researchers. An evolution stone of medium quality, apart from helping with evolution, would maintain the original potential of the Pokémon, while a high-quality one can improve the potential of a Pokémon post-evolution. A top-quality premium stone, however, would definitely improve a Pokémon's potential significantly post-evolution. Some major forces have even used the help of science and technology to create a high-concentration energy environment to artificially improve the quality of evolution stones in order to obtain top-quality evolution stones. However, the cost of using such method might better be left to one's imagination. Unless one can enter into the top circles, they might even have a chance to know the intricacies surrounding evolution stones. Needless to say, in just a short while, the price of high-quality water stone soared past the average market value of 8 million Poke dollars. Middle-tier factions eventually dropped out of the race, leaving only a few large organizations and professional bidders to compete. In the end, the stone sold for 10.2 million Poke dollars, purchased by a prominent trainer association from Hone. Now my wallet's full again, Sato thought to himself, suppressing a grin as the high-quality water stone fetched such a lucrative price. The sting of having overspent slightly earlier had completely vanished. The high sale price of the water stone kept the auction's energy high. The second-to-last item was a crown once belonging to a princess from an ancient Hone kingdom. It ultimately sold for a staggering 34.89 million Poke dollars to a wealthy businessman from Larao City. What baffled Sato was the businessman's immediate gesture of placing the crown on a plump girl's head, mimicking a royal coronation ceremony. The surrounding audience applauded enthusiastically, seemingly approving of this extravagant display. This is their way of flaunting wealth? Why wear something from a dead person? Sato mused, his outsider perspective unable to grasp the logic behind such a custom. Finally, the auction reached its last featured item, a Pokémon. The spotlight fell on a Pokémon distinctly different from its typical counterparts. It was a purple Wurmple, a shiny Wurmple. For the second time, after encountering his shiny Wingull, Sato found himself face to face with another shiny Pokémon. The shiny Wurmple lay quietly on the branch of a small tree, contentedly munching on its leaves. Around its neck hung a necklace made of small, beautiful shells strung together to form an everstone. A square glass enclosure, roughly 20 cubic meters in size, encompassed the Wurmple and the small tree. The glass appeared to be specially crafted, as the shiny Wurmple seemed entirely unaware of the many onlookers or the buzz of conversation surrounding it. After nibbling on a few more leaves, it shifted position and closed its eyes for a short nap. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is an exceptionally rare shiny Pokémon. If the person who put it up for the auction had not been in urgent need of funds, such a rare item would likely not appear in a small auction like this as its final item. In fact, it could easily have been one of the main highlights at a mid-tier auction, declared Monica, the elegant auctioneer. Stepping gracefully to the front of the glass case, Monica gestured toward the Wurmple with her white lace-gloved hand while holding a microphone. Her radiant smile never wavered as she extolled the virtues of the shiny Pokémon. Monica's eloquent words painted the shiny Wurmple as a treasure of unparalleled rarity and wonder. Yet the seasoned bidders in the audience were far from naive. While shiny Pokémon were undoubtedly rare, their value depended heavily on context and the type of Pokémon it was. If the Pokémon in question had been a shiny pseudo-legendary Pokémon, its worth would indeed be astronomical. However, since the shiny Pokémon being auctioned was a shiny Wurmple, its value as a shiny Pokémon was significantly diminished. The reasons were simple: bug-type Pokémon like Wurmple were known for their rapid growth and reproduction rates. Their sheer numbers in forests made encountering a shiny specimen more probable. In fact, in the Hone region, it wasn't uncommon for a few lucky bug catchers to stumble upon a shiny Wurmple each year and sell it for a tidy profit. Beyond its relatively reduced rarity, the shiny Wurmple's value was further diminished by its limited battle potential and lifespan. But the most critical factor impacting its worth was the unpredictability of its evolution. As everyone knew, there were two evolutionary paths for Wurmple. It could evolve into either Silcoon, which later became Beautifly, or Cascoon, which evolved into Dustex. Despite both Pokémon having similar base stats of 395/385, their values in people's eyes are undoubtedly very different. Although a bit unfair to Dustex, people vastly preferred the elegant and adorable Beautifly. With the growing trend of contest coordinators in Hone, flashy performances were becoming increasingly popular. These performances required less emphasis on battling strength, making them less costly to develop than traditional trainers. Coordinators with unique Pokémon, especially shiny ones, drew significant attention. A shiny Beautifly was a coveted prize for aspiring top-tier coordinators and the factions supporting them. Top coordinators were like big stars on TV, possessing huge appeal and marketability. In addition, coordinators generally pursue gorgeous performances and don't have excessive requirements for Pokémon training the battle power of Pokémon. The cost of training Pokémon were lower, and once famous, one could gain social status similar to stars and earn a lot of money. These advantages deeply attracted civilian trainers who don't end up making it on the path of becoming a real top trainer. The trend of Pokémon coordinators was slowly spreading all over the Pokémon world, and many trainers and factions interested in the new emerging profession recognized the value of a shiny Pokémon with outstanding appearance. However, due to the uncertainty of Wurmple's evolution, many potential buyers hesitated. If it evolved into Beautifly, it would be a lucrative investment. But if it became Dustex, the buyer would suffer a significant loss. In fact, the seller of this shiny Wurmple was well aware of these risks and sought to get rid of it as soon as possible. The Everstone necklace on the Wurmple was the only thing preventing it from evolving. Otherwise, it would have evolved into a Silcoon or Cascoon long ago. At present, the atmosphere in the entire auction venue had become a little weird. Many interested trainers and the representatives of various factions were a little hesitant to raise their hands. Despite a starting bid of 10 million Poké, someone was yet to make an offer. After nearly a minute of silence, a person finally raised their hand. Seeing this, the beautiful Monica, whose face had turned a little pale, finally breathed a small sigh of relief. Her bright professional smile soon returned. Because someone had bid, other people soon followed suit. However, the good times did not last for long. The momentum soon faltered at 15 million Poké and the venue fell silent again. Monica's face was now extremely pale. Her makeup began to smudge as beads of sweat formed on her brow. She tried her best to encourage further bids, even using her looks, but the price seemed frozen at 15 million Poké. This normally wouldn't be an issue because the price of 15 million Poké was quite good. However, the person who bid 15 million Poké was actually one of their own people, trying to hike up the price. If no one made any further bids, then this item, the finale of the auction, would end up being a spectacular failure. Just as Monica was about to declare the auction a failure, a career-ending blow for a young auctioneer, a firm hand rose from seat 73. 15.1 million Poké from the guest at seat 73. Monica exclaimed, her relief palpable. If no one else places a bid, this rare shiny Wurmple will belong to this gentleman in 1 minute. The room fell silent once more. After a tense 60 seconds, Monica struck her gavel 3 times. Sold, she announced with elation, her voice ringing across the hall. The shiny Wurmple had found its new owner. The person who ultimately raised their hand was none other than Sato. At that moment, he was under the intense scrutiny of many eyes from the auction hall. However, with his face hidden behind a white mask formed by his ditto, no one could discern the identity of the individual who had purchased the shiny Wurmple. Unfortunately for Sato, most people's gazes were filled with disdain or saw him as an easy target. After the auction ended, many approached him to pitch their high-quality products, clearly viewing him as a gullible spender. Following the auction of the shiny Wurmple, the nearly hour-and-a-half-long mini-auction session also concluded. Guests gradually left the venue, while those who won their bids were escorted backstage to complete payments and collect their items. Of the 4 mini-auction sessions held that morning, 2 featured Sato's high-quality water stones. One was sold for 10.2 million Poke Dollars at this auction, while the other fetched 9.2 million Poke Dollars at a separate session. Combining these proceeds with the nearly 6 million Poke Dollars already in his account, Sato could comfortably pay for both the Icy Wind TM and the Shiny Wurmple. He now had over 6.3 million Poke Dollars remaining in his Alliance Bank account. At 1:10 p.m., a famished Sato sat in a private dining room of a small restaurant near the Metagross auction house, enjoying lunch with his Pokémon. Notably absent from the group, however, was the Shiny Wurmple, who currently rested in a friend ball in Sato's hand, a Pokémon worth 15.1 million Poke Dollars. Too bad the system can't detect nature values. There's definitely some risk here. I just hope she evolves into a beautifully. Otherwise, I might have overpaid a bit, Sato thought as he methodically ate his beef curry rice, his gaze fixed on the friend ball in his hand. His decision to bid at the last moment wasn't out of a desire to help the beautiful auctioneer but because he saw massive potential in the Shiny Wurmple. Through the system's scanning ability, Sato discovered the Shiny Wurmple's exceptional rating. This was only the second Pokémon he had encountered with a Golden Grade rating, the first being his Bellossom. Each Pokémon born with a Golden Grade rating was almost like a gift from the heavens, possessing extraordinary qualities. Like his Bellossom, who has a top-tier talent for mastering Grass-type energy, the Shiny Wurmple stood out for her unique abilities. In addition to her Golden Grade rating, Sato noticed the Shiny Wurmple had a special talent. Perhaps this was what people referred to as the Shiny ability. Although it didn't have dual abilities like that of the Shiny Wingull, this Wurmple's Shiny ability was equally impressive. Shiny Wurmple information. Pokémon, Wurmple, Shiny. Level, 16. Type, Bug. Ability, Shield Dust. Gender, Female. Known moves, Tackle, String Shot, Poison Sting, Bug Bite. Wurmple does not learn any egg moves. Held item, Everstone. IVs. HP, 31/31. Attack, 30/31. Defense, 31/31. Special attack, 31/31. Special defense, 30/31. Speed, 31/31. Overall 4 rating, Gold. Total IVs, 184. Special talent, Bug Monarch. Nature's blessed ruler of bug types, she is blessed with extraordinary longevity and gains a 50% increase to her base stats. When Sato first saw these stats, he was utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he believed his limited funds would prevent him from acquiring such a top-tier Pokémon. However, to his surprise, representatives of various factions chose to forego the risk, allowing him to secure this remarkable deal. Even setting aside the Wurmple's Golden Grade 4 ratings, the Bug Monarch ability alone was enough to make her irresistible. A 50% boost to her base stats? That was nothing short of a divine talent. This ability not only addressed the typically short lifespans of bug types but also transformed Wurmple's evolutionary line, usually considered subpar in combat, into something extraordinary. One of the final forms of Wurmple, Beautifully, has a base stat total of 395. With a 50% boost, this total skyrockets to 592.5, just 7.5 shy of the 600 base stat total of pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Moreover, with a staggering individual value total of 184 and a 592.5 base stat potential, this Wurmple was destined for greatness. Sato's only concern was whether she would evolve into Beautifully as he hoped. Between Beautifully and Dustix, Sato, with his normal sense of aesthetics, far preferred the elegant and adorable Beautifully. Additionally, with Bellossom and the capability to craft top-tier poke blocks at his disposal, Sato could even consider dabbling as a coordinator, a career with immense promise and profit. The earning potential of coordinators was well documented. Whether endorsing brands or serving as a special guest for events, the financial rewards were staggering. On top of that, becoming a celebrity sounded pretty appealing to Sato. Pokémon Coordinator, Sato Kaede. Come out, Wurmple, and say hello to everyone. After briefly daydreaming about his future stardom, Sato snapped back to reality. He pressed the button on the friend ball, releasing the Shiny Wurmple. Perhaps due to the effects of the friend ball, the Shiny Wurmple appeared to have some affection for her new trainer. However, as a bug monarch, she carried herself with a natural arrogance. She merely nodded at Sato and ignored his other Pokémon. With her head held high and her eyes closed, she exuded an air of aloofness. But her aloof demeanor didn't last long. Surrounded by Pokémon much larger and stronger than her such as Golbat and Marshtomp, she quickly softened, displaying an admirable sense of adaptability. Fortunately, with Bellossom and Ditto playing the role of mediators, the initially distant Shiny Wurmple gradually integrated into Sato's quirky post-lunch group. Perhaps due to their shared shiny status, the Shiny Wingull and Shiny Wurmple got along exceptionally well. Before long, the Shiny Wingull was carrying the Shiny Wurmple around the room in a joyful aerial display. While Golbat remained upside down on the ceiling with his eyes closed, the rest of the Pokémon began a lively post-meal ball game. Marshtomp, with his immense strength, accidentally sent the ball hurtling across the room, striking Sato squarely as he ate his curry rice. For a moment, chaos reigned in the private dining room. At 1:45 p.m., Sato, with a pain relief patch stuck on his nose, emerged from a small restaurant. Knowing that the afternoon session at the Metagross auction wouldn't feature anything he desired, he decided against returning there and instead headed to nearby shops to hunt for treasures. Currently, Sato had about 6.3 million Poke Dollars remaining, which wasn't enough to purchase high-end TM discs like Ice Beam or Flamethrower. Therefore, he lowered his expectations, focusing on mid-tier TMs such as Rock Tomb, Fire Spin, and Agility. After wandering around the central area of the free trade zone for over half an hour, Sato finally found a Fire Spin TM in a shop selling scattered TMs. These discs are typically produced by powerful organizations with the technology to make them, making them difficult to acquire. Even within these organizations, members usually need significant status and contribution points to obtain them. Consequently, the prices of TMs in the open market tend to be high. Compared to Icy Wind, which he obtained from a smaller auction, Fire Spin capable of trapping and dealing sustained damage to foes was undoubtedly more valuable. After an intense bargaining session, Sato managed to purchase the Fire Spin TM from the shopkeeper for 5.2 million Poke dollars. Having spent a significant amount again on a TM, Sato left the trainer market due to a lack of funds and proceeded to a high-end Pokémon training facility to begin the afternoon skill training. Golbat had already mastered several powerful ranged moves: Gust, Air Cutter, Shadow Ball, and Hidden Power, Electric type. Sato decided it was time to enhance Golbat's close combat abilities. Steel Wing was the primary close-range move Golbat was working on. From his battle experience, Sato observed that the move was effective not only for offense but also as a solid defensive technique. When Golbat used Steel Wing, his wide wings were coated with a layer of white light, giving them a metallic sheen. The wings became broader and sharper, as evidenced by the shallow scratches he left on a steel pole with each strike. The essence of Steel Wing lies in channeling Steel-type energy into the wings, temporarily hardening and sharpening them. Golbat could then use the wing's edges for slashing attacks or defensively shield against physical moves. Golbat's mastery of Steel Wing was somewhere between beginner and proficient, as indicated by the duration he could maintain the move. Bellossom was practicing a new dance. This dance appeared light and erratic, causing onlookers to feel dizzy just by watching. The move, Teeter Dance, was recently learned through a TM, which Sato had acquired from Mary, a person he regarded as eccentric. With Quiver Dance, Swords Dance, Petal Dance, and now Teeter Dance, Bellossom had mastered one of the 4 significant dance moves. Unfortunately, Teeter Dance had the least utility of the 4, serving primarily to confuse opponents. However, its area of effect nature was valuable. If Bellossom could fully master the move and use it instinctively in battles, it would act as a confusion aura, disorienting any enemy with insufficient mental resilience. For now, Bellossom was still in the learning phase, far from using Teeter Dance naturally in combat. Nidoran was performing psychic exercises with a 5 kg dumbbell. His level up had significantly improved his physical condition, and as his brain developed further, he could harness more potent psychic energy. In battles, Nidoran had learned to use confusion as a supplementary move, enhancing both close and ranged attacks. During close combat, he used telekinesis to momentarily restrain opponents, creating openings to land hits. For ranged moves, he adjusted the trajectory mid-flight to improve accuracy. As his psychic power grew, Sato believed that confusion would become one of Nidoran's core abilities. Having learned Fire Spin through a TM, Growlithe now had a new ranged attack. His mastery over Fire-type energy allowed him to quickly grasp the move. A swirling flame shot from his mouth, expanding rapidly to form a vortex of fire in a designated area. The vortex lasted only about 25 to 30 seconds due to insufficient energy and structural stability. Despite his natural flash fire ability enhancing his control over fire-type energy, the size of the vortex was currently limited to a 2-meter radius. With high-quality poke blocks as sustenance and no concerns about burning down the facility, Growlithe could train freely, progressing rapidly. Marshtomp, too, was honing a new TM move, Icy Wind. A frosty blue current streamed from his mouth, drastically lowering the temperature in its path and leaving a layer of frost on anything it touched. Much like his instinctive mastery of Ice Punch, Marshtomp showed talent for Ice-type moves. After about 100 practice attempts, he had essentially become adept at using Icy Wind. Now, he was focusing on expanding its area of effect rather than increasing its damage output. Sato didn't aim for Icy Wind to be a heavy-hitting move but rather a strong disruptive tool. Marshtomp needed only to focus on enhancing its range, which simplified the training process. After much deliberation, Sato decided to use the mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone on his shiny Wingall. Rather than swallowing it like Marshtomp did, he disguised the stone with black dye and had it embedded into a durable tungsten steel necklace from a jeweler. Now wearing the necklace, Wingall's flight speed had skyrocketed. While adapting to its increased speed, it was also training its water gun using moving targets. Sato planned to develop Wingall into a mobile artillery unit, mastering water-type ranged moves such as Water Gun, Water Pulse, Brine, Scald, and eventually Hydro Pump. As for Ditto and his shiny Wurmple, Ditto continued practicing transformations into Pelipper, while Wurmple enjoyed a life of leisure. Once Sato removed Wurmple's Everstone necklace, it evolved into Silcoon within 2 hours. Much to Sato's relief, it was the form he had hoped for. Looks do matter, after all, Sato thought with satisfaction. Unlike ordinary white Silcoon, the shiny Silcoon had a creamy yellow hue, with striking sky blue eyes peeking out from the cocoon. Looking at this unique Pokémon before him, Sato was immensely pleased. He retrieved the friend ball and returned the shiny Silcoon. Based on its evolutionary cycle, it would complete its transformation and evolve into Beautifully within a week. However, the shiny Silcoon's level clearly surpassed that of a typical Silcoon that had grown under normal conditions. It had accumulated energy far beyond the average threshold. According to Sato's prediction, the shiny Silcoon might complete its metamorphosis within 2 or 3 days. It wouldn't be long before he had a powerful shiny Beautifully in his team. Training continued as Sato checked on the progress of his Pokémon one by one. After ensuring all were on the right track, he sat down to focus on making Poke Blocks. Earlier that morning, he had received several large orders and needed to complete them promptly. Time flew, and by 7:20 p.m., Sato emerged from the restaurant with his well-fed and refreshed Pokémon. They headed to a large Pokémon battle center near the battle tower. After all, real battles were the best way to test the results of training. While the battle tower was an irreplaceable institution in Larao City, the sheer number of trainers gathered there made it impossible for one tower to accommodate everyone. Seizing this opportunity, savvy entrepreneurs had set up battle centers near the battle tower to provide trainers with facilities for Pokémon battles. These unofficial training grounds served as a kind of proving ground for those preparing for the battle tower. The climb up the battle tower was fraught with challenges. To progress swiftly, one had to put in far more effort than others. Matches in the battle tower often involved long waiting times, and a loss would push a trainer back down a rank. As a result, many trainers preferred to pause their climb when they hit a bottleneck, turning to these unofficial training grounds to hone their skills. Sato was currently at one such facility, training his Nidoran, Marshtomp, Growlithe, and Shiny Wingull. His goal was to maintain a balance in their levels, ensuring no single Pokémon overshadowed the rest. Good. Keep using Water Gun. Don't give your opponent a chance to retaliate, Sato instructed calmly, directing his Shiny Wingull, who was darting through the air in a heated battle. On the battle platform, Sato's Shiny Wingull, now at level 20, was engaged in a fierce aerial combat with a level 23 Swellow. However, thanks to its superior speed and the precision of its water gun, the Shiny Wingull maintained an overwhelming advantage. The Swellow's trainer desperately attempted to close the gap by using Quick Attack to trigger short bursts of speed, forcing a close-range fight. But under Sato's command, the Shiny Wingull refused to engage directly. Instead, it countered with its own Quick Attack or used Aqua Jet to create distance, ensuring a constant gap between them. In this cat-and-mouse chase, the Shiny Wingull also took advantage of its agility to land well-timed water gun attacks during its maneuvers, leaving the Swellow trailing in frustration. The Swellow's only long-range move, Air Slash, failed to hit its nimble opponent. As the intense aerial chase wore on, both flying Pokémon began to tire. Initially, the Swellow could expend extra stamina to close the gap using Quick Attack. However, the Shiny Wingull's use of Aqua Ring to continuously recover stamina allowed it to stay strong. Over time, the Swellow began to falter, falling behind the Shiny Wingull's pace and succumbing to its relentless attacks. Another perfectly timed water gun struck Swellow, drenching it further. Already slowed by repeated hits, its wet feathers caused its speed to drop even more. Darn it! Let's go for broke! Swellow, use Quick Attack combined with Brave Bird, the opposing trainer shouted desperately. The Swellow responded with determination. Although the combination move often failed during practice, it executed flawlessly in this critical moment. The Swellow was enveloped in the white glow of Quick Attack, followed by a blue aura from Brave Bird. It transformed into a streaking blue bird of light, hurtling toward the Shiny Wingull. The Swellow's fierce momentum sent a chill down Wingull's spine. A deep sense of danger gripped it. If it couldn't evade, the battle could be lost. However, Sato didn't issue any commands, silently observing his Pokémon. Fortunately, the Shiny Wingull recalled Sato's earlier advice, recalling previous evasion maneuvers in its mind. Clarity dawned in its eyes. In a flash, the Wingull activated Quick Attack, followed by Aqua Jet, surrounding itself in a torrent of water. The combination of moves gave it a sudden burst of speed, halting the Swellow's advance. Furthermore, the jetting water soaked the Swellow's feathers once more, further reducing its speed. Well done. Follow up with a series of water guns. Sato praised, excitement evident in his voice. The Swellow, having poured all its energy into the desperate combination, had no strength left to resist. After enduring 3 successive water gun hits, it plummeted to the ground, unable to continue. Next, who's willing to challenge me? Remember, you can only use flying-type Pokémon, Sato declared, placing a high-quality poke block in the Shiny Wingull's beak and stroking its head in praise. As his gaze swept over the gathered trainers, a female trainer stepped forward to take the previous Swellow trainer's place. She tossed out a Pokeball, releasing a Ninjask to face Sato's challenge dash. When it comes to speed, few Pokémon in the world can match the pace of a Ninjask at the same level. With a base speed stat of 160 and its speed boost ability, Ninjask reaches an unparalleled level of velocity. As soon as the female trainer released her Ninjask, it began flapping its wings at an astonishing rate, transforming its body into a blur of light as it zipped around the battle arena. In this 20x 10 meter space, it completed a lap in just over 2 seconds, showcasing its terrifying speed. The Shiny Wingull had initially held an advantage due to its speed, but the battle had barely started when the female trainer's level 22 Ninjask overwhelmed it. The Shiny Wingull, despite its nimbleness, quickly fell behind. As time passed, flashes of light, symbolizing Ninjask's increasing speed, repeatedly appeared, further widening the gap. A series of piercing sonic booms echoed above the battlefield. At this moment, Sato witnessed firsthand the relentless, lightning-fast attacks of a ninjusk. It left behind fleeting afterimages in the air, giving the illusion that it had summoned numerous clones to strike the shiny Wingull from all directions using the bug-type move Fury Cutter. Fortunately, as a flying type, the shiny Wingull only took normal damage from bug-type moves. Additionally, Ninjusk struggled to maintain its rapid attacks for extended periods. Otherwise, the compounded damage of Fury Cutter might have already knocked the shiny Wingull out. Even so, in just over 10 seconds, the shiny Wingull, cloaked in Aqua Ring and following Sato's command to use Aqua Jet defensively, was battered and bruised. Without a change in strategy, defeat was only seconds away. Surprisingly, Sato remained calm and composed, in stark contrast to his opponent, who was visibly anxious and restless on the platform. Darn it! Ninjusk, stop accelerating and create some distance. Seeing that the shiny Wingull still hadn't fallen after 16 seconds of relentless assault, the female trainer finally lost her composure and issued a new command. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and as Ninjusk's trainer, the girl knew this better than anyone. Ninjusk's greatest weaknesses were its stamina and physical resilience. For a Ninjusk, unleashing rapid, high-speed attacks in just over 10 seconds consumed an enormous amount of energy. Its fragile body couldn't sustain such a strain. Have you ever seen sprinters collapse after an all-out dash of several hundred meters? Ninjusk's current state resembled that its body steamed like a freshly cooked shrimp, the result of intense heat from rapid energy depletion. Ninjusk needed a cooldown period. Without it, it would collapse before its opponent. In fact, many trainers inexperienced with Ninjusk's limits have pushed it too far, resulting in tragic injuries that ended the Pokémon's battling career. Now's our chance, Wingull. Use quick attack with wing attack. Seizing the opportunity, Sato's eyes gleamed as he issued his command. The shiny Wingull, frustrated from the one-sided battle so far and stung by the burning pain of its injuries, eagerly obeyed. In its weakened state, Ninjusk, out of energy and unable to react, had no choice but to endure the shiny Wingull's furious assault. Though Wingull's base attack stat wasn't particularly high, the super-effective wing attack was devastating for the frail Ninjusk. With a pained cry, the Ninjusk plummeted like a baseball struck with full force, slamming into the ground. The power behind the shiny Wingull's attack was evident from its earlier fury. Even so, Wingull wasn't unscathed. Its left wing had gone numb, and it imagined hearing a faint cracking sound. Thankfully, the soothing effects of Aqua Ring gradually restored feeling to its wing. Taking advantage of Ninjusk's weakened state, Wingull ignored the pain in its wing and unleashed a barrage of water gun attacks into the small crater where Ninjusk had fallen. Moments later, the thoroughly drenched Ninjusk floated lifelessly in the water-filled depression, motionless after spitting out a final bubble of air. With this hard-fought victory, Wingull, now at level 21 after defeating 5 consecutive opponents, was switched out for Sato's Growlithe. Sato also adjusted the arena's rules to prohibit the use of flying types. So far, excluding his initial victory over the previous arena leader, Sato had defended his title 4 times in a row with the same Pokémon. His impressive streak made him the center of attention at the low-level training ground. A large crowd of eager trainers had now gathered around the arena, all determined to take down the reigning leader. Every trainer at the training ground had the same goal, to challenge stronger opponents and grow. Here, only the most skilled could hold on to the title of arena leader. Unbeknownst to Sato, this large-scale battle venue, located near the Battle Tower in Larao City, was an official facility. It had a unique rule: any trainer who achieved a 10-win streak as the arena leader would qualify to compete in the Larao City Junior Cup next Saturday at the end of the month. So far, only a handful of trainers had earned the right to participate in this prestigious tournament. These individuals would represent Larao City in matches against the brightest young talents from the Hone League. They would also have the rare opportunity to face off against Hone's Elite Four, the champion, and the 18 Battle Tower leaders in exhibition matches. Without any prompting from Sato, another eager opponent quickly stepped onto the opposing platform and released a level 25 Graveler to challenge his Growlithe. Sato naturally wasn't aware of the rewards for defending the challenge, and even if he were, he would only give a helpless smile. The time remaining to complete the task Sophia's request was running out, leaving no room for distractions like the Larao City Junior Cup tournament. Right now, his sole focus was figuring out how to defeat the troublesome Graveler in front of him. According to the data scanned by his system, this Graveler had outstanding potential, with an individual value of 145, making it a Pokémon with rare purple tier 4 ratings. Graveler evolves from Geodude at level 25. Despite Geodude being a common Pokémon, its evolved form, Graveler, boasts impressive combat abilities. Notably, its ability to thrive on a diet of rocks and its potential to evolve further via trade make Geodude and its evolutionary forms popular among trainers, especially those with limited resources. For trainers who own rock-type Pokémon, it's highly likely that their choice is Geodude or one of its evolutions. As a rock/ground-type Pokémon, Graveler holds a significant advantage against fire types. Its classic strategy involves using Defense Curl to boost its defense and make its body smoother, followed by its signature move, Rollout, to charge at its opponents. Ignoring Growlithe's initial probing attack of Ember, Graveler followed its trainer's instructions, using Defense Curl to bolster its defense and enhance its rolling momentum. It then unleashed Rollout against Growlithe. The Defense Curl not only increased Graveler's rolling speed but also doubled the power of Rollout. Typically, this combination is enough to incapacitate most Fire-type Pokémon upon impact. However, Graveler's initial rolling speed wasn't fast enough to threaten Growlithe, who skillfully dodged with a slight leftward shift and countered with a Fire Spin, a move it had recently mastered through rigorous practice. Unfortunately, Graveler, currently in its rolling state, was like a heat-resistant bulldozer, breaking through the Fire Spin with brute force. Rollout is a move that gains momentum and power the longer it's used, reaching a maximum power of 480. When combined with Defense Curl, its power can soar to a staggering 960. This move has become synonymous with the Guided line, enabling them to overcome even water types in certain scenarios. For example, in the animated series, Brock's Graveler used Rollout to counter Starmie's water gun and claim victory. Every Guided aspires to become a master driver of Rollout. Being able to turn sharply or maneuver during the move is a core skill, while using terrain to execute advanced techniques is the ultimate goal. The Graveler facing Growlithe was already a seasoned Rollout driver, thanks to its exceptional aptitude and excellent training. It had overcome the two major hurdles of mastering Rollout, dizziness from spinning and the inability to sense ground vibrations. After breaking through Growlithe's first Fire Spin, Graveler executed a sharp turn and charged again, relying on the vibrations from Growlithe's movements to locate its target. In reality, Graveler wouldn't stop its rollout unless it chose to or was interrupted by an external force. Its second rollout was even more intimidating, with increased speed and power. If the first attack was akin to a motorcycle, this one was a car in full throttle. At this point, a direct hit would surely knock out Growlithe. The second rollout, enhanced by Defense Curl, had a power of 120 enough to deliver a decisive blow. However, while Graveler's speed increased, so did Growlithe's physical capabilities. From the start, Growlithe's body had been engulfed in the flames of Flame Charge, which temporarily enhanced its agility. Another swift sidestep allowed Growlithe to evade Graveler's second assault. It followed up with another Fire Spin, which was once again dispersed by Graveler's relentless rolling. For Growlithe, this battle was like walking a tightrope. Every subsequent rollout from Graveler carried the potential to knock it out instantly. By the fifth attack, Graveler's speed resembled that of a high-speed train, leaving it unable to stop. Its momentum had overridden any control over braking. Run, Growlithe, and leap over that thing you hate the most. Sato finally broke his silence, issuing a crucial command. Growlithe hesitated briefly, its eyes showing confusion before clearing. It turned and sprinted toward a small puddle, a remnant of the earlier battle with Sato's shiny Wingull. Leaping gracefully, it cleared the water. Throughout the battle, Sato had been observing Graveler, puzzled as to how it pinpointed Growlithe's location while rolling. After analyzing several dodges, he discovered Graveler's reliance on vibrations in the ground from Growlithe's movements. This revelation provided the key to countering it, the puddle. Sure enough, as Growlithe ran, Graveler adjusted its rolling trajectory to follow the vibrations. By the time its trainer realized Sato's intent and shouted a warning, it was too late. With a resounding splash, Graveler rolled straight into the puddle. As a rock/ground type, Graveler detested water more than anything. To it, water felt like scalding oil. It let out a pained screech as it splashed through the puddle. Although it managed to roll out of the water thanks to its momentum, its speed had noticeably decreased. The now-soaked Graveler was visibly distressed, rolling on dry ground in an attempt to rid itself of the water. Sato and Growlithe seized the opportunity. Under Sato's command, Growlithe used Reversal, a fighting-type move, to knock Graveler back into the puddle. It followed up with a Fire Spin, creating a steaming hot bath for Graveler, who could only suffer helplessly in its watery torment. Taking advantage of every little opportunity one gets, and having a proper situational awareness was also an essential quality of a good trainer. When Growlithe defeated Graveler, Sato's consecutive winning streak reached 5 battles. The challengers below seemed unwilling to give Sato any rest. No sooner had one defeated trainer stepped down than another stepped up. However, after 3 more wins using Growlithe, Nidoran, and Marshtomp, Sato encountered his first defeat at this battle venue. His shiny Wingull was unfortunately matched against a Persian that could use Thunder Wave, ending his winning streak. These trainers are really strong. Their Pokémon are well trained. You can't underestimate them, Sato thought as he silently stepped down from the battle platform and sat on a bench to rest. After battling 9 intense matches, he felt mentally fatigued. Sato was quite satisfied with this battle venue. Compared to the trainers he had faced in the battle tower, these trainers were significantly stronger and more passionate about battling. The system's detection function revealed that many of these trainers had highly talented Pokémon. For example, the Persian belonging to the female trainer who defeated him had an individual value of 158, marking it as her ace Pokémon. In less than 10 minutes, her Persian had defeated 4 consecutive challengers, but it lost during the 5th match. Without special recovery methods, a Pokémon's endurance in consecutive battles is inherently limited, with combat effectiveness inevitably declining after several rounds. The intensity of these battles had its benefits. Among the Pokémon Sato used, all saw level increases. His shiny Wingull, which participated in the most battles, reached level 21, while Nidoran and Growlithe reached level 26. Marshtomp, now level 27, had surpassed the others in level after its astonishing growth thanks to its exceptional talent and the boost from the mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. Marshtomp had quickly become a key player in Sato's team, especially after its performance in securing 12 consecutive wins the night before. Barring encounters with grass-type specialists, Marshtomp could handle opponents of similar levels with ease. Once it closed the distance, the battle was almost always decided in its favor. Thanks to grassy terrain created by his Bellossom, Sato's team quickly recovered from their injuries after the intense battles. However, this action unexpectedly caused a big stir in the training arena. Within seconds, a crowd of eager trainers surrounded Sato, their purpose clear: they sought his Pokémon healing services. This reaction left Sato deeply aware of the high demand for Pokémon medical trainers in such a competitive environment. Injuries were inevitable in Pokémon battles, and most trainers could only afford to battle a dozen times before needing to take their teams to a Pokémon center for healing, an expensive process. While trainers coming to this venue generally had decent financial resources, living in Larao City, a place where expenses were astronomical, drained funds quickly. Pokémon battles and training, combined with the purchase of necessary items, meant trainers constantly sought to balance their earnings from the battle tower against the ever-increasing costs of improving their teams. To succeed in Larao City, most trainers pushed themselves to their limits, but after staying here for a while, they find their earnings from the battle tower is far from enough to cover their daily expenses in this city. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was always cruel. Those with some strength could still manage to sustain themselves. They could get a good amount of money in the process of climbing the tower and then pause their climb to regroup and stay on a certain level of the tower. Others sought alternative methods to gain resources, such as joining mercenary guilds and accepting missions from different paying clients. However, for those trainers who only come here with dreams but do not possess sufficient strength, they were destined to be used as tools to sharpen others. The competitive environment created a stark divide between the strong and the weak, with winners reaping the rewards while losers paid the price. The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. This polarized phenomenon was the most common phenomenon among the trainers in Larao City. Behind every successful trainer in Larao City were countless losers who were used as stepping stones during the process. In this context, Pokémon medical trainers were a beacon of hope for the underdog trainers. These medical trainers, unaffiliated with the Joy family, were known for providing affordable services, helping trainers save significant amounts on medical expenses. But their scarcity meant they were a hot commodity, highly sought after in Larao City. To win over a Pokémon medical trainer, many trainers were willing to offer their most sincere friendships and even offer valuable tributes. In short, now that Sato had revealed his identity as a capable Pokémon medical trainer, his life in Larao City was bound to become very lively. What's going on? What's with those looks? What do they want? This isn't a prison and I haven't dropped the soap, Sato thought as he observed the surrounding trainers, who looked at him like a pack of hungry wolves. A deep sense of unease suddenly washed over him. He wanted to run. Sato wasn't one of those inexperienced young trainers. Faced with these overly friendly trainers, he kept his guard up and approached them with utmost caution. For these strangers, he stuck to a fair transaction policy, offering his services in exchange for money. As for unrelated requests, like joining some faction or lending out his Bellossom, which felt like schemes to him, Sato outright refused. Of course, exchanging phone numbers was acceptable, but only if he found the other party agreeable. After spending nearly half an hour at the training venue being swarmed by overly enthusiastic trainers, Bellossom finally declared she was out of energy and unable to continue healing. Sato took the opportunity to slip away quickly. Thanks to Ditto's transformation abilities, he managed to evade a group of what appeared to be fervent admirers tailing him. Instead of returning to the Pokémon Center, Sato opted to stay at an affordable inn. After sharing a hearty late-night meal with his Pokémon, he enjoyed a restful sleep. For the next 10 days, Sato lived at this modest, out-of-the-way inn. Apart from occasional visits to the Pokémon Center for comprehensive check-ups by Nurse Joy, his routine was remarkably consistent. In the mornings, Sato began with physical training for his Pokémon at a public park near the inn. Once that was done, he'd head to the trainer's market to hunt for valuable items. After lunch around 1 p.m., Sato would move to a large training facility to focus on skill drills with his Pokémon. This training lasted until 6 p.m. After a 2-hour break, Sato would then head to the practice field near the battle tower, using the local trainers as sparring partners to test the day's training progress. The inn, the trainer's market, and the practice field formed the 3 main points of his daily life, connected by a repetitive routine. Over the course of these 10 days, Sato managed to achieve several significant milestones. Milestone 1, Pokémon progression. With his Pokémon leveling up steadily, the highlight was when his shiny Wingull finally evolved into a shiny Pelipper on the 8th day. After evolving, its dual abilities and newfound mastery of Hydro Pump and Hurricane greatly boosted its power. At level 28, shiny Pelipper had climbed to the 4th position in Sato's team ranking, no longer stuck in the awkward last place. Excluding Ditto and the shiny Silcoon, Golbat and Bellossom reached level 35 after consistent training. Nidoran, with fewer recent battle opportunities, stood at level 29. Meanwhile, Growlithe showed immense progress over these 10 days. This was thanks to Sato acquiring Flamethrower and Fire Spin for it. Mastering these moves enhanced its hit-and-run tactics, making its offense more aggressive and threatening. Growlithe's level rose to 31, regaining its edge over Nidoran. Mudkup, who had evolved into a Marshtomp, saw the fastest growth among all of Sato's Pokémon. Now at level 33, it had also mastered Icy Wind, Rock Tomb, and Fling. These moves helped address its weaknesses, particularly against agile opponents like Golbat. Combining Icy Wind and Rock Tomb for speed control, Marshtomp could now effectively counter elusive foes. The only disappointing aspect was Shiny Silcoon, which had yet to show signs of evolution. Despite Sato's daily care and feeding it nutritious berry juices, there was no progress, leaving him puzzled. Milestone 2, Skill Reinforcement. Sato found several TMS to strengthen his Pokémon beyond just agility. Notably, he acquired Ice Beam and Shock Wave, both of which bolstered Shiny Pelipper's aerial dominance. Currently, Shiny Pelipper had learned Protect, Double Team, Ice Beam, and Shock Wave. While Double Team and Ice Beam were already well practiced, progress on Shock Wave was slower due to Pelipper's type incompatibility. Nidoran also learned Ice Beam. As for Growlithe and Marshtomp, they had already received TMS best suited to their abilities, significantly enhancing their combat readiness. Milestone 3, Battle Tower Progress. Sato's win streak at the Battle Tower had reached 9 consecutive victories. Over 10 days, he climbed from the 8th to the 15th floor, steadily advancing through the ranks. The once daunting task of securing a 10-win streak now seemed much more manageable, thanks to his team's comprehensive power UPS. Compared to the passionate trainers at the practice field, Sato found the opponents in the Battle Tower rather underwhelming. Still, he exercised caution, choosing not to rush into the 10th battle before his team was fully prepared. Once his shiny Wingull evolved, and Marshtomp had sufficiently trained in Rock Tomb and Fling, Sato deemed the time right. With his reputation as a Pokémon medic spreading, Sato's phone was constantly buzzing with requests. Eventually, he struck a balance using these calls to schedule battles with skilled trainers. In exchange for healing their Pokémon afterward, they provided him with challenging practice opportunities. This strategy allowed Sato to face a wide range of opponents and gain valuable battle experience for his team. Today, at last, Sato felt ready for the decisive 10th victory at the Battle Tower. At 9:30 p.m., he stood on the battlefield once more. Amid dazzling lights and a roaring crowd, Sato emerged from the 15th floor competitor's tunnel. Tonight, this stage was his dot in a large battle arena on the 15th floor of the Battle Tower. The stands were packed with an enthusiastic audience. As the two trainers stepped onto the battle platform from opposite ends of the arena, the atmosphere electrified, and cheers erupted, filling the entire space with fervor. Sato's 9-win streak had already garnered attention when he first arrived at the Battle Tower. Many still remembered the overwhelming power of his Marshtomp, which dominated opponents effortlessly in 1-on-3 battles. His impressive performance earned him a small following among regular spectators. However, his subsequent disappearance had been as sudden as his arrival. In a place like the Battle Tower, where countless talents rose and fell like fleeting comets, Sato was soon forgotten. Yet, over the past few days, Sato had returned with even greater dominance. His Marshtomp, now more refined and powerful, swept through opponents from the 8th floor to the 15th. The competition grew fiercer with each level, but no trainer could halt his ascent. Except for a brief moment on the 14th floor when he switched to his Golbat to handle a similarly skilled opponent, Sato's Marshtomp continued its streak of 1-on-3 victories. The scene of Marshtomp relentlessly delivering ice punches to subdue its opponents thrilled the audience. Its raw, visceral combat style captivated them, embodying a heroic vigor. Particularly memorable was when Marshtomp, battered but unyielding after defeating the opponent's first 2 Pokémon, defeated a Druddigon in an intense, climactic showdown, standing triumphant on the fallen dragon's body and letting out a victory roar. That image had solidified Sato's place in the minds of many spectators. Today, fate seemed to have orchestrated a climactic encounter. Sato's opponent was another trainer on a 9-win streak. Like Sato, she hailed from Kanto and had begun her journey on the 3rd floor. This young woman, with her Charmeleon and Wartortle, had dominated her matches, achieving 9 consecutive victories on her first day itself, a feat that even surpassed Sato's initial streak in decisiveness and flair. To the predominantly male audience, this stunning trainer, with a beauty rivaling that of champion Cynthia, was seen as a rising star. Cynthia had achieved an awe-inspiring 32-win streak in this very tower 2 years prior, and many believed this girl might follow in her footsteps. Unfortunately for Sato, he seemed to stand in the way of her rise to fame. Unsurprisingly, the audience's cheers overwhelmingly favored the young woman. When she stepped onto the battle platform, her confident posture and haughty demeanor elicited even louder applause. Raising a delicate finger, she pointed at Sato and smirked. "So, it's her. It sure is a small world," Sato thought, his expression twitching slightly. He was both exasperated and bemused. His opponent was none other than Alice Sasaki, a girl he had deliberately avoided. Looking up at the large screen displaying their details, Sato quickly surmised how Alice had found him, likely through media coverage of his activities in Larus City. He even suspected the Battle Tower staff had been bribed by Alice. After all, what were the odds of them meeting in a place teeming with trainers? However, Sato's musings led him to a different conclusion. The officials probably engineered the matchup for profit. Pitting 2 9-win trainers against each other was a surefire way to attract attention and boost revenue. "Oh ho ho ho! Surprised to see me, Sato?" Alice's haughty laughter echoed. "Your win streak ends today? You've made it so hard for me to find you, but now you're doomed." I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. After boldly making her declaration, Alice turned back to her normal position and looked at Sato with a smug look, waiting for his response. However, the response never came. Sato remained stoic, ignoring her provocations. However, his complete disregard and disdainful gaze made his feelings clear, which only further enraged Alice. She huffed and puffed, throwing a tantrum like the spoiled aristocrat she was. Oh my, it seems these two know each other, the glamorous commentator remarked, her interest piqued. And apparently, they're not on the best of terms. Could they actually be rivals? After hearing Alice's words and witnessing Sato's response, everyone could see that these two clearly knew each other. The beautiful female commentator sitting on the podium immediately showed a gossipy face as if she had something to dig up, and swiftly voiced her thoughts to the audience. The audience, ever the gossip-loving crowd, erupted at this suggestion. If they were rivals, this battle promised to be spectacular. Rivals? Don't be ridiculous. Alice retorted, her indignation flaring. This plebeian isn't my rival? I'm here to teach him a lesson, nothing more. When Alice heard that everyone thought they were rivals, she became like a furious cat whose tail was stepped on, yelling at the commentators and the people in the audience. However, her protests only fanned the flames of speculation, as the audience reveled in the drama. To many, the tension between Sato and Alice hinted at something deeper, though the single men in the crowd chose to ignore such notions. This is all your fault. Alice glared at Sato. Prepare for defeat. This time, your Golbat won't stand a chance against my Charmeleon. Sato sighed inwardly. Damn, this has nothing to do with me. This girl is really a Tsundere girl who is extremely willful. She is really unreasonable, he thought, shaking his head. Fortunately, the referee, seated on a Pidgeot, received the signal to start the match. With a clear command, the battle commenced. Alice, her earlier arrogance replaced by sharp focus, was a different person entirely. Fortunately, the referee soon indicated the start of the battle and the match had officially begun. Immediately after, Alice entered a calm state and began to focus. She seemed like a completely different person than the haughty brat from just moments prior. Go, Pelipper, I'm counting on you. Sato called, releasing a well-developed Pelipper onto the field. Strike, Scyther, cut them down with your blades. Alice countered, sending out a Scyther that hovered menacingly in the air. As soon as Pelipper entered the field, its drizzle ability activated, summoning dark clouds overhead. Rain began to fall steadily on the grassy battlefield, signaling the start of a fierce showdown. The shiny Pelipper had only recently evolved, and its drizzle ability was still in its infancy. According to Sato's tests, the rain clouds generated by Pelipper's ability could currently only cover the entirety of a standard battlefield, with a duration of about 10 minutes. Note, a standard battlefield measures 30 x 20 meters. Unlike in the games, Pelipper's drizzle ability couldn't be immediately reactivated after being withdrawn and sent out again. After all, it wasn't a legendary Pokémon like Kyogre, blessed with ancient powers. Pelipper required at least 10 minutes of rest before it could activate the ability again. The drizzle lasted for about a minute before escalating into steady rain. Raindrops pattered down, forming a thin layer of water over the grassy battlefield. In the rain, Scyther was visibly distressed. Initially, it was flying comfortably, but the rainwater soon drenched its body, hampering its wing movements. The added weight from the water forced it to descend to the ground. Alice, like her Scyther, was also in a tough spot. Before the battle, she had done her homework and knew that Sato's strongest Pokémon were his Golbat, Bellossom, and Marshtomp. Because of the grassy terrain, she had anticipated that Sato would send out Bellossom. That was why she had chosen Scyther, whose type advantage could easily counter Bellossom. However, she hadn't expected Sato to send out a Pelipper with the drizzle ability. Ugh, what are those useless spies even doing? They didn't report that his Wingull had evolved, let alone that it had the drizzle ability. Damn it! This rain completely nullifies my ace, Charmeleon. Glaring at the rain-drenched battlefield, Alice's mood soured as dark as the storm overhead. She cursed the intelligence brokers in her mind more than a dozen times. To be fair, the intelligence brokers weren't entirely to blame. Due to Sato's status as a Pokémon medical trainer, he always traveled wearing a human skin mask crafted by Ditto, rendering his identity nearly untraceable. Moreover, Pelipper had only evolved within the past couple of days, and its drizzle ability was a closely guarded secret known only to Sato and a few sparring trainers. Most importantly, among the Pokémon Sato had used in the battle tower, only Marshtomp had appeared multiple times, while Growlithe had made a single appearance. The intelligence brokers, unfamiliar with this outsider, could only deduce Sato's strongest Pokémon Golbat and Bellossom from second-hand sources. But regardless of the circumstances, the battle had started and couldn't be stopped. After her moment of frustration, Alice refocused her attention. While the rain severely hindered Scyther's flying capabilities, the grassy battlefield gave the forest warrior a natural advantage. Scyther, seasoned in combat, didn't need Alice's instructions. It swiftly moved across the slick grass, disappearing into the tree line to evade Pelipper's sight. As the shiny Pelipper flew low to search the treetops, Scyther burst forth from the canopy of a large tree behind it. With a powerful kick off the trunk and a burst of quick attack propelled by its wings, Scyther turned into a green blur, streaking towards Pelipper. Great job, you slash! Knock it out of the sky and teach it a lesson. Alice's eyes lit up at Scyther's swift assault, and she promptly commanded it to strike Pelipper. While not as powerful as her Charmeleon, Alice held her Scyther in high regard. Its exceptional close combat prowess meant that any opponent caught within range of its razor-sharp blades would fall quickly to its relentless attacks. To Alice, Pokémon like Pelipper used by commoners were inherently weak. Just like her opinion of Sato's Golbat, she looked down on Pelipper and its trainer, deeming them insignificant. You're foolish. In rainy conditions, unless you use electric-type moves, my Pelipper is nearly unbeatable. If you'd opted for a drawn-out, evasive strategy using the forest as cover, waiting for the rain to subside, you might have had a chance. But now, you're courting disaster. Sato smirked coldly at Scyther's reckless charge, though he refrained from underestimating it. The information he'd just received about Scyther made him cautious. While Alice might be arrogant, her wealth allowed her access to top-tier Pokémon. Her Charmeleon was already enviable, and this Scyther, too, was an exceptional specimen. Pokémon, Scyther. Level, 31. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Known moves, Vacuum Wave, Quick Attack, Leer, Focus Energy, Pursuit, False Swipe, Agility, Wing Attack, Fury Cutter, Slash, Steel Wing, Egg Move, Bug Bite, Tutor, Swords Dance, TM, Brick Break, TM, Aerial Ace, TM, U-Turn, TM, X-Scissor, TM. Held item, none. Stats, IVs. HP, 29 31sts. Attack, 30 31sts. Defense, 28 31sts. SP ATK, 28 31sts. SP Def, 28 31sts. Speed, 31 31sts. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4, 174, just a point shy of gold's threshold of 175. Clearly, this Scyther was a cut above the rest, narrowly missing the gold 4 threshold. Alice had spared no expense in its development, teaching it powerful moves like Swords Dance and X-Scissor early. However, stats were just stats. True combat strength was proven in battle. Perhaps Scyther had effortlessly bested opponents in Alice's hands before, but today, its recklessness would cost it dearly. As Scyther's gleaming blades neared Pelipper, the shiny Pokémon's eyes lit up. A powerful hurricane formed in front of it, an oppressive wall of wind surging to intercept Scyther. The bug Pokémon dove headfirst into the storm. Overwhelmed by the type advantage, it took severe damage. When the hurricane subsided, Scyther was spinning uncontrollably, dazed. The confusion effect had triggered. Pelipper wasted no time capitalizing on the opening. Without needing Sato's command, it unleashed a high-pressure hydro pump from its wide beak. Amplified by the rain, the hydro pump obliterated everything in its path. Scyther, along with 8 trees, was sent crashing down. A significant portion of the forested battlefield lay in ruins. After enduring 2 powerful stab moves, Scyther, despite its incredible talent and durability, was left defeated. You really need to learn your lesson. Never underestimate any Pokémon, especially my Pokémon. There are rarely any weak Pokémon, only weak trainers. Your Scyther is strong, but as a trainer, you've fallen short. Your arrogance clouds your judgment. And don't you dare underestimate me. I won't show you any mercy. Sato turned to the now pale-faced Alice, his expression stern as he delivered his sharp rebuke. Alice was livid. However, her anger wasn't truly because of her Scyther's defeat. What really infuriated her were the words spoken by the commoner standing across from her just moments ago. Defeat, however, was defeat. Alice, proud and thin-skinned as she was, couldn't stoop to shamelessly covering up her failure. Although she dearly wanted to pummel Sato right there and then, she forced herself to endure the humiliation. Yet, alongside her anger, Alice began to let go of her earlier underestimation of Sato and his shiny Pelipper. Perhaps even she hadn't realized it yet, but her sense of superiority had been shaken. This was a 3-on-3 battle, and with her Scyther defeated, she now only had 2 Pokémon left to defeat Sato. As much as she hated to admit it, this opponent of hers was indeed quite capable. Moreover, due to incorrect information, turning the tide with her remaining 2 Pokémon would be no easy feat. Don't get cocky, you plebeian. I haven't lost yet. Come out, Jolteon, and fry that gull to a crisp. Alice recalled her fallen Scyther into a luxury ball before releasing her next Pokémon, a burly Jolteon, from a yellow luxury ball. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder echoed. Jolteon's entry was dramatic. A lightning bolt struck down from the dark clouds above the battlefield, and Jolteon appeared as though descending like the god of thunder, cloaked in a flash of lightning. Seeing such a dramatic display, Sato's pupils contracted, and his expression grew slightly grim. From this entrance alone, it was clear that this Jolteon had an exceptional mastery of electric-type energy. This didn't bode well for his shiny Pelipper. Jolteon's data. Pokémon, Jolteon. Level, 32. Type, Electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Gender, Female. Known moves, Thunder Shock, Helping Hand, Sand Attack, Tail Whip, Baby Doll Eyes, Quick Attack, Double Kick, Thunder Fang, Pin Missile, Agility, Wish, Egg Move, Thunderbolt, TM, Thunder, TM, Charge Beam, TM, Thunder Wave, TM, Magnet Rise, TM, Shadow Ball, TM, Double Team, TM, Protect, TM, Hidden Power Ice Type, TM. Held item, Magnet, Electric type moves equals plus 20% power. IVs. HP, 28 31sts. Attack, 27 31sts. Defense, 29 31sts. Special attack, 30 31sts. Special Defense, 29 31sts. Speed, 28 31sts. Overall 4 rating, Purple, 171/175. This Alice really has quite the collection of high-quality Pokémon. Another one that's just shy of a golden rating. Jolteon, in the games, this was always one of my favorite special attackers, Sato thought, a twinge of envy and nostalgia flashing in his eyes before quickly vanishing. There was no time for sentimentality now. He had to devise a way to have his shiny Pelipper either whittle down Jolteon's strength or even defeat it outright. After all, the battle tower didn't allow for mid-battle Pokémon switches. Pelipper, disperse the rain clouds and fly low into the forested area, Sato commanded, glancing at the small wooded section of the grass field, an idea forming in his mind. The rain clouds were summoned by Pelipper, so dispersing them wasn't much of an issue. Following Sato's order, the shiny Pelipper began to descend toward the forest, while focusing to dissipate the storm clouds above. Not so fast. Jolteon, use thunder to strike that Pelipper down. Alice immediately saw through Sato's intent. Wasting no time, she commanded Jolteon to launch a counterattack before the clouds could fully clear. As soon as Alice spoke, Jolteon crackled with electricity. Arcs of lightning shot upward, merging with the lingering rain clouds. In an instant, the dissipating clouds stopped vanishing and instead began glowing with a web of blinding electric light. With a thunderous roar from Jolteon, a massive bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, came crashing down from the clouds. Twisting and zigzagging in midair, it raced toward the shiny Pelipper heading into the woods. The saying "the tallest tree gets struck first" wasn't without merit. However, Sato's precise command and Pelipper's quick reflexes proved effective. Before Jolteon's thunder could land, Pelipper managed to dive into the forest. The bolt of lightning redirected to the tallest, water-soaked tree instead. The result? The massive tree was split clean in two, its charred halves smoldering ominously. A few small flames flickered but were quickly snuffed out by the damp environment. That was close. Pelipper, still shaken, glanced back at the destroyed tree, grateful for Sato's sharp tactical thinking. If that lightning had hit, it would have been fried to a crisp on the spot. Now that the storm clouds had exhausted their charge, Jolteon could no longer maintain their presence, and they rapidly dissipated. At that moment, a high-pressure jet of water burst from the wooded area, targeting the hesitant Jolteon. While the grass field was advantageous for hiding, it wasn't friendly to electric types like Jolteon, especially with so many trees acting as natural insulators. Sato exploited this weakness by ensuring Pelipper dried the woods with wind, reducing their conductivity and making Jolteon's electric type moves less effective. Dodge and rush in. Use Thunderbolt. Alice's quick thinking kept her in the game. Jolteon nimbly sidestepped the hydro pump and dashed into the woods at lightning speed. You're still too young. Pelipper, fly out and hit it with Hurricane. Sato smirked, watching Alice fall into his trap. The moment Jolteon entered the woods, its speed advantage and type dominance diminished. Pelipper quickly exited the forest and unleashed a devastating hurricane, a massive vortex of wind pulling in leaves, twigs, and unfortunately for Jolteon electric-type Pokémon. Don't give up. Use Magnet Rise to stabilize and then hit it with Thunderbolt. Alice's command was sharp and decisive. Using Magnet Rise, Jolteon generated a magnetic field, stabilizing itself in the vortex. It then unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt, piercing through the winds and striking Pelipper head-on. Pelipper let out a pained cry before plummeting to the ground, its body charred and smoking. A quadruple weakness attack was too much, even for a sturdy Pokémon like Pelipper. It was struck down in a single, super effective hit. Under Alice's skilled direction, Jolteon had successfully turned the tide. Sato's shiny Pelipper was down for the count. Return, Pelipper. You've done your best, and you were brilliant. Sato retrieved his shimmering Pelipper with its Pokeball and offered it words of praise before turning his gaze to the smug woman in front of him, who was now radiating confidence. Her quick thinking in such a critical moment impressed Sato. He silently acknowledged, "Well played," while marveling at Jolteon's extraordinary mastery over electric-type energy. Executing Magnet Rise to stabilize itself within a tornado was no small feat. It required exceptional control over electric-type energy, which was not something every electric-type Pokémon could achieve, due to the violent nature of the energy. Even so, his shiny Pelipper had performed exceptionally well. Although it hadn't managed to defeat Jolteon as planned, its hurricane had left Jolteon severely weakened and barely able to continue the fight. The rest of this battle is yours, Marshtomp. Refocusing, Sato pulled Marshtomp's Pokeball from his belt and released it. In the blink of an eye, Marshtomp's sturdy, sky-blue form appeared on the finely manicured grass in front of Jolteon. Take them down, Marshtomp. Go, Marshtomp. Hit 'em hard, make every punch count. Let's go, baby. Here it comes. Smash them into the wall with your fists, Marshtomp. Marshtomp's fans in the audience erupted. Some lunatics had even done t-shirts emblazoned with Marshtomp's image, waving flags and cheering loudly. Grunt. Buoyed by the crowd's fervor, Marshtomp's fighting spirit soared. Marshtomp's muscles bulged, and it let out a powerful roar. Marshtomp! 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 The audience chanted in unison, their voices creating a feverish energy throughout the stadium. There wasn't a single person in the audience that didn't love Marshtomp's fights. This feeling, this adrenaline from the cheers, it's amazing, Sato thought, invigorated by the atmosphere. As Marshtomp's trainer, Sato's blood was naturally boiling with excitement as well. He loved intense, physical battles, and Marshtomp's warrior-like nature matched his own preferences perfectly. It was one of the reasons he often relied on Marshtomp in battles. In stark contrast, Alice and her Jolteon appeared tense and uneasy, struggling under the weight of the crowd's enthusiasm. The invisible pressure made it hard for them, making them feel almost suffocated. These people are insane. This is unbearable. What is this? Alice thought, her face pale. She despised the crowd's sudden outburst of passion and felt a growing disgust toward them. She wished she could leave this overwhelming environment immediately. Charge in, Jolteon. Use double kick. Unable to endure the mounting pressure, Alice shouted for Jolteon to attack, hoping a swift victory would silence the spectators. Jolteon, having been with Alice since its days as an Eevee, understood her frustration. It dashed toward Marshtomp at high speed, sharing its trainer's disdain for the opposing Pokémon. Interesting. Let's give them a good fight. Marshtomp, meet them head-on with Ice Punch. Seeing Alice opt for a direct assault, Sato's face lit up with excitement. He commanded Marshtomp to counter with equal ferocity. Direct clashes were Marshtomp's specialty and favorite form of combat. Marshtomp's muscles tensed, and Ice-type energy enveloped its fists as it charged forward to meet Jolteon head-on. Jolteon's speed was impressive, closing the distance to Marshtomp in a flash. A quick sidestep brought it to Marshtomp's left side, and its rear leg lashed out in a sweeping kick. However, this time was different. Marshtomp didn't budge from the force of Jolteon's double kick. Instead, it swiftly caught Jolteon's leg with its left hand, freezing it solid. With a firm grip, Marshtomp yanked Jolteon into the air. The electric type naturally retaliated with a powerful electric discharge, but it had little effect. Electricity? Marshtomp barely felt it. To the water/ground type, the sensation was no more than a pleasant tingle. But now wasn't the time to relax. Marshtomp needed to respond to the crowd's energy. It decided to showcase its strength in the most spectacular way possible. Flexing its powerful muscles, Marshtomp channeled all its energy into a single, devastating punch aimed squarely at Jolteon's midsection. Boom! The impact was deafening, shaking the battlefield as Jolteon was sent flying like a rag doll. It crashed into the protective wall over 10 meters away and slumped motionless into the crater it created. Just one punch. Just one powerful punch and Jolteon was down. Marshtomp's precision ensured that the blow rendered Jolteon unconscious instantly, sparing it from further pain upon impact with the wall. Jolteon is unable to battle. Marshtomp wins. The referee, having counted the seconds while observing Jolteon's condition, declared the outcome. Hell yeah. Fuck. There it is again. Holy shit. Daddy chill. Marshtomp. Marshtomp. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. The sheer power Marshtomp displayed had ignited their spirits. How is his Marshtomp this strong? Alice, still pale, stared in disbelief at her Jolteon embedded in the wall. Her hands trembled as she struggled to process the overwhelming defeat. Currently, Alice has only one Pokémon left, while Sato has two Pokémon that are still full of energy. What will Alice do next? What secret weapon will she bring out to turn the tide? Let's wait and see. The female commentator, witnessing the battle reach its critical stage, passionately picked up the microphone and added fuel to the already electrifying atmosphere with her energetic commentary. Pressure. At this moment, Alice was weighed down by an unprecedented level of pressure. The loss of her Jolteon filled her with an intense sense of crisis. The reason was clear: she was highly likely to be defeated yet again by this detestable commoner in front of her. And this time, it was in such a grand, attention-grabbing setting. Alice wished she could flee the battlefield immediately. However, her pride wouldn't allow her to commit an act more humiliating than defeat itself. She would never tarnish the Sasaki family's honor. Marshtomp was a Pokémon Alice had anticipated encountering, so she had already devised a plan to counter it. Her strategy involved sending out her strongest grass-type Pokémon, Bayleaf, to face it. Why, among the famous Kanto starters, did Alice possess both Charmeleon and Wartortle but not the grass-type starter Bulbasaur? Instead, she had Bayleaf, a grass-type Pokémon from the Johto region. The reason was simple. Alice found Venusaur, Bulbasaur's final evolved form, unattractive. Thus, she opted for Chikorita, which she considered the cutest and most beautiful grass-type starter. However, after witnessing Marshtomp's overwhelming performance earlier, Alice doubted that Bayleaf could defeat such a barbaric brute. Sato's Marshtomp was the most savage and violent Pokémon she had ever encountered. Although she had heard reports about its exceptional strength surpassing that of ordinary Marshtomps, witnessing it firsthand revealed just how terrifying its brute power was. It crushed opponents with raw strength, a truly unstoppable force. Come out, Togekiss. After careful deliberation, Alice finally acknowledged Marshtomp's superior strength. This time, she didn't dare pit a Pokémon against Marshtomp in close combat. Instead, she chose her strongest flying-type Pokémon, Togekiss, as her trump card to counter Marshtomp's brute force. The next moment, a brilliant white light shot out from the luxury ball in Alice's hand. A stunning Pokémon appeared midair above the battlefield. Its elegant flight silenced the crowd, calming their previously excited hearts. As expected of a young lady from a prestigious family, she even has such a rare Pokémon. That Togekiss must have been nurtured from an egg, or it wouldn't have evolved into its current form. Seeing Alice deploy a Pokémon rarer than even pseudo-legendaries, Sato couldn't help but feel astonished again. The Pokémon gracefully gliding in the air was indeed Togekiss. It was hard to imagine what other rare Pokémon this wealthy heiress might possess. At this point, Sato wouldn't be surprised if she had an undeveloped pseudo-legendary waiting in reserve. As usual, Sato activated his system's scanning ability to analyze Togekiss. The detailed information appeared before his eyes. Upon seeing Togekiss's extensive skill set, Sato silently acknowledged Alice as a true spender. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Togekiss. Level, 32. Type, Fairy/Flying. Ability, Serene Grace. Gender, female. Known moves, Magical Leaf, Growl, Sweet Kiss, Metronome, Charm, Fairy Wind, Encore, Follow Me, Wish, Ancient Power, After You, Sky Attack, Aura Sphere, Extreme Speed, Air Slash, Future Sight, Egg Move, Psychic, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Roost, TM, Light Screen, TM, Psychic Terrain, TM, Solar Beam, TM, Protect, TM, Safeguard, TM, Shadow Ball, TM, Reflect, TM, Flamethrower, TM, Shockwave, TM, Grass Knot, TM, Dazzling Gleam, TM, Heal Bell, TM, Nasty Plot, TM, Water Pulse, TM, Heat Wave, TM. Held item, Life Orb. 4 stats. HP, 25 31sts. Attack, 21 31sts. Defense, 29 31sts. Special attack, 28 31sts. Special defense, 27 31sts. Speed, 25 31sts. Overall 4 rating, purple, total IVs 155, below 175. Sato felt a mix of awe and concern. Alice's Togekiss, much like her Charmeleon, was clearly a Pokémon she adored. The sheer number of moves it had learned was enviable yet intimidating. Even without considering the TMS, Togekiss's level-up moves alone were enough to give Sato a headache. If Alice was clever, she could easily exploit Magical Leaf and Extreme Speed to make things extremely difficult for Marshtomp. Still, if Alice's training of Togekiss wasn't thorough, Marshtomp might still have a chance to win. Togekiss's clear advantage lay in its flight. If Sato could bring it down, victory would be within reach. With the referee's signal, the final showdown began. Alice's extensive background and expert mentorship, combined with her own talent as a trainer, shone through when she was pushed to the edge. Forcing herself to stay calm, Alice's demeanor transformed, her eyes now radiating icy determination. Togekiss, use Magical Leaf? Attack with full force. Right from the start, Alice commanded Togekiss to unleash its full power. The elegant Pokémon became an aerial bomber, showering the battlefield with waves of shimmering green leaves. Each leaf homed in on Marshtomp with unerring accuracy, resembling a barrage of heat-seeking missiles. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Marshtomp instinctively dove underground using Dig, sealing the tunnel entrance with a layer of frozen soil for added protection. Unfortunately, this measure was temporary. The frozen soil quickly gave way under the relentless assault of Magical Leaf, forcing Marshtomp back to the surface. Emerging from the ground, Marshtomp found itself surrounded by a storm of glowing leaves. The relentless assault left no room for escape. With the 4 times damage from the Grass-type move, 1 hit would spell defeat. Togekiss had set a trap from which there seemed to be no escape. If you can't dodge, face it head-on. Start spinning and use Icy Wind to freeze them. Sato's eyes gleamed as he issued his command. Cornered, Marshtomp took a deep breath. Its belly swelled as it unleashed an icy blue wind, spinning rapidly to spread the freezing air in all directions. The shimmering green leaves slowed as they became coated in frost, eventually falling harmlessly to the ground. Marshtomp had narrowly escaped disaster, but Alice was quick to capitalize. Use Aura Sphere, she called, her voice cutting through the tension. A glowing blue energy orb shot forth from Togekiss, striking Marshtomp and sending it flying. As Marshtomp struggled midair, a massive air slash descended, a white energy blade over 8 meters wide, slicing through the sky with terrifying force. The ultimate attack was heading straight for Marshtomp, who had nowhere to escape. Use water gun to change direction. Seeing Togekiss's air slash about to hit, Sato's expression shifted as he yelled instructions to his Marshtomp. A Togekiss with the Serene Grace ability was a threat not to be underestimated. If Marshtomp were hit, there was a daunting 60% chance it would flinch due to air slash's added effect. If Marshtomp succumbed to flinching, it could lead to a disastrous chain reaction. Perhaps the creator of Pokémon had favored Togekiss, as its luck was unmatched among Pokémon. With sufficient fortune, a relentless barrage of air slashes could turn into a nightmare for most opponents. Note, Air Slash is a flying-type special move with 75 power. Effect, 30% chance to cause the target to flinch. Without hesitation, Marshtomp fired a quick water gun forward. Using the backward thrust, it managed to shift slightly, narrowly evading Togekiss's lethal air slash. Aura Sphere, don't let it escape. Watching Marshtomp dodge under Sato's command, Alice gritted her teeth and ordered Togekiss to launch a homing Aura Sphere at the airborne Marshtomp. Use Ice Punch to counter it. Sato's command came immediately after Alice spoke. In an instant, a glowing blue energy ball formed in front of Togekiss's open beak. With a sharp whoosh, the Aura Sphere shot forward, tracing a curved, blue path toward Marshtomp. Marshtomp, following Sato's command, enveloped its right arm in icy energy. A frosty gauntlet of solid ice formed over its fist. As the aura sphere neared, Marshtomp swung its now muscular right arm with lightning speed, colliding with the attack. A shockwave rippled through the air upon impact. The aura sphere proved no match for Marshtomp's ice punch, bolstered by its raw power. Within a second, the sphere shattered, dispersing into a burst of blue sparks. Extreme speed? Don't give it a chance. Alice was relentless, instructing Tejekus to seize the moment when Marshtomp was still recovering. Tejekus, the result of Alice's meticulous training, demonstrated exceptional physical fitness and combat instincts. It glowed with brilliant white light before accelerating, weaving through the air in rapid Z-shaped turns, and suddenly appearing in front of Marshtomp. With a powerful wing slash, Tejekus struck Marshtomp midair. A loud boom echoed as Marshtomp crashed into the ground, creating a large crater on the grassy field. The next moment, however, Marshtomp leapt out of the crater, glaring at Tejekus with renewed determination. Despite taking hits from Aura Sphere and extreme speed, it appeared largely unscathed. Its slightly weakened aura quickly regained strength. Marshtomp's durability, enhanced by its mutated, Supreme Blue Water Stone, allowed it to grow stronger over time. Fully incited by Tejekus, its battle spirit now burned fiercely. When Tejekus launched a barrage of magical leaves under Alice's orders, Marshtomp narrowed its eyes and exhaled sharply. It countered with a 360-degree blast of icy wind, nullifying most of the attack. Ignoring a few stray magical leaves that grazed its body, Marshtomp's fists began to glow with a brownish light. With a thunderous punch to the ground, it summoned numerous glowing, earth-toned boulders. These volleyball-sized rocks, created by Marshtomp's rock tomb, possessed a unique property. They slowed the speed of any target they struck. Great! Marshtomp is thinking exactly what I had in mind. To defeat Tejekus, we need to bring it down from the sky. Since Icy Wind couldn't manage that, we'll have to use another approach. Sato's eyes lit up with pride as he saw Marshtomp taking the initiative to create rocks with Rock Tomb. Marshtomp's growing battle awareness made him genuinely happy. Tejekus, stop using Magical Leaf. Kite it with Aura Sphere instead. Acknowledging the ineffectiveness of Magical Leaf, Alice switched strategies, instructing Tejekus to rely on its highly practiced Aura Sphere for a sustained offensive. Tejekus, hearing this, ceased generating magical leaves. Although it had excellent stamina, maintaining such a large number of magical leaves was draining. Just as Tejekus prepared to launch another Aura Sphere, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A boulder shot past its left wing like an anti-air cannon, close enough to disturb its balance. Startled, Tejekus glanced down and saw Marshtomp, poised in an unorthodox stance. A second boulder shot up, this time aimed directly at Tejekus's face. Alarmed by the imminent danger, Tejekus hastily fired its partially formed Aura Sphere to intercept the rock, gaining just enough time to maneuver away with a sudden flap of its wings. The deflected rock continued its trajectory, smashing into the spot where Tejekus had been moments earlier. Watch out! Alice cried. But Tejekus couldn't dodge the next projectile in time. Another boulder, slightly off course but well aimed, clipped its left wing. A loud crack resounded as the impact fractured Tejekus's wing bones, sending a wave of searing pain through its body. No! Alice screamed, her face pale. Tejekus let out a heart-wrenching cry as it plummeted from the sky. Below, Marshtomp grabbed another boulder, his muscles flexing with raw power. His movements resembled a textbook pitching stance as he hurled the rock with precision and force. Thwack! The rock struck Tejekus mid-fall, driving it into the arena's protective wall with a heavy impact before both it and the rock crashed to the ground. With just two well-aimed rock tomb projectiles, Marshtomp had brought down the seemingly invincible Tejekus. The crowd erupted into cheers as Marshtomp stood tall, its stance exuding both strength and willpower. Marshtomp! 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 The once dominant Tejekus had fallen, and the crowd's enthusiasm surged to its peak. Spectators gazed in awe at the light blue Pokémon still holding its pose, embodying the perfect image of a triumphant warrior. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the bustling port of Larau City was beginning to awaken. Standing on the pier, a plain-looking, taciturn young man gazed out at the horizon. His clothes were slightly tattered, his hands bore thick calluses, and a belt with pokeballs hung at his waist, clear signs of a struggling, impoverished Pokémon trainer. The young man turned his head, his eyes lingering on the city perched atop the island cliffs. A trace of regret and reluctance flickered across his face. After a long sigh, he shook his head and headed toward an aging cargo ship docked nearby. Onlookers observed him with mixed reactions. Most offered sympathetic glances, while a few smirked with schadenfreude. Yet not a single person showed pity. To many, this young man was no different from countless other trainers who had come to Larau City with lofty dreams and ambitions, only to have them crushed by the city's harsh realities. Now, like so many before him, he was leaving, burdened with disappointment and regret. Sympathy, they thought, was unnecessary for someone who had chosen this path. The young man handed over a tattered half-note worth 1,000 poke dollars to a grizzled, bald sailor, securing passage in the cargo hold. Joining a line of similarly dressed passengers, he followed them up a narrow plank onto the heavily loaded ship. With a low, resonant whistle from its smokestack, the ship began to pull away from the port, cutting through the calm morning waters toward the open sea. In no time, the ship was but a tiny speck on the horizon, disappearing from the view of the laborers on the pier. Once the city of La Rouse had vanished from sight, the taciturn young man on the deck finally turned away. Letting out a deep sigh of relief, he seemed unburdened at last. This taciturn young man was, of course, Sato. Having taken a black market ship to quietly leave La Rouse City, he was now on his way. Despite his stunning victory over Alice the day before, achieving a remarkable 10 consecutive wins, he knew his days in the city were numbered. Aware of what had happened with others like Fujiwara Kari, Sato didn't wait for retaliation from Alice or her associates. As soon as the battle ended, he decided to make his escape. Where there are people, there's always a market. Many trainers, stripped of their resources, couldn't even afford a proper ticket to leave the city. In response, black market transport like this cargo ship thrived. Sato had spent 1,000 poke dollars for a makeshift ticket that granted him space in a storeroom on board. Thanks to this ticket, Sato had left La Rouse City safely, though not without some lingering regret. He had completed his mission 3 days ahead of schedule, leaving him time to explore the city. Unfortunately, Alice's unexpected appearance forced him to abandon those plans. Originally, Sato had intended to relax after fulfilling Sophia's mission. He had wanted to visit La Rouse City's antique market, a prospect that still tugged at his heart. Imagining the treasures he might have missed brought a pang of disappointment, but he quickly refocused his attention. In his hand was a small, seemingly ordinary slip of paper, yet its contents and handwriting commanded his full alertness. The message was simple: he had completed his task and was required to report to Sophia at the rocket team base in Pewter City within 10 days. The note had appeared in his pocket shortly after his 10th victory, as though placed there by an unseen hand. Seems like rocket team has been shadowing me with someone incredibly skilled at concealment, Sato mused, tearing the paper into tiny pieces and scattering them into the sea breeze. Watching the fragments vanish, his expression grew more serious. I need to work on my detection skills. He shifted his gaze to the shadow at his feet, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the grandest hotel of La Rouse City, the lowest floor echoed with the sounds of shattering objects. Alice, her face tear-streaked and red with frustration, was throwing everything within reach. Outside the room, a group of maids stood trembling, unsure what to do. After a while, an elderly man with impeccably groomed hair and a neatly trimmed beard appeared. Dismissing the maids with a wave, he waited for the noise to subside before entering. Inside, Alice was curled up on a leather sofa, staring blankly ahead. She looked up at the old man but said nothing. I don't want anyone to touch him, she said coldly after a long silence, her voice steady despite the tears she wiped away. I won't give up. I'll defeat him myself one day. The elderly man, Grandpa Pino, smiled faintly. As you wish, Miss Alice. But you won't find him now, he's already gone. It may be a long time before you see him again. I don't care. Alice retorted sharply, her expression hardening. I'll get stronger. Grandpa Pino, I don't want to be a frog trapped in a well anymore. I want to travel. Alone. Grandpa Pino's smile widened, his approval clear. Very well, Miss Alice. I'll make the arrangements. Your father will be thrilled to hear this. Alice nodded resolutely, her earlier frustration replaced with determination. The journey ahead, for both her and Sato, was only beginning. The cargo ship's speed was significantly slower compared to the luxury vessel Sato had previously taken. After spending a full day, night, and an additional morning on the journey, Sato finally set foot in Lily Cove City once again. Sato didn't remove the human disguise crafted by his ditto, continuing to move through the port in the guise of a taciturn teenager. It seemed to be a special day for Lily Cove City. By noon, the harbor was bustling with people carrying various types of fishing rods. Curious about the gathering, Sato inquired with a young boy holding a fishing rod and learned that today marked the monthly fishing competition held at the Lily Cove City docks. This time, the prizes were especially enticing, attracting numerous participants, both locals and visitors. The third place prize is a Mudkup, one of Hone's starter Pokémon. The second place winner gets a Mudkup as well as a high-quality fishing rod. The first place prize includes all of the above, plus a Phoebe's egg. This is indeed a generous set of rewards, Sato mused after thanking the boy for the information. While debating whether to participate, Sato noticed a familiar figure, a stunningly beautiful woman walking past him, surrounded by a group of chattering children. It was none other than Elsa, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Sato felt as though her radiant presence had momentarily blinded him. Elsa was dressed in a stylish pink floral blouse with an open neckline and a matching layered skirt. Her outfit revealed a glimpse of her fair skin and complemented her long, slender legs. Paired with her golden hair shimmering under the sunlight and her delicate, flower-like face, she looked breathtakingly beautiful. Today, Elsa exuded an air of confidence and charm akin to a superstar. Her every gesture and smile seemed to captivate everyone around her. Sato also noticed that she had grown more mature since their last encounter. After enduring trials of life and death, and the sorrow of parting, she now bore a quiet resilience. Accompanied by her disciple, AJ, and others, a faint, serene smile occasionally graced her face. Even such a subtle smile transformed Elsa's usual cool demeanor into something warm and approachable, like the soft light of dawn melting the frost of winter. She seemed at peace, her aura vastly changed. Is she participating in the fishing competition too? Of course, the Phoebe's egg must be her goal, Sato speculated, watching her walk away with her group. Elsa held a fishing rod, though its design appeared outdated. Still, it was well maintained, showing signs of regular care. Sato decided against approaching her. Elsa seemed to be doing well now, and he didn't want to risk rekindling any painful memories by appearing before her. As for the fishing competition, Sato was well aware of his amateur fishing skills. Competing against the seasoned locals of Lily Cove City, who had grown up alongside the sea, felt like a futile endeavor. Yet, Sato wasn't one to shy away from challenges. In the world of Pokémon, fishing was an essential survival skill for trainers in the wild. Perhaps it was time to improve his technique. Following Elsa's earlier path, Sato soon found the registration area for the competition. Using an alias, he signed up for the event. The competition was scheduled for 2 p.m. at the eastern coastal area of Lily Cove Harbor. With over an hour to spare, Sato decided to enjoy a meal at one of the temporary seaside eateries set up by opportunistic vendors. This rare moment of relaxation wasn't one Sato planned to enjoy alone. Except for his shiny Silcoon, whose presence would draw too much attention, he released all his Pokémon and claimed a large table for himself and his team. Thanks to the profits from selling Pokeblocks to trainers in Larao City, Sato had amassed a small fortune. Even after various expenses, his bank account still held over 5 million Poke dollars. With ample funds, Sato spared no expense. Plates of fresh seafood and icy beverages soon filled the table. His Pokémon, who usually trained diligently, now had a chance to unwind and indulge. Marshtomp and the shiny Pelipper, both notorious gluttons, wasted no time. The moment Sato began eating, they dived into the feast, devouring the dishes with unmatched enthusiasm. The other Pokémon quickly followed suit, enjoying the delicious food with relish. Under the blazing sun, eating freshly grilled seafood by the sea and sipping on chilled drinks was an unparalleled pleasure. In no time, the table was cleared, leaving only empty plates and bowls. Marshtomp and the shiny Pelipper, especially fond of grilled seafood, left a noticeable pile of discarded shells nearby, drawing disapproving glances from other diners. Despite the high demand for grilled items, the chef manning the grill, a seasoned expert, kept up admirably. While he was overwhelmed by the Pokémon's ravenous appetite, he was also delighted by their approval, knowing it meant good business. Marsh. Pelly. The last grilled lobster on the table caught the attention of both Marshtomp and the shiny Pelipper. Almost simultaneously, they reached for it, their eyes locking in a silent, fiery challenge. Neither willing to back down, they resorted to their usual method for settling disputes, a water gun duel, with Sato or another Pokémon serving as referee. Sato picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the air, signaling the start of the contest. Both Pokémon fired their water gun attacks simultaneously. In the end, the shiny Pelipper emerged victorious, its closer range giving it the edge. Begrudgingly, Marshtomp conceded defeat, turning away to avoid watching the lobster become Pelipper's prize. However, just as Pelipper was about to claim its hard-won reward, a volleyball suddenly came hurtling through the air. With a loud clang, the plate hit the ground, sending the grilled lobster flying into the sand, where it rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Pelly. The shiny Pelipper let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. Not long after the distressed cries of the shiny Pelipper echoed through the beach, the culprits responsible for ruining her grilled lobster appeared, not some mysterious group, but a few rowdy kids in swimwear. These kids, realizing their mistake, looked visibly panicked. Seeing the shiny Pelipper's furious expression, they were too scared to approach her for the moment. Pelipper, still heartbroken and enraged over her ruined delicacy, was on the verge of flying over to teach them a lesson if not for Sato and Marshtomp holding her back. Never underestimate the fury of a foodie whose meal has been ruined. Soon, the rest of the kids who had been playing beach volleyball with the culprits arrived to check on the situation. Among these were AJ and his group, who had previously been with Elsa. AJ and his friends, having experienced more daunting situations in the past, were far less intimidated. Moreover, since Sato wasn't wearing the Ditto mask disguise he used earlier, they quickly recognized him as their savior from before. Ah, so it's you lot causing all this trouble. Hurry up and apologize to Pelipper, your stray ball ruined her grilled lobster, Sato remarked, recognizing them with a hint of amusement. Unexpectedly meeting these familiar faces, Sato felt genuinely delighted. After exchanging greetings, he firmly instructed the kids to apologize to Pelipper. Unfortunately, Pelipper wasn't moved by their empty apologies. Turning her head away, she made it clear she wasn't forgiving them so easily. One clever child, however, quickly bought a 3-scoop chocolate ice cream for 100 Poke dollars from a nearby vendor as a peace offering for Pelipper. Winning over a foodie with treats is always the best approach. The shiny Pelipper's anger melted away as soon as she tasted the delicious chocolate ice cream. Seeing this, the other kids scrambled to buy treats for Pelipper, and before long, she was happily bonding with her newfound friends. One even got to enjoy a brief flying experience with her, further cementing their friendship. The kids' delay prompted the adults accompanying them to arrive shortly after. Among them was Elsa, along with a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, with strikingly handsome features. Oh, it's you, Mr. Sato? What a pleasant surprise to meet you here, Elsa greeted warmly, her genuine smile lighting up her face. She didn't hesitate to approach Sato, showing none of the reservations one might expect from their benefactor. During their encounter in the sea cave, Sato had not only saved Elsa's life but also gifted her a significant portion of the spoils, a rare premium water stone and 8 high-quality water stones. These treasures had allowed her to resolve several long-standing issues, including restoring the dilapidated facilities of the Lily Cove Gym and reclaiming assets previously sold off to cover her late father's debts. Grateful for the monumental changes in her life, Elsa had been determined to thank Sato properly. Running into him so soon felt like fate, and she wasn't going to miss the opportunity this time. The handsome young man accompanying her, who was clearly an admirer, couldn't hide his envy. Though he maintained a polite demeanor, his frustration was evident to Sato, who caught the fleeting glimmer of resentment on his face. "Hello, I'm Matisse, a friend of Miss Elsa. A pleasure to meet you." The young man introduced himself with a flawless smile and extended his hand to Sato. Sato, noting the brief flash of jealousy earlier, still reciprocated politely. "I'm Sato Kaede. Nice to meet you as well." Matisse's subtle disdain became apparent when he discreetly wiped his hand with a handkerchief after shaking hands with Sato. While the gesture went unnoticed by others, Sato caught it effortlessly, thanks to his sharp perception. When Sato invited Elsa and Matisse to join him for lunch, Elsa readily accepted, noticing how much the children were enjoying themselves with Sato's Pokémon. Matisse, despite his distaste for dining in such a casual setting, agreed as well, determined to maintain his gentlemanly facade in front of Elsa. Over the meal, Matisse revealed that he was the second son of a prominent shipbuilder from Lily Cove City and had participated in the Hone League. His polished manners and cultured conversations dominated the table, though his occasional air of superiority betrayed his privileged upbringing. Sato, however, remained unfazed. Having recently interacted with individuals like Alice, a true heir of a prestigious family, he could discern the difference between genuine nobility and a second-generation rich kid trying to emulate it. He also noticed Elsa's subtle but consistent attempts to distance herself from Matisse, confirming her lack of interest in him. "So, Mr. Matisse, you mentioned you recently participated in the Hone League. That must mean you've earned 8 gym badges, right? Would you be open to a Pokémon battle with me? I'm still early in my journey and would love to experience the strength of a skilled trainer," Sato asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Matisse, eager to show off his prowess in front of Elsa, immediately accepted. Of course, a battle after lunch sounds perfect. Thus, the stage was set. On a sandy patch of the beach, Sato and Matisse prepared for their Pokémon battle, with an eager crowd gathering to watch. Matisse was unlike many of the wealthy second-generation elites of Lily Cove City. His father, the shipping king, had placed high expectations on him from an early age, hoping he could become a strong trainer capable of supporting the family business. As a result, Matisse received systematic and rigorous training as a Pokémon trainer from a young age. To ensure Matisse gained a wealth of Pokémon knowledge, his father spared no expense in enrolling him at the finest trainer academy in the Hone region. He also made substantial annual donations to the league, allowing Matisse to acquire the league-affiliated trainer qualification at the age of 10, along with a starter Pokémon of commendable aptitude. In truth, Matisse, who was a bit sharper than his brothers, excelled at fulfilling the tasks set by his father. He eventually graduated with solid marks from the Advanced Trainer Academy and, as a result, earned himself a spot in this year's Hone League tournament. However, Matisse hadn't traveled extensively through the Hone region. He hadn't collected a single gym badge but had still participated in the Hone League tournament. As for the notion Sato had assumed, imagining Matisse traveling the region and earning 8 gym badges to qualify for the league, that was purely Sato's own embellishment. Matisse had never clarified, nor would he admit that he hadn't undertaken a proper journey through the region. After all, Matisse was more than happy to let others build a more favorable impression of him. Although Matisse hadn't achieved stellar results in the Hone League, reaching the top 16 in his first ever league tournament was enough to brag about. His father was so impressed by this accomplishment that he had decided to buy him a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Upon learning this, Matisse became exceedingly self-assured. He believed that his lack of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon was the sole reason for his quarterfinal elimination. Seeing a previous classmate win the championship with a Salamence only deepened his jealousy. Matisse's ardent pursuit of Elsa wasn't just because of her breathtaking beauty but also due to her inheritance of Lily Cove Gym's Pokémon training knowledge. As a student at a prestigious academy, Matisse was privy to secrets many weren't. Most of what he learned was common knowledge. Truly advanced Pokémon training techniques were monopolized by the league and powerful affiliated families. Matisse had discovered that Elsa held an invaluable inheritance of water-type Pokémon training knowledge passed down through generations at the Lily Cove Gym. This knowledge represented years of research and was of immeasurable value. The gym had declined in recent years, but Matisse dreamed of marrying Elsa, not just for her beauty but also for the priceless training legacy she possessed. Unfortunately, despite relentlessly pursuing Elsa for over a week, using every trick he learned from his academy seniors, she remained indifferent. Were it not for the fact he couldn't best her in battle, he might have resorted to more underhanded means. Still, his efforts weren't entirely fruitless. At least Elsa no longer treated him with disdain, and after he facilitated the reacquisition of 2 fishing boats she had pawned off, she was now willing to speak to him. When Sato unexpectedly appeared, Matisse initially saw him as a threat. But after some conversation, Matisse dismissed the idea that Sato could be a rival for Elsa's affection. The reason? To Matisse, Sato was clearly a civilian trainer, perhaps doing reasonably well financially, given his ability to sustain his Pokémon's substantial food costs, but still a commoner. In Matisse's worldview, commoner trainers were akin to toads wishing to eat swan meat, utterly impossible. While rare prodigies occasionally emerged from the masses, they were exceptions. Matisse firmly believed he wasn't unlucky enough to encounter one. Confident in his superior background and trainer skills, Matisse saw no reason to worry about Sato. Instead, he viewed him as a stepping stone to winning over Elsa. The mere thought of Elsa gazing at him admiringly after this upcoming battle sent Matisse into a fervor. He couldn't deny her beauty. It far surpassed any woman he'd ever met. If he could win her, he'd gladly trade 10 years of his life for it. Marry the perfect woman, inherit Lily Cove Gym's Pokémon legacy, obtain a pseudo-legendary, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. That was the dazzling vision in Matisse's mind. Unaware that Matisse had relegated him to being the first stepping stone in his grand plan, Sato simply smiled. Right now, his focus was on testing the strength of a league tournament-level trainer to gauge the gap between himself and those who had earned 8 gym badges through travel. Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. As word of their Pokémon battle spread, a crowd quickly gathered, forming a human wall that created a makeshift battlefield. A burly man volunteered as the referee for their one-on-one match. As the challenger, Sato released his Pokémon first. Unsurprisingly, he chose his Marshtomp. A Marshtomp? Huh? Perfect. I'll use this battle to teach this commoner a lesson, Matisse thought with a smirk. He pulled out a luxury ball and released his chosen Pokémon. A beam of white light revealed a much larger, blue-skinned Pokémon towering over Marshtomp. The onlookers gasped in unison, their attention drawn to Matisse's Pokémon. Sympathy flooded their expressions as they glanced at Sato and his Marshtomp. Even Sato's supporters, like the young Akira and his friends, appeared crestfallen. In their eyes, Sato was doomed to lose. Matisse had sent out none other than Swampert, Marshtomp's evolved form. It's actually a Swampert. This guy must be doing it on purpose. But that's fine, an opponent like this is perfect as a whetstone for my Marshtomp. Seeing that Matisse had sent out a Swampert, the evolved form of Marshtomp, to battle against his Marshtomp, Sato was briefly surprised. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself. At the same time, a faint blue light flashed through his eyes as he examined the Swampert's stats carefully. Swampert's data. Pokémon, Swampert. Level, 38. Type, Water/Ground. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Male. Known moves, Mud Shot, Hammer Arm, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Slap, Foresight, Endure, Mud Bomb, Rock Slide, Protect, Bite, Egg Move, Protect, TM, Double Team, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Ice Punch, TM, Surf, TM, Waterfall, TM. Held item, Mystic Water. IVs. HP, 25, 31. Attack, 21, 31. Defense, 21, 31. Special Attack, 23, 31. Special Defense, 23, 31. Speed, 27, 31. Overall rating, Purple, total for 140, barely meeting the threshold for Purple tier Pokémon. From the data, Sato could tell that this Swampert was quite well trained. Although its IVs barely reached the Purple tier, it was still an exceptional Pokémon. Considering the substantial fees Matisse family paid to the league annually, obtaining a Purple tier starter Pokémon as a result was certainly worth it. Judging by its condition, Matisse had clearly invested significant effort into this Swampert. Its development was above average, and it had even learned moves like Surf and Waterfall. It was evident that Matisse considered Swampert his main Pokémon. As Sato analyzed Swampert, Matisse was equally focused on Sato's Marshtomp. As Swampert's trainer, he naturally knew a lot about Marshtomp as a species. What caught Matisse's attention most was Marshtomp's voracious appetite. Throughout their conversation, Sato's Marshtomp hadn't stopped eating. It had consumed nearly half of the grilled food that the waiters brought to their table, its stomach seemingly bottomless. The pile of empty clam, shrimp, and crab shells beside it was nearly as tall as the Pokémon itself. Matisse couldn't help but think, I've never seen a Marshtomp that can eat like this. My Swampert's appetite isn't even a tenth of his. There's a saying, to possess the strength of a dragon, one must first have a dragon's appetite. It's well known that dragon-type Pokémon have enormous appetites, which are essential for fueling their immense power. Moreover, they require only the most nutritious and high-quality food to develop properly. If a trainer doesn't have sufficient financial resources, raising a pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon can easily lead to financial ruin, and that's just during its juvenile phase. Once it's fully grown, the cost multiplies tenfold. Matisse recognized that Marshtomp's enormous appetite was indicative of something extraordinary. Furthermore, instead of fear or apprehension, the battle-hungry expression on Marshtomp's face as it stared at Swampert, its evolved form, made it clear that this Pokémon had a competitive nature, a highly desirable trait among trainers. Well, this commoner sure got lucky, Matisse thought bitterly. It's a waste for him to have such an outstanding Pokémon. At the referee's signal, the battle began. Without hesitation, Matisse took the initiative. Swampert, use Mud Bomb. A signature move for water/ground types, Mud Bomb was launched from Swampert's mouth. Meanwhile, Sato remained silent, arms crossed, as Marshtomp took action on its own. With a well-practiced ice punch, it struck the ground, creating an ice wall mixed with sand to shield itself. The impact of the mud bombs created a series of explosions, but when the smoke cleared, the ice wall remained standing, scarred but unbroken. At the same time, Marshtomp had vanished from view. Stay alert, Swampert. The opponent might not be where they were before. Matisse's caution proved warranted. Moments later, Marshtomp burst from the sand behind Swampert, a glowing ice punch ready to strike. Despite Matisse's warning, Swampert barely reacted in time, countering with Hammer Arm. Boom! The clash sent shockwaves across the battlefield. To everyone's shock, it was Swampert, not Marshtomp, that was sent flying. The larger Pokémon skidded across the sand, leaving a deep trench. Its right arm hung limp, clearly fractured. How is this possible? That Marshtomp's strength is monstrous, almost inhuman, Matisse exclaimed, his prior confidence all but gone. However, Marshtomp himself was not feeling very well either. After all, Swampert was his evolved form. Although it was far inferior to Marshtomp in strength, with the help of Arm Hammer, a 120 power fighting type attack move, its entire right arm was almost numb. Despite Marshtomp taking some damage as well, its incredible resilience, bolstered by the regenerative effects of its mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone's Aqua Ring, quickly soothed its pain. That incredible raw power. It's Marshtomp's greatest weapon. In close combat, only fighting or dragon types could hope to match him, Sato thought, pride swelling in his chest. As the crowd buzzed with disbelief, Elsa, watching from the sidelines, looked at Marshtomp like a rare treasure. Her gaze shifted to Sato's composed demeanor, and her resolve to pursue her decision only grew stronger. The battle continued. Marshtomp, undeterred, switched to its left hand for another ice punch. Matisse, regaining his composure, ordered, Swampert, use Surf. But Sato smirked. Keep going. Just swim over and deliver another punch. On the sandy terrain, Surf churned up a muddy wave. Yet instead of hindering Marshtomp, the murky water enhanced its agility. Under the terrified gaze of the Swampert, who was already a little shaken up, Marshtomp once again surged forward with incredible momentum. In moments, it closed the gap with Swampert, whose confidence crumbled as it turned around and fled, refusing to face another icy fist. The severe pain from its right hand was a constant reminder of the possible consequences of that strike. In fact, Swampert was not the first Pokémon to be frightened by Marshtomp's fists. Many Pokémon who had faced Marshtomp in head-on combat were extremely reluctant to face it again, almost developing a psychological shadow. Fleeing from a fight was the greatest shame for a warrior. Marshtomp was unwilling to fight such an opponent and stopped its pursuit, sneering at its cowering opponent. With disdain, it turned and calmly returned to Sato's side. The Swampert fled mid-battle. Although Marshtomp chose not to pursue, the outcome of this one-on-one Pokémon battle was already clear. The Swampert had been completely intimidated by Marshtomp, and its defeat was only a matter of time. Swampert has lost its fighting spirit, so the winner of this battle is Marshtomp, declared the burly referee, well-versed in Pokémon battle rules. Hearing the verdict, Matisse stood frozen, his face dark with humiliation. Swampert's retreat had thoroughly disgraced him as a trainer. The curious glances and murmurs from the surrounding crowd only deepened his embarrassment. This battle had utterly tarnished Matisse's reputation. Since returning from the Hone League, he had been proudly promoting his impressive record there. In Lily Cove City, he was considered a public figure of some standing. But now, being defeated by an unknown civilian trainer like Sato, and worse, with Sato using a Marshtomp to defeat his Swampert, left him with no chance to explain or save face. Matisse could already foresee the rumors spreading, that his Swampert, in a blatant display of cowardice, had been beaten by a civilian trainer named Sato. To avoid further humiliation, Matisse quickly withdrew his Swampert into its Pokeball. With a hateful glare at Sato and his Marshtomp, he turned abruptly and stormed off without so much as a word to Elsa or anyone else. The crowd erupted into laughter as they watched Matisse flee, but Sato remained stoic. After glancing at Matisse's retreating figure, he quietly led Marshtomp back to the nearby seaside restaurant. Elsa emerged from the crowd and followed Sato with her students in tow. Her gaze carried a trace of concern. Mr. Sato, you should leave Lily Cove City quickly. Matisse's father is a well-known shipping magnate here and holds considerable influence. Matisse is narrow-minded, and now that you've disgraced him, I fear he may seek revenge, she said after some hesitation. Yeah, Mr. Sato? That guy's really nasty, having all kinds of bad intentions. Even though he gives me snacks sometimes, I don't like him one bit, chimed in AJ before Sato could respond. Exactly? He's always ogling Miss Elsa like a creep, added the kid who had first suggested bribing the shiny Pelipper with food. Yay, he is very creepy, echoed the other kids in unison. Elsa playfully glared at the naughty children, feigning anger, and they quickly quieted down. When she turned back to Sato, her face was slightly flushed. It was clear from the children's candid remarks that Matisse's reputation among them was equally poor. Evidently, Matisse was indeed the petty type Elsa had described. Matisse wouldn't go that far, would he? If he does, I'll have caused trouble for you. He's a friend of yours, right? I'm sorry for involving you. If I'd known, I wouldn't have battled him. But thank you for your concern, Miss Elsa. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine, Sato replied, looking at Elsa with sincere gratitude. Her kind warning had left a favorable impression on him. He silently mused that saving her in the sea cavern had indeed been worth it. No, Mr. Sato, you misunderstand. I'm not close to Matisse. That annoying man has been pestering me, thinking I don't realize his true intention, to seize my late father's inheritance. You've helped chase him off, and for that, I should thank you, Elsa clarified, her eyes flashing with deep disdain at the mention of Matisse's greed. With Matisse gone, the atmosphere became slightly awkward, given Sato's reserved nature. However, Elsa skillfully steered the conversation toward Pokémon training. Although not particularly talkative, Sato was very capable in training Pokémon. As two capable trainers, they quickly found common ground and engaged in a lively discussion, sharing their unique insights. Both walked away from the conversation having gained valuable knowledge. If not for the upcoming fishing competition, their exchange might have continued much longer. In the end, Sato heeded Elsa's advice and decided to leave Lily Cove City early. Though he wasn't afraid of Matisse's retaliation, avoiding unnecessary trouble was always a better option, especially since the fishing competition wasn't particularly important to him. At the western exit of Lily Cove City leading to Route 121. Before parting ways, Elsa presented Sato with an extraordinary gift, something she had long since decided to give him. "I can't accept this, Miss Elsa. This book is far too valuable," Sato said earnestly, looking at the book titled Lily Cove Compendium in his hands. Although he had only skimmed through a few pages, he immediately recognized its worth. The book detailed comprehensive training methods for water-type Pokémon and included techniques for teaching moves such as surf, waterfall, dive, and whirlpool. Clearly, this book was the inheritance Matisse had coveted, a priceless treasure painstakingly compiled by generations of Lily Cove gym leaders. It could serve as a family heirloom. Sato now fully understood why Matisse harbored such animosity toward him. Not only had Sato humiliated him and destroyed his romantic aspirations, but he had also shattered Matisse's chance of acquiring this invaluable legacy. Although Sato deeply desired the book, he ultimately chose to decline. Its immense value was something he felt he couldn't rightfully accept, even though he had saved Elsa's life. "No, Mr. Sato, please take it. Without you, I would have perished in the sea cavern. And it's thanks to the 9 water stones you gave me that Lily Cove Gym overcame its crisis. I owe you a debt of gratitude I can't repay. This copy of the book is the only thing worthy of expressing my thanks. I'm certain my ancestors would understand," Elsa said with a warm smile. Before Sato could protest further, she tossed the book to him and flew toward Lily Cove Harbor with her Pelipper. I didn't expect her to be so headstrong. Still, this book is a priceless treasure. With it, I can finally begin assembling my rain team," Sato murmured with a wry smile, watching Elsa's figure disappear into the distance. After carefully storing the book in a secure compartment of his spatial gear, Sato released his Growlithe and headed in the opposite direction. Route 121 was a densely forested area located west of Lily Cove City. To the north, it bordered Hoen's Safari Zone, while to the south, it connected to Route 122. Continuing west eventually lead to Route 120. Sato currently had 9 days to return to Pewter City in Kanto. To reach his destination as quickly as possible, the best plan was to head to Slateport City in Hoenn and take a flight back to Saffron City in Kanto. According to the map of Hoenn in his possession, Sato's shortest route to Slateport City was to cross Route 122 to reach Route 123, traverse Route 118 to Movali City, and then take Route 110 southward. If everything went smoothly, he estimated it would take him 4 days to reach Slateport City. At the moment, Sato was making his way toward Route 122. According to the map's description, there was a dock on Route 121 that provided transportation to Route 123. He could catch a boat or a ferry there. However, Sato's journey had actually been far from smooth. The reason was simple: this densely forested area was home to a large number of wild Pokémon. Even sticking to the main road hadn't spared him from frequent encounters with aggressive wild Pokémon. Furthermore, this region appears to be a primary habitat for packs of Poochyena. These Pokémon, known for their strong territorial instincts and vindictive nature, have been targeting Sato, who was traveling alone. They viewed Sato, a lone human traveler, as an easy target. So far, he'd already fended off 5 waves of attacks from Poochyena packs. Just now, after having his Marshtomp and Growlithe fend off an attack led by a Mytyena, another wave had appeared, this time 3 Mytyena accompanied by nearly 20 Poochyena. Despite their numbers, the levels of these wild Pokémon weren't that high. The leaders, the Mytyena, were only around level 30, while the Poochyena were typically level 20 or 21. Sato wasn't too worried. "Go easy on them, just drive them away," Sato instructed. Given the large number of attackers, Sato sent out Golbat and Bellossom to join the battle. Packs like these were skilled in coordinated attacks. Letting them form a unified assault would spell trouble. Marshtomp, towering and muscular, charged forward. Even holding back, as per Sato's command, his Ice Punch dealt significant damage. Only the 3 Mytyena leaders posed any challenge. The Poochyena fell with a single blow. Growlithe radiated intense orange flames, creating a barrier that deterred any enemies from approaching within a meter. A powerful flamethrower erupted from his mouth, and agonized howls echoed as the fire swept across the battlefield. Golbat, gliding effortlessly through the air, focused on the strongest Mytyena. With a well-aimed air cutter, he forced the leader into a frantic retreat, rendering it unable to coordinate its pack. Bellossom, true to her gentle nature, adhered strictly to Sato's command to hold back. Preferring not to engage in unnecessary violence, her job was to stay by Sato's side, using grass not to entangle any Pokémon daring to approach within 5 meters. The battle ended rather swiftly. After Marshtomp took down 2 of the Mytyena leaders in direct combat, the remaining Poochyena fled with their tails between their legs, following the last Mytyena leader. Following the battle, Marshtomp finally reached level 36. Throughout the journey, Sato had deliberately relied on Marshtomp as the primary defender against wild Pokémon. As his body began to emit the light of evolution, Sato couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. Reflecting on Marshtomp's journey, Sato found it almost unbelievable. Less than a month had passed since they met, back when Marshtomp was a small Mudkup at level 13. Now, he was undergoing evolution for the second time. As the light of evolution enveloped Marshtomp, his body underwent significant changes. His already robust frame grew over twice its size. Previously standing at about 1.2 meters just reaching Sato's chest, he now towered at approximately 2.5 meters, with Sato now barely coming up to his chest. Marshtomp's once sleek form transformed into a massive Swampert, now a true powerhouse. His once small fists were now massive, resembling sledgehammers as large as an adult human's head. His gills had expanded and gained an additional protrusion, giving him a distinctive whisker-like appearance. The fins on his head split into two, while his tail fin merged into a single, broad fan. After about 2 minutes, the light faded, revealing a fully evolved Swampert. Standing before Sato was a massive, powerful Pokémon. "Let's keep working together, Swampert," Sato said, looking up at the powerful Pokémon with immense satisfaction and pride. He held out a fist. Swampert's voice had deepened, resonating with power. He carefully extended his massive fist and bumped it against Sato's much smaller one. Though their sizes had changed, the bond between the trainer and his Pokémon had grown even stronger. With this evolution, Swampert became Sato's first Pokémon with a base stat total exceeding 500, cementing Sato's position as a true professional trainer. The evolution of Swampert brought great joy to Sato. Perhaps it was the newfound aura of intimidation Swampert exuded, or maybe it was because the pack of Mytaina had already failed in their most aggressive assault earlier. Whatever the reason, Sato's journey was now completely unimpeded, with wild Pokémon in the area opting to steer clear of him. Sato followed the well-trodden path forged by countless travelers over the years. After trekking for over 3 hours, as the sun began to set, he finally spotted the smoke rising from chimneys ahead. Phew, finally. A settlement. Otherwise, I would have had to camp out in the wilderness tonight, Sato muttered with a hint of relief as he quickened his pace, invigorated by the sight of the distant smoke trails. Following the direction of the smoke, Sato soon arrived at a small riverside village. The settlement was built upstream, with a grove of berry trees to the left of the downstream side and several paddy fields sprawling to the right. It was twilight, and many modestly dressed farmers were returning to the village along the country paths. Mischievous children trailed behind them in small groups, and a few Mytaina and Poochyena, trained as guard dogs, accompanied the villagers. Sato, having lived in Pewter City after leaving his rural hometown, hadn't seen such picturesque pastoral scenes in a long time. The familiar sight of the golden-hued evening brought back memories of his early days in the Pokémon world. Those were simple times. We didn't have much, but the family was together, and that was enough, Sato reminisced with a bittersweet smile. With a gentle sigh, he looked at his Growlithe, who was gazing up at him with trusting eyes. The sense of loneliness in his heart faded. He crouched down, softly stroked Growlithe's head, and murmured, "Well, I'm not alone anymore. I have all of you. You're my family too." Together, Sato and Growlithe walked down the country path into the village. The arrival of this unfamiliar traveler stirred the village's guard Pokémon. Before he could enter the settlement, 2 Mytaina, flanked by a dozen Poochyena, charged out, blocking his path and barking loudly at him and Growlithe. "Big Blackie, Little Blackie, don't be rude to the stranger. Big Brother isn't a bad person. If you misbehave again, you're not getting dinner tonight." Just as Sato was preparing to handle the situation with his Pokémon, a little girl rode up on a small tricycle, a beautifully fluttering beside her. Jumping off the tricycle, she stood with her hands on her hips, puffed her cheeks, and scolded the pack in her sweet, high-pitched voice. The 2 Mytaina, Big Blackie and Little Blackie, seemed particularly afraid of the girl. At the mention of missing their meal, the pair immediately became submissive, licking the girl's hand to appease her before trotting back into the village with their pack of Poochyena in tow. "Thank you so much, little miss. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude." Impressed by the girl's ability to defuse the situation with just a few words, Sato took out a packet of White Wave City's specialty squid jerky and offered it to her. The girl, about 5 or 6 years old, wore a floral dress and had golden pigtails shaped like horns. Her chubby cheeks and lively demeanor, combined with the beautifully sticking close to her, made her look like a little butterfly fairy. Shortly after, 3 boys dashed out of the village, panting heavily as they caught up to her. "Mana, wait for us," one of the boys, the sturdiest of the group, grumbled between gasps, his flushed face betraying his frustration. However, his eyes were glued to the squid jerky in Mana's hands. Mana, with a smug look, tore open the packaging and began munching on the treat, but she wasn't selfish. After a moment, she handed portions to the boys and declared, "See? I'm a girl, and even I'm faster than you." The boys were too engrossed in savoring the jerky to argue, nodding absent-mindedly as they indulged in the delicacy. Unbeknownst to the kids, the squid jerky was a high-end snack that Sato had received from a restaurant after spending nearly 200,000 Poke dollars on lunch. It was far superior to the inexpensive treats sold in the village. With the children's enthusiastic escort, Sato finally entered the village. The villagers were warm and hospitable, showing no signs of hostility toward the outsider. Seeing the children chatting and laughing with Sato, many locals even greeted him warmly. Through the kids' excited introductions, Sato learned that the village was called White River Village, named after the river that flowed through it. The village was a hub of sorts, serving as a supply point for travelers heading to Route 122's dock and occasionally attracting people from the northern safari zone. Its location, at the crossroads of White River, Route 122, and the hunting area, made it quite significant. However, the village's connection to Slateport City wasn't as strong due to the infamous Puchayana forest, which teemed with might hyena. Their relentless breeding and aggressive behavior made the route perilous. Travelers often opted for the safer waterway along Route 122. After parting ways with the children, each of whom received their own packet of squid jerky, Sato checked into a well-regarded inn called White River Inn. The inn offered both food and accommodation, and Sato noticed several other trainers enjoying dinner with their Pokémon. Sato was naturally no exception. After the long journey, both he and his Pokémon were quite tired and hungry. Following suit, Sato ordered some of the village's famous dishes and shared a much-needed meal with his Pokémon. Just as they were settling in, Mana returned with an elderly man in tow. From the direction they approached, it was clear they had come looking for Sato. "Have you two had dinner? If not, feel free to sit down and join me," Sato said calmly, noticing the anxious expressions on Mana and the elder as they approached. Although his Marshtomp had just evolved into Swampert, significantly boosting its strength, Sato was new to this area. He knew it was essential to act cautiously. "Big brother, we came to ask for your help. Please, you have to help us. My father hasn't returned from Puchayana Forest yet. Please help Mana find my dad." Mana was a child with a simple mind. She went straight to the point, pleading with Sato with a hint of tears in her eyes. "Hello, Mr. Sato. My name is Carlet. I'm Mana's grandfather and the village chief of White River Village. I heard from the villagers that you came from Puchayana Forest. You must be very strong." Mana's father took the village's guard team into the forest at noon to collect supplies, but they haven't returned yet. "I fear something has happened to them, so I'd like to request your help in finding them." The elder introduced himself respectfully and explained the situation with sincerity. Initially, the elder was deeply worried after learning from Mana that Sato seemed young and dressed like a regular civilian Pokémon trainer. He doubted whether Sato was capable of handling such a significant task. However, upon entering and seeing the powerful Pokémon by Sato's side, particularly the imposing Swampert, Golbat, and Bellossom, his doubts subsided. The elder began to trust the villagers' claims that this young trainer was genuinely skilled. The elder's experience allowed him to notice finer details. He saw that the Pokémon food Sato provided was of premium quality, especially the heaping bowl of top-tier water-type food in front of Swampert. He knew premium Pokémon food cost at least 1,000 Poké per container. Judging by the size of the portion Swampert had, it was equivalent to over 20 containers of standard Pokémon food, meaning one meal likely cost more than 20,000 Poké for a single Pokémon, not even considering the food for his other Pokémon. Even as the well-off village chief, the elder couldn't help but be shocked at Sato's wealth. Now, the elder no longer worried about Sato's strength. Instead, he feared Sato might refuse the mission due to dissatisfaction with the offered reward. After all, it was nighttime, and the forest was far more dangerous after dark. "Sir, I did come from Puchayana Forest, but as you know, it's dark now, and the forest becomes significantly more dangerous at night. Even I can't guarantee I'd make it out unscathed if I ventured in," Sato said seriously after giving the matter some thought. Though the elder offered a reward of 1 million Poké, Sato wasn't particularly enticed. Still, he was willing to help out in saving people if he could. However, he wasn't one to boast recklessly in front of the client, potentially putting himself and his Pokémon in a disadvantageous position. Thus, he chose to speak honestly. "That said, I understand the urgency. If we can gather a few more capable trainers to join me, I believe we'll have a much better chance," Sato added, noticing Mana and the elder's disheartened expressions. He shifted his gaze to 3 trainers nearby who were obviously eavesdropping. Sato had already assessed their capabilities. While not as strong as him, they were competent. One of them, a bald man specializing in fighting-type Pokémon, had a Breloom at level 35. If this trainer joined, the mission's success rate could increase significantly. Breloom's fighting-type abilities would be effective against the Dark-type Puchayana and Might Hyena. Another was a young woman who specialized in Bug-type Pokémon. Her 2 Illumis, both level 30, would provide excellent lighting for the forest, where visibility was poor at night. Additionally, Bug-type Pokémon had exceptional sensory abilities, making them ideal for detecting movements in the forest. The elder's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Being sharp, he immediately understood Sato's implication and approached the 3 trainers to discuss the rescue mission. The 3 civilian trainers were not stupid. They could tell from the strength of his Pokémon that Sato was a very capable trainer and would very likely be the backbone of this rescue operation. Under the promise of generous rewards, the 3 agreed without hesitation. Although their rewards were less than a third of Sato's, they were thrilled, as they were clearly trainers of modest means. "Hello, I'm Hanks. I specialize in fighting-type Pokémon." "Hi, Mr. Sato. My name is Maya. I specialize in Bug-type Pokémon." "Greetings, Mr. Sato. I'm Luke, and I specialize in Ground-type Pokémon." After reaching an agreement with the village chief, the 3 introduced themselves to Sato and stood by, awaiting instructions. Hello, everyone. I'm Sato. You all know the mission, we're here to save lives. It's a dangerous task, so I hope we can work together to find the village's guard team and bring them back safely, Sato said seriously, addressing the group. Once he finished, Sato sat back down. Under the astonished gazes of the others, he and his Pokémon rapidly devoured the delicious food on the table. Before setting out, it was crucial to eat well and replenish energy. After all, both he and his Pokémon were famished after their long journey. At 6:32 p.m., Sato led Hanks, Maya, and Luke into the nighttime Pochayana forest from White River Village. In reality, Sato had only been following the main road, not venturing deep into Pochayana territory. However, upon entering the forest at night, he realized the danger level was far beyond his expectations. The forest's nighttime hazards rivaled those of the Ursaring territory in the Viridian Forest, where he had once stayed. As night fell, all kinds of rarely seen threats began to emerge. Among these, the malicious ghost-type Pokémon were the most lethal enemies in the forest at night. In the Hone region, well-known ghost types in games include Shuppet, Bayonet, and Dusclops. In the real world, however, forests host a wide variety of ghost types. Ghost Pokémon generally have low habitat requirements, with their primary food source being the life energy of living creatures. As such, ghost Pokémon are frequently spotted even in large human cities. Jengar's terrifying urban legends have given many children chills when listening to ghost stories. Moreover, perhaps due to Route 121's proximity to Mount Pyre on Route 122, the area attracted a large number of ghost Pokémon at night, boasting considerable diversity. Among them, Miss Drivas had the mildest disposition and posed the least threat. Miss Drivas feeds on fear, usually creating illusions merely to scare people. Other ghost Pokémon, such as Bayonet, Spiritomb, and Litwick, were far more dangerous. These Pokémon were highly hazardous even unprovoked and would actively seek targets. Since entering Pochayana Forest, Sato's group had encountered 5 waves of attacks from ghost Pokémon. Their illusions and frequent use of curse proved particularly troublesome. Fortunately, Sato had Bellossom, an excellent healer. Without her, they might already have Pokémon incapacitated from the lingering effects of curse, a serious issue. After these battles, Sato's authority within the group was firmly established. His Swampert, Golbat, and Bellossom played pivotal roles, repeatedly turning the tide of battle. The group also improved their teamwork. After identifying the ghost Pokémon's preferred attack methods, they had Pokémon with the move Foresight scout ahead. Hanks's Macamp and Hitmonlee, both equipped with Foresight, now led the group. Meanwhile, Swampert, also proficient in Foresight, anchored the center as the team's cornerstone. Luke, have your Sand/support Hanks's Macamp and Hitmonlee. Maya, have your Butterfree use Gust and coordinate with Bellossom's Stun Spore, Sato instructed from the team's core position. Yes, Captain. Luke and Maya responded without hesitation, commanding their strongest Pokémon to launch an attack according to Sato's orders. Swampert's power had surged after evolving. Now facing 3 opponents, its Foresight rendered the surprise attacks of 2 Haunter and a Bayonet futile. Swampert swiftly defeated the 2 level 32 Haunter with its newly learned Hammer Arm, scaring off the remaining Bayonet with its menacing aura. At night, Golbat's combat prowess skyrocketed. While not as physically overwhelming as Swampert, its unparalleled flight skills in the dark made it lethal. Using echolocation, no enemy or obstacle could escape Golbat's detection. Its enhanced air cutter overwhelmed a level 32 Miss Drivas and a level 31 Haunter, both of which fell to its relentless assault alongside the immobilizing mean look. As for Bellossom, she was a stabilizing force akin to Swampert. Her grassy terrain provided vital support, ensuring her teammates could fight without concern. Within minutes, the 6th wave of ghost Pokémon attackers was defeated by the team's combined effort. Sato showed no mercy to these malevolent Pokémon, eliminating as many as possible. After 6 consecutive victories, the remaining ghost Pokémon lurking in the forest learned through painful lessons that this group of human trainers was not to be trifled with. They stopped their reckless assaults. With the illusions no longer hindering them, Sato and his team made swifter progress. After traveling for over an hour, they reached a wild fruit grove in Pochayana Forest, following the detailed map provided by the village chief. While the forest was perilous, it was also resource-rich. One notable feature was the fang fruit trees that grew in clusters where canine Pokémon gathered. These trees thrived on canine Pokémon droppings as unique fertilizer. Without this, the trees wouldn't bear fruit. Fang fruit trees were highly particular about soil and climate, making transplantation nearly impossible. Throughout the Hone region, significant clusters of these trees had only been found near Route 121. The fruit's fang-shaped appearance made it highly coveted by canine Pokémon, especially Furfrou, a favorite among affluent families. Due to its rarity, wealthy families were willing to pay steep prices for these fruits. The wild fruit grove Sato's group reached contained several fang fruit trees, which were currently bearing fruit. Marcus, Mana's father, had led the village's guards here to harvest these fruits for sale. Every year around this time, White River Village's guards collected fang fruit from this area. According to the village chief, the guards were skilled trainers. Each member owned 2 or 3 level 20 Pokémon, and the captain and vice-captain were elite level trainers. Typically, this group of over 10 people would have no problem fending off Pochayana packs, and even if outmatched, retreating should have been easy. In previous years, the task had been uneventful. What went wrong this time remained a mystery. This should be the place. Golbat, expand your supersonic coverage and try to locate the missing people. Everyone else, stay alert. The locals here won't welcome intruders, Sato said, eyes locked on the faintly glowing eyes visible in the forest at night, his expression grim. By this point, the group was in the heart of the Pokémon pack's territory. The glowing eyes in the darkness belonged to the pack members observing them from the shadows. Despite this, the Pokémon seemed to remember Sato's overwhelming strength from earlier in the day, especially the now evolved Swampert. Many eyes in the dark flickered with fear. Golbat proved itself to be one of the most outstanding natural radars of the night. After meticulously analyzing the feedback from its ultrasonic waves, it finally found a lead. Following Golbat, Sato and his team delved deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the glowing green eyes surrounding them grew more numerous. Aggressive Pokémon and Mytyena occasionally leapt from the underbrush to test their resolve. Now was not the time for mercy. Each time one of these dark types lunged at them, Sato ordered Swampert to swiftly dispatch them with overwhelming power. This show of strength deterred the rest of the lurking pack, reasserting their wariness. Eventually, Golbat led Sato to a grim discovery within the forest, a group of mangled corpses. Judging by the tattered uniforms on the bodies, these were members of the White River Village's defense squad. The bodies were stiff, indicating they'd been dead for quite some time. Yet, the whereabouts of the other defense squad members remained unknown, and Golbat couldn't uncover any further clues. In addition to the corpses, Sato and his team found evidence of a fierce battle nearby. The scope of the battlefield suggested that the squad had engaged in a heated conflict with their enemies. However, with no remains of the attackers and the squad's prolonged absence, it was clear the defense team had been defeated, with most members likely captured. Faced with this tragedy, only Sato and Hanks maintained their composure. Luke and Maya turned pale, with Maya even succumbing to nausea. Unperturbed by Maya's condition, Sato focused on searching the scene for overlooked clues. The attackers had been careful, leaving little behind to trace their identity. Finally, Sato spotted a red scrap of cloth snagged on a tree branch and, hidden behind a large rock, a black, horn-like object partially concealed by leaves. If not for Golbat's alert, he might have missed it. This, yes, no doubt about it. This is one of the decorative pieces from a Team Magma cap, Sato said, examining the object. After some tinkering, he found a hidden button on the item. Pressing it triggered a crimson flame to flicker at its tip. This confirms it. The defense squad was attacked by Team Magma, Sato concluded, his expression darkening. Team Magma, one of Hoen's two major criminal organizations, was infamous. While not as powerful as Team Rocket in Kanto, it was still a force to be reckoned with. With this revelation, Sato knew the matter had escalated beyond what a skilled elite trainer like himself could handle. Captain, is that really from Team Magma? Does this mean the defense squad fell to them? Luke, a Hoenn native, recognized the peculiar lighter and turned pale. Yes, Sato admitted. It's very likely the defense squad was attacked by Team Magma. We're leaving. This is far beyond our capabilities. Hanks, Maya, and Luke all heaved sighs of relief at Sato's decision. They had grown to respect their captain's sense of duty and feared he might recklessly pursue the attackers. Throughout Hoenn's history, groups like Team Magma had sought control of legendary Pokémon to dominate the world. Team Magma was formed by remnants of a previously dismantled criminal organization and had a dangerous goal, awakening Groudon. While Team Magma often clashed with its counterpart, Team Aqua, their recent activity had been a persistent thorn in the Hoenn League's side. For Sato and his team, going up against such a powerful group would be suicidal. With some items retrieved from the deceased to prove their identities, Sato's team prepared to head back. Just as they were about to leave, a chilling howl froze them in place. Green eyes glimmered in the shadows as Pokémon and Mytyena emerged, encircling them. The cunning dark types had outmaneuvered them, tightening the noose while the team had been preoccupied. Follow Golbat's flight path and break through. Sato barked. Hanks, stay with me and charge ahead. Maya, guard your Illumis. Luke, stick to the plan. Our escape depends on you. With the pack closing in under their leader's command, Sato led the charge with Swampert. At his signal, Growlithe, Bellossom, and Golbat unleashed powerful ranged attacks. Flamethrower, Energy Ball, and Air Cutter tore into one side of the encirclement, creating a gap. Seizing the opening, Swampert, Machamp, and Hitmonchan surged forward. Swampert's Ice Punch sent Pokémon and Mytyena flying, leaving them with broken bones. Its fierce aura cowed even the boldest wolves. Machamp and Hitmonchan followed suit, taking advantage of their fighting-type moves to subdue the remaining dark types. A piercing howl rang out as the wolf leader ordered an all-out assault. Shadow balls rained down on the team, but Luke sprang into action. He released 3 Tauros, who shielded the group with their robust bodies. The Tauros then charged forward, clearing a path and allowing Sato's team to mount them. Riding the Tauros, they dashed through the opening Swampert had created. As they fled, Sato recalled his Pokémon, a tactical advantage offered by Pokeballs. The team sprayed repels behind them, deterring the pursuing pack. Guided by Golbat and the Illumis, the Tauros pulled ahead, leaving the dark types behind. Finally, they broke free of the forest and escaped the wolves' territory. After successfully escaping the wild forest, the Mytyena pack, which had been relentlessly pursuing Sato and his team, finally abandoned the chase. Their retreat was prompted by a resonant howl from the pack leader, though they left reluctantly, filled with frustration. Phew, we made it out alive. I thought we were done for. No way I'm ever stepping into a forest at night again, it's way too dangerous, Maya exclaimed, visibly shaken. She patted her chest, still reeling from the experience, as relief washed over her. Hanks and Luke also glanced back, confirming that the pack had indeed retreated. They finally allowed themselves to relax, taking a deep breath and exchanging relieved nods with Maya. Don't let your guard down just yet. We're still in the forest, and the danger isn't over. Stay alert, no slipping up now, Sato said sternly, his sharp gaze sweeping over his team. Luke, recall your toros. The upcoming mountain path won't be easy to traverse. Given that this mission had already involved the Team Magma operatives, Sato wasn't ruling out the possibility of their return. If luck turned against them and Team Magma came back, their rescue team would be in grave danger. Sato's leadership had long been established among the group. His words immediately wiped away their brief relief, prompting the others to refocus and stay vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any threats. With the 3 panting toros recalled into their pokeballs, Sato and his team resumed their journey on foot. Fortunately, Golbat's radar-like echolocation prevented them from wandering aimlessly through the dense forest. They were now close to exiting the woods and returning to the main road. The remainder of the trek was relatively uneventful, apart from occasional encounters with startled wild Pokémon. Thanks to their cautious approach, the 4 of them eventually made it out of the Maitaina forest. This time, even Sato allowed himself a sigh of relief. The moment they stepped onto the main road, the risks of traveling at night diminished significantly. However, just as they started walking along the road toward White River Village, Golbat gently nudged Sato's hand with its wing. The subtle gesture immediately put Sato on high alert. Without a word, his right hand reached for the Pokeball containing Swampert on his belt. At the same time, Growlithe and Bellossom, fully aware of the situation, quietly positioned themselves alongside Golbat, forming a triangular formation to guard Sato. Among the group, Hanks was the most experienced and mentally resilient in battle. Though he often appeared easygoing, he was a keen observer. Since joining the rescue team, he had been silently admiring Sato's meticulous and pragmatic approach. Noticing Golbat's silent signal and the movements of Growlithe and Bellossom, Hanks's expression instantly grew serious. He discreetly retrieved his Breloom's Pokeball, readying himself for a potential confrontation. The change in atmosphere didn't go unnoticed. While Maya and Luke were slower to react, they quickly realized something was amiss and heightened their vigilance. Unbeknownst to them, 6 Team Magma operatives in red uniforms lay in wait on either side of the road ahead. Equipped with high-tech night vision goggles, they observed Sato's team like predators sizing up their prey. Boss, those 4 seem to have noticed us. Their alertness suddenly spiked. A short operative whispered to their burly leader, concern evident in their tone. Yeah, boss. These 4 made it out of Maitaina forest unscathed at night, they must be strong. Are we really going to fight them? A female operative added hesitantly. The burly leader pondered for a moment before pulling out a communicator to contact someone. Yes, Commander Flare. Understood. Mission accepted, he replied in a low, firm voice after a brief exchange. Hearing this, the other operatives fell silent. They reluctantly drew their Pokeballs, their expressions sharpening as they prepared for battle. These 6 were subordinates of Flare, one of Team Magma's top lieutenants, tasked with ambushing the rescue team sent from White River Village. Initially, the noise from Sato's group in Maitaina Forest had caught their attention. They assumed the group had been eliminated by the pack. Yet, seeing them emerge unscathed left the operatives wary. Though they preferred avoiding unnecessary confrontations with powerful trainers, their orders left them no choice. Don't worry, the leader said, rallying his team. Commander Flare has sent reinforcements. We just need to hold these guys off for a bit. Plus, if the mission succeeds, our rewards will double. Motivated by the promise of backup and extra rewards, the operatives regained their composure. Their gazes shifted from apprehension to a predatory confidence as Sato's team drew closer. 6 of them, huh? Let's hope they're not too strong, Sato muttered, deducing the enemy's numbers from Golbat's wing taps. As the distance closed, his cold, steely gaze grew sharper. The Team Magma operatives were preparing to ambush Sato's team when something unexpected happened, something that left them scrambling in panic. Golbat, Air Cutter, Bellossom, Energy Ball, Growlithe, Flamethrower. Sato ordered without hesitation. Golbat's wing signals had pinpointed the enemy's positions, prompting him to launch a preemptive strike. A torrent of powerful attacks, a razor-sharp blade of wind, a glowing sphere of energy, and a blazing column of fire tore through the air toward the hidden operatives. Although caught off guard, the experienced Team Magma trainers quickly released their Pokémon, shouting commands for protect. The 2 sides' moves collided with a resounding explosion, obliterating parts of the surrounding forest. Illuminated by the glow of 2 Illumis, the operatives emerged, battered and exposed. Sato's ambush had forced them to burn their defensive options early, leaving them vulnerable. Seeing this, Hanks, Maya, and Luke didn't hesitate. They unleashed their strongest Pokémon and joined the battle, determined to take down Team Magma. The confrontation left no room for doubt. This was a fight to the finish. Sato swept his gaze over the 6 Magma team members before him, instantly assessing their general strength. Apart from the squad leader, whose Pokémon a Maitaina and a Camerupt were at level 30, the rest of the team had only 1 Pokémon each that had reached level 30 at most. Maitaina, Numel, Camerupt, Zubat, and Golbat were the Magma team's usual staples. As expected, the Pokémon wielded by these Magma Team members fell largely within these types. Each of the 6 Magma Team members had a Mitaina, and most of them possessed the Intimidate ability. As the battle commenced, the 6 Mitaina unleashed deafening howls, activating their intimidating presence. Unfortunately for them, intimidation only works on those who harbor fear. Having recently broken through a Pochiana pack's siege and endured the relentless pursuit of the Mitaina, Sato and his team, both trainers and Pokémon alike, were unshaken by such tactics. The Mitaina's attempt at intimidation was entirely ignored, causing their momentum to falter. As the strongest member of his team, Sato took charge, immediately releasing his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper. Commanding his 5 Pokémon, he launched an assault on the squad leader and 2 of his subordinates, taking on 3 opponents at once. Hanks, Maya, and Luke quickly picked one of the remaining Magma Team members each. Sato had already taken the brunt of the pressure upon himself. If they couldn't handle a one-on-one battle, it would be downright humiliating. Arrogant fools. Mitaina, Shadow Ball, Camerupt, Lava Plume. Mitaina, Takedown, Golbat, Shadow Ball. Numel, Flamethrower, Graveler, Rock Slide. The squad leader and his 2 subordinates, all trainers around 25 years old, were incensed at the audacity of this young trainer who thought he could handle them alone. They immediately commanded their Pokémon to counterattack with renewed vigor. However, they soon realized the formidable enemy they were facing. Swampert charged forward like a storm, delivering a devastating ice punch that sent a hapless Mitaina flying into the air like a baseball struck for a home run. Its fate where it landed and whether it survived was left unknown. After dispatching the Mitaina, Swampert moved like a tiger through the enemy ranks. Dodging a shadow ball from another Mitaina, it tanked a flamethrower from Camerupt head-on and retaliated with a powerful hammer arm to the face. The resounding impact reverberated through the battlefield, shaking everyone to their core. The Camerupt, massive as it was blasted back several meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground and knocking over trees before collapsing, defeated. In under 10 seconds, 2 Pokémon were felled by Swampert's overwhelming strength alone. Victorious and emanating an intimidating aura, it instilled fear in the remaining 4 Pokémon. Only the squad leader's Mitaina managed to hold its ground. The other 3 Pokémon, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Sato's other Pokémon sprang into action. His Golbat engaged the male Magma Grunt's Golbat, landing a decisive steel wing before finishing the fight with a flurry of air cutter strikes. Growlithe faced off against the squad leader's Mitaina. Despite being smaller, both were level 31. With its blazing flame charge enhancing its speed and strength, Growlithe overcame Mitaina's close combat tactics, steadily gaining the upper hand and ultimately defeating it. Shiny Pelipper used a single Hydro Pump to overwhelm the female Magma Grunt's Numel, while Bellossom dispatched the Graveler with a precise energy ball. Within minutes, the squad leader and his 2 subordinates' strongest Pokémon were defeated. Witnessing this, the 3 Magma Grunts battling Hanks, Maya, and Luke turned pale and tried to flee. But with their leader demonstrating such dominance, Hanks, and the others, now brimming with morale, weren't about to let the Grunts escape. They commanded their Pokémon to intercept them with renewed determination. This wasn't a formal Pokémon battle, it was survival. After defeating the trio, Sato knocked them unconscious and directed his Pokémon to assist Hanks's group. Like a storm sweeping through, the remaining Magma Grunts were swiftly subdued. You're strong, kid, but defying Team Magma is a death sentence. You're finished. You'll end up on a pyre, your body and soul burned to ash. And your companions will meet the same fate. The squad leader spat venomously even after being tied up, his loyalty to Team Magma unshaken. His threat earned nothing but contempt. Sato's eyes gleamed coldly as he kicked the squad leader hard in the face, sending him sprawling several meters away and knocking out a few teeth. Fucking pig, you dare threaten me? Who the fuck do you think you are? I couldn't care less about Team Magma. Cross me, and I won't hesitate to delete you. Since you seem to like pain so much, let me oblige you, Sato said icily, drawing a gleaming hunting knife. The chilling killing intent and malice emanating from Sato made everyone present tremble. The Magma Grunts, who had entertained similar thoughts of resistance, were now gripped by abject terror, their heads lowered submissively. The squad leader soon paid the price for running his mouth. With a swift motion of the knife, Sato severed 3 fingers from the squad leader's right hand. The man's blood-curdling scream was abruptly silenced as Sato knocked him unconscious with the knife handle. Luke, release your Tauros. This place isn't safe. We're leaving immediately. Release their Pokémon, knock them out, and take them back to White River Village for interrogation, Sato ordered, putting away the knife. Hanks, Maya, and Luke, now fully convinced of Sato's ruthlessness, obeyed without question. They rode the Tauros, dragging the 6 bound Magma members on makeshift sleds, swiftly making their way back. For now, the road was clear. Not long after, 6 Magma team members riding Swellow arrived from the south. Upon reaching the site, all they found was a desolate battlefield strewn with wreckage and 3 severed fingers. By the time it was nearing 11 p.m., Sato and his group finally returned to the now silent White River Village under the cover of night. Inside the White River Village Chief's home, Sato and the others were treating their Pokémon while reporting their findings to the village chief and some family members of the village's guard squad. Upon hearing that members of the squad had been captured by Team Magma, the faces of the village chief and the guards' families turned pale. Some of the family members even recognized the belongings of the fallen guards that Sato and his group had brought back. Instantly, the sight of these items caused several to break down in grief, sobbing uncontrollably. The elder's house was quickly enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow. This is how the events unfolded, Chief. Forgive us for our lack of power. This is beyond what a group of civilian trainers like us can handle. We must report this to the League immediately so they can send investigators to look into the matter, Sato said, his expression stern. Though he felt a pang of guilt upon seeing the despair on the elder's face, he knew he couldn't act beyond his abilities. No, on behalf of all the families of White River Village's guards, we should be the ones thanking you. Without your efforts, we'd still be in the dark. I imagine you encountered many dangers during your mission. I will double your reward, the chief replied, his expression softening slightly. He had noticed that among the belongings Sato returned, none of them belonged to his own son. The village chief sighed deeply, his face still shadowed with worry. The guards were the village's precious defense force, and now, with them captured and their fate unknown, his concern was palpable. Bring them in, guys. Chief, these individuals are members of Team Magma. They probably know quite a bit, but they're tight-lipped. Without special methods, we can't extract any information from them for now. When the League sends someone, you can hand them over, Sato instructed, signaling Hanks and the others to bring in the 6 captured members of Team Magma who were being held outside. The sight of these Team Magma members filled the room with a mix of fear and anger. Some of the bereaved family members even rushed at the captives, punching and kicking them in a frenzy of hatred, wishing for revenge. Fortunately, others intervened, realizing these captives were crucial to finding their missing loved ones. They managed to restrain the grieving families, preventing further harm to the prisoners. As the night grew late, the village chief contacted the nearest Alliance police station in Rustboro City. Upon learning that the Alliance would send specialists the next morning, the guards' families felt some relief and returned home to wait for news. After receiving their promised rewards, Hanks and the others also left for the village inn. As ordinary trainers, risking their lives further to cross Team Magma was something they wouldn't consider. Before long, the room was left with only Sato, the village chief, and the sleeping Mana. They've all left, Chief. You specifically asked me to stay. Do you have something to discuss? Sato asked after ensuring his Belosum had used sleep powder to subdue the bound Team Magma members. He turned to the chief, who now bore an expression of pleading. During the transaction of their reward earlier, Sato had noticed a message intentionally left by the chief, indicating that he knew something. Perhaps it was related to the guard's abduction by Team Magma. The urgency of the situation likely drove the chief to seek Sato's help as the strongest trainer currently available. Please, help White River Village, Mr. Sato. My son and the other guards may not survive long enough for the Alliance's aid. Only a powerful trainer like you can rescue them now. The chief fell to his knees and bowed deeply, imploring Sato. However, Sato's expression remained cold. He silently gazed at the elder, unfazed by the dramatic gesture. After a long pause, Sato finally spoke. I want the truth. If you're unwilling to reveal it, I will not assist you. Forgive me, but I refuse to be manipulated by anyone exploiting my goodwill, Sato said firmly, his voice steady but resolute. Why would Team Magma target White River Village's guards? Sato had pondered this question since discovering the abduction. The village seemed unremarkable, with no apparent significance. If Team Magma had set their sights on it, there had to be something hidden here, something worth their effort. The elder, having been the village chief for many years, likely knew the answer. Ah, very well, Mr. Sato. Have you heard of the Guardians of MT Pyre? The chief finally began, his voice heavy with resignation. Guardians of MT Pyre? Hold on. Ditto, transform into Ralts, Sato interrupted. At his command, the Ditto on his head, disguised as a trainer's cap, morphed into an adorable Ralts. As the transformed Ralts fixed its gaze on the chief, its red head crest began to glow faintly. You're an experienced elder, so you must be aware of Ralts' abilities. It's not that I don't trust you, I'm simply cautious. This ensures that no critical details are omitted, Sato explained calmly, his unwavering gaze fixed on the chief. With Ralts acting as a living lie detector, Sato had no fear of being deceived. Ah, young people these days. Fine, I will tell you everything, Mr. Sato, and if you agree to help, I'll even prepare a great reward. Here's the truth. The elder sighed deeply, finally resigning himself to honesty. About half an hour later, Sato stepped out of the old village chief's house. His expression was calm, but there was a frightening intensity in his bright eyes. Instead of heading anywhere else, he returned directly to the inn to rest. In a single room on the inn's 3rd floor, Sato lay on a sofa. The room's lights were off, but it was still somewhat illuminated due to a crimson stone resting on the table before him. This crimson stone, roughly the size of an adult's fist, was translucent and gleamed brilliantly, with what seemed like flames flickering inside it. From within, it radiated intense light and heat. In the dark room, an Omega symbol faintly emerged from the stone's interior. The warmth and light from this extraordinary stone made the room not only bright but also cozy, warding off the chill of the night. At the doorway, Grolive lay down, staring intently at the stone as if it were a delectable treat. Its small eyes glimmered with a strong desire. The other Pokémon in the room, however, showed little interest in the glowing stone. Most were curled up in comfortable spots, sleeping soundly. Among them, Belosum seemed to dislike the stone, deliberately keeping her distance. This was no ordinary object, it was a firestone, one of the rewards Sato received from the village chief. Not just any firestone, it was of unparalleled quality, exceeding even the highest grade examples. The system's appraisal revealed its details. Item: mutated firestone. Quality: unknown. Effects: facilitates evolution for specific Pokémon, significantly enhancing their potential and offering a chance to awaken new fire-type abilities. Notes: this firestone once came into contact with Groudon's primal orb, absorbing a faint trace of its power. As a result, its quality has been greatly elevated, and it now possesses a transformative power capable of fundamentally enhancing fire-type Pokémon. The moment Sato saw this firestone and verified its details using the system, he was utterly shocked. It was this extraordinary firestone that convinced Sato of the truth behind the information the old village chief had shared with him earlier. The so-called Guardians of Mt. Pyre were an ancient lineage tasked with safeguarding Groudon's red orb and Kyugra's blue orb across generations. Unfortunately, this ancient lineage vanished over 500 years ago, lost to the sands of time. Since the creation of these orbs, which held the power to awaken Groudon and Kyugra, countless villains had sought to seize them. Whenever the orbs fell into the wrong hands, the Hone region faced catastrophic turmoil. The Guardians of Mt. Pyre bore the heavy responsibility of protecting and recovering the orbs. They waged countless fierce battles against evildoers, playing pivotal roles in many legendary tales of salvation sung across the Hone region. However, these constant battles exacted a steep toll. Over 500 years ago, during a rebellion, the last legitimate heir to the Guardian's title perished. With their rightful lineage lost, internal power struggles erupted among the Guardian's remaining branches, fueled by the schemes of malevolent forces. The once glorious lineage fell into disarray and near extinction. Only a handful of family members who had left the main clan survived. Without sufficient strength, the Guardians of Mt. Pyre could no longer fulfill their duties. Their place was taken by another powerful family, the illustrious Mikuri clan, now the most formidable family in the Hone region. The Guardians of Mt. Pyre became scattered remnants, clinging to survival. They abandoned their ancient mission and began spreading across the world. White River Village was established by a branch of the Guardians claiming to be the most legitimate heirs of their lineage. Their aim was to restore their former glory, but time's relentless march proved unforgiving. The once proud lineage was now a shadow of its former self. Today, the Mikuri clan has transformed Mt. Pyre into an impregnable fortress. Attempting to breach it and claim the orbs is an almost impossible task. Since the rebellion 500 years ago, when the Guardians' internal strife led to the orbs falling into villainous hands, the two orbs have remained securely in the shrine atop Mt. Pyre. Not even the precursors of Team Magma and Team Aqua, with their deep ties to this history, managed to claim the orbs from the Mikuri clan. Instead, they met utter destruction. Though the Guardians of Mt. Pyre are no longer a powerful force, they retain detailed knowledge of Mt. Pyre's secrets, passed down through generations. This knowledge remains invaluable. Team Magma's current objective is to seize Groudon's red orb from Mt. Pyre. However, compared to the Mikuri clan, Team Magma is like a novice learning to walk. Recently, Team Magma discovered that White River Village housed descendants of the Guardians. They also learned that the village chief, Margit, and his son were key inheritors of the Guardians' secrets. Initially, Team Magma planned to abduct Carlet. However, his constant presence in the village and the protection offered by its guards made this difficult. His influential status also meant any action against him would immediately draw the League's attention. Instead, they targeted Marcus, Carlet's son, who led White River Village's guard into Puchayana Forest to harvest berries. Seizing this rare opportunity, Team Magma captured him. Puchayana Forest, known for its dangers, provided the perfect cover. Even if Marcus and his team vanished there, few would suspect foul play. By staging the scene to look like a wolf pack attack, Team Magma could easily avoid suspicion. Marcus was currently undergoing intense interrogation by Team Magma, who were also using the lives of the village guards as leverage to extract information about Mt. Pyre's secrets. Sato admired the firestone of unknown quality for a moment before putting it away, much to the disappointment of his Growlithe. Turning on the light, he retrieved a book from his belongings. "Don't worry, this stone is meant for you. You're still young. Once you grow a bit more, I'll use it to evolve you into a majestic Arcanine," he teased, patting Growlithe's head as it gazed at him pitifully. "Woof, woof." Growlithe barked happily at his words, enthusiastically licking him in gratitude. After playing with Growlithe for a bit, Sato redirected his attention to the book on the desk. The cover was pitch black with 6 crimson characters boldly spelling out the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Volume 1. This was the second reward the old village chief had given him. Despite its ominous title, the book wasn't about malicious ghosts but referred instead to Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokémon. Sato had schemed the book earlier and realized its value far exceeded the Lily Cove compendium given to him by Elsa. However, the contents were somewhat limited. It provided detailed information about some Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokémon, but specific training methods were only included for the Puchayana line and the Shuppet line. According to the old village chief, the descendants of the Volcano Guardians were a family with special abilities. These abilities made them exceptionally skilled at raising Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokémon. Additionally, due to their connection with the orbs of Groudon and Kyugra, the clan was also adept at training ground, fire, and water-type Pokémon. This book was merely a small piece of the family's extensive heritage. The old village chief had also been candid. The book in Sato's hands was only a reproduced and heavily abridged version. The original grimoire of dark spirits had vanished into history with the death of the last direct heir of the clan. The current version was compiled by a branch of the family that had merged its own training insights and knowledge. The proverbial camel still stands taller than a horse, even in death. No matter how much the volcano guardians declined, their most valuable knowledge remained intact. Just a fraction of it would make any ordinary trainer envious, Sato thought as he carefully read the book. Even though the book was abridged and possibly further edited by the village chief, Sato couldn't help but marvel at the depth of knowledge it contained about dark-type and ghost-type Pokémon. It was a testament to the clan's former glory. With such a profound heritage, any competent descendant could have ensured the family's stability for thousands of years. Unfortunately, the heavy burden of guarding the legendary orbs had sapped the clan's strength, forcing them to fade into history. To Sato, their fall was inevitable. Guardianship seemed like a grand excuse. With the immense value of those orbs, the clan must have exploited them to enrich themselves. The old man really understands the struggles of ordinary trainers like me. He knows someone with humble beginnings and big ambitions can't resist this temptation. Owning this book could save years of effort for most people or even lay the foundation for a new family specializing in dark or ghost Pokémon, Sato mused after finishing a significant portion of the book in about an hour. The mutated Firestone of unknown quality and this grimoire of dark spirits, Volume 1 were just the upfront rewards the old chief had provided. If Sato wanted to obtain Volume 2 and other rewards, he'd have to rescue the old chief's beloved son. Sato had no choice but to accept the temptation. With only 10 years to complete his system-mandated challenge of defeating all regional champions and Elite Four, every second mattered. Among all Pokémon types, dark and ghost types stood out as some of the most formidable. Pokémon of these types were notoriously tricky and often terrifying in battle, with their versatile and unpredictable moves giving them a significant advantage. Several Elite Four members specialized in these types, including Agatha of the Kanto Elite Four, who was as powerful as many champions. In her youth, she was a peer of Professor Oak. Unlike humans, ghost-type Pokémon didn't age in the traditional sense. If he could glean insights from this book, Sato could gain an edge against such opponents. Additionally, mastering the power of dark and ghost Pokémon could turn them into valuable allies on his journey. Sato's excellent memory and dynamic vision allowed him to absorb most of the 200-page book, with its tiny tadpole-sized text, in a little over an hour. However, cramming such a vast amount of information into his brain left him slightly dizzy. He put the book away, popped a few gem-grade poke blocks into his mouth, and felt the fatigue begin to dissipate. Thanks to his systems analysis, Sato knew the poke blocks he crafted accelerated energy absorption, rapidly restoring stamina and focus. The downside was an increased appetite soon after. After eating some beef jerky, Sato set an alarm on his digital clock for 6 a.m. the next morning. He lay down on the bed and quickly drifted off to sleep, ready for the challenges ahead. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Sato woke up on time. Unlike his usual sluggishness, he completed his morning routine and shared breakfast with his Pokémon in just half an hour. Before the sun fully rose, he had Golbat carry him out of the inn and White River village through the window. This plan had been arranged with the village elder the previous night. Sato needed to rest and recover quickly to rescue the elder's son and the members of the village guard. However, before embarking on that mission, he had another important task to complete. The elder of White River Village, though not exceptionally gifted in battle to the extent of reaching the level of an Elite Four champion, was a formidable trainer in his younger days. Even now, he possessed a Jengar at level 55. If not for his advanced age and the fact that no one else could properly command the increasingly disobedient Jengar, the elder alone could have dealt with the Team Magma unit that dared to abduct his son. In truth, Team Magma's decision to avoid targeting the elder directly was wise. Had they done so, Sato likely wouldn't even have needed to get involved. The elder's Jengar, with its immense hypnotic powers, quickly turned the 6 previously defiant Team Magma members into puppets willing to answer any question. From their confessions, Sato easily learned the whereabouts of Marcus and his group. According to the Team Magma leader, who knew the most, Marcus and his group were alive and currently being held at a dock on Route 122. A shocking revelation followed. The dock on Route 122 had fallen under Team Magma's control 2 days ago. They had set up checkpoints along the primary routes leading to the area, using Pokémon to block anyone attempting to pass. The reason why the League had not yet detected this was that the dock's staff had been subdued, and all outgoing communications were falsified. Team Magma even replaced workers who needed to leave the dock with their own disguised members. Upon learning this, the elder realized why the crew on the supply boats coming from the dock over the past 2 days seemed unfamiliar and overly anxious. As for whether Marcus had revealed the secrets of Mount Pyre to Team Magma, that was something even their leader didn't know. However, based on the elder's description of Mount Pyre's hidden paths, it seemed plausible. Mount Pyre was riddled with secret passages that led directly to its summit. If Team Magma obtained this information, they could bypass the numerous traps and guardian Pokémon the Mikuri clan had set throughout the mountain. Mount Pyre wasn't just a storage site for the red and blue orbs, it was akin to Kanto's Pokémon Tower in Lavender Town, a sacred resting place for departed Pokémon. According to legend, Mount Pyre was the battleground where Groudon and Kyogre once clashed. The mountain itself was said to have been formed by Groudon's mighty powers. Consequently, it was a massive burial ground and a haven for ghost-type Pokémon. The Guardians of Mt. Pyre, as they were known, initially rose to prominence by training dark and ghost-type Pokémon. Every member of the Guardians was required to raise at least one ghost-type Pokémon. The Guardians of Mt. Pyre also possessed unique abilities akin to spiritual energy used by Shrine Maidens. These powers allowed them to communicate with and command ghost-type Pokémon. Mount Pyre's unique geography made it perpetually shrouded in mist and clouds, save for a small sunlit area at its peak. This perpetual gloom made it a paradise for ghost types. Thus, ordinary individuals couldn't easily enter Mount Pyre. Even experienced trainers required companions and preferably dark-type Pokémon to protect themselves. Team Magma's target was clearly the red orb at the mountain's summit. To rescue Marcus and the others, Sato had to venture into the perilous mountain as well. The Elder warned Sato of the dangers within Mount Pyre, particularly the second half, where the number of ghost types increased exponentially. He advised Sato to acquire a strong dark-type Pokémon to counter the spectral threats. While Mytaina and Puchayana, abundant in the area, were good candidates, Sato didn't have time to capture and train one. Instead, he planned to borrow one from the Elder for the mission, returning it afterward. Sato already owned a canine Pokémon and wasn't particularly interested in adding Puchayana to his team due to its limited potential. Sato knew he couldn't defeat Team Magma head-on. His rescue mission relied on strategy, not brute force. The Team Magma members predominantly used Puchayana and Mytaina, giving Sato an opening to infiltrate their ranks. Using his Ditto's disguise ability and the intelligence he had gathered, Sato was confident he could slip in undetected, protect Marcus, and create an opportunity to free him and the others. Direct confrontation was a task better suited for the League. Sato's role would be that of a covert operative, supporting the League in rescuing Marcus and his team. It was time to showcase his acting skills, the first step in Sato's journey to becoming a master spy. The Elder's house stood at the entrance of the village. As Sato descended with the help of his Golbat, the Elder sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes immediately emerged from his home. Accompanying him were 3 Mytainas and over a dozen Puchayanas. "It seems you've been waiting for me, sir. Don't worry, since I've promised you, I'll get it done," Sato assured, stepping forward after signaling Golbat to let him down. He spoke earnestly as he stood before the Elder. "That's not it, young man," the Elder waved dismissively. "You mentioned yesterday you were heading to the Puchayana forest to catch a Mytaina, but I had advised you against it. Our village, White River, has its own Mytainas and Puchayanas. You can choose one here. I've personally trained them, and they're far stronger than those used by Team Magma's grunts. Oh, and I've prepared a speedboat for you to take to Route 122. It'll save you more time," he said, emphasizing the phrase "save more time" with notable gravity. Sato silently acknowledged the Elder's thoughtfulness. Without wasting words, he activated his system's scan function to assess the Mytainas and Puchayanas before him. A thorough evaluation revealed that the Elder's claims were no exaggeration. The Pokémon had indeed undergone rigorous training, boasting far more advanced movesets than wild Mytainas. This bespoke the Elder's specialized training methods. Among them, the most exceptional was a Puchayana with a rare purple tier aptitude. The Elder clearly recognized her potential, as she stood out noticeably from her siblings. She was larger, more robust, and had a broader range of moves. Most strikingly, her level was an impressive 25, towering over the others. Additionally, Sato noticed an anomaly: her eye color. Unlike the black pupils typical of her species, this Puchayana's pupils were gray, a detail subtle enough to escape casual observation. "I didn't notice yesterday that her eyes were gray. This Puchayana is different," Sato mused, observing the Pokémon, who was peeking at him from behind a Mytaina. He recalled reading in the Grimoire of Dark Spirits about a unique type of Puchayana with gray pupils. According to the text, such Puchayanas were highly intelligent, often destined to become alpha leaders of their packs. Their special eyes granted them the ability to see through illusions created by ghost-type Pokémon and detect hidden ghost types. Remarkably, these Puchayanas could sense ghost types within 100 meters, rendering them virtually undetectable. Moreover, they could attack ghost types using normal type moves without requiring abilities like Odor Sleuth or Foresight. Puchayana data. Pokémon, Puchayana. Level, 25. Type, Dark. Ability, Runaway. Gender, Female. Held item, Everstone. Known moves, Tackle, Howl, Sand Attack, Odor Sleuth, Roar, Swagger, Pursuit, Scary Face, Fire Fang, Egg Move, Ice Fang, Egg Move, Thunder Fang, Egg Move, Double Team, Tutor, Protect, Tutor, Thief, Tutor, Taunt, Tutor, Foul Play, Tutor, Snatch, Tutor, Iron Tail, Tutor, Shadow Ball, Tutor, Rest, TM. IVs. HP, 25 31sts. Attack, 28 31sts. Defense, 24 31sts. SPATK, 27 31sts. SPDEF, 25 31sts. Speed, 30 31sts. Overall 4 rating, Purple, 159 total, exceeding 140 threshold. The data showcased the Elder's meticulous efforts in raising her, with numerous advanced moves painstakingly taught to her. "I'll take the Puchayana with gray pupils," Sato declared without hesitation. The Elder sighed deeply but smiled. "I see you did your homework with the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. This little one is my treasure. I intended to let her mature a bit more, but since you've chosen her, I'll lend her to you. Just make sure you don't lose her, she's meant for my granddaughter, he added wistfully, leading the reluctant Pokémon to Sato. Don't worry, sir. I'll only borrow her briefly and return her soon, Sato replied with a reassuring smile. The Poochyena, though boasting a timid ability, had a proud and fierce disposition. She bared her teeth at Sato, clearly displeased with him. Were it not for the elder's presence, she might have attacked outright. She's a feisty one. If you want to take her, you'll need to earn her respect. Battle her, and only if you defeat her will she submit, the elder suggested, stroking his beard with a sly grin. That's fair. Come out, Swampert. Have a sparring match with her, but be gentle, she's a lady, after all, Sato said with a chuckle, releasing Swampert from its pokeball. Just a few minutes later, Sato was aboard the elder's speedboat with the now docile Poochyena curled up by his side. The Pokémon had quickly submitted after experiencing Swampert's overwhelming strength. Poochyenas and Mytyenas, by nature, recognized and followed those stronger than themselves. Once they pledged loyalty, they remained steadfast and unwavering. Sato had already removed the Everstone necklace from her neck. The battles ahead would require her full potential, and evolving into Mytyena was the first step. At level 25, she was well past the threshold for evolution. Though unsure why the elder had delayed it, Sato decided the time had come, silently apologizing to the elder in his mind. The speedboat sped downstream, and before long, Sato spotted the towering lighthouse marking the pier on Route 122's shoreline. Instead of docking at the pier, Sato stopped the boat roughly a kilometer away from the sea's mouth. Concealing the vessel with branches and dry grass, he proceeded on foot toward the pier. The journey was eerily quiet, with no sign of travelers, only wild Pokémon, mostly Poochyenas and Mytyenas, seeking early meals. After fending off the wild Pokémon with minimal effort, Sato arrived at the pier, only to find it deserted. The once bustling area was now eerily empty, with every docked boat violently destroyed. It seems Team Magma is quite cautious. Realizing the capture of those 6 members could expose their plans, they probably chose to move their schedule forward and retreated overnight, Sato thought grimly as he surveyed the desolate dock and the broken ships scattered before him. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Judging by the damage to the docked ships, Team Magma had left some time ago. However, they appeared to have been in a rush, destroying only the vital parts of the ships such as the hulls and engines without resorting to the drastic measure of blowing them up entirely. What worried Sato more was the eerie silence blanketing the entire dock. It raised concerns about the safety of the people here. Team Magma was a criminal organization, and who knew if some of their more ruthless members might have decided to silence witnesses entirely. Come out, Golbat, Growlithe. Golbat, use your abilities to check if anyone is still around. Poochyena, Growlithe, you two assist in searching for survivors. If you find anything, alert me immediately. Sato released Golbat and Growlithe and gave instructions, including Poochyena in the search efforts. The 3 Pokémon immediately sprang into action. Golbat soared high into the sky, emitting visible waves of sound as it used its echolocation abilities, while Growlithe and Poochyena exchanged glances before heading off in opposite directions to search the dock. Meanwhile, Sato released his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper to accompany him in searching the wrecked ships, hoping to find one that could still be salvaged. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Golbat, relying on its ultrasound to scan the area, seemed to have discovered something. It quickly returned to Sato and led him to an empty building. When they arrived, Poochyena and Growlithe were already there, sniffing the ground intently after breaking down the door. With the help of his Pokémon, Sato eventually found a concealed door disguised as part of the floor beneath the bed in the master bedroom. The door was tightly sealed and made of a special alloy. Even Swampert's powerful punches couldn't dent it, though the house shook from the impact. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, Sato instructed Growlithe to use its flames to melt the door. However, even under the intense heat, the door glowed red-hot without showing any signs of melting. It had an extremely high melting point. Frustrated but undeterred, Sato began searching the room for any mechanism or hidden switch that might open the door. Unfortunately, despite thoroughly scouring the bedroom, he found nothing. He then asked Swampert to try digging around the door, only to discover that the floor beneath was made of the same alloy. It seemed this house was hiding a meticulously constructed secret base belonging to Team Magma. Given how much time he had spent attempting to open the base's entrance without encountering any resistance, Sato surmised that the Team Magma members stationed here had likely already evacuated. A door like this won't stop me. Growlithe, heat it up again. Pelipper, once it's red hot, use Ice Beam on it. As Sato pondered his options, an idea struck him. Metals become brittle or even shatter when rapidly cooled after being heated. He immediately set his plan into motion. Under Growlithe's intense flames, the metal door glowed red-hot once more. Sato then commanded his Pokémon to retreat a safe distance before instructing Pelipper to fire its ice beam at the glowing metal. As the icy blue beam struck the superheated door, a dense cloud of white mist formed, followed by a loud explosion. Fortunately, Swampert used Protect in time, shielding everyone from the blast. When the smoke cleared, the room was in shambles, and the floor now featured a large crater. At the center of the crater, a staircase leading down into the underground appeared before Sato's eyes. Damn it, here goes nothing. This should be Team Magma's secret base. Let's hope most of them have already left, or I'm walking straight into a lion's den, Sato muttered under his breath as he stood by the crater, observing for any movement below. After a long pause with no signs of anyone emerging, he decided to proceed. Sato donned a human skin mask created by his Ditto and recalled all his Pokémon except Golbat. Carefully, he descended the staircase into the underground. The staircase wasn't very deep, about 10 meters down. At the bottom, a passage wide enough for 5 or 6 people to walk side by side extended before him. As Sato suspected, this was indeed a secret base built by Team Magma near the dock on Route 122. The Team Magma insignias adorning the walls confirmed it. The base appeared to be relatively small and hastily constructed. While the entrance was quite sophisticated, the interior seemed somewhat shoddy, resembling a glorified mining tunnel. The passage was lined with metal panels on the walls, but the ceiling and floor remained bare rock. The numerous hanging lanterns illuminated the space, casting eerie shadows as Sato advanced, feeling like he was walking through an upscale mine. The base seemed abandoned, as Sato had not encountered a single Team Magma member thus far. However, the Pokémon left behind to guard the place posed significant challenges. Every few steps, Guidudes disguised as rocks would launch surprise attacks. These Pokémon seemed to have been given strict orders before Team Magma's retreat, going so far as to use explosion to hinder Sato's progress. At first, Sato narrowly avoided being caught off guard, thanks to Golbat's quick reflexes and use of Protect. After that, Sato released Swampert and Poochyena to deal with the threats. Swampert's damp ability was a natural counter to the self-destructive Guidudes and Graveler, rendering their explosion unusable. Without commands from their trainers, the Team Magma Pokémon were quickly taken down by Poochyena's Ice Fang. Sato intentionally allowed Poochyena to take the lead in combat. The experience gained from defeating the Guidudes and Graveler caused Poochyeena to glow with a beautiful evolutionary light. Without the constraints of an Everstone, Poochyeena was finally about to evolve. The Mytyena was bathed in the light of evolution, her body undergoing a remarkable transformation. The size of a Poochyeena was typically comparable to an adult native dog, slightly larger than a Growlithe. But now, her form grew significantly, eventually reaching the size of an adult cheetah. This newly evolved Mytyena was approximately 1.5 times larger than a typical one, standing notably taller. Anyone observing her would immediately recognize her as a Pokémon of exceptional upbringing. After completing her evolution, her once gray fur gained an additional thick layer of black fur, resembling a protective black armor that covered her head, back, tail, and limbs, giving her an imposing appearance. Her eyes, however, remained largely unchanged from when she was still a Poochyeena. Her irises retained their rare gray hue. Perhaps due to her ability shifting from runaway to intimidate, Mytyena's wolf-like aura of dominance, which had been present even as a Poochyeena, now grew overwhelmingly powerful. She exuded the majesty of a true wolf king. Sato had a strong feeling that if a wild Poochyeena or Mytyena encountered her now, they would unconditionally submit to her authority. You're truly impressive after evolving. You've grown so large that I feel like I could ride you, Sato remarked, gazing at the transformed Mytyena, whose appearance and demeanor had undergone a dramatic change. He now understood why the village elder had hesitated to allow her evolution. The current Mytyena was a completely different being compared to her previous self. Her pride had more than doubled, and with the further awakening of her Lupin bloodline, her rebellious nature and bloodthirsty gaze had become even more pronounced. If not for the presence of his Swampert, which was even stronger than Mytyena, Sato wasn't entirely sure she would obediently listen to him. Now, Mytyena would only bow to true strength. A trainer lacking sufficient power would not be able to command her and might even suffer her backlash. Mytyena turned her sharp, crimson gaze towards Sato, then shifted her eyes towards Swampert, who radiated an intimidating and menacing aura, and the Golbat perched on Sato's shoulder, staring coldly at her. Finally, she lowered her proud head to Sato, allowing him to gently pat her. However, her tail remained still, unlike the wagging tail of a Growlithe. This indicated that while she acknowledged Sato's strength, she did not yet see him as her true master. Sato wasn't surprised by this. Mytyena's wolfish nature made her difficult to truly tame. In terms of loyalty, she was far behind a Growlithe, who would remain steadfastly devoted to their trainer. Mytyena's allegiance was reserved for those who could defeat her. A trainer who failed repeatedly might find themselves abandoned without a second thought. The evolution of Poochyeena into Mytyena was merely a brief interlude. Sato soon shifted his focus to the spacious room before him. The numerous screens displaying various feeds confirmed his suspicion this was the surveillance room of Team Magma's underground base. The monitoring system was still operational. The screens provided a clear view of the docks and surrounding main roads, covering at least 70% of the area. Surveillance within the base itself was even more comprehensive, sparing only areas requiring privacy. Sato inspected each seat in the room, noting their cold, untouched surfaces. It was evident the base had been abandoned, with Team Magma temporarily relinquishing their hold on this hidden facility. Demonstrating his skills as a former top-tier programmer, Sato quickly breached the base's relatively weak cybersecurity measures. Using simple hacking techniques, he gained control of the base's systems. However, Sato was frustrated to find that Team Magma's secrecy was impeccable. They had thoroughly erased and destroyed all critical data before leaving no chance of recovery. He suspected they had refrained from triggering the base's self-destruct mechanism only because they intended to return someday. Fortunately, his efforts weren't in vain. By accessing various camera feeds, he located several members of the White River Village Guard, dock workers, and Pokémon imprisoned in the lowest level of the underground base. The surveillance footage revealed that the captives had been beaten and forcibly sedated, leaving them in a deep sleep. Their faint breathing was the only reassurance that they were still alive. Time was of the essence. Sato deactivated all the base's defenses, granting himself unrestricted access. Apart from occasional resistance from Pokémon left behind by Team Magma, his journey was unimpeded. Before long, Sato arrived at the lowest level of the base, the dimly lit dungeon. Flickering lights above cast eerie shadows, while the air reeked of decay and foreboding, prompting Sato to heighten his vigilance as he approached the cell holding the White River Village guards. Just as Sato advanced, Mitaina suddenly growled toward the darkness ahead. A large shadow ball formed in her mouth and shot forward. Unfortunately, the attack was intercepted mid-air by an invisible force. From the shadows of the dungeon, a pair of crimson eyes opened, followed by a dozen smaller, similar eyes appearing one after another. A Dusclops and its cohort of Duskules emerged from the darkness, confronting Sato. So, there are still guards here, and not weak ones at that. Dusclops, Duskules, you're no match for me, and I'd rather not harm you. Swampert. At Sato's command, his Swampert stepped forward, letting out a thunderous roar. Its battle-hardened presence surged outward, filling the air with an imposing aura. The Duskules recoiled slightly under Swampert's intimidating presence, their crimson eyes betraying a hint of fear. However, the level 38 Dusclops stood its ground, silently challenging Sato's declaration. Its spectral fists, charged with ghostly energy, lunged towards Sato. Before the Dusclops could make its move, Sato had already used his system's scanning function to gather detailed information about the opponent. What he discovered left him stunned. This Dusclops was exceptionally powerful. Although Sato was confident he could defeat it one-on-one, doing so would likely turn the dungeon upside down. Pokémon, Dusclops. Level, 38. Type, Ghost. Ability, Pressure. Gender, Male. Held item, none. Known moves, Shadow Punch, Future Sight, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Gravity, Bind, Leer, Nightshade, Disable, Astonish, Foresight, Shadow Sneak, Pursuit, Will-O-Wisp, Confuse Ray, Curse. Egg moves, Pain Split, Skill Swap. TMS, Shadow Ball, Trick Room. IVs. HP, 31 31sts. Attack, 25 31sts. Defense, 27 31sts. Special Attack, 25 31sts. Special Defense, 29 31sts. Speed, 20 31sts. Overall 4 rating, Purple, Total 4, 157, greater than 140. Note, I tried out another format of Pokémon information. Let me know if you'd prefer it like this or should I just use the old version. The stats alone were enough to prove how formidable this Dusclops was. Sato couldn't fathom why Team Magma would leave such an incredible Pokémon here as a jailkeeper. Was it possible this Dusclops had simply wandered in on its own? There was no time to ponder further as the Dusclops attacked. The ghost Pokémon launched a Shadow Punch. Though the spectral fists seemed almost weightless, their speed was astounding. One moment they were far away, the next, they were upon him. Ditto, block it. Sato commanded, his eyes flashing with determination as he addressed the Ditto masquerading as his face mask. Just as the Shadow Punch was about to connect, Ditto shifted from its disguise into its original form, stretching its body to create a defensive wall in front of Sato. Dusclops's red eyes gleamed with surprise. Its Shadow Punch struck Ditto's elastic form but was absorbed like a raindrop disappearing into the ocean, leaving no visible damage. With Dusclops's attack neutralized, Sato's other Pokémon sprang into action. Swampert, Golbat, and Mitaina launched a coordinated assault. Swampert, already in Foresight mode, led the charge with a freezing ice punch aimed directly at Dusclops. To Sato's surprise, Dusclops reacted swiftly. Using Fire Punch, it met Swampert's Ice Punch head-on. A resounding thud echoed as the two moves collided, sending a shockwave through the dungeon. Dusclops held its ground against Swampert's immense power, its bandaged form rippling but otherwise unyielding. However, Dusclops didn't seem unscathed. Its crimson eyes flickered, betraying discomfort. Instead of continuing the clash, it retreated several meters, its body convulsing with peculiar movements as if something was writhing beneath its bandages. Meanwhile, Golbat and Mitaina unleashed shadow balls from different angles. Just as the attacks were about to hit, two tiny spatial black holes appeared on Dusclops's surface, swallowing the shadow balls without a trace. Incredible! This Dusclops has already begun to harness its innate talent, Sato thought, his pupils narrowing. He was impressed yet wary. The ability Dusclops displayed, Black Hole, was a rare talent described in the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. Every Dusclops possessed a black hole-like dimensional portal within its body, normally sealed by the mysterious bandages it wore. These bandages were both a seal and a safeguard, preventing the black hole from consuming the Dusclops itself. Only a daring few Dusclops would attempt to control this dangerous power. Those who succeeded became incredibly formidable, capable of feats like deflecting powerful attacks or absorbing enemies entirely. Still, Sato remembered the weaknesses detailed in the grimoire. Weaknesses of Dusclops. Eyes. Dusclops's eyes cannot utilize the black hole ability. They are its most vulnerable point. Striking them can inflict severe damage. Focus. While using Black Hole, Dusclops must remain immobile and fully concentrated. During this time, it becomes an easy target. These thoughts raced through Sato's mind as Dusclops formed a dark, basketball-sized sphere between its hands, a condensed black hole ready to obliterate them. The sphere began exerting a terrifying gravitational pull. Swampert, Golbat, Mytaina, and even Sato found themselves inching toward the vortex. If you are going to expose your weakness, I'll take advantage of it. Golbat, stabilize yourself and strike its eyes with Shadow Ball. With Swampert's help, Sato regained his footing and issued the command. Golbat flapped its wings fiercely to counteract the pull. As it neared the black hole's edge, it suddenly propelled itself upward, soaring above Dusclops. From its mouth, it unleashed a basketball-sized shadow ball aimed directly at Dusclops' glowing eyes. The attack hit dead center. Dusclops let out an agonized wail as the shadow ball's super-effective impact forced it to clutch its eyes, causing the black hole to dissipate. Golbat seized the opportunity, bombarding Dusclops with smaller shadow balls. Despite its high special defense, Dusclops couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught. Its battered body collapsed to the ground, the crimson glow in its eyes fading. Sato hesitated for a moment before pulling out a great ball. "Let's see if you're willing to join me," he murmured, tossing the ball. It struck Dusclops, converting it into a beam of red light and drawing it inside. The great ball wobbled on the ground, its red central button flashing incessantly. Just as Sato thought his assumption was correct that the Dusclops was a wild Pokémon, the Pokémon emerged from the great ball as a streak of white light. Regaining some strength, the Dusclops quickly realized that Sato and his team were not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, it used an ability inherent to all ghost types, melding into the ground and vanishing from sight. What a pity. This Dusclops already has a trainer, it hasn't been released yet. Watching the Dusclops retreat underground, Sato couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. However, he didn't stop the cautious Pokémon from escaping and signaled to Swampert and Golbat to let it go. Although the Dusclops was impressive, it was only that impressive. Sato had been interested in it primarily because of its level, not because it had mastered the black hole move. The Guardian clan of MT Pyre was undeniably skilled in nurturing ghost-type Pokémon. The Elder's Grimoire of Dark Spirits detailed comprehensive methods for training Duskull line Pokémon, including how to systematically teach Dusclops the black hole move. Thus, if Sato wished, he could capture a higher potential Duskull and raise it meticulously, eventually nurturing a Dusclops far stronger than the one he just encountered. That said, raising a Dusclops capable of black hole would demand significant resources and effort. The level 38 Dusclops he encountered, which already knew the move, was essentially a shortcut, saving Sato considerable time in training. Meanwhile, the Duskules that had been lurking in the dungeon's shadows fled in panic after seeing their leader defeated. They vanished through the walls without hesitation. With the ghost types gone, the oppressive, eerie atmosphere of the dungeon dissipated rapidly, leaving it far less intimidating. Sato didn't dwell long on his failure to capture the Dusclops. He quickly refocused on his purpose for being in the dungeon and made his way to the cell holding the White River village guards. The prisoners, both humans and Pokémon, were in a state of deep sleep. Even the commotion caused by Sato's battle with the Dusclops hadn't stirred them. Seeing that the dozen White River village guards remained unconscious, Sato released Blossom and instructed her to use her healer ability to wake them one by one. Before long, the imprisoned guards were roused. At first, they looked at Sato with suspicion. However, after witnessing him awaken their companions and distribute food among them, they gradually realized he had been sent by the village elder to rescue them. Good. But where are Marcus and the others? According to the elder, aside from those who were lost, your group should have 16 members. There are only 12 of you here. Where are the rest? As the guards devoured the rations, Sato turned to one man who hadn't touched the food or water. This man, Good, was the vice-captain of the guards, a towering figure over 6 feet tall. However, like the others, he bore signs of severe torture, with scars and welts covering his body. Unlike his comrades, Good remained silent, his eyes shadowed by grief. Marcus was taken by those Team Magma bastards, Good said bitterly. As for the others, they're traitors. They betrayed us, attacking us from behind. That's why we ended up in this state. Otherwise, those Team Magma scum wouldn't have been able to capture us. At Good's words, the other guards paused their eating. A mix of sorrow and rage appeared in their eyes, their hatred for the traitors palpable. Sato's lingering doubts were resolved. The White River village guards were descendants of the MT Pyre Guardian clan, all trained in Pokémon lore and combat. Their strength and familiarity with the terrain should have enabled them to evade capture, even if surrounded. The betrayal from within had been the decisive factor. Sato suspected that the traitorous guards had revealed the Guardian clan's secrets to Team Magma. I'm sorry to hear that. This Team Magma base is now undefended. I'll have Blossom provide some healing, but you'll need hospital treatment for full recovery. I'll do my best to rescue Marcus. Meanwhile, I need you to lead the others out of here. The League's support team should arrive by noon, you'll be safe then. Good's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard Sato planned to rescue Marcus alone. Determined, he offered, let me come with you. I've been to MT Pyre before and know the way. My Pokémon aren't badly hurt, Blossom's healing will suffice. I can assist you. Sato shook his head firmly. I appreciate the offer, Good, but you're severely injured and emotionally unstable. You understand what I mean, don't you? Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I can move more safely alone, and I'll do everything I can to save Marcus. For now, focus on recovery and leading the others to safety. Good opened his mouth to argue but closed it, realizing Sato had a point. His current state was a liability and having to look out for him might only increase Sato's burden. After about 10 minutes, Sato emerged from the Team Magma base with the 12 guards and several dockworkers who had been held captive. These dockworkers, though unharmed, were overjoyed at their rescue and effusively thanked Sato. When Sato mentioned needing a boat to reach MT Pyre, one of the older dockworkers stepped forward. Don't worry, Mr. Sato. Those magma scoundrels may have destroyed the main boats, but we've got spare engines hidden in the warehouse. Give us half an hour, and we'll piece together a fast boat for you from these wrecked ones. The elderly dockworker, exuding confidence, quickly organized the team to get to work. Sato soon witnessed their remarkable skill in boat repair. A little past 10 a.m., Sato set sail in a speedboat that dockworkers had quickly prepared for him. At the helm was a seasoned captain who specialized in ferrying passengers between the docks and MT Pyre. With decades of experience, the old captain boasted that he could navigate the waters blindfolded and still safely and swiftly reach MT Pyre. True to his word, even with the engine running at full throttle, the captain maintained an impressive combination of speed and stability. Sato speculated that the Team Magma must have coerced Marcus into leading them, given his knowledge of the secret paths described by the village elder. According to the elder's information, Team Magma couldn't have directly accessed the heart of MT Pyre because the concealed paths leading to the volcano's summit were located on the cliffs at the mountain's rear, hidden and nearly impossible to find without a guide. Thanks to his extensive seafaring experience and familiarity with the coastline of MT Pyre, the captain quickly identified the ideal landing spot based on Sato's descriptions. It seems Team Magma landed here, Sato remarked, turning to the captain. Thank you so much for your help, you've been invaluable. Now, stay hidden around this area. Your task is to guide the League rescue team when they arrive. After an hour at sea, Sato, standing at the bow of the boat, finally spotted Team Magma's ships anchored near the cliffs of MT Pyre through his binoculars. Thrilled, he went into the cabin to inform the captain and crew. Don't worry, young hero. We'll do as you say, the captain assured him, thumping his chest for emphasis. But be careful. Team Magma is extremely ruthless. They even kidnapped an old man like me. No respect for the elderly, and they're always plotting to destroy the world. The captain's chatter was relentless, but Sato left the cabin with a smile, stepping outside to release his Swampert into the water. Let's go, Swampert. Take me to them. Swampert, now massive enough to serve as a reliable sea transport, carried Sato cautiously and steadily toward the cliffs where the Team Magma's ships were anchored. Team Magma's guards had decent security measures in place, but many of them were gathered in small groups, either chatting or playing cards, with only a few keeping a vigilant eye on the water. Suddenly, a dense white fog began to rise over the previously clear sea, spreading rapidly and obscuring the guards' view. However, the guards didn't seem alarmed. Instead, they cursed their luck and grumbled about the strange weather, attributing it to MT Pyre's peculiar environment. The fog, however, was anything but ordinary. In this area, sea fog often indicated danger. Frequently, it was the result of water-type Pokémon using mist to create a veil. Moreover, the appearance of such fog tended to coincide with ghost-type Pokémon becoming restless, even during the day. These Pokémon, born from various dark phenomena, often sought to satisfy their eerie needs when they sensed the presence of the living. Come out, Golbat, Pelipper. Golbat, guide Swampert. Pelipper, keep an eye on the surroundings and be ready to act. Sato, now on high alert, released Golbat and Pelipper into the fog. As he scanned his surroundings, a shadow appeared on the water ahead. A chill ran down his spine as the world seemed to lose its color, turning into a black and white still frame. Everything fell silent. The shadow had a single, malevolent eye that stared directly at him. Though the contact lasted only a moment, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of death and danger. Sato felt as though he was being judged by death itself. Yet, despite the fear, Sato did not avert his gaze. He clenched his fists and stood firm, his unyielding will meeting the shadow's presence head-on. After a moment or perhaps an eternity, the shadow's eye closed and vanished. You're quite impressive, young human, an ancient, icy voice echoed in Sato's mind as the shadow disappeared. The words sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively looked around, but the presence was gone. As the oppressive atmosphere lifted, the world regained its colors, and the sound of waves and wind returned. Sato, drenched in sweat, checked his surroundings but found nothing. Even Golbat and Pelipper reported no signs of other Pokémon. What was that shadow? Sato wondered, his face pale. I couldn't have imagined it. But why was I the only one who saw it? Even Swampert didn't sense anything. Despite his resilient nature, the encounter had shaken him deeply. The shadow felt like the embodiment of death itself, a predator to all living beings. With Golbat leading the way, Swampert carried Sato safely to a large rock near the cliff, only 10 meters away from Team Magma's ships. Using the fog as cover, Sato quickly changed into a Team Magma uniform he had confiscated from a captive. After the fog dissipated, Sato used infrared binoculars to survey the area from behind the rock. He soon spotted a hidden path on the cliff, a narrow opening marked by a long rope ladder, guarded by a 6-member Team Magma squad. To his shock, all 6 guards and their Pokémon were asleep, lying on the ground with unnaturally pale faces, as if trapped in a nightmare. The same eerie scene extended to the Team Magma's ships, where every crew member and Pokémon appeared similarly affected. Sato's heart raced as cold sweat dripped down his back. He couldn't help but recall the shadow. What in the world was that thing? I'm certain I saw it, but why did it target only me? Sato wore the uniform of Team Magma and carefully boarded one of their ships. He lightly tapped one of the members who appeared to be in distress, their eyes tightly shut. When the person showed no reaction, Sato increased his efforts, slapping the member hard across the face. The sound echoed, and the member's face swelled, but there was still no sign of them waking up. It was clear that they were trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape. As time passed, Sato noticed that not only the humans but also their Pokémon, all in a similar sleep-like state, were becoming increasingly pale. Their life force seemed to be growing weaker, indicating they were suffering even in their dreams. It must be that guy. Looks like the old village chief didn't tell me everything, or maybe even he didn't know that Mount Pyre had something like this. After all, it's been a long time since this place changed hands, Sato muttered to himself, a chill creeping into his heart as he looked at the people and Pokémon locked in nightmares. He considered himself lucky to have escaped the same fate. Had his will not been strong enough, he would likely be no different from them now. Thinking about how he and his Pokémon could have fallen into such a deep slumber at sea, Sato felt a pang of fear. If that had happened, they'd likely have sunk to the bottom of the ocean by now. However, upon observing the state of the Team Magma members, Sato began piecing together the truth about the shadow he'd seen earlier. If his guess was right, the figure was none other than Darkrai, the nightmare Pokémon. Darkrai was a terrifying Dark-type legendary Pokémon. However, Sato recalled it as being somewhat righteous. It had once protected the Spacetime Tower in the movies, playing a significant role. But judging from the current situation, it seemed that Darkrai was still Darkrai. Its kindness seemed reserved for only a select few it deemed worthy. For those it didn't approve of, the result was likely what he saw with the Team Magma members. Sato tried using a Chesto Berry's juice, known to cure sleep, on one of the Team Magma members, but the effect was minimal. Although the person's eyelids twitched slightly, they soon fell still again. He then summoned his Bellossom to use its healer ability, but even her normally effective methods failed. This Darkrai's Dark Void is terrifying. Normal means can't even break their sleep. Just how strong is this Darkrai? Sato wondered. Despite exhausting his options, he couldn't wake the Team Magma member. His estimation of Darkrai's power rose sharply. Only Cresselia, the lunar Pokémon, might be able to counter Darkrai's nightmare-inducing powers. Not good. Darkrai must be the guardian Pokémon placed at Mount Pyre by the Mikuri clan. It must have discovered these Team Magma members entering the mountain improperly and came to deal with them. If that's the case, Marcus is in danger, Sato realized, his expression darkening. He glanced up at the cliffside entrance to the cave above and connected the dots. Darkrai's sudden appearance could only mean trouble. The more Sato thought about it, the more convinced he became of his theory. His strong will had spared him from being attacked outright, likely because Darkrai recognized him as a non-hostile party. But Team Magma wasn't so lucky. To Darkrai, they were nothing but invaders, and against a legendary Pokémon, they had no chance. No wonder the Mikuri clan hadn't stationed guards at Mount Pyre. From what Sato knew, only an elderly couple was tasked with guarding the mountain's two sacred orbs. Their greatest defense was undoubtedly this powerful Darkrai. Indeed, with such a formidable Dark-type legendary Pokémon present, any intruders who didn't follow the proper procedures would face dire consequences. Even the Ghost-type Pokémon in the area likely submitted to Darkrai's overwhelming might. Man, if all this is true, the Mikuri family's influence must be incredible. It's clear that the anime is just fantasy. In reality, it's nearly impossible for a common trainer to rise to prominence in the face of such powerful families and factions, Sato thought, feeling the weight of his path ahead. But now wasn't the time to wallow in self-pity. Sato steeled himself, determined to fulfill the old village chief's request to rescue Marcus. If Darkrai had entered the tunnels to pursue the intruders, Sato would need to act swiftly to retrieve Marcus. He could only hope that Darkrai would show some leniency, allowing him to bring back a conscious Marcus. If not, then even an unconscious one would have to suffice. Sato had already braced himself for the risks. Few would dare to rescue someone from the clutches of a Dark-type legendary Pokémon. After climbing the rope ladder to the cliffside entrance, Sato entered the dark tunnel. It was pitch black, save for the occasional breeze that indicated a possible exit. Not daring to use a bright light for fear of attracting Darkrai or Team Magma, Sato broke a glow stick for faint illumination. With his Golbat and Mightyena at his side, he cautiously advanced through the tunnel. Darkrai's unexpected appearance had disrupted his plans but also provided an advantage in rescuing Marcus. Along the way, Sato passed more Team Magma members who had been forcibly dragged into nightmares by Darkrai's Dark Void. As he ventured deeper, Sato finally spotted the bulk of the Team Magma group ahead. Guided by flickering lights and the sound of intense combat, he saw them locked in battle with Darkrai. Surprisingly, Team Magma seemed to have the upper hand. It was evident they had come prepared to deal with Darkrai, bringing Pokémon with insomnia, those trained to use taunt, and fighting types. With these two countermeasures, Darkrai's nightmare-inducing tactics were significantly curtailed. Furthermore, the fighting-type Pokémon's aggressive attacks left Darkrai struggling to fight back effectively. With a major battle unfolding, Sato cautiously hid on the sidelines, closely observing the scene. His attention was focused entirely on the side of Team Magma. What he saw further confirmed the strength of this group. However, the might of Team Magma now served only as a backdrop to emphasize the terrifying power of their opponent Darkrai. Battling 36 Pokémon single-handedly, Darkrai was only slightly at a disadvantage, showcasing just how formidable their adversary truly was. Even with Team Magma employing strategies specifically to counter such a formidable opponent, Sato, watching from his hidden spot, clearly understood the battle's dynamics. Though Team Magma seemed to hold the upper hand, there was no way they could actually defeat Darkrai. The reason was simple. Through his system's scan, Sato discovered that Darkrai's level was extraordinarily high. While Team Magma's Pokémon were strong, they paled in comparison to their opponent. Even though they managed to counter Darkrai's signature nightmare tactics, the legendary Pokémon had plenty of other moves at its disposal. While slightly less effective, these moves were still enough to push its enemies to the brink. Darkrai's details. Pokémon, Darkrai. Level, 70. Type, Dark. Ability, Bad Dreams. Gender, None. Held item, Heal Orb. Known moves, Ominous Wind, Mean Look, Quick Attack, Hypnosis, Faint Attack, Nightmare, Double Team, Haze, Dark Void. Tutor moves, Calm Mind, Ice Beam, Shadow Ball. TM moves, Toxic, Hidden Power, Dragon Type, Taunt, Blizzard, Protect, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Psychic, Brick Break, Sludge Bomb, Rock Tomb, Torment, Rest, Thief, Focus Blast, Will-O-Wisp, Embargo, Thunder Wave, Swords Dance, Rock Slide, Venoshock, Dark Pulse, Foul Play, Drain Punch, Trick Room, Knock Off, Icy Wind. Base stats, Maxed IVs. HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special Attack, 31. Special Defense, 31. Speed, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, max individual value total, 186. Seeing these frightening stats, Sato couldn't help but feel chills run down his spine. Not only was Darkrai's level ridiculously high, but its stats were top tier. Coupled with the full support of the Mikuri clan, this Darkrai was nothing short of a monster. On Team Magma's side, there were 12 members in total. At the center of the group was a short-haired woman with purple hair, clearly being protected as their leader. Based on her appearance, Sato deduced that she was one of Team Magma's 3 key officers Courtney. This officer's strength was notable. Despite her young age, she commanded a team that included a level 55 Camerupt, a level 53 Blaziken, and a level 58 Ninetales, making her the main force against Darkrai. The other members of Team Magma were all elite trainers. Each of their Pokémon was at least level 35, with most of them being Noctowl, Mytyena, and Machamp. As for Marcus, the target Sato had been searching for, he lay unconscious at the back, closely guarded by a Team Magma member despite the group's struggle against Darkrai. The coordinated teamwork of these elites allowed Courtney to maneuver her 3 main Pokémon effectively, temporarily holding their ground against Darkrai and even gaining the upper hand at times. Perhaps it was due to the vast level gap or the fact that Darkrai was a legendary Dark-type Pokémon, but the taunt moves used by the Mytyena to prevent Darkrai from employing Dark Void lasted less than 5 seconds before dissipating. The moment Darkrai felt the shackles lift, it unleashed a barrage of shadowy orbs imbued with dark energy. Reacting swiftly, the Noctowl dove in without their trainer's commands, using Aerial Ace to accelerate and intercept the dark orbs. Upon contact, their bodies turned black and white, but as Pokémon with the Insomnia ability, the Noctowl quickly recovered and avoided being put to sleep by Dark Void. The Mytyena then followed up with another round of taunt, ensuring that Darkrai couldn't use its status-altering moves. Meanwhile, the Machamp moved to the front lines, using moves like Vital Throw and Focus Punch to land hits on Darkrai. Unfortunately, Darkrai's innate ability to become intangible as a shadow rendered many attacks ineffective. Even the disruptive taunt strategy couldn't prevent it from slipping through Machamp's defensive lines. Trainers could only watch helplessly as the legendary Pokémon effortlessly bypassed their Pokémon wall. Being a legendary Pokémon, Darkrai possessed remarkable intelligence. After realizing that Team Magma's repeated efforts aimed to nullify its nightmare tactics, it shifted strategies. It launched a relentless assault on the Mytyena and even attacked the trainers directly. Darkrai's overwhelming strength left most of Team Magma's Pokémon unable to withstand its casual moves. Over time, while Darkrai sustained minor injuries, Team Magma's forces were worn thin. Aside from Courtney's 3 Pokémon, the rest were severely injured, with only 3 Mytyena still able to fight. Though Team Magma continuously rotated in fresh Pokémon to fill the gaps, the replacements were noticeably weaker and quickly defeated. Why haven't they retreated yet? They should have realized by now that they stand no chance against such a legendary dark type. Once their Pokémon are defeated, they'll be finished. Peering out cautiously from behind a large rock, Sato watched the fierce battle with a puzzled expression. From the looks of it, Darkrai was slowly gaining the upper hand. Its shadowy form rendered most attacks ineffective, and its heal orb continuously restored its health and stamina. In Sato's opinion, Team Magma had no hope of victory. Yet, the purple-haired officer showed no signs of retreat, maintaining a calm demeanor. The other members also showed no intention of backing down. Could they have some sort of secret weapon? Wait. Courtney is a scientist for Team Magma. Could she have a hidden trump card prepared for dealing with Darkrai? Recalling Courtney's background from the Pokémon Encyclopedia, Sato's mind raced with speculation. Soon, his guess proved correct. After a significant sacrifice, Team Magma managed to exploit a momentary opening. A Medicham highly trained in Mirror Coat successfully reflected Dark Void back at Darkrai, putting it to sleep. Under a barrage of attacks from Team Magma's remaining Pokémon, Darkrai was gravely injured. Still, as the embodiment of nightmares, it quickly woke from its slumber, but for the first time, it retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Courtney swiftly retrieved a glass container holding numerous strange feathers. Acting on her command, Team Magma members set up a mysterious device at lightning speed. Once the feathers were placed into a recess on the machine, it activated. The feathers emitted a radiant, dreamlike glow, forming a protective barrier that enveloped Team Magma. To Sato's astonishment, the barrier was impervious to Darkrai's attacks, leaving the legendary Pokémon stranded outside. Darkrai was relentless, continuously unleashing Dark Pulse and Dark Void attacks to bombard the radiant barrier in front of him. However, the light seemed to be the bane of these moves. Before they could even approach, the radiance emitted by the barrier disintegrated them instantly. As Courtney pressed a button on the machine, the peculiar feathers inside the glass chamber began to glow even brighter. Simultaneously, several members of Team Magma retrieved weapons resembling handguns from the machine. These weapons were not ordinary firearms, the magazines were filled with a glowing liquid, and the bullets were light projectiles rather than traditional metal rounds. The glow of these projectiles matched the light emitted by the feathers exactly. Bang, 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 a series of gunshots echoed. The light bullets struck Darkrai with astounding speed, eliciting cries of pain. Even when he turned into a shadow to evade, the projectiles pursued him relentlessly, ignoring his defensive techniques. Remarkably, the bullets had homing capabilities and bypassed Darkrai's shields. Under the barrage of these light bullets, Darkrai could no longer withstand the assault and retreated, his pained cries echoing in the cavern. Moreover, the bullets had debilitating effects, severely hindering his regenerative abilities. If Darkrai underestimated them, there was a real chance he could be eliminated by these strange weapons. So, this is their trump card. What are those feathers inside the glass sphere? Their light nullifies Darkrai's power entirely, and these light bullets are incredible, like holy projectiles meant to counter undead beings. Darkrai truly met its match this time, thought Sato, hidden in the shadows, awestruck by Team Magma's secret weapon. His eyes locked onto the feathers encased in the glowing glass chamber, his mind racing about their significance. To repel Darkrai so decisively, these feathers must be extraordinary treasures. At the same time, Sato re-evaluated Team Magma. Once dismissed as a minor villainous group in the games, their technological prowess was now undeniable. Developing a weapon capable of countering a legendary Pokémon like Darkrai was no small feat. As Darkrai fled, Courtney and her team tried to pursue him, but the limitations of the light bullets became apparent. The bullets' range was only about 10 meters. Beyond that, they dissipated rapidly in the air. Darkrai, with his immense speed especially in his shadow form, quickly vanished into the darkness of the cavern, leaving Team Magma unable to follow. Additionally, the light emitted by the feathers began to dim within minutes, and in mere seconds, it would fade entirely. It was clear that Team Magma's secret weapon was powerful but situational. It required careful timing and the accumulation of Darkrai's enmity to be effective. If Darkrai had retreated upon seeing the weapon, its brief duration would have rendered it useless. Nevertheless, with Darkrai severely injured and his healing suppressed, he was temporarily incapable of hindering Team Magma's advance. However, just as Sato anticipated the team to push forward, internal conflict broke out within Team Magma. Courtney, with arms crossed and a stern expression, was arguing with two high-ranking members of the group. No way, we've come this far. We must achieve something here, or how am I supposed to report back to the boss? Courtney snapped coldly at the two elite operatives before her. To fulfill her mission, Courtney had gone to great lengths to acquire the lunar feather of Cresselia and developed a machine to amplify its power to counteract the nightmare Pokémon. Now that she had successfully driven away Darkrai, the greatest obstacle in their path, she was determined to seize the opportunity. If the Mikuri clan who governed the volcano caught wind of their actions, another chance like this would be nearly impossible to come by. Moreover, Darkrai, being cunning, would undoubtedly be more cautious next time. But Lady Courtney, we've already sacrificed nearly all our Pokémon to lure Darkrai into attacking. This weapon is still experimental, and Darkrai's regeneration is terrifyingly fast. If he returns, we'll face complete annihilation, argued one of the operatives, a man wielding a level 52 Camerupt and a level 49 Machoke. His reputation within Team Magma was second only to Courtney's, and more than half the operatives sided with him as he spoke. Exactly, Lady Courtney, we've suffered significant losses, far beyond expectations. Both we and our Pokémon are severely injured. The unknown dangers ahead are too great. If we continue, we may perish before reaching the summit. Moreover, those outside and behind us may have already fallen victim to Darkrai's nightmares. We must rescue them immediately, added a female operative standing beside the man. Their words caused some of Courtney's initial supporters to hesitate, several even stepping behind the two dissenters. As the elites pointed out, the path ahead was fraught with unknown peril. They had already been severely weakened by the battle with Darkrai. Proceeding further would only lead to greater sacrifices or even complete annihilation. The answer was clear to most, it wasn't worth the risk. Though they had driven Darkrai away, which was already an impressive feat, the operatives believed they could return later with improved weapons and better preparation. Are you defying my orders? Courtney's expression darkened, her cold gaze directed at the two dissenters. Not at all, Lady Courtney. We merely hope you won't put everyone in jeopardy. Even the boss wouldn't want you to act recklessly, the male operative replied, lowering his head but holding firm in his stance. Hidden in the shadows, Sato observed the heated argument, his eyes glinting with amusement. A disagreement? Perfect. With Darkrai gone, I wasn't sure how to proceed against these guys. They're too strong, especially that magma admin. A head-on fight would be suicide. Just as Sato anticipated a potential split in their ranks, he noticed a sudden change in the atmosphere. The temperature around him plummeted, and Golbat nudged his hand urgently, baring its fangs at something behind him. Damn it! This could be bad. Sato's face fell as he realized what was happening. Something ghostly had arrived, hidden and deadly. When Sato sensed something was amiss, a Bayonet suddenly materialized in front of him. The Bayonet's scarlet eyes glowed malevolently, making it look like a wrathful spirit filled with intense resentment. It opened its mouth wide, extending a long, crimson tongue aimed at attacking Sato. The tongue darted forward with incredible speed, like a blood-red sword aiming for Sato's head. However, its attack was doomed to fail as Mitaina intervened. With lightning-fast reflexes, Mitaina positioned itself protectively in front of Sato, sidestepped slightly to the left, and clamped its jaws around the extended tongue. Using Crunch, it delivered a decisive blow. In the next instant, the Bayonet let out a sharp, piercing scream. As a Ghost-type Pokémon, it was especially vulnerable to Dark-type moves, and Mitaina's attack landed a critical hit. The level 21 Bayonet was instantly defeated, collapsing to the ground and losing its ability to fight. However, the Bayonet's agonized cry immediately gave away Sato's location. The previously quarreling members of Team Magma shifted their attention toward him. Realizing the dire situation the moment Bayonet attacked, Sato knew things had taken a turn for the worse. After Mitaina neutralized the immediate threat, Sato swiftly recalled his conspicuous Golbat into its Pokeball. He then rolled a few times on the damp ground, smearing himself with dirt to appear disheveled and pitiful. Lady Courtney, it's me, Arita. The others outside, they've all been taken by that demon. Sato emerged from his hiding spot, feigning panic and exhaustion. His voice was hoarse as he addressed the wary Team Magma members, who were now watching him intently. Before entering the cave, Sato had prepared Ditto to mimic the face of a lookout Team Magma member stationed outside. This member, unconscious and hidden aboard Team Magma's ship, was a perfect disguise target due to his similar height and build. To enhance the ruse, Sato had studied the man's identification and personal details, ensuring his act was convincing. Dressed in Team Magma's uniform and appearing battered, Sato's pitiful display managed to alleviate some of the members' suspicions. When they heard his account of the dire situation outside, a flicker of sympathy crossed their faces. After witnessing Darkrai's power firsthand, the Team Magma members were already predisposed to believe that the outside squad had likely perished. They assumed Sato had narrowly escaped the nightmare, though the improbability of a sole survivor left a lingering doubt. However, their scrutiny was cut short when the surrounding darkness suddenly filled with countless glowing red eyes. The corridor grew icy cold, and an ominous wind began to howl, transforming the space into a ghostly realm. Mitaina's defeat of the Bayonet had not only drawn the attention of Team Magma but also attracted a horde of ghost-type Pokémon lurking invisibly nearby. The malevolent creatures now stared hungrily at Sato and the rest of the group. Oh no, I've stumbled into a ghost nest. There are ghost Pokémon everywhere. There's no way to fight them all. We need to escape. Darkrai must have sent reinforcements. Sato's heart pounded as he surveyed the sea of glowing red eyes. Abandoning his efforts to gain Team Magma's full trust, Sato devised a plan to escape the encirclement. Spotting the group as his best chance for survival, he feigned terror and scrambled toward them alongside Mitaina, presenting himself as a frightened ally. Realizing they were surrounded by hostile ghost Pokémon, Team Magma members quickly shifted their focus from interrogating Sato to defending themselves. Break through and retreat immediately. Protect the descendant of the Volcano Guardian, ordered Courtney. Acknowledging the severity of the situation, the Team Magma elites unanimously agreed with Courtney's command. They rallied their remaining Pokémon to clear a path and prepared to retreat under her leadership. Using his system's detection function, Sato estimated that most of the ghost Pokémon were in their early 20s in level, with only a few exceeding level 30. However, the Team Magma members were already weakened from their battle with Darkrai. The Pokémon they had left were far from their strongest, and they struggled against the ghost type's bizarre and unpredictable moves. Particularly troublesome were ghost Pokémon that used the self-sacrificial move Curse, which hastened the defeat of Team Magma's remaining Pokémon. Fortunately, Courtney's Ninetales proved invaluable. Commanding it with exceptional skill, she led the group in a daring escape, using blazing flames to carve a path through the encircling ghost Pokémon and providing a glimmer of hope for survival. Throughout the retreat, Sato stayed as inconspicuous as possible. He directed Mitaina to use Taunt, rendering many of the ghost Pokémon unable to employ their tricky status moves, effectively reducing the chaos. By the time Mitaina felled its sixth ghost Pokémon, its battle aura had reached a peak. Its intimidating presence and ferocious attacks deterred many of the ghost Pokémon from approaching further. Mitaina's impressive performance didn't go unnoticed by the Team Magma members, though Sato's apparent cowardice led them to pity the exceptional Pokémon for being stuck with such a timid trainer. Thanks to Courtney's Ninetales, the group successfully broke through the ghost Pokémon's ranks. While some sustained injuries, none of the elite Team Magma members lost their lives, unlike those who had been dragged into nightmares by Darkrai earlier. However, as they emerged from the passage, relief turned to despair. A sinister shadow awaited them outside. Under the gaze of its malevolent eyes, a suffocating sense of hopelessness gripped Sato and the Team Magma members. I knew it was him causing trouble behind the scenes. This just got even more interesting. How does this guy recover so quickly? Wait, what's up with those Team Magma members and their Pokémon? Why do they all look half dead? Could he have used Dream Eater on all of them? Sato's heart sank as he observed the terrifying shadow floating above the Team Magma vessel ahead. His gaze shifted to the listless Team Magma members and their Pokémon near Darkrai, his sense of danger intensifying. The Team Magma members stationed outside the cave, along with their Pokémon, were all pale as ghosts. Their faces bore a bloodless pallor, and many had rolled back, wide eyes, as if they'd been subjected to a harrowing ordeal. Thankfully, their faint chest movements confirmed they were still alive for now. Previously, Darkrai had been severely injured by Team Magma's secret weapon. Given its prolonged absence, it was clear the injury had been grave. Recovering fully in such a short time through its natural healing abilities should have been impossible. But now, Darkrai appeared reinvigorated and fierce. Considering the state of the Team Magma members and their Pokémon, Sato quickly recalled the Nightmare Deity's terrifying power not just to induce nightmares but to feed on them for its own recovery. It seemed that Darkrai had issued an order, as the Ghost-type Pokémon in the secret passage had stopped pursuing Sato and the Team Magma members after they escaped. These ghost types remained lurking in the passage, their chilling gazes fixed on their quarry. Noticing this reprieve, Sato and the others felt a slight reduction in their tension. Ignoring how terrifying Darkrai was up ahead, they hastened to descend from the cliffside cave entrance to the small beach below using their flying-type Pokémon. Sato, still maintaining his disguise as a low-ranking Team Magma grunt, climbed down the rope ladder sluggishly, ensuring he was the last to rejoin the group. This thing absorbed our team members' dreams to heal itself significantly. But don't worry, it's not in peak condition yet, said Courtney, one of Team Magma's top 3 executives. Its energy keeps waning, which means the weapon we created using Cressalia's lunar wing is still inflicting sustained damage. If we hold out long enough, it will retreat on its own. Sato could see what was happening, and Courtney, as of the Team Magma executives, naturally also saw what was happening, and she also noticed that the Nightmare Pokémon's aura and energy was constantly weakening. Those who were still able to stand here were not weak trainers. After hearing her analysis, they too carefully observed Darkrai in front of them again. After confirming that it was indeed getting weaker, the hope of survival was suddenly reignited in their hearts. Upon scanning Darkrai, Sato also noted new entries in the data: severely injured and bleeding. Courtney's analysis was indeed accurate. So it's the lunar wing from Cressalia? No wonder it's so effective against Darkrai. The lunar wing dispels nightmares, and with its residual energy still affecting Darkrai, even its nightmare absorption abilities are significantly weakened. It might even backfire. Seeing Darkrai's weakened state and connecting it with Courtney's explanation, Sato finally felt a glimmer of relief. Courtney was right, Darkrai's current strength was likely boosted by something akin to a stimulant, granting it temporary peak performance. Once the effects wore off, it would revert to its injured state. But even now, Darkrai remained a formidable foe. Temporarily reinvigorated, its level of danger hadn't diminished in the slightest. Understanding its condition, Darkrai launched its next attack the moment Sato, the final Team Magma member, rejoined the group. A surge of dark pulse radiated from Darkrai. The black energy rings, small at first, rapidly expanded, covering an area large enough to engulf the entire group of Team Magma members. Ninetales, use Fire Blast. Camerupt, Stone Edge. Macamp, Light Screen. Might Hyena, Taunt. Darkrai's actions triggered immediate responses from the Team Magma trainers, who commanded their Pokémon to counterattack. Their teamwork was impeccable. Stronger trainers like Courtney led the offense, while others focused on support roles. Thanks to Macamp and other Pokémon setting up Light Screen, Darkrai's Dark Pulse was significantly weakened. This allowed the offensive Pokémon like Ninetales to successfully intercept and neutralize the attack. Meanwhile, trainers with Pokémon capable of using Taunt quickly issued commands to prevent Darkrai from deploying Dark Void. Darkrai, a Dark-type legendary Pokémon, was visibly incensed by the repeated use of Taunt to lock it out of its signature move. It glared at the trainers responsible, then transformed into a shadow and darted toward the group at blinding speed. Damn it! Still using that move? You think we can't counter it? Roared one of the male Team Magma elites, visibly furious. Camerupt, use Earthquake. Darkrai's shadowy evasion technique wasn't invincible, it simply exploited the confined space of the earlier cave. Now, out in the open, the trainers had no reservations about unleashing powerful ground-type moves. At the command, Camerupt and other Pokémon with Earthquake poured their strength into the ground. The earth beneath Darkrai cracked violently, unleashing surges of ground-type energy that erupted from below. Caught mid-movement, Darkrai was struck by the earthquake and sent hurtling into the air, sustaining serious damage. Rain. Darkrai let out a sharp, piercing screech as it reeled from the attack. Its once blue eyes turned blood red, as if it had entered a berserk state. Intense waves of dark energy radiated from its body, sending shockwaves through the air. Moments later, the environment around Darkrai began to lose its color, turning into a terrifying grayscale void. Everyone present, humans and Pokémon alike, found themselves wrapped in ominous black tendrils that bound their bodies, rendering them immobile. My gosh, this guy's going berserk. Move now. Watching Darkrai in a frenzied state, Sato immediately realized it had likely lost all reason in its rage. The terrifying power it now unleashed all at once was evidence enough. If Sato's assumptions were correct, the black energy waves emanating from Darkrai were its nightmare energy, stored within its body. In the Pokémon Special manga, it was likely this sinister energy that turned Ash and his friends to stone. It also seemed that the place they were currently in was a barrier created by Darkrai using this nightmare energy. Sato decided to call it the Nightmare Barrier, a truly fearsome construct. Within this barrier, Sato felt as though his body was paralyzed by an overwhelming fear, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, a powerful drowsiness gnawed at his nerves, making it nearly impossible to resist the urge to fall asleep. Under normal circumstances, intense fear can drive living beings to faint as a defense mechanism, sparing them from further torment. This primal instinct was causing the drowsiness within Sato and the others to grow stronger and stronger. But Sato, with his unusually strong will, witnessed a horrifying scene that jolted him awake. For those with less resilience, trainers and Pokémon alike, the colors drained from their bodies as their eyes slowly closed, turning them monochrome like the rest of the environment. The black mist entwined around these trainers began to envelop them completely. Those fully covered in mist started sinking into the ground, vanishing into the endless darkness below. Where were they going? What fate awaited them? Sato was certain it wasn't anything good. He clenched his teeth, fighting the fear and sleepiness, desperately trying to stay conscious. Time seemed to crawl within the nightmare barrier. Sato felt as though he had endured this torment for over half an hour, though only 7 or 8 seconds had passed. At this point, his bloodshot eyes and bulging veins made him look like a man on the brink of insanity, yet he had managed to remain conscious. Not a single hint of color had faded from his body. After another 10 seconds, only a handful of individuals still retained their color: Sato, Courtney, the male Team Magma elite who had earlier defied Courtney, and, surprisingly, Marcus. As for the Pokémon, only Courtney's Ninetales and the male elite's Camerupt remained. The rest had been completely wiped out, all dragged into the darkness below. Throughout this period, Darkrai continued to rage, radiating waves of black energy. However, its output was noticeably declining, indicating the massive energy drain of maintaining the nightmare barrier. This was now a battle of wills. Whoever held out the longest would emerge victorious. After several more seconds, Marcus and the male Team Magma elite succumbed, despite their struggles. Their bodies grew increasingly monochrome, and black mist eventually engulfed them completely, pulling them and their Pokémon into the abyss. Now, only Sato and Courtney remained. Hey, Courtney, where are those lunar wings? Take them out now, or we're all going to die here. Perhaps due to Darkrai's waning strength or Sato's growing resistance to the torment, he found himself able to move slightly. He immediately turned to Courtney and shouted with difficulty. Courtney, who no longer bore even a semblance of her usual beauty, had a face twisted in agony, resembling a banshee. She heard Sato's voice but nearly lost consciousness in the process of trying to respond. Ultimately, she stayed silent, enduring the torment in grim determination. Are we really going to die here? Seeing Courtney unresponsive and nearly monochrome herself, Sato's heart sank in despair. The moment this emotion arose, the monochrome began spreading rapidly across his own body. As the black mist and monochrome color reached up to his head, Sato suddenly thought of his tragic experiences in his previous life and the bright new path he had just begun to walk. A life lived twice. How could he accept dying here without even fulfilling his dreams? He couldn't. No, I won't die here. Not again. Never. A surge of unyielding determination filled his heart, and Sato found himself able to move freely. Letting out a roar of defiance, he drove back the fear Darkrai had instilled in him through his mind. The black mist surrounding him recoiled as if in fear, and the monochrome parts of his body instantly regained their color. Rain. From above, Darkrai's blood-red eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at Sato. Letting out a furious roar, it tried to muster the last remnants of its strength to subdue him once again. Swampert, knock this fucker out with hammer arm? Now. Recognizing the momentary opportunity, Sato acted swiftly, tossing a now fully restored Pokeball into the air. From within emerged Swampert, its massive blue body appearing in a flash of light. Following Sato's command, Swampert's right arm bulged with energy, doubling in size as it delivered a devastating upward punch to Darkrai's chin, brimming with fighting-type energy. Boom! A resounding impact echoed as Swampert's powerful attack, enhanced by its incredible strength, landed squarely on Darkrai's weak point. The legendary Pokémon was sent hurtling skyward. Crash! Darkrai's body shattered through the nightmare barrier, creating a cracked hole in the monochrome sky. A small patch of blue peeked through. The barrier began to crumble rapidly, cracks spreading like wildfire. Black and white fragments rained down as the entire nightmare barrier disintegrated. With the barrier gone, Sato once again saw the clear blue sky and ocean. Those who had been dragged into the darkness reappeared, lying unconscious on the ground alongside their Pokémon. Relieved, Sato slumped to the ground, his face pale and drenched in sweat. He felt as though his entire body had fallen apart. Just as he began regaining some strength and attempted to stand, a loud thud echoed. A shadow fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving a large crater. Initially thinking it was Darkrai, Sato prepared to have Swampert finish it off. But as he approached the crater, he realized it wasn't Darkrai, it was a black crystal, shrouded in ominous mist. What is this thing? Where's Darkrai? Looking at the mysterious black crystal in the pit, Sato didn't pay it much mind initially. His primary concern was Darkrai's whereabouts. Shielded by Swampert, he carefully surveyed the surroundings, but there wasn't a single trace of Darkrai. After a moment, Sato turned his attention back to the black crystal in the pit. His instincts told him that this mysterious crystal was deeply connected to Darkrai. Still, Sato didn't rush to investigate the crystal. If Darkrai's immediate crisis had been resolved, there was only one remaining threat. Turning his gaze, he looked at the purple-haired woman who was struggling to get up from the ground. Sato's movement didn't go unnoticed by Courtney. She turned her head to meet his gaze, her eyes full of deep wariness. During the Nightmare Realm earlier, she had seen it clearly it was because of this boy that she had survived. Courtney also understood that this boy was likely an enemy, not an ally, otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his identity and infiltrated their team. The possibility that he was from the League loomed large. Now gravely injured and with her Pokémon incapacitated, her life might have been spared, but she remained in an extremely precarious situation. Don't worry, Ms. Courtney. I won't kill you or any of your Team Magma members. However, I'd like you to take a nap now. I trust you wouldn't mind, would you? Sato spoke with a faint smile, releasing his Bellossom as he addressed the injured woman in front of him. Of course, go ahead. I hope you'll keep your word. I'll remain silent about everything that happened here and will send you a great gift in the future for this favor. Oh, by the way, I have some valuable items on me. These are yours now, as are the belongings of the other Team Magma members. Courtney had also noticed the pit and the mysterious object within it. However, she showed no interest in it. Hearing Sato's words gave her some reassurance, and she forced a weak smile. Instead of issuing empty threats like most Team Magma members would have in such a situation, she tactfully offered up all her valuables. From the Nightmare Realm earlier, Courtney had discerned that Sato was a ruthless and unyielding person, far more resolute than she was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned the tide at the last moment. Threatening someone like him would be a joke, only backfiring. Then please excuse me, Ms. Courtney. Bellossom, use sleep powder on her. Pleased with Courtney's tact, Sato's cold gaze softened. He nodded at her with a smile before instructing Bellossom to act. Could I ask for your name? It'd be good to recognize you in the future. Perhaps we could even become friends someday, Courtney said, her voice sweet as she inhaled the sleep powder. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation before she willingly drifted into sleep. However, Sato remained silent, not answering her question even as she succumbed to slumber. Once Courtney was asleep, Sato finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He was now the only conscious person nearby. Besides Courtney, who had been put into a normal sleep state, the others were trapped in nightmares created by Darkrai. Without the aid of lunar wings, they wouldn't wake up. Now, Sato could fully focus on the mysterious black crystal in the pit. His eyes gleamed faintly with blue light as he used the system's identification feature on the crystal. Item, Darkrai's Nightmare Crystal. Effects. Significantly enhances the power of Dark-type moves. Absorbs nightmares, granting immunity to all sleep-inducing effects. Grants perpetual keen eye ability to the holder. Enables shadow stealth, allowing the user to merge with shadows. Restrictions. Non-dark type Pokémon cannot use it unless they possess exceptional dream manipulation abilities. Notes. This is a peculiar crystal nurtured within Darkrai's body. Though only a fragment, it contains immense nightmare energy and grants extraordinary powers. It's a nightmare crystal born inside Darkrai, with such incredible effects. This is truly a priceless treasure. Wait, only a fragment? That means Darkrai isn't dead. Sato's initial excitement vanished as he read the notes. He scanned the surroundings nervously, but even after over 10 minutes, there was no sign of Darkrai. Darkrai isn't dead, but it must have suffered severe or permanent injuries this time. This crystal being forcibly broken out of its body must have been excruciating. It probably fled. After deliberating, Sato came to this conclusion. Without hesitation, he pocketed the Nightmare Crystal. It was a hard-earned trophy, and he had no intention of returning it to Darkrai. With the crystal safely stored, Sato turned his attention to Courtney. As she had mentioned, everything here was now his, effectively her payment for sparing her life. Being one of Team Magma's top executives, Courtney had a trove of valuable items. From her, Sato obtained 12 lunar wings and a rare flame orb. Alongside these treasures, he found various miscellaneous items, a substantial amount of cash, and a League Silver card. Since the card required a password for withdrawals, he only took the cash and useful items. After thoroughly searching Courtney's belongings, Sato moved on to the other Team Magma members. Unfortunately, their wealth paled compared to hers. Among the group, only 2 elite members contributed anything noteworthy, a flamethrower TM and a light screen TM. Collectively, the rest yielded about 3 million Poke dollars in cash and some odds and ends. The wealth gap within Team Magma is as vast as ever. Their most valuable assets are probably their equivalents of Team Rocket's internal currency, but I have no use for that. Still, this haul is plenty. Contentment is key. Half an hour later, Sato had finished his search. With his inventory now full, he was visibly satisfied. After tidying up the battlefield, Sato turned to his original targets, Marcus and Mytaina. Both were trapped in Darkray's nightmare realm. Without a lunar wing, they wouldn't wake up. After a brief hesitation, Sato made his decision. He placed the two together and pulled out a lunar wing. A few minutes later, Sato was piloting a Team Magma speedboat toward Route 123. On the shore, Marcus and Maitaina stood silently, watching as he disappeared into the distance. 2 days later, around noon, on Route 123 near the area connecting to Route 118, a clearing surrounded by trees lay still under the sun. At this moment, a shiny Beautifly and an Ursaring were engaged in an intense battle in the clearing, where patches of wild grass grew sporadically. Both trainers were focused on the battlefield, watching every move of their Pokémon before issuing attack commands. From the current battle situation, it was evident that Beautifly held the upper hand. Its elegant, agile, and swift aerial maneuvers left the ground-bound Ursaring helpless, as all its attacks were effortlessly dodged. Ursaring, run faster and try another Thunder Wave. The trainer of the Ursaring, seeing his Pokémon panting heavily from relentless chasing, gritted his teeth and gave another attack command. Upon hearing the command, Ursaring also clenched its teeth, pushed off with its limbs, and abruptly doubled its running speed. It quickly widened the distance between itself and the colorful Beautifly hovering above it. Sparks of electricity began to flicker on Ursaring's body as it prepared its attack. Close in and use Aerial Ace to interrupt its move. Before Ursaring could launch its Thunder Wave, Beautifly's trainer swiftly issued a counter command. Almost instantly, Beautifly flapped its wings sharply. The next moment, a thunderous crack split the air, and Beautifly's figure appeared right in front of Ursaring. Seeing its opponent suddenly appear in front of it, Ursaring's eyes gleamed with determination as it continued to charge forward. However, it was taken aback to find that it had only hit a fading afterimage. Before Ursaring could react, Beautifly's ethereal figure reappeared behind it, striking decisively and sending the startled Ursaring flying. The Thunder Wave attack was immediately interrupted and rendered ineffective. Stop playing around. Use the simplest and most effective move to end the battle. Show respect to your opponent and finish it quickly with gust. Frowning at Beautifly's habit of showing off by taunting its opponent with its speed, Sato sternly reprimanded the Pokémon, who was fluttering playfully instead of pressing its advantage. Upon hearing Sato's admonishment, Beautifly's eyes flashed with discontent. However, seeing the serious expression on Sato's face, it quickly dropped its dissatisfaction and followed his command. With a mere thought, Beautifly summoned flying-type energy from its surroundings. The energy joyfully converged, forming a towering white whirlwind nearly 2 meters tall. The whirlwind moved with astonishing speed, engulfing Ursaring just as it struggled to its feet. When the whirlwind dissipated, Ursaring lay on the ground, unable to battle. This was just a casual one-on-one roadside battle. After defeating the bug catcher who had emerged from the tall grass, Sato and his opponent exchanged handshakes as per tradition. Wow, your Beautifly is amazing. I've never seen one fly so fast. My Ursaring was completely outmatched in speed, said Shiro, the bug catcher, looking enviously at the Beautifly now perched on Sato's shoulder. As a veteran bug catcher transitioning into more competitive training, his sharp eye quickly discerned the extraordinary capabilities of Sato's Beautifly. Beautifly. Hearing the praise, Beautifly paused its drinking from the glass of water infused with melted gemstone-grade poke blocks in Sato's hand. It lifted its head, straightened its proboscis, and chirped proudly. Don't encourage her. She's strong, but way too conceited. Anyway, as agreed, lead me to Route 118, Sato said, shaking his head with a smile. After rescuing Marcus, Sato didn't return to the village to report back to the Elder. He knew the incident had escalated beyond what he anticipated. Darkrai, the guardian Pokémon of Mt. Pyre, placed there by the Mikuri clan, had been gravely injured. This was bound to provoke their wrath. While Sato had no choice but to injure the weakened Darkrai in self-defense, the fact remained that he had severely wounded it and even obtained a shard of the Nightmare Crystal. Looking at the situation, it was clear that Team Magma was the main culprit behind the invasion of Mt. Pyre. However, Sato, initially an unexpected third party with the pretense of rescuing Marcus, ended up inadvertently assisting Team Magma in their battle against Darkrai. The Mikuri clan, a powerful family with vast influence in the Hone region, wouldn't bother distinguishing between masterminds and accomplices. Their normal response would likely involve eliminating everyone involved, considering the severity of the injury inflicted upon their legendary guardian Pokémon. To avoid entanglement, Sato decided to leave immediately, even skipping out on claiming the second half of his reward from the village elder. That said, Sato wasn't going to forget the elder's promised payment. He had entrusted Marcus, who was endlessly grateful to him, to relay a message to the elder, send the reward to the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. The Mikuri clan's influence was undeniable, and their intelligence network spread across Hone. Before half a day had passed, they had already tracked down Sato. Surprisingly, instead of blaming him, they expressed their gratitude. They claimed he had thwarted Team Magma's plot and restored Darkray's sanity. As a token of their thanks, they gifted him a TM containing the Surf move and 10 million Poke Dollars. Not a single word was mentioned about the Nightmare Crystal Shard. To top it off, Wallace, whom Sato hadn't heard from in a while, finally reached out to him. Wallace also offered words of thanks, exchanged stories of their journeys, and finally requested another batch of gemstone-grade poke blocks. Sato followed Bugcatcher Shiro's lead, swiftly making his way through the dense forest of Route 123 before emerging onto a sandy beach along the coastline. According to the map, this area marked the boundary of Route 118. All you have to do is head straight across this section of the sea to reach the western side of Route 118. Don't worry, the water separating the land isn't too vast. If you have a water-type Pokémon big enough to carry you, it'll take about half an hour of swimming to see the opposite shore. Otherwise, you can follow the coastline to a boat rental place over there. But let me warn you, those guys charge a steep price, 10,000 Poke dollars for a single trip, Shiro explained, smiling at Sato as they reached the beach. His eyes, however, couldn't help but wander repeatedly towards Sato's beautifully perched on his shoulder, his envy apparent. That'll do, thanks for guiding me here. Come on out, Swampert, the rest of the journey is in your hands, Sato said with a smile as he pulled out a Pokeball and released his Swampert. In an instant, the imposing figure of Swampert materialized on the sand. Swampert. Perhaps to loosen up, Swampert let out a resounding roar and pounded the sandy ground beneath him with mighty punches. The tremors that followed were intense enough to mimic a small localized earthquake. The sheer power emanating from Swampert's presence was undeniable. Ever since he had sent Darkrai fleeing with a single punch, Swampert's aura had grown even more commanding and sharp. Even Beautifully, usually proud and unyielding, lowered its head meekly, clearly unwilling to provoke Swampert. Shiro, on the other hand, paled visibly at the sight of Swampert's overwhelming display of strength and aura. The envy on his face vanished entirely as he hastily bid Sato goodbye, darting into the forest and disappearing from sight. As Shiro fled in a panic, the rustling sounds of others retreating quickly followed, before the forest fell silent again. At least you know your place. It's true what they say when traveling, you have to stay vigilant. People everywhere have been worn down by the grind of life, Sato thought, his expression unreadable as he watched Shiro run off. During their trek, Shiro had repeatedly tried to trade his prized bug-type Pokémon for Beautifully. He even went so far as to offer all his Pokémon in exchange, but Sato declined every time. It seemed Shiro had some influence in the Route 123 area, and he had been contemplating ambushing Sato to steal Beautifully. However, Swampert's intimidating presence had shattered that idea completely, forcing him to retreat. Sato soon dismissed the incident from his mind. He released his shiny Pelipper as well, climbing onto Swampert's back and allowing Pelipper to lead the way across the sea. Shiro's directions had been accurate. After about half an hour, guided by Pelipper, Sato, and Swampert began to see the coastline of the western side of Route 118. Unlike the quiet, deserted beaches of Route 118's eastern edge, the western side was bustling with life. This area connected to Movoli City, famously known in the Hone region as the vibrant city of joy. The beach was packed with people enjoying various activities, creating a lively, joyful atmosphere. Sato's arrival, riding Swampert across the sea, drew the attention of many swimmers nearby. However, seeing Sato's friendly demeanor, they quickly resumed their activities without much concern. Hey there, buddy. This area is a recreational zone, so you can't dock here. Follow me, there's a designated spot for landing over there, a staff member riding a whalmer called out as he approached Sato. Sato nodded at the lifeguard, signaling Pelipper and Swampert to follow. After navigating a wide arc, they finally reached the designated landing spot on the western shore of Route 118. Coming from the eastern side of Route 118, welcome to Movoli City's beach resort? I'm Troy, nice to meet you. By the way, if you haven't had lunch yet, there's a great seaside restaurant nearby. Their food is fantastic and very reasonably priced. Troy, a lifeguard with a bodybuilder's physique, greeted Sato warmly, his bright smile revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. I'm Sato. I haven't eaten yet, so I'll take you up on that suggestion. Lead the way, Troy, Sato replied with a small smile after some hesitation. It was already past 1 p.m., and after the half-hour journey under the scorching sun, Sato was starving. His Pokémon needed rest as well. Troy's grin widened even further, his dazzling teeth standing out starkly against his tanned skin. The sight reminded Sato of toothpaste commercials, and he couldn't help but think Troy would be better off advertising toothpaste than working as a lifeguard. To Sato's surprise, Troy led him to a restaurant owned by his family rather than simply promoting someone else's business. As promised, the food was exceptional. Both Sato and his Pokémon enjoyed the meal immensely. Swampert's enormous appetite became a spectacle, inadvertently drawing more customers to the already popular seaside restaurant. Pleased with Sato and his Pokémon's remarkable spending, Troy even stayed back to help his father prepare grilled seafood to satisfy Swampert's voracious hunger. Sato, are you planning to take Movoli's cycling road to Slateport City later? If so, I'd advise against it for now, Troy said suddenly, carrying a large platter of grilled seafood just as Sato was asking a bikini-clad woman about the cycling road's condition. Why, Troy, what's wrong with cycling road? I need to get to Slateport City today, and I was hoping to make it there by nightfall, Sato asked, turning to him with a frown. Movoli City is one of the larger cities in the Hone region. Strategically located, it's the only city in Hone with connections in all directions. To the east lies Route 118, to the south Route 110, to the west Route 117, and to the north Route 111. When people in Hone think of Movoli City, what often comes to mind is the famous cycling road, a high-speed bicycle route constructed on an elevated bridge that connects Movoli City to Slateport City. This impressive route was built because the stretch of land between Movili and Slateport is mostly sea. While there is some winding land connecting the two cities, high tide often submerges it. Perhaps in the distant past, this overwater route was meant for vehicles, but for reasons unknown, it eventually became exclusively for bicycles. Thanks to this cycling road, both Movili and Slateport have developed rich cycling cultures. Movili even has a bicycle company that developed two unique types of bikes, the mock bike and the acro bike. Riding along the cycling road has become a fashionable leisure activity, especially during sunset. Couples often enjoy riding bicycles together while watching the sunset over the sea, creating a romantic atmosphere. As a result, during sunset, the road is typically crowded with pairs of young couples. Singles are better off avoiding the area during this time to spare themselves the sight of such romance. Additionally, Movili and Slateport cycling associations host an annual bicycle race that is a favorite event for cycling enthusiasts. Participants compete alongside their Pokémon, working together to complete the race. All this information about the cycling road was gathered by Sato from a bikini-clad woman standing nearby. The woman's name was Lilina, a florist in Movili City and the owner of a flower shop. She was initially drawn to Sato because of his shiny beautifully. Unfortunately, the beautifully displayed an inexplicable hostility toward anyone other than Sato, ignoring all of Lilina's attempts to engage with it. Eventually, Sato ended up treating her as a source of information. However, Lilina didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about cycling. She preferred swimming to maintain her figure and wasn't well versed in the latest updates about the cycling road. In contrast, the muscular Troy had the much-needed first-hand knowledge. Since the cycling road is the fastest route from Movili to Slateport, Sato was eager to learn more about it. After all, the road is quite long, and the lack of security there could easily give rise to trouble. Oh, there's been a lot of trouble recently, Troy said angrily as he placed some grilled seafood before his swampert. The bicycle gangs on the cycling road have been unusually active. There used to be several small gangs, none of which amounted to much, but now they've been united under a powerful leader. They frequently rob travelers on the road, to the point where people now avoid it, opting for the slower sea route instead. Troy's expression darkened further as he emphasized the word robbery, revealing he might have been a victim himself. Really? Have they gotten that bold? Isn't the League police doing anything about it? Sato asked, his face turning serious. Brother Sato, have you ever ridden a mock bike? Let me tell you, those bikes are faster than most cars. The gang members are expert cyclists, and they always wear masks during their heists. Most importantly, their leader is both incredibly strong and clever. The League police have attempted several raids, but their plans were all foiled. Troy's frustration was palpable as he explained the situation. I see. So the person uniting the gangs must be quite formidable. I guess the cycling road is a no-go for now. There goes my plan to experience riding there, Sato said with a disappointed sigh as he finished the last bite of his seafood bowl. Yeah, it's a real shame, Troy agreed, his tone equally disheartened. The annual bicycle race scheduled for tomorrow might even be cancelled because of them. My man Ektrick and I have been preparing for this event all year. It's really frustrating. After finishing his meal, Sato bid farewell to Troy and Lilina. Although Lilina tried to invite him to a seaside resort, he politely declined, citing his need to stay on schedule. Nevertheless, they exchanged contact information for future correspondence. Despite her primary interest in butterflies, Lilina's true motive for approaching Sato was transparent. She wanted her male Beautifully to breed with his shiny Beautifully in hopes of obtaining an exceptional offspring. However, when it became clear that Sato wouldn't agree, she gave up. Sato proceeded along Route 118 and entered Movili City proper through its eastern gate. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with vibrant energy. Interestingly, the main streets of Movili had very few cars. Instead, bicycles of all kinds dominated the roads. Students, office workers, and even Pokémon were riding bicycles alongside their trainers, creating a lively and unique atmosphere. Sato was also able to witness the speed of the mock bike firsthand. Although it didn't quite reach sonic speeds, its swift movement was a blur on the dedicated cycling lanes. Clearly, Movili's cycling culture was thriving, and the city's vibrant energy reflected that. Not long after entering the city, Sato came across a bicycle shop named Windy Bicycle Store. Outside the shop were numerous bicycles on display, including mock bikes for sale. However, Sato wasn't particularly interested in the mock bike. The high speed of those bicycles required exceptional skill, making them dangerous for novices. Moreover, without a mock bike license issued by the Cycling Association, no shop owner would sell one. Instead, Sato set his sights on the acro bike. This versatile bike was perfect for trainers who frequently traveled in the wilderness. It could handle complex terrains with ease. This one seems great. With this, traveling will be much more convenient, Sato thought as he examined a brand new black acro bike, admiring its intricate parts and advanced design. Sato casually leaned against the bike shop's wall, instantly catching the attention of a nearby, charming female employee. She promptly walked over with a warm smile, asking what kind of bicycle Sato was looking for. What stood out about her was that she didn't underestimate Sato for his simple and modest trainer attire. Instead, she maintained a high level of professionalism as she assisted him. After a brief conversation, the employee realized Sato was particularly interested in an off-road bicycle, the second most expensive model in the shop. Her smile grew even brighter, and she launched into an enthusiastic sales pitch, eloquently highlighting the bike's many advantages. When it came to the bike's drawbacks, primarily its exorbitant price, she cleverly countered them with the shop's current promotions, including a major discount, a 1-year return policy, a 10-year warranty, and a generous supply of spare parts. To be honest, when Sato heard the bike cost a staggering $3 million, his heart skipped a beat. The price left him momentarily stunned. However, the off-road acro bike's steep price was justified. Its frame was made entirely of a special alloy, making it both incredibly sturdy and exceptionally lightweight. Despite its solid appearance, the bike weighed only about 10 kilograms. The tires, crafted from a special synthetic rubber, were not only durable and wear-resistant but also highly buoyant. With air-filled inner tubes, the bike could float on water effortlessly. Equipped with additional weight-reducing gadgets, the bike could handle challenging terrains like swamps, uneven ground, and lakes with ease. It even doubled as an emergency flotation device. To demonstrate its features, the employee threw the bike into a demonstration pool in the shop. She then stood on the floating bike herself, further proving its capabilities. The off-road bike also had versatile assembly options. It could be quickly reconfigured into various outdoor essentials, such as a one-person boat, a makeshift table with a chair, a tent, or climbing gear, using its accompanying parts. In her words, owning this off-road acro bike allowed trainers to traverse most terrains effortlessly. It does sound impressive. Is this bike the latest model? Sato asked with a smile after patiently listening to the detailed introduction. No, sir. The ones displayed outside are last-generation demo models. The latest models are inside the shop. If you'd like to see them, please follow me, she replied eagerly, realizing Sato was serious about buying. Without waiting for his response, she enthusiastically led him into the shop. Having worked in sales for over 2 years, the employee had developed a keen eye for spotting potential customers. Despite Sato's plain attire, his strong trainer aura was unmistakable, not to mention the well-trained Growlithe by his side. She could tell at one glance that he was a skilled trainer. Typically, a trainer's strength correlated with their wealth. Her hospitality proved well-placed, as Sato's behavior confirmed her assessment. Half an hour later, the employee bid Sato farewell with a beaming smile. He rode out of the shop on a newly purchased acro bike. This latest model bike originally cost $3.88 million but was discounted to $3 million. For Sato, this purchase was well within his means. Before leaving Slateport City, Sato had only $1 million left. After receiving $2 million from the village elder for his first rescue mission, $4 million from looting the Team Magma at MT Pyre, and $10 million from the Dewford clan, his wallet was well padded. Even after buying the bike, he still had over $14 million to spare. Under Sato's request and an extra $200,000 for modifications, the shop's mechanics transformed the originally sleek, jet-black off-road bike into a plain-looking one. Despite its appearance, the bike retained all its original functionality. Riding his seemingly ordinary bike through the streets, Sato sped along effortlessly. Growlithe lay in a metal basket at the front, poking its head out with its pink tongue wagging as it happily took in the sights. Behind Sato, Blossom sat gracefully on the rear seat, hugging his waist and sharing in the joyful experience. This was worth every poke dollar, Sato thought with satisfaction as he pedaled. Even on bumpy roads, the bike handled smoothly and steadily. If I'd had this bike before, I wouldn't have spent 2 days crossing Route 123. I could have done it in just one. Sato soon reached Movili City's Pokémon Center from the bike shop on the city's eastern edge, covering the 12-kilometer distance in just 20 minutes, an impressive speed of 36 kilometers per hour. Amazingly, he wasn't even tired, feeling as though he'd only jogged a couple of laps around a standard track. After folding the bike and storing it in his spatial gear, Sato entered the Pokémon Center. His eyes immediately landed on a prominent red mission board displaying a league task. A white paper on the board detailed the recruitment of trainers to combat a gang of reckless bikers on the city's cycling highway. The request was issued jointly by the Movili City and Slateport Bicycle Associations. Sato first handed all his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, asking her to provide them with a full checkup. After that, he slowly made his way to the board where the missions were posted. Since unexpectedly obtaining the identification of a league-affiliated trainer in Saffron City, Sato had yet to participate in any official league activities or complete any missions that non-mainstream trainers usually pursued with great enthusiasm. For a non-mainstream trainer to establish themselves within the league, the first step was to become a recognized league trainer. To achieve this, they needed to complete various league missions distributed across different regions to earn contribution points. Typically, once a non-mainstream trainer accrued 10,000 contribution points, the league would assign them a promotion task. Upon completing this task, they would officially become a recognized league trainer. However, earning league contribution points was no easy feat generally, only C-rank missions offered contribution points. The missions were categorized into 5 levels S, A, B, C, and D in descending order of difficulty. Each rank corresponded to trainers of varying skill levels. S-rank missions were exclusively for Elite 4 level trainers or above, A-rank missions for quasi-Elite 4 and Elite level trainers, while B, C, and D missions catered to professional trainers, advanced trainers, and rookie trainers, respectively. Note, Elite 4 level trainers are not synonymous with the Elite 4 themselves. The title Elite Four and Champion simply denotes the top 5 trainers of a region. Please don't equate the two, they are distinct concepts. Initially, trainers could only accept D-rank missions. To access higher-ranked missions, they needed to undergo a trainer-level evaluation test at a league branch in a major city. Passing this test would officially upgrade their trainer rank within the league records. S-rank and A-rank missions, however, were exceptions. These missions were exceptionally difficult, often impossible to complete single-handedly. The league only permitted Elite 4 level or quasi-Elite 4 level trainers to accept these missions first and recruit others to assist. The mission Sato was looking at now, an operation against a rogue biker gang, was classified as an A-rank mission. It had already been taken by a trainer named Watson, a quasi-Elite 4 level trainer certified by the league, who was currently recruiting other trainers to help. Yes, this Watson was the same character appointed as the Movili City gym leader in the games. However, it seemed he had yet to assume that role officially. Watson, huh? It must be the same person. If he's leading this recruitment, it could be worth considering. But passing his test might be troublesome. I remember he's also a tech engineer, Sato thought, carefully recalling what he knew about the Movili gym leader. From Sato's memory, Watson was a jovial old man, kind and approachable. He had once been the project manager for New Movili under Movili Holdings, a rival to the Devon Corporation. However, after the project failed and Movili Holdings went bankrupt, Devon gained dominance in the Hone region. Watson returned to Movili as a city designer and later became a gym leader. Watson's strength was commendable. Though ambushed by a member of Team Aqua's admin trio, he managed to defeat the Polyper and Ninjask using his Manectric before eventually falling in the skirmish. Having encountered one of Team Magma's admins at MT Pyre, Sato had experienced firsthand the strength of such individuals, who were undoubtedly at the quasi-Elite 4 level. He assumed other Team Aqua's admins were similarly skilled. Thus, Sato had no doubts about Watson's quasi-Elite 4 level strength. He even speculated that Watson might have been an Elite 4 level trainer in his youth but had declined with age, unlike trainers like Price, who grew stronger over time. Wahaha, young man, are you interested in joining this operation? You seem quite capable, a sudden voice exclaimed, startling Sato as he turned to find a chubby old man standing silently behind him, smiling warmly. The old man was accompanied by 2 trainers. One was a stern-faced man with an intimidating air, while the other was a sweet-looking young woman with lively, mischievous blue eyes. May I ask who you are? Sato asked, feigning ignorance despite recognizing the man as Watson. The sudden approach made him wary, as he hadn't yet interacted with the gym leader personally. Wahaha, I am Watson. So, how about it? Want to do some good for Movili City and the League? If you're interested, I can waive the recruitment test, Watson offered with a hearty laugh, clapping Sato on the shoulder in a friendly manner. So you're Mr. Watson. It's an honor to meet you, Sato replied politely. My name is Sato. I would like to join, but I have urgent matters back in Kanto and can't afford any delays. Without knowing the mission's duration, I can't accept your invitation. Wahaha, no worries, young man. Everyone has their own priorities. Perhaps we'll meet again someday, Watson responded kindly, shaking Sato's hand warmly before leaving. Once Watson was gone, Sato found a quiet corner in the waiting area, ordered a juice, and opened a trainer magazine while waiting for his Pokémon to finish their treatment. While pretending to read, Sato discreetly unfolded the slip of paper Watson had given him, noting its contents before tucking it into the magazine and resuming his act. Eventually, Sato's name was called, signaling that his Pokémon were ready. Collecting them, he quickly rode his off-road bicycle out of the Pokémon Center. He stopped in front of Movili City's urban park. As he entered, he noticed the mischievous female trainer from before waving at him. 4:00 p.m. The city park wasn't particularly crowded. A few scattered pedestrians wandered leisurely through the area. Sato calmly observed a female trainer seated on a park bench ahead, waving him over. Keeping his expression neutral, he folded his mountain bike and stored it before walking toward her with Growlithe at his side. I can't believe you actually came, the mysterious hero of MT Pyre himself. Hi, I'm Chris, but you can call me Chrissy. Now, come on, follow me. Mr. Watson is waiting for you. The trainer named Chris jumped up from the bench the moment Sato approached, bouncing over to him with a peculiar grin. She didn't give him a chance to respond before spinning around and walking ahead. Wait, I never agreed to anything. If you're calling me here, shouldn't you explain what's going on first? Until you clarify the situation, I'm not going anywhere. When Chris realized Sato wasn't following her, she returned reluctantly, her earlier excitement replaced by frustration. Sato, expressionless, made his stance clear. From Chris's earlier words, it was evident that Watson and his team knew about his recent actions, likely due to the MT Pyre incident. That probably explained why Watson had personally sought him out. Still, if they wanted his help, they'd have to earn it. Sato only showed up out of respect for the elderly man, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with the note or its address. You're so difficult? Just follow me, and you'll find out. I'm not going to trick you. Besides, this place isn't safe. Who knows when one of those cycling gang spies might show up. We had a hard time shaking them off as it is. Chris's cheerful demeanor faded as she frowned, visibly irritated by Sato's lack of trust. However, Sato remained unfazed, ignoring the young woman's displeasure. He stood his ground, waiting silently for the explanation he demanded. Despite her youth and beauty, these weren't reasons for him to trust her. Stop wasting your breath, Chris. This guy is just an ungrateful fool. Thinks he's so great because of one heroic deed. If he doesn't want to come, then drag him here. Maybe then he'll understand who's in charge. A young trainer who had been observing from the shadows stepped forward, glaring at Sato with disdain. His tone was full of mockery and challenge. This was Pat, a fellow trainer who had been with Watson earlier. Standing taller than Sato, he looked down at him with open hostility, his expression betraying jealousy. Don't, Pat. Mr. Watson will be angry if he finds out, Chris tried to reason, her face darkening as she addressed her companion, a trainer from an influential lineage within the league. Since the MT Pyre incident, Sato's reputation had begun spreading among young trainers in Hone. Pat, however, scoffed at the idea of a nobody being hailed as a hero. To him, Sato's humble background made the story unbelievable. After all, how could such a person possibly accomplish such a feat? How about this? A Pokémon battle. If you win, I'll tell you everything. If you lose, you'll come with us quietly and admit you're no hero. Pat ignored Chris's protests, staring at Sato with contempt. Pathetic. Where does this dog's superiority complex even come from? I admit, your words annoyed me, but I'm not interested in an unfair battle. Explaining things is your responsibility, not a favor to me. If you won't talk, I'm leaving. Having lived 2 lives, Sato had long outgrown youthful arrogance. Without hesitation, he turned away, unfolding his bike to leave. Pat's face turned red with anger, especially after being called a dog. In his fury, he swung a fist towards Sato. Unfortunately for Pat, he forgot about Growlithe, who had been watching angrily ever since Pat insulted his trainer. Without waiting for Sato's command, Growlithe charged and sent Pat flying with tackle. Pat landed face first on the ground, sprawled out in an undignified heap. Sato smirked at the sight but said nothing. He patted Growlithe's head and placed him in the bike's front basket before preparing to leave. Wait, how about this as a condition for our battle? If you win against both Pat and me, this Pokémon egg is yours. But if you lose to either of us, you must help us with everything you've got. Chris's voice stopped him. She pulled a Pokémon egg from her bag, holding it up as she made her offer. The egg's upper half was bright orange, while its lower half was black. The 2 colors met in a jagged pattern, resembling a 2-toned, oversized novelty egg. Sato paused, curiosity piqued. When he turned and saw the egg, a faint blue glow flashed in his eyes, and his expression became serious. You're offering such a rare Pokémon egg as a condition. Yes. If you defeat us, it's yours, Chris declared confidently, her posture straight and proud. No takebacks. Sato pressed. None. If I go back on my word, I'm a toad. Chris's firm reply left no room for doubt. Very well. I accept this Pokémon battle. Sato nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. After receiving Chris's confirmation, Sato's concerns finally eased. As he looked again at the Pokémon egg in her hands, a hint of fervor flashed in his eyes. This egg wasn't ordinary by any means. Using his system's detection feature, Sato discovered that the Pokémon inside not only possessed astonishing potential but also had inherited impressive moves. If his guesses were correct, this Pokémon egg must have come at a great cost to Chris. Indeed, the Pokémon developing inside had a profound connection to the iconic Pikachu that ran through the entire Pokémon series. It was none other than Piku, Pikachu's pre-evolution acute, high-potential little Piku. Piku's details. Pokémon, Piku. Level, 1. Type, Electric. Ability, Lightning Rod. Gender, Male. Known moves, Thunder Shock, Charm, Wish, Egg Move, Volt Tackle, Egg Move. Held item, none. IVs, individual values. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 31, 31. Special attack, 31, 31. Special defense, 28, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, 180, Gold tier, greater than 175. When Sato saw Piku's stats for the first time, he was as shocked, as if hit by an earthquake. A Piku with such terrifying potential might even rival Ash's Pikachu. What made it even more extraordinary was that this Piku started at a higher baseline than Ash's Pikachu. Before even hatching, it had already inherited Wish, an exceptional healing move, and Volt Tackle, an extremely powerful offensive move. As someone who grew up watching Pokémon, Sato had always harbored a special fondness for Pikachu. As a child, he often dreamed of embarking on thrilling adventures with Pikachu by his side. Now, Sato had only one thought in his mind: no matter what, he had to defeat these 2 proud League Elite trainers and obtain this precious Piku egg. This determination burned brightly within him, intensifying his fighting spirit and sharpening his focus. His intensity and change in demeanor was quickly noticed by both of them. Sato's journey from Pewter City, though somewhat short, had been packed with battles and adventures far beyond the experiences of average trainers. His recent grueling battle with Darkrai had especially forged him, both mentally and spiritually, into a new person. Pat, originally arrogant, began to grow serious. Unlike some pampered heirs in his family, he had chosen not to idle away in Pokémon academies but to venture out into the world. Pat's pride wasn't baseless. At the academy, he consistently ranked among the top students, and with steady progress, he was on track to graduate with honors and secure a spot in the Hone League. But 3 months before graduation, Pat had opted to forego the exams and venture out on his own. Over the past month, he had collected 6 gym badges from some of Hoen's toughest gyms. His starter Trico had evolved into a formidable Sceptile, and he had captured several strong Pokémon. Among his peers, Pat was undoubtedly a standout. Yet today, he realized he had encountered a peer much similar to himself, someone whose background was far less privileged. This left him with a sense of unexpected defeat. Sato's aura distinct to powerful trainers was something Pat had only ever felt around accomplished and confident professionals. I know, all this aura BS is kinda annoying, but I already tried to improve it as best as I could without making it too distracting and or annoying. It filled him with both awe and an odd sense of inferiority. Chris, too, was having second thoughts. Initially full of confidence, she now kind of regretted underestimating this peer who suddenly seemed formidable. I'll go first. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Sato. I was overly presumptuous earlier. Please forgive me, and let's battle with everything we've got, Pat said, nodding politely at Sato. No problem. Lead the way. Let's have a one-on-one Pokémon battle, Sato replied, slightly surprised at Pat's sudden shift in demeanor. In the city park's public battlefields, the three quickly found a suitable arena. As soon as the battle began, a small crowd of spectators began gathering. Come out, Swampert. Go, Sceptile. Chris acted as the referee. At her signal, both trainers released their Pokémon. Swampert and Sceptile faced off, their intense gazes locking before launching into battle without awaiting commands. Pat Sceptile's details. Pokémon, Sceptile. Level, 38. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Male. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs, Individual Values. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 27, 31. Defense, 26, 31. Special Attack, 28, 31. Special Defense, 27, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Total IVs, 166, Purple Tier. Known moves, Leaf Blade, Quick Attack, Slam, Agility, Double Hit, X-Scissor, Absorb, Pursuit, Leaf Storm. Egg Move, Dragon Breath. TMS, Seed Bomb, Dragon Claw, Protect, Hyper Beam, Dragon Pulse. Sceptile showcased its immense battle prowess from the start. It used agility to enhance its speed and began firing seed bombs at Swampert to maintain its distance. However, Swampert countered deftly. Using Ice Punch and the muddy terrain it had created earlier, it built ice walls to block Sceptile's vision before tunneling underground with Dig. Use Leaf Blade around your feet? Force it out. Pat shouted, immediately guessing Swampert's strategy. Sceptile obeyed, its arm blades glowing as it slashed the ground. Deep cracks appeared around it, eventually forcing Swampert to emerge but not without suffering deep cuts from Leaf Blade. Swampert, no need to evade. Close in and hit with Ice Punch. Full power. Sato commanded, his calm voice masking a rising excitement. Sceptile charged in for another Leaf Blade, but Swampert met it head-on. It parried the attack with one icy fist and landed a devastating crushing blow with the other to Sceptile's midsection. Sceptile didn't even have time to cry out before being flung several meters away, crashing into a wall. It was knocked out cold. One punch. Just one punch. This decisive victory left Pat, Chris, and the surrounding spectators in stunned silence. It was a humbling moment for Pat, who realized the grave mistake of letting Sato's Swampert engage in close combat. The Swampert's terrifying strength, defeating Sceptile with a single punch, left the battlefield in utter silence. The sound of people gulping nervously was particularly jarring in the quiet. It took a while before the audience regained their composure from the shock. When they looked at the imposing Swampert and the trainer standing behind it again, their eyes were filled with deep reverence. Sato's Swampert had defeated such a powerful Sceptile in one hit. To them, for a trainer like Sato, dealing with unarmed people like themselves would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. The mere thought of being targeted by Sato was horrifying. What would happen if that Swampert hit them with a punch? Thank you for the match. Next time, I won't lose. Pat took a deep breath, retrieved his fainted Sceptile into its Pokeball, and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Sato. He was seething with frustration. If only he hadn't been impulsive and had kept Sceptile at a distance from Swampert during the fight, the victory would have been almost guaranteed. He had lost due to his youthful recklessness. Knowing you have such a strong Sceptile, I won't use Swampert next time. You know, the type disadvantage is too harsh. I can't fight like that, Sato replied with a sly smile. Hearing this, Pat regretted everything. He knew there might not be another chance for revenge. With Pat's defeat, it was now Chris's turn to battle, with Pat serving as the referee. Despite witnessing the Swampert's overwhelming strength, Chris wasn't willing to give up. She had her pride, and she wasn't ready to hand over her beloved Piku egg so easily. Sato, not underestimating his opponent, recalled his injured Swampert and prepared for a new match. Both he and Chris threw their Pokeballs simultaneously to ensure a fair fight, as neither knew which Pokemon the other would send out. Your turn, Golbat. I'm counting on you, Tropius. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Sato and Chris released their Pokemon. Tropius? Does she still think I'll use Swampert? This is hilarious, Sato chuckled at the sight of Tropius, a grass/flying type, which was a perfect counter to Swampert. However, Sato had chosen Golbat, an excellent counter to Tropius. While Sato grinned, Chris's face darkened. She couldn't believe Sato had sent out Golbat. The disadvantage from the previous match had reversed, and now she was the one on the back foot. Golbat had both the type advantage and a higher level compared to Tropius. Sato even confirmed through his system's scanning ability that Tropius lacked any moves effective against Golbat. Sato shifted tactics completely in this battle. Unlike his aggressive commands with Swampert, he patiently directed Golbat to corner Tropius bit by bit, leaving no room for a comeback. His calculated strategy was unshakable. The final blow came when Tropius, in an attempt to turn the tide, fell victim to Golbat's toxic. With Tropius poisoned, Chris's plan to use Synthesis and outlast Golbat was thwarted. Darn it! Tropius, use Leaf Storm. As Tropius approached defeat, Chris resorted to its strongest move in a desperate attempt to turn the tables. Even then, Sato didn't recklessly pit Golbat against Tropius. Instead, he had Golbat use Protect and Steel Wing to minimize damage and avoid Tropius's final assault. In the end, despite Tropius's best effort with Leaf Storm, it couldn't deal significant damage to Golbat, who had a quadruple resistance to Grass-type moves. The poison finally took its toll, leaving Tropius unable to continue. No gentlemanly conduct at all. Couldn't you let a girl win? After the battle, Chris puffed her cheeks, reluctantly handing over the Piku egg to Sato, looking as though she were on the verge of tears. Come on, you were the one who insisted on gambling. Who was it that said anyone who reneges would be a toad? You don't want to be a toad princess, do you? Sato teased, seeing her reluctance. Hearing the words toad princess, Chris shrank back, feeling guilty. She loosened her grip, allowing Sato to snatch the Piku egg. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it, Sato said happily, placing the egg in a specialized incubator before tucking it into his backpack. Afterward, Chris composed herself. As per their agreement, in addition to the Piku egg, she and Pat fully disclosed their plan to raid the rogue bikers. They explained how Watson had organized several raids, only for them to fail due to leaked information. While they had managed to capture some members, the leader and core group always escaped. Realizing there was a mole among them, Watson, Pat, and Chris worked tirelessly to root out the traitor, ultimately discovering the bikers' hideout. However, Watson's reputation in Movili City had suffered due to repeated failures. Few trainers responded to his latest call for reinforcements. Just when the plan seemed doomed due to a lack of manpower, Sato's unexpected appearance in the area gave them hope. As a local hero, Sato's reputation had grown immensely. After discussing it, the trio decided to approach him for help. They initially planned to test his strength subtly, but Sato ignored their schemes, leading to his match with Pat and Chris. That's the story. Please help us, Mr. Sato. With you on our side, we can finally wipe out those rogue bikers and make a name for ourselves, Pat said, his eyes burning with determination. Chris, too, looked hopeful. For people born with wealth like them, fame was far more enticing than fortune. Fame, huh? No wonder these idle heirs of influential families are so invested in this matter. It seems that this bicycle gang really has become a cancer in Movili City. Whoever eliminates them will gain immense prestige in the city. Watson will probably leverage this achievement to secure her position as a gym leader in the future. Sato's sharp eyes caught the fervor in the two trainers' gazes. He instantly understood the motives of these two league-bred trainers from noble families and Watson's ambitions. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of just how troublesome the bicycle gang had become. For Sato, who still operated primarily as a member of Team Rocket, fame was nothing but a burden. The aftermath of the MT Pyre incident was still unfolding. If he helped Watson and the others eliminate this gang, his reputation would soar even higher. At that point, Sato would inevitably attract the attention of major powers, especially the League itself. He wasn't entirely confident in Team Rocket's ability to keep his identity under wraps. If the League discovered that his trainer ID was secretly processed by Team Rocket, he would be in serious trouble. Although Sato had already reached the level of a professional trainer, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that this strength could make the League overlook his affiliation with Team Rocket. Once his Rocket identity was exposed, no amount of goodwill or contributions to the League would save him. The League was unforgiving in such matters. They'd rather kill by mistake than let someone with ties to Team Rocket slip through. This was likely a price Sato knew he had to pay when he chose to join Team Rocket. Power always comes at a cost, though the true extent of that cost might not be clear at the beginning. As Sato had grown to his current level, he could now see the lifelong price he'd paid for gaining his starter Pokémon and resources from Team Rocket. Essentially, there was no escaping them for the rest of his life. The moment he joined, Team Rocket had branded him with an indelible mark. As long as that mark existed, Team Rocket didn't have to worry about betrayal. They knew that even if someone defected, the outcome wouldn't be favorable. The League would never fully trust a trainer with a Rocket past. Such a person could never reach the upper echelons of the League at best. They'd be treated as a glorified enforcer. So, to live more comfortably, staying with Team Rocket was the correct choice for Sato. At least this way, he had a shot at reaching the top of the organization. Of course, there was another option, a win-win scenario. He could follow in the footsteps of people like Sabrina, Lieutenant Surge, or Koga, maintaining his Rocket identity while aligning with the League to balance both worlds. However, that approach required exceptional skill, particularly in acting. It also depended on how much Team Rocket was willing to invest in him. If Team Rocket could completely erase his past and his acting skills were convincing enough, he could live openly under a dual identity. After all, life itself is like a play, and he was willing to give it a shot. Koga was an excellent example. Not only was he a master ninja, but he was also a deeply hidden double agent. He eventually became one of the Indigo League's Elite Four while maintaining his rocket ties. With such a vivid precedent, Sato didn't care much about the stigma of being a rocket member. As a transmigrator, he had his pride. Over the years, he had honed his acting skills to seamlessly integrate into this strange world. During his growth from infant to child, he'd cried, played, and behaved perfectly like a local. He was terrified of being exposed as abnormal and suspected of being possessed by a ghost-type Pokémon or some other entity, only to be executed by the superstitious villagers. In the Pokémon world, where odd creatures abounded, rural areas were especially steeped in superstition. Historically, there were records of ghost-type Pokémon controlling humans from the shadows, adding to the villagers' fears. Given the chance to live under a dual identity, Sato would seize it without hesitation. He believed his future achievements would rival, if not surpass, those of Koga. After all, he was a man with a decade-long goal, become the world's strongest or perish trying. I see. I understand your plan to eliminate the gang. From what I gather, your preparations seem thorough, and your chances of success are high. Honestly, if I weren't in a rush, I wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. So, I have a proposal for you. Sato paused, then spoke as the two trainers looked at him eagerly. As he continued, their eyes burned even brighter. 10 minutes later, Sato bid farewell to the two, who left with smiles plastered across their faces. Clearly, they had gained exactly what they wanted. In truth, Sato's proposal was simple. He offered to help them eliminate the bicycle gang, but he wanted none of the fame. All credit would go to Chris and Pat. In return, he demanded 50% of the profits from the operation. This included mission rewards and any gains from the gang. The proposal sounded steep, but Chris and Pat immediately agreed without consulting Watson, who remained in the dark. The three quickly reached an agreement, settled on a time and place for the operation, and left satisfied. Truthfully, neither Chris nor Pat cared about the mission rewards or loot. What they truly valued was the reputation they'd earn after the operation. A stellar reputation would open doors in the exclusive circle of league trainers and elevate their family standings, securing them greater benefits. Prestige mattered immensely in noble families, where social standing determined inheritance. Sigh, I underestimated how much these league heirs value reputation. I should have asked for 60%. Judging by their enthusiasm, they would have agreed. Watching Chris and Pat disappear into the distance, Sato's smile faded, replaced by regret. Reputation was invaluable, a precious intangible asset. Compared to it, mission rewards paled in comparison. If circumstances allowed, Sato would have claimed it for himself. But the matter was settled, and Sato wouldn't dwell on it. He had to reach Slateport City tonight and catch a flight to Saffron City the next morning. With only 6 days remaining, he needed to continue strengthening his team. Sato knew that once he returned to the Pewter City rocket base, his carefree days were likely over. If he wanted to maintain his current lifestyle, he had to amass overwhelming strength. Only then could he avoid becoming a target for opportunists. After bidding farewell to Chris and Pat, Sato mounted his mountain bike and swiftly left the city park. He then headed to a modest, budget-friendly inn. Using his trainer ID, he booked a deluxe single room and paid for a day's stay. Once settled in the spacious, quiet room, Sato enjoyed a restful sleep alongside his Pokémon. He woke up around 6 p.m., thanks to his alarm clock. Afterward, he called room service to request a sumptuous dinner and prepared meals for his Pokémon himself. Once everyone was well fed, Sato checked out of the inn. He mounted his bike again, accompanied by Growlithe, and headed to the rendezvous point he had agreed upon earlier with Chris and Pat. Since Sato had declared he wouldn't take any credit for the operation, he needed to remain incognito. This wasn't difficult for someone with a Ditto, a simple disguise mask was all it took. This anonymity also allowed Sato to avoid direct confrontations with the stronger members of the bicycle gang. His main role in the operation was to deal with the gang's lower-ranked members. In truth, the upper echelon forces for this operation, led by Watson, weren't lacking. What they needed were mid- and low-tier forces. The saying too many monks and too little gruel applied here. Only those who managed to take down the core members of the bicycle gang had a chance to earn renown. As a result, the top-tier operatives, including Chris and Pat, were unwilling to waste their time on underlings. But this led to a problem. If both sides' upper echelons were evenly matched but there was a significant disparity in mid- and lower-tier forces, the operation would be doomed to fail. If the elite forces couldn't quickly eliminate the gang's upper ranks, the operation would end in disaster. This deadlock was caused by human selfishness. Everyone refused to handle the grunt work. But with Sato, a top-tier operative, willingly stepping in to support the mid- and low-tier forces, the numbers issue could be addressed effectively. Having witnessed Sato's strength firsthand, both Chris and Pat knew he could easily handle the workload of over a dozen average trainers, if not more. The meeting point was a small forest south of Movoli City near the cycling highway. Disguised as an ordinary, low-profile recruit, Sato arrived to find 12 trainers already gathered there. Watson, Chris, and Pat had arrived earlier and stood at the center of the group, basking in the admiration of the other trainers. Growlithe and Sato's mountain bike, which featured a front basket, served as his identification. As soon as he arrived, the trio nodded in acknowledgement. In another 10 minutes, 25 trainers had gathered. Once Watson confirmed the head count, he led the charge on his bike. With 25 trainers on 25 bikes, the group formed an impressive convoy as they set out. Sato followed at the rear of the line with Growlithe. The cycling gang's base wasn't hard to find. According to intelligence gathered from informants, their headquarters was hidden beneath a house in the southwestern outskirts of Movili City. The task force launched a surprise attack, quickly taking down the lookouts stationed outside and surrounding the house. The gang was caught off guard. When the gang leader and a few core members emerged, it was already too late. They were surrounded by the task force and their Pokémon. Watson and the other elite operatives wasted no time engaging the gang's leader and core members, preventing them from escaping. The gang had over 40 mid and lower tier members pouring out of the underground base. If not for some being stationed on patrol along the highway, their numbers would have been even higher. Fortunately, apart from the leader and a handful of core members, the rest of the gang was relatively weak. Most of their Pokémon were Gulpins, easy to capture species from nearby habitats. The lower tier members typically had 3 Gulpins each, averaging level 14, while the mid-tier members had 4 or more, often including a Electrike for those with better resources, averaging level 20. To maintain his low profile, Sato refrained from sending out his Swampert or other powerful Pokémon. Instead, he relied on his Shiny Beautifly and Growlithe. Growlithe's role was to ensure Sato's safety, while Shiny Beautifly handled the bulk of the grunt work. Though only level 20, Shiny Beautifly was armed with a top-grade, mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone, making her nearly unstoppable in this low-level skirmish. Her graceful, lightning-fast aerial maneuvers struck despair into her opponents. A single swift aerial ace was often enough to incapacitate multiple Gulpins at once. On the battlefield, a dazzling silhouette flitted through the fray. Wherever she passed, Gulpins were sent flying and left unconscious. Simultaneously, her stun spore left their trainers paralyzed and incapacitated. Shiny Beautifly was Sato's most promising Pokémon to raise at the moment. Firstly, as a bug type, she was already biologically mature upon evolving into Beautifly. Sato didn't have to worry about rapid level UPS hindering her potential. Secondly, her individual values were near perfect, and combined with her innate Bug Monarch ability, her base stats reached an impressive 592.5. Her strength noticeably increased with every level. Finally, like Bellossom, Shiny Beautifully demonstrated unparalleled talent in manipulating bug and flying type energies. This allowed her to quickly master new moves without worrying about proficiency. These factors gave Sato hope that she could become as strong as his Swampert in the near future. In fact, Shiny Beautifully was shaping up to be his secret trump card within Team Rocket. If she could grow strong enough quickly, alongside Swampert and his other Pokémon, Sato could hold his own within the cutthroat environment of Team Rocket. Within moments, Shiny Beautifully had decimated most of the lower-tier gang members before the other operatives could react. Her elegant yet fearsome display struck fear into the gang and even unsettled some of the task force members. With the lower-tier members incapacitated, Sato shifted his attention to the mid-tier members still locked in battle with the task force. By this point, many on the battlefield had taken notice of Sato, the trainer behind the formidable Beautifly. Every gang member who caught his gaze couldn't help but shiver. After Sato's Shiny Beautifully defeated her 43rd Swalot, her level finally reached 25. At this point, the overwhelming presence emanating from the Shiny Beautifully made the surrounding Pokémon feel unusually oppressed. The majesty of a bug queen was beginning to manifest. However, the Shiny Beautifly's commanding display also drew the attention of some mid and high-ranking members of the gang, whose Pokémon were notably stronger. These individuals, understanding the importance of their lower-ranking members, decided to sacrifice one of their significant combat assets by sending out their Pokémon to intercept the Shiny Beautifully and stop her rampage. The Pokémon deployed by these mid and high-ranking members were far stronger than the fodder Beautifly had faced earlier. Most of them were at least level 20. Among them, a Manectric radiating electric energy proved especially troublesome with its swift and relentless electric-type moves. Though Shiny Beautifly's speed was unparalleled, allowing her to dodge attacks and even use her opponents as shields to redirect electric-type attacks, she was reaching her limit. The high-intensity battle against multiple foes of comparable level was taking its toll on her stamina. Unlike earlier opponents that could be dispatched with a single blow, the current adversaries were on par with her. This highlighted her biggest weakness. Having risen in strength too quickly, Shiny Beautifully lacked in stamina training. Furthermore, she had not yet mastered the healing moves Absorb and Mega Drain, which could have allowed her to recover during battle. This made her ill-suited for prolonged fights. Don't linger in battle. Break through their encirclement. You can't handle this many enemies of the same level on your own yet. Lure them to our allies and then take them down one by one. Scatter Stun Spore. Seeing that Shiny Beautifully was struggling to fully exert herself amidst the siege of similarly leveled Pokémon, Sato frowned. After commanding Growlithe to take care of a few sneaky enemies attempting to ambush him, he shouted instructions to Beautifly. Although Beautifly was reluctant to retreat, she didn't disobey Sato's orders. Over time, she had learned one thing. Her trainer's commands were absolute, and defiance generally didn't end too well in the end. After defeating a level 21 Swalot using an air cutter move, often favored by Golbat, she flapped her wings, used Aerial Ace to knock away several Volbeat, and broke free of the encirclement. However, Beautifly's delayed retreat gave the lurking Manectric an opening. The electric type launched a long-range discharge attack, striking her hard. Fortunately, Beautifly's special defense was decent, so she wasn't knocked out. The searing pain across her body, however, served as a humbling lesson. Realizing her overconfidence, she no longer dared to take risks. She immediately scattered a large amount of stun spore and bolted from the battlefield without looking back. Beautifly's speed allowed her to weave through the chaos. The encircling Pokémon failed to stop her, and after a few quick strikes of aerial ace on nearby Volbeat, she successfully escaped. The stun spore she released, while ineffective against electric types like Electrike and Manectric, worked wonders on Volbeat, Zubat, and Swalot/Gulpin, significantly reducing the number of pursuers. Following Sato's strategy, Beautifly led the remaining pursuers toward allied trainers who had been idly waiting to reap benefits. The pressure on her eased considerably. At this point, those who had been slacking off were in for a rude awakening. Although they were disgruntled, they dared not complain under Sato's cold, commanding gaze. Embarrassed, they directed their Pokémon to alleviate the pressure on Beautifly. Use Morning Sun under the streetlight now, Sato instructed. Seeing that Beautifly had broken free of the pursuit and that the idle teammates were finally pulling their weight, Sato quickly commanded her to use her only proficient recovery move, unsuitable for active combat. Hearing the command, Beautifly flew to the brightest streetlight nearby and activated Morning Sun. A soft, milky white glow enveloped her as many of her injuries healed rapidly. Unfortunately, since it was nighttime, the energy gained from Morning Sun was limited, restoring only a little over a quarter of her stamina and health. Still, it was enough for Beautifly to rejoin the battle. With her pain significantly alleviated, Beautifly immediately set her sights on the Manectric that had struck her earlier. Its attack had hurt her deeply, and she wasn't about to let it go unpunished. A sharp gleam flashed in Beautifly's eyes as she summoned Flying-type energy. 6 crescent-shaped blades of white energy, each a meter in diameter, materialized around her before shooting toward Manectric. The electric type, noticing Beautifly's gaze, knew trouble was coming. But it was now entangled with allied Pokémon and couldn't escape. Despite its best efforts to dodge 2 of the air cutter blades, the remaining 4 curved mid-flight and struck true. With a howl, the Manectric collapsed, fainting on the spot. Beautifly stopped them with Stun Spore. After Beautifully eliminated the Manectric, Sato noticed a group of about 10 cycling gang members speeding toward them from the bike highway. Without hesitation, he directed Beautifully to intercept them. Immediately after the command, Beautifully flew toward the approaching bikers. The gang members only saw a flash of vibrant colors before a shower of orange-yellow powder descended upon them. Within moments, the gang members were paralyzed, toppling off their bikes like dominoes and writhing on the ground. The reinforcements, who had raced back from the highway, were now incapacitated. Witnessing their reinforcements defeated, the remaining gang members, who had momentarily regained morale, fell into despair. Run! If we get caught, it's all over. At someone's panicked shout, a low-ranking member turned and fled. Seeing this, the others abandoned their opponents and bolted as well. Before long, the battlefield turned chaotic as fleeing gang members on bicycles were relentlessly pursued by a single, beautiful shiny Beautifly. The shiny Beautifly's dominance sealed the battle, breaking the gang's spirit and ensuring victory for Sato and his allies. During the battle, the first deserter had finally appeared. If they couldn't stop the chain reaction immediately, it would be nearly impossible to prevent a complete collapse. Unsurprisingly, these bikers, accustomed to dominating with favorable odds, lacked the resilience to hold their ground. As soon as one person fled, the rest followed suit, scattering in all directions. Sato and the other members of the strike team made no significant effort to stop the deserters. Their strategy, discussed before the operation, was simple: ignore the deserters and focus entirely on capturing the mysterious gang leader and their core members. Without their leader and the core group, the disbanded rank and file members would pose no further threat, and the bike highway's order would soon be restored. As the disarray among the bikers became apparent, Sato called his Beautifully back and stepped aside to observe. The rest was no longer his responsibility, he only needed to wait for the outcome. Watson and the other senior members of the strike team, embroiled in fierce battles with the gang's core members, had no complaints about Sato's decision to stand down. On the contrary, they were inwardly relieved. Those in the know understood that if Sato and his shiny Beautifully continued assisting, their chances to gain recognition would vanish, as they'd only serve as his backdrop. Even without Sato's further involvement, victory was already within grasp. The remaining gang leaders were fully surrounded, their escape impossible. Moreover, the strength of the bikers' leader and core members couldn't match the strike team's senior members. The gang leader, with their level 47 Bayonet and level 43 Seviper, was formidable at the peak elite level but no match for Watson, a seasoned elite trainer. Had the leader not fought recklessly, risking life and limb, and exploited Watson's cautious, conservative approach, the battle would have ended far sooner. After another 10 minutes, the remaining gang members were defeated and captured. When the strike team removed the gang leader's mask, shock rippled through the group, leaving many members ashamed. Sato, too, was stunned to see the leader's true identity. The person who unified the bikers and repeatedly outwitted the strike team was actually a young woman. Specifically, she was a rebellious teenager, around 17 or 18 years old, her face adorned with heavy makeup and tattoos covering her body. Despite her menacing appearance, her talent as a trainer was undeniable. Given another year or two and the resources she'd amassed from her gang, she could have reached the ranks of an elite trainer capable of challenging even Watson. However, the scars on her once beautiful face and the marks of abuse on her body spoke volumes about her tragic life. Her eyes, filled with hatred and despair, revealed a soul crushed by her circumstances. What a waste, Sato thought as he observed her. She must have quite the story, and if she'd taken the right path, her potential would have been limitless. With the battle concluded, the team moved on to dividing the spoils. As the operation's key contributor, Sato was naturally involved in distributing the loot. Inside the gang's hideout, they discovered a wealth of stolen Pokémon items and valuables, neatly organized and labeled with their corresponding contribution values. In a small vault, stacks of Poke dollars and rare items like nuggets, known for their high in-game resale value, awaited them. Sato estimated the total worth to exceed 50 million Poke dollars. Clearly, the gang leader had ambitions beyond their current operation. If given more time, she might have transformed her gang into a fully fledged criminal organization in Movoli City, with herself as its leader. This makes being a highway bandit seem like a viable career option, Sato joked internally, marveling at the horde before him. Highway bandit, Sato Kaede. However, his musings were cut short by the distant sound of approaching police sirens and news reporters. He took one last look at the young leader, committing her face to memory, before mounting his mountain bike with Growlithe and slipping away unnoticed. While he wouldn't witness the official announcement of the raid's success, Sato had no concerns about his share of the rewards. He'd already made arrangements with Watson and the others, the reputation boost would be theirs, while he'd take half the mission rewards and loot. Watson's integrity, combined with the wealth of his colleagues Chris and Pat, assured him they wouldn't covet his share. With the gang eliminated, Sato resumed his journey. Riding his acro bike along the now peaceful highway, he pedaled steadily towards Slateport City. By 9 p.m., under the tranquil night sky, Sato was speeding alone along the highway. Nearing 11 p.m., the glittering lights of Slateport City finally came into view, feeling like a welcoming sight to the slightly winded trainer. Whew, finally made it. This bicycle expressway is quite long, took almost 2 hours to ride through. Sato rode his acro bike past the entrance checkpoint of the bicycle expressway into Slateport City, then looked at the still brightly lit city ahead and let out a long sigh, thinking to himself while covered in sweat. Hey, young man, coming through the bicycle expressway this late? You look pretty good, seems like you didn't run into those pesky bike gangsters blocking the road and robbing people. Did those bastards call it a day already? By the way, let me see your ID. As soon as Sato came out of the checkpoint, a portly League police officer on night patrol noticed this rare visitor and quickly walked over with a chubby Growlithe. He pressed his chin with his right hand shaped like a gun, squinted his small eyes, and questioned him with a look of suspicion. That's not the case. Tonight, someone in Movoli City wiped out those nasty bike gangsters. That's why I dared to ride the bicycle expressway to Slateport City so late. Here, officer, this is my League ID. Seeing the chubby police officer looking at him with suspicion, Sato's mouth twitched slightly. He then took out his League ID from his pocket and answered with a smile. The chubby police officer was clearly very surprised by Sato's news. He didn't even bother to look at the League ID Sato handed over, quickly pulling out a black walkie-talkie from his belt and stepping aside to start a conversation with someone. That's great, kid. You're not lying to me. Those bastards are finally done for. What a relief. Oh, from Kanto, huh? It's been a while since I had a Pokémon battle with a young man from Kanto. Come on, kid, let your Pokémon have a match with my Growlithe. A few minutes later, the chubby police officer turned off the walkie-talkie with a smile and walked over to Sato, who had been left waiting. However, when the chubby police officer saw the information on Sato's League ID, he suddenly changed. His squinting eyes opened wide, revealing a fiery gaze, and he raised his chubby right hand to point at Sato, challenging him. Woof woof woof. The chubby Growlithe was also ignited by its owner's fiery emotions. It stood up from the ground and barked a few times at the fellow Growlithe peeking out from the basket on Sato's acro bike, declaring its fighting spirit. Indeed, young men from Kanto are always impressive. 5 minutes later, the chubby police officer watched seriously as Sato rode his acro bike away quickly, muttering to himself. Beside him, the chubby Growlithe stood with a bruised face, looking resentfully at its unreliable owner. Whew! A gust of wind blew past the chubby police officer, carrying some drifting leaves with it. Then, a sudden newspaper slapped onto his face. After easily dealing with the unreliable chubby police officer, Sato obtained a decent city map from him. The chubby officer was clearly a big foodie, as the map marked the locations of various restaurants and the best routes to get there. At the same time, important places like his home, workplace, and the Pokémon Center were also marked. Sato was now following the best route to the Pokémon Center as indicated on the map. About 10 minutes later, Sato successfully arrived at the Pokémon Center in Slateport City. He handed over his shiny Beautifly and Growlithe, who had battled that night, to Nurse Joy for treatment and booked a single room. Then, he waited in the lobby. While waiting, Sato quickly took out his laptop, connected to the Pokémon Center's Wi-Fi, and logged on to the official website of Slateport Airlines. He then booked a flight ticket to Saffron City for the next day. Airplanes were considered very high-end transportation in the Pokémon world. Even economy class tickets were ridiculously expensive, especially for cross-continental flights, with a single ticket costing 100,000 Poke dollars, something ordinary people couldn't afford. Despite this, cross-continental flights were almost always fully booked every day. After all, in the Pokemon world, the only means of cross-continental travel for ordinary people were ships and airplanes. Compared to ships, which were time-consuming and cheap, airplanes, though expensive, were much faster and far safer. Except for Pokemon like Spearow, most flying-type Pokemon in the sky were quite gentle. Moreover, because airplane tickets were expensive, the passengers were usually valuable social elites. Thus, the league specifically assigned powerful trainers specializing in flying-type Pokemon to ride alongside the planes for protection, a treatment far superior to that of ships. That's why every year, TV reports were filled with news of ships being unfortunately attacked by Pokemon leading to maritime disasters, but there were rarely any reports of airplane accidents. When Sato was booking his ticket, both economy and business class were sold out, leaving only a few expensive first-class tickets. A single first-class ticket cost a whopping 600,000 Poke dollars, almost like daylight robbery. Fortunately, Sato was quick, or he would have had to wait for the next flight to Saffron City in Kanto. When he bought the ticket, it was the last one available. The flight was scheduled to depart at 5 a.m. the next morning. If everything went according to plan and no unexpected incidents occurred, Sato would arrive at Saffron City Airport in Kanto around 8 p.m. the next day. "Oh, it really is you, Mr. Sato. I didn't expect to run into you here." Just as Sato was intently reviewing the information about his flight on the computer screen, a sweet voice filled with surprise suddenly appeared beside him. Hearing the voice, Sato immediately turned his head and saw a girl who looked strikingly similar to Nurse Joy smiling at him. She was wearing a trainee nurse uniform, and beside her stood a Chansey also dressed as a trainee nurse. "This is Eileen, right? It's been a while since we last met. I really didn't expect to bump into you here. Looking at your outfit, are you working as a nurse here now?" Recognizing the girl, Sato quickly stood up and smiled, not feeling the least bit embarrassed as he gave her a big hug. This trainee nurse was Eileen, whom he had worked with on the St. Louis before. During the shipwreck, she had participated in the rescue operations with him, making them comrades who had faced life and death together. After their reunion, the two sat down and began to talk about their experiences over the past few days. It turned out that after parting ways with Sato, Eileen had traveled with a few companions from the rescue team, following a route similar to Sato's to Slateport City. Because they had ventured onto the bicycle expressway, they unfortunately encountered the bike gangsters, who robbed Eileen and her companions of their valuables. Fortunately, the bike gangsters knew better than to push their luck and didn't steal their Pokémon, which would have seriously provoked the League. Thus, Eileen and her companions' Pokémon remained unharmed. Afterward, to earn travel funds, Eileen and her companions had taken up jobs in Slateport City. Thanks to Eileen's connections with the Joy family and her excellent healing skills, she managed to get a job at the Pokemon Center, while her other companions worked as waiters on the beach. It turns out that's what happened. "Huh? You guys are quite bold. Those biker gangs have a lot of people, and even with all of you, you'd barely be enough to fill their teeth. Still, it's lucky that neither you nor your Pokemon got hurt." Hearing that Eileen and her group had naively joined a crowd of ordinary trainers to force their way through the bike highway controlled by the biker gang, Sato couldn't help but shake his head, his expression somewhat speechless. Eileen blushed at his comment. Truthfully, she had opposed the idea at the time, but in the end, her own greed to save a few thousand Poke dollars by using the toll-free bike highway to get to Slateport City had led her into trouble. As a result, not only did she lose all her money, but she also had to deal with the consequences. "By the way, Mr. Sato, I saw your battle in Larao City. It was amazing, 10 consecutive wins. And then you defeated that other strong trainer who was also on a 10-win streak. Oh, can you show me your Marsh Tomp? I'm a huge fan of his. His fighting style is just so cool and inspiring." Trying to shake off her embarrassment, Eileen quickly changed the subject. Her demeanor suddenly shifted, her face lighting up with excitement as she looked at Sato with starry eyes. Her Chansey mirrored her enthusiasm, eagerly looking at Sato as well. Haha, really? Well, my Marshtomp has already evolved. He's now a Swampert. Alright, come out. Swampert, here are 2 of your fans." Seeing Eileen and her Chansey suddenly transform into ardent fans, Sato twitched slightly but managed a smile. He retrieved Swampert's Pokeball and released him. In the next moment, Swampert's towering, muscular figure appeared before Eileen and her Chansey. Hearing Sato mention that these 2 smaller beings were his fans, Swampert was visibly pleased. He flexed his muscles, making himself look even more imposing and manly. Eileen and Chansey, seeing their idol now so tall, robust, and powerful, grew even more starstruck, their eyes sparkling as they immediately began giving Swampert a thorough massage. Their massage techniques were evidently far beyond Sato's ability. Swampert was so relaxed he nearly let out a groan. Feeling pampered by his 2 fans, Swampert scratched his head sheepishly, a bit embarrassed. Swampert's fanbase was surprisingly large. Trainers resting or waiting for their Pokemon to recover overheard the conversation and, after seeing Swampert in person, several young trainers around 10 years old also rushed over. They gazed at Swampert with awe and admiration, like fans meeting their idol. Who would have thought this guy was so popular? "What about me, his trainer? I deserve some recognition too, don't I? Sigh. It seems people favor Pokémon over humans. Sato felt a bit unbalanced as he watched 7 or 8 fans, including a few pretty girls, fawn over Swampert, while he stood there largely ignored. Soon, the waiting hall echoed with an announcement calling Sato to the front desk to pick up his Growlithe and Beautifly. He promptly headed over and retrieved his 2 Pokémon. When Sato returned, Swampert was facing off against a sharply dressed young trainer and a snarling Feraligatr. Several trainers, seemingly the young man's entourage, had separated Eileen and the other fans from Swampert and were subtly surrounding him with their Pokémon. The air was tense, charged with an impending sense of battle. What's going on? Do you all have a death wish or something? Ha! Seeing his Swampert surrounded, Sato's expression immediately darkened. He strode over, his face stern as he addressed the young trainer. Swamp. Relieved to see Sato return, Swampert's previously tense demeanor relaxed. He quickly moved to Sato's side and cast a disdainful look at the Feraligatr, whose right arm hung limp. Sato's commanding presence was palpable. Having recently led a decisive victory in a large-scale battle, his aura as a seasoned, strong trainer was even more intimidating. His arrival caused the young trainer and his entourage to feel immense pressure, their expressions shifting dramatically. A misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding? Hello, I'm Karu. I just wanted to spar with your Swampert earlier, nothing more. I had no intention of harming him. I deeply apologize for my earlier rudeness. The young trainer, who introduced himself as Karu, was evidently not an ordinary figure. Despite his earlier arrogance, he quickly adapted, putting on a bright, apologetic smile. He recalled his level 40 Feraligatr and had his entourage withdraw their Pokémon as well. Is that so? Since Swampert's unharmed, let's chalk this up to a misunderstanding. I'm new around here and don't want any trouble. But if anyone dares provoke me, I won't fucking take it lying down. Do you understand? Sato first checked with Swampert to ensure he was unscathed. Once he received a reassuring response, he turned back to Karu, his gaze sharp and menacing. Of course, I understand. This was my fault. Please accept this small token as an apology. Let's consider it a gesture of friendship, okay? Karu, eager to de-escalate the situation, smiled even more brightly. At his signal, one of his entourage stepped forward, carrying a thick briefcase. The case was opened slightly, revealing neatly stacked bundles of 1,000 Poké bills. A rough estimate put the total at about 2 million Poké. Money delivered to his doorstep was not something Sato would refuse, especially since this amount didn't mean much to him. His expression remained neutral as he accepted the case, a faint trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He waved dismissively, indicating Karu could leave. Karu noticed Sato's slight contempt but wasn't offended. Instead, he felt frustrated at his own lack of foresight. As he departed, Karu couldn't help but speculate about Sato's background, pondering how best to truly make amends. As the heir to a wealthy real estate mogul in Slateport City, he understood all too well how dangerous people like Sato could be. Mr. Sato, that guy lied. He was actually trying to capture Swampert earlier, thinking it was alone. Luckily, Swampert is strong. That Feraligatr couldn't handle him and even got its arm broken. After Karu left, Eileen, who had been anxiously observing the situation, quickly approached with Chinsey and quietly shared the truth with Sato. I know, that guy's nothing but trouble. Follow me, Eileen. Sato smiled faintly as he spoke. He stood up from his seat, recalled all his Pokémon, and quickly headed toward the stairs leading to the second floor. Eileen clearly trusted Sato immensely. Without hesitation, she followed him up the stairs, her cheeks reddening slightly as she nervously walked into the single room he had booked at the Pokémon Center. Here, Eileen. Take this money. There should be over 2 million Poké in here, enough to keep your travels in the Hone region going for quite a while. When Eileen truly entered the room, Sato's expression softened into a warm smile. He retrieved the briefcase full of money that Karu had handed him from his space equipment and offered it to her. No, I can't accept this. Please take it back, Mr. Sato. Eileen was visibly shocked by Sato's generosity, though she showed no hint of greed toward the money in front of her. She immediately shook her head in refusal, her expression one of firm determination. Don't say no just yet, Eileen. We're friends, aren't we? Sato placed the briefcase on the ground and pretended to be upset as he spoke. Of course. We're good friends who have been through thick and thin together. Eileen nodded vigorously, like a little chick pecking at rice, in response. Well then, that settles it. You're in trouble now, so I'm definitely going to help you. Think of this money as a loan. You can pay me back when you can, right? Don't worry about me. I made a good amount at the battle tower, so I'm not short on cash for now. Satisfied with her response, Sato nodded. Finally, Eileen was convinced. She expressed her gratitude with teary eyes and promised that she would repay the money as soon as she could earn it. After Eileen left, Sato let out a small sigh of relief. He gestured toward his Ditto, which had disguised itself as a trainer's cap, and it quickly morphed into a generic, unremarkable human face mask. Sato donned the mask and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He understood the concept of a strong outsider being unable to suppress a local tyrant. Karu, the young trainer, was clearly one such tyrant. Although temporarily intimidated, Karu would pose a threat once he investigated Sato's background and recovered his confidence. To avoid any complications, Sato opted for a strategic retreat. This was where Ditto's transformation ability became invaluable, allowing him to leave unnoticed at any time. As for why Sato gave Karu's money to Eileen, there were two main reasons. The first was to deepen his bond with Eileen, who had immense potential as a healer trainer. Although she wasn't aware of it yet, Sato had scanned her team using his system's detection abilities. All her Pokémon had purple-level potential, and one of them, Aralt's, even had gold-level potential. The second reason was Eileen's strong ties to the Joy family. This connection essentially granted her unparalleled freedom across the continent. Unless she courted disaster herself, her future was boundless. With this background, even Karu wouldn't dare harm her unless he and his family had a death wish. Thus, giving Eileen the money not only helped her with her financial troubles but also strengthened their relationship and irritated Karu. For Sato, it was an immensely satisfying move. Minutes later, Sato quietly left the Pokémon Center. He was now riding a acro bike toward a 24-hour clothing store. As Sato's Pokémon steadily grew stronger, his life and lifestyle was improving. No longer the struggling trainer he had been before, he now had millions of Poké dollars to his name. He understood the importance of appearances. The clothes someone wore often left an impression and reflected their social standing. Previously, Sato had worn standard trainer outfits due to his financial struggles. These budget-friendly clothes often attracted disdain and trouble, as many saw him as a weak and easily bullied commoner. Now, as a professional trainer almost at an elite level with ample funds, Sato decided it was time to dress appropriately for his new status. The clothing store Sato visited was one of the most famous in Slateport City. Initially, the staff, accustomed to dealing with the wealthy, were indifferent to him, but once Sato showcased his financial power, their attitudes quickly shifted to enthusiasm. By the time he left the store, Sato had completely revamped his look. He wore the latest in elite trainer fashion, paired with a freshly styled haircut. His sunny, handsome face and well-proportioned physique made him far more attractive enough to draw lingering gazes from the female staff. Additionally, Sato purchased over 50 different outfits, including a few women's outfits and makeup kits. These were specially prepared to maximize Ditto's disguise capabilities. Since realizing someone had been tailing him, Sato's sense of danger had grown stronger, especially as he got closer to Kanto. Preparing for potential threats with disguises and stealth was now essential. This shopping spree wasn't cheap. Sato spent 4 million Poké dollars in total. As he left, the store owner personally escorted him out and even presented him with an exclusive VIP card for future discounts. After finishing his clothing preparations, Sato checked into a well-furnished inn and rested early. The next morning, he woke at 4:30 a.m. and, by 5:30 a.m., successfully boarded a flight from Slateport City to Saffron City, beginning his return journey to Kanto. At 7 a.m., 10,000 meters above sea level, a massive airliner belonging to the Pokémon League/Alliance Airline Company had just departed from the Hone region's Slateport City Airport, en route to the Kanto continent. Thanks to a first-class ticket, Sato was among the first passengers to board the plane. He now sat in a spacious, luxuriously decorated private room, quietly enjoying a luxurious breakfast with his Pokémon. The first-class ticket, priced at a staggering 600,000 Poké dollars, was undoubtedly expensive. However, the treatment offered more than justified the cost. Compared to the cramped economy class, where there was barely enough space for one person, first class felt like a world of luxury. First-class passengers enjoyed exclusive access to private rooms of over 50 square meters, lavishly decorated and furnished with all kinds of high-end amenities. If he wanted, Sato could lie comfortably on the bed and sleep through the flight to Saffron City. Most importantly, all food and beverages on the plane were free and offered in unlimited quantities. This was a feature Sato particularly appreciated, as he saw it as an opportunity to eat back the value of his first-class ticket. The quality of service, including the meals provided in first class, was top-notch. In fact, the airline was accustomed to passengers attempting to recover their ticket costs by indulging in the luxurious food options. Of course, the airline had measures to prevent passengers from bringing Pokémon with extraordinary appetites such as Snorlax onto the plane, citing overweight and safety risks as a perfectly reasonable regulation. Nevertheless, for the first time today, the 3 stewardesses serving the flight encountered a passenger capable of nearly matching Snorlax's legendary appetite. This was already their 6th trip delivering a trolley full of an assortment of grilled meat to room 6 in the first-class cabin. As they struggled to push the trolley into the room, they saw the handsome trainer sitting there, having just finished his sumptuous breakfast. He was now gently wiping a Pokémon egg with a warm towel, while his Pokémon lounged comfortably on the sofa, resting after their meal. A golden ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room in a serene and picturesque glow. The scene would have been perfect if not for the bulking blue figure sitting amidst a pile of bones in front of the trainer. Is that Swampert a monster? How can it eat so much? Its appetite rivals a Snorlax's. The 3 stewardesses couldn't help but think the same thing as they glanced at the now empty trolley beside the Swampert. After witnessing it devour an entire trolley of grilled meat in mere minutes for the 3rd time, they had grown somewhat numb to the sight. Swampert let out a dissatisfied grunt, clearly annoyed at how long it took the stewardesses to deliver its food. Without hesitation, it strode over, effortlessly grabbed the trolley from their hands, and waved them off as if to say, "Go away and stop bothering me while I eat." My apologies for Swampert's rudeness. That trolley must have been heavy. Thank you for your hard work. Here, this is a tip for each of you. Oh, and please bring 3 bottles of honey fruit juice next time. My beautifully loves that drink. Sato smiled gently as he took out 3 1,000 poke dollar bills, handing them to the slightly startled stewardesses. Still, the allure of money worked wonders. Upon hearing Sato's words, the stewardesses' eyes lit up, immediately drawn to the cute little bills in his hand. Though stewardesses working for the Pokémon Alliance airline company earned modest salaries, their job often provided opportunities for extra perks, such as acting as personal shoppers for wealthy clients. Naturally, being assigned to serve first-class passengers was a highly coveted role. The generous tips from elite customers made the effort worthwhile. The stewardesses eagerly accepted the tips without a hint of embarrassment, thanking Sato profusely before leaving the room. Shortly after, one of them returned with 3 bottles of honey fruit juice. Seeing the juice, Sato's shiny beautifully excitedly flitted off the sofa. Using its long proboscis, it deftly retrieved a bottle from the stewardess's hands. Without waiting for assistance, beautifully pierced the steel cap with its proboscis and began happily sipping the honeyed beverage. Unlike Sato's other Pokémon, which could consume solid food, Beautifully could only consume liquid nutrition, with nectar being its favorite. However, Sato had discovered that honey, especially the premium variety produced by Combi in the Sinnoh region, offered even greater nutritional value. Sato had invested heavily in purchasing this top-grade honey as a substitute, and Beautifully quickly grew to love it. Recently, Sato found that mixing honey with fruit juice made for an even better treat, as this drink greatly improved Beautifly's appetite. Unfortunately, the beverage's packaging didn't disclose its exact recipe, listing only the nutritional content of the honey and fruit juices used. Recreating it was a challenge, but the drink inspired Sato to experiment with crafting specialized poke blocks tailored for Beautifly. Sato's previous attempts in Viridian City to mix beedrill honey with berries had yielded unique poke blocks. This experience encouraged him to further refine his recipes to create a blend that would perfectly suit Beautifly's dietary needs. In Pokémon training, proper nutrition was a critical aspect of Pokémon care. By tailoring his Pokémon's diets, Sato could potentially accelerate their growth and enhance their abilities. Although store-bought Pokémon food was decent, it was designed for the general market, offering basic sustenance without much customization. Both the Lily Cove Compendium, a gift from Elsa, and the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, provided by the village elder in White River Village, emphasized the importance of specialized diets in Pokémon development, even offering detailed recipes. To become a top-tier Pokémon trainer, one must also be a competent Pokémon breeder. Currently, Sato had acquired recipes for crafting customized food for his Swampert and Pelipper from the Lily Cove Compendium. Once he returned to Saffron City, he planned to source the necessary ingredients and start preparing these specialized meals.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.